Hey guys, welcome to the 2017 North American Scrabble Championship, coming to you live from the Big Easy, New Orleans in Louisiana. I am Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, the Luckbox 2014 National Scrabble Championship, joined alongside by.
Robin Pollock Daniel from Canada.
And just to give you a tiny bit of background before we get going, we are currently on day 4 of the tournament. Will Anderson, out of Lidditz, Pennsylvania, formerly from Westchester County, is currently leading the North American division by a solid 2 games, which I will argue throughout the day is a curse. But we're going to see how it goes for him today. And he's playing against Alex Seaholm, a younger player out of the Seattle area. Right now, names look like they're going to be reversed, but in the meantime,
That's
I'm
okay.
excited. I'm excited for some solid Scrabble today. They've got a 3-game, or Will's got a 3-game lead right now over the
Three or two? Two?
3-game lead over the world famous Nigel
Oh,
Richards, who
yes.
we're going to be looking to make an appearance
Yeah,
at
we might mention his name
some
just a
point.
few times today.
Some point today. Always my favorite to win any tournament ever. Would know him as the dude who showed up in all of the BuzzFeed articles about this guy won this Scrabble championship in French, and he doesn't even speak French. So, you know, if you've come to us from knowing about Tournament Scrabble from that area, hopefully you'll get a Nigel sighting later today. So, what do you think, Robin? How's everything been going for you so far?
Well, it's actually been very interesting. We haven't, except for Will actually pulling ahead yesterday, it's been really neck and neck, and it's been that way practically across all divisions,
Yeah.
which tells you that people are studying more, there's more uniformity. It used to be that even though there's a luck factor in Scrabble, always the top players rise to the top, and certainly that's happening, but it's taking longer. I've never seen a tournament where it's taken so long for someone to kind of pull ahead.
Yeah, it's been cool to see a few other younger players this year who are maybe not always at the level of Will and Mac and some of the people
Yeah.
will say. And we've also seen them take some falls as well. We saw Benji Kappa his keyboard yesterday, or his clipboard yesterday, just threw it across the room after he lost a couple games. So
It's really hard to lead at such a major championship like this and to taste of the fruit and then suddenly have it yanked away from you. And if it's because you pulled badly, take the tiles out of the bag, you pull badly, that's hard enough. But if you make mistakes, good luck trying to forget those mistakes for the next game and the next game. It's very, very hard.
yeah, and certainly speaking from experience, I've had a 2-game lead at multiple national championships and have managed to blow both of those leads both times. One time I got lucky as heck and snuck my way back in and won, but making mistakes sucks.
It's something that we'll be talking about over the next 2 days.
Yeah.
Because we won't just be talking about what the games that are going on, but we'll give you some idea about basic Scrabble strategy, how to play the game, why you should be playing the game. And there is definitely a luck component in Scrabble because you really have no control. Although I think what you take out of the bag, but I think someone like Joe Edley, who's more of a Zen background, would say that you have intentionality in everything you do. When you put your hand in the bag, and if you go in with intentionality of a negative mindset, you're going to pick crap. And if you go in thinking the universe is my oyster, you're going to pick beautifully.
Yeah.
So
looks like we're gonna go ahead and get going to the games now. Looks like they are just getting underway here, and we're gonna see if
there we
Alec,
go.
Alec can take down one of the favorites for the event.
And I'm
So
gonna
just want
refresh
to
my
give
page.
a shout out to all my buddies watching from afar today. We wish you could be here with us, but thanks for hanging out and hopefully helping the stream understand a little bit more about our crazy weird little game and our crazy little community. Hopefully we're gonna get the names switched in a sec. They're currently backwards. Alex in the yellow. Will is that dashing lad with the sweatshirt.
Somebody asked only 2 people, and the answer is yes. When you play in tournament Scrabble, it's not 4 people around a board. It's one-on-one always.
I want to be a Carmel Dodds super fan. I think that's pretty cool.
She's had quite the tournament, hasn't
she's
she?
had a heck of a tournament, but
She's been in first place for a lot of it, and then she faltered a bit. And in fact, for all of you people out there, we will be giving you updates on the alternate game. There are 2 games going on in Table 1, one for the North American Dictionary and one for the International Dictionary called Collins. So we'll give you updates on those games. Whatever game we're not covering, we'll give you updates. And that'll be Evans Clinchy. That's Evans with an S. It's a very elegant name. And he is playing... I just looked at it and I've forgotten. It is against, Carmel Dodd. So
Yeah.
beautiful. For you
Super fan.
Aussie fans out there, we're going to give you updates on her game as well.
Yeah. Got a solid contingency from Australia this year. Like 5 or 6 players. Pretty cool. One younger player.
Yeah.
And a few other people from around the world, which is always cool.
All right, so you see that he opened with Mozo, and an anagram of Mozo is Zoom. And one reason why Mozo is
Opa!
we're getting is
excuse
superior
me.
is that Zoom would slot an O next to one of the double letters and make it easy for somebody to score a lot of points, sticking, let's say, a J over it or a K.
This is one of those times that I really wish that there was a Czar emoji, because the best play here for the Scrabble players watching would be Beatier, Moi, Ope, and Czar. Czar is a reference to one of our most favorite emo Scrabble players, Cesar del Solar, who I wish we would be seeing up here today. But as Cesar is want to do, he is, I think, like 10 and 10. So we love you, Cesar, but your name is still not a word. In the meantime, Will is bingoing with Beatier and is going to take an early lead.
Now, some people might say, if you're new to the game, oh my God, he's opening up the triple row, he's putting the B in there. You can't play Paranoid Scrabble. You have to play your game. Sometimes you'll get burned, but more often you won't.
Yeah. Scrabble's all about probability. If you're one of those kids out there who hates probability and doesn't want to learn probability in school, this is one of the more fun ways to do it. I learned more about math playing this game than probably every other time I learned math in high school.
And people are always surprised to hear you say, when we talk about Scrabble, that it's actually much more of a math game than it is a literary game.
Yeah, I mean, like, words are cool, but ultimately, at the end of the day, like, you just need to know the combinations that work. And I know that can make people unhappy sometimes, and that's the cool thing about the game is, you can play it as a word game or you can play it as a math game. There's no, like, wrong way to play it if that's what makes you happy. But at this level...
Oh, there's a really wrong way to
wrong way in terms of what makes you happy, though.
I know. Yeah, right now we're real nice. It's the beginning of the day. We're fresh and out of the shower. But as the day goes on, we might get a little critical.
Yeah, so there's been a wild shoe sighting here.
Muffin with tentacle. I think we know that guy.
Yeah, former national champion. He took the crown from me, actually. We're happy to see him in the background, but not here right now. So
we miss you.
Yeah.
In Ottawa, I think.
Come back soon. Yeah, so shoe just got played. No, it's actually an antelope. So get your shoes on. It's going to be it's a long. It's the marathon. It's not the sprint. Although.
Well, Carmel Dodd Superfan, Reebok is a brand, but it is also an animal, and that's why the brand is named after it, because it's a very fast animal. And it's a sneaker.
Sounds familiar. It's like Puma.
Like Puma, right? But not Adidas.
So not Adidas, not Nike.
Chuck Norris. What's his name? Norris.
Put your Chuck Norrises on, guys.
You're welcome, Carmel.
Yeah.
It's also good RHEBOK, I believe.
Yeah, there's multiple spellings of it.
Ooh,
for sure.
2 blanks for Mr. Alexiome. What you're seeing there, so what you're seeing...
That's Will.
Oh, is it backwards?
Yeah,
oh.
the stream is backwards.
The stream is backwards. I wonder if we can get that fixed, BJ darling. Good, he's working on it.
The stream is aware of the backwardsness,
but the announcer was not.
Brian Levitt out there, can you name every single antelope that ends in Bach? Because you need to know your antelopes. You cannot play Scrabble if you don't know your antelopes.
And I have the answer to one of them because I had it. I'll give you an answer. It's Gemsbach is one of them.
Nice.
And I actually had that on my rack yesterday and I could not play it. But that's Scrabble. So what you're seeing in what's actually Will's rack with those 2 funny tiles at the end are blanks. And you'll also notice that our tiles are different. They're not the same ones you buy in the board. We have what's called, we call them unbrailleable, because people can stick your hand in and you can feel whether something's a blank or not if there's any indentation in the wood tile. So we have people who create tiles for us that are actually empty on the back, and on the front it's very smooth, so nobody can nobody can feel what letter that is. And those blank tiles at the end, often what they'll do is they'll make a special avatar pertaining to the specific tournament. So if we have the Boston area tournament, which is bat, you'll often get a bat as the blank. And here we have a fleur-de-lis, which is emblematic of New Orleans.
So what do you think Will's going to play here?
Besiege.
I wish
We're looking for a double-double.
I want to see him play beering. Unfortunately, beering is not a word, but it would certainly be very apropos for this fantastic city that we are in.
He's got big eyes.
Will does not drink, by the way.
Bezier. He's got so many
Yeah.
bingos. But can we find either a triple-triple, which would allow him to play through that Y, hitting both red triple word tiles score simultaneously? That's the ultimate in Scrabble, to hit that triple-triple. And then the next one is to hit the double-double. So off Mozo, if he can stick an S, make a blank an S, and hit both double word tiles, squares,
Yeah.
simultaneously, then he would double it, and then he would double it again. So he would 4-time it rather than 9-time it. So that's what you're always looking for on the board. How can I maximize my score?
Yeah.
It's not enough just to find big eyes or besiege or whatever. You want to try to double-double or triple-triple.
So, Cuddly Cats, who I've been calling Brian, but you're Cuddly Cats. You are correct. Jambak is means, I think, to flog someone in, like, Afrikaans. So it is not an antelope. In the International Dictionary, you can drop the S, and then I think maybe it is an antelope. But just to
It's
make
a
it
verb? Jambak is a verb?
Jambak is a verb, yeah.
Wow, but I wonder if there's, etymologically speaking, having the bok in there might be
I
something.
assume so. Cause
Maybe it's an animal that slams.
It's, I mean,
Oh.
what? I don't want to take on an antelope. I would probably lose to an antelope. I'd certainly lose to a Reebok.
Okay, so yesterday at dinner, we're having dinner with Joel Wapnick, who's one of the most trophied Scrabble players, one of the best Scrabble players ever. And he's telling us about this show called Man vs. Beast.
Why don't throw Nigel out there?
And he's telling us about this group of dwarfs who went against an elephant in moving an airplane.
Sweet.
The elephant won.
The elephant won.
I think it came from Michael Phelps supposedly going against a shark this week in Shark Week.
So can Michael Phelps take down a Reebok? That's what I want to know.
In the water, probably.
I want to know what.
I don't think they're known for swimming.
That's probably true. Yeah. I want to know what the most ridiculous antelope is. We love antelopes so much. So it is 25 minutes, Andy. Yeah, you can be here for a while, but some of us can play this in like 1 minute if we need to. You wouldn't need to at this tournament, but
There is speed Scrabble.
it is possible. We can play blindfolded. We can play in 1 minute. We can play with all the words scrambled up. Do every party trick you've ever probably not needed to know about.
Whose turn is it?
I believe it is still
if-
Will.
yeah, if
Will
he's taking
looking
this long.
for-
So you're going to notice Will is sitting there with his arms crossed. And other players you would see actually sitting there and writing, scribbling madly onto a notepad. And what they would be doing is they would be populating that blank with different letters to see what words can I possibly make.
Ooh, looks like it might be fish time.
But it might be big eyes. Yeah, there we go. But Will, his knowledge is so encyclopedic
Yeah.
that he could do everything in his head.
Yeah.
He's so impressive.
We are getting fishy here.
That's kind of a good NOLA word. I've been eating
think-
so much fish I could
Can't
start
say
swimming.
anything until we see redfish on here. So Will has also been pretty prolific in gaming prior to his current ascension to the hopeful Scrabble throne, either this year or one of these years. He's known as one of the best, if not the best, Boggle player in the history of the world and probably the universe. I think he could take on both a Reebok, a Big Eye, and a computer all at the same time and still probably win. But before that, he was a big-time World of Warcraft player. I think he led multiple guilds over time, and was. I'm not I don't know much about it myself, but he was whatever the top level was, 40 or whatever. I don't know. He was up there. Did quite a bit of it. But now he's moved on to the Scrabbles. So.
Yeah, I do a daily, there's a site called aerolith.com where you can actually practice Scrabble, and I really would, not Scrabble, but actually just anagramming words. And I would really encourage everybody out there to check out that website. That's aerolith.com. Is it called?
Aerolith.org.
.org. And Will does the daily challenges. Now, I think he just limits himself just to the blank. So you get 5 or 6 letters with 1 or 2 blanks because that challenges them the most. And I've done it with him, and I know every day to get 100 is it's almost impossible to get it, and that's the one he does every day. And he's the only one. He's always number 1 in that challenge, and it's obviously the hardest one.
Yeah. A few weeks ago, I was visiting one of the top players, Mac Meller, during his family's vacation up in Vermont, and we were simultaneously doing this Aerolith game to try to beat Will. And we beat him by about 2 seconds. So these are 2 of the best Scrabble players in the world, and we can still barely beat Will's typing skills.
I'm going to get you guys an update on the Carmel Evans game. I just see that, unfortunately, Carmel just missed a bingo Ripino. It's so hard to know all the words when you're doing the Collins Dictionary. They have so many more words than the North American Dictionary.
It ain't easy. I haven't even tried it myself yet. I don't know. Have you?
Oh yeah, sure. I've played in many worlds.
But you learned all the Collins bingos?
Are you crazy?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Oh my God, it's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I've been ranked number 1. I beat Nigel once. That was in a
Collins game.
In a tournament, in a Collins tournament, and that was like one of my favorite things.
Yeah, you'll carry that to your grave.
Yeah, exactly. But
there's so many words that what I was shocked when I went to Worlds is how they don't even know a lot of the 7 and 8 letter words that have 1-point tiles, which is something that you just learn right away. Scrabble 101. But there's just so many more words than we have to learn that you just can't learn them all. It's impossible. Yeah. So this Ripino is a word that we would know, R-I-P-I-E-N-O, very easy for us because we have like how many 40,000 less words, 60,000?
Yeah, in the 2 to 8 letter range.
So right now Evans is leading Carmel. 161 to 117, and Carmel's rack is GIJLSVV, so she's not going anywhere.
Yeah, so we hope she gets the next bingo, but
yeah,
because we are all Carmel Dodd super fans at heart, but it may be a little bit here.
And caramel's my favorite food ever, so it's close enough.
It's a great city too. The Carmel Nationals, that'd be sweet.
And there's one in Israel too. You're thinking California, right?
I was thinking California, but it'd be totally cool to have a. I guess they have a pretty major tournament in Israel every year. It's in what's the
Well, there's Tel Aviv and Jerusalem.
But the big tournament they have every year is not in either of those.
Is that right?
No, it's in I don't know. A place that's the name that I cannot remember.
So I'll tell you why Israel is interesting for us in terms of Scrabble is that they have different clubs. The major ones are Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, and one club uses TWL, the North American Dictionary, and the other one uses Collins. And that's really emblematic of the rift within Israel politically. And there's no such thing as, I ask you to do this, and they go, yes. It's always a debate. It's always like a yeshiva in Israel.
Speaking of which, for anyone out there who is a wordsmith who loves all the crazy plurals or whatever, we do get a number of Hebrew and Yiddish words that have all the coolest alternate spellings and coolest pluralizations. I was recently at bar mitzvah for the school Scrabble champion out in Los Angeles, and I gave him a quiz to name every single spelling or plural of talis, which I think is the little thing that you wear.
Yeah, it's the shawl. It's the shawl prayer.
Yeah. So if anyone is able to look up every single spelling of that and type it in the chat, you'll have my eternal, befuddlement, but I'll be impressed. So this game's going pretty rough. So it looks like.
And at some point, BJ, you're going to turn the board around, right?
So in the meantime.
Growing pains.
Yeah.
The racks are swapped, and now the board is upside down. So we'll get that all fixed for you guys. No worries.
Yeah. So now we know that Alec is actually Alec, and Will is Will, and.
Oh, is that all fixed now? Outstanding.
Yeah. And.
Oh, poor Alec.
Alec probably could have changed at some point here. By changing, I mean exchanging tiles, which, yes, is something that you should do. Exchanging tiles can be a good thing. If your tiles suck, don't wait around too long. Game only goes on for so long. It appears that Will is probably going to have this game pretty much locked up in about, well, however long it takes
Oh.
Alec to play. Um,
Does he have a place to play?
you know, he'll probably play Saltist, and
Yeah.
and it would be pretty funny because I suspect that Alec is salty as all heck right now. This is not going his way, so we're gonna pour some salt into the salt, and then there's going to be a lot of salt. He also might play he might play Stalist or Latists. I think Latists might be a new addition to the dictionary in the last couple of
No,
years.
really? No.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Okay, if it wasn't, then Saltist would be the best play here because it's the weirdest word.
Or Stalist is fine.
But that's a mistake.
I don't think at this point with those tiles he's looking to
Yeah.
goad his opponent into
Yeah.
a challenge.
I mean,
These are very easy tiles for us.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rare that you see Will make a fairly obvious mistake, though. I mean,
Now the one thing that's bad about what he just did, there's two things. One, he stuck the A right down to the triple row, and if the X was still available or the Q, that could be Aquae or Ajiva or the J is still not out. So is Ajiva possible? So you always want to in Scrabble, it's very much like chess. You're not just doing it in the moment. You're also considering how your opponent can respond. And he also stuck the E with the triple letter above it, which is, if you can avoid that, if you could put a consonant there, you're doing better.
yeah. I mean, so he could have played Latists. Probably would have been.
Just for 1 or 2 less points and
Well, it's
not
the same,
making.
well, it's the same amount of points. It's because it just hooks more.
Oh, there you go, Latest and Mora, right?
Yeah, so it still accomplishes all the same things. This is the one that
Yeah.
just doesn't give his opponent any chance to screw up.
And I'll tell you that in some games, something like this, even though it scores the same, is a mistake, and it could cost you the game
Yeah.
because of the consequences of what your opponent can do afterwards. So Scrabble, you have to constantly be on guard
Yeah.
what you're doing every single turn.
Yeah, so I guess the thing here is, given that Will's going to be doing this all day, I think he's just kind of trying to limit his how much brain power he's putting into this at this point. So it was a lazy play, which I just don't expect from Will, to be honest. I just kind of think of him as this
Really,
this invincible but so I'm a little disappointed in that. But I mean, we're talking in the grand scale of things. This is not the biggest mistake in the history of the universe.
It could have been if it was a closer game,
Yeah.
and maybe he's gotten just a little, I don't know,
Yeah. I don't know.
a little lazy for that.
Yeah.
We love you, Will, but
I'm appreciating a Carmel Dodd super fan. I'm becoming a Carmel Dodd super fan. Yeah,
Alex Mort.
Alex is pretty mort at this point.
all he has is dung.
Yeah.
But Carmel, I have bad news for you. The next bingo did go to Evans, who played Inditers and now is up 241 to 138. And Carmel has 6 consonants with 2 V's.
Yeah. So Scrabble players, someone in the chat can explain the rating system a bit better. We use ratings more than rankings. I think it's ELO based, but it's some complicated formula that nobody quite understands. But I think it roughly translates right now. The grandmasters in Scrabble are ranked, in the 2,000 to 2,100 range, except for those has-beens like me, which in chess I think translates to about 2,600, if I recall correctly. So it's not quite ELO, but it's similar. I actually don't even know what my rating is anymore. It's not what it used to be. So Alec finally has tiles that kind of might actually make a word in English. Is thyrsoid a word? THYRSOID. I don't remember.
Yes, I
words
believe
anymore.
that's good. I'll check it out, but
so
I believe it's. Oh, it's not.
It's not. Oh, that shows
What
you
am
how
I
much.
thinking of? No.
Oh no, with a Y.
Oh, with a Y, of course. That's why it's good. Yeah. And
So-
the anagram of thyroids.
Oh yes, he's got thyrsoid or thyroids here. I mean, it's pretty academic at this point, but it's.
I think the
it's a
feed
cool
might be
play.
slower than our feed. I think it's a little off.
No, he's already played Ion.
We're just noticing that we have a monitor with the feed, and I think we're 2 or 3 seconds ahead of the feed everybody's getting. So sometimes when he played Big Guys, we actually saw it before everybody else
Oops.
did.
Okay.
Okay, we'll try to be aware of that in case.
Won't jump the gun as much.
All right.
So yeah, I mean, I think thyroids or thyrsoid would be pretty cool here, just for I don't know, style points, since Alec sure as heck ain't gonna win. So when you say the guy behind Will, So that is our good friend Jeffrey Nelson. He produces some of the best bacon in the world. He's actually an organic farmer.
I did not know that.
Oh my goodness! I visited him once, and he just forced a bunch of bacon with me, and then I was headed to a vegetarian's house. So I was like, oh, I'll just save this for a while. Anyway, so Jeffrey is an annotator. Essentially, what he's doing is he's recording the game that's going on in the other division. So the two you're seeing here, you can see Lisa, the lady off to the right of Alec there. She's doing the same thing as Jeffrey in the red shirt back there, and they're basically just keeping track of what's going on. So we post these online because history in Scrabble is pretty important to us. Let's see. Oh, Will finally has a rack that's not.
Well,
golden.
it's not terrible either.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons for playing acroid and not thyroids, besides the fact that it doesn't burn the S, is that it opens the board and allows him to play through the R, the I, and the D.
Yeah.
He's got to do everything he can to open the board in multiple sections of the board, so he has the more chances to bingo.
Yeah, although I suspect at this point his odds of winning are probably below 0.
It's our job as commentators to pretend that there's tension.
You see, what I want to do right now is instead of pretending there's tension, I want everyone to picture Will Anderson wearing a tutu. That's
He actually is. Actually, you just can't see it.
Oh, right. See, I would like you all to picture Will on the left there, getting up and dancing around, and he'd be wearing an awesome pink tutu. That's where my mind is current.
Oh, okay.
That's what. Well, I'm all about the pink, but I think that's where my mind has gone right now. Yeah. Anyway.
My husband's here to bring me breakfast. Don't worry, honey. You can come on in. Thank you. I already had breakfast. Thank you.
My husband, meanwhile, is nowhere to be seen.
Your husband's nowhere to be seen. I'm sorry.
Does not currently exist.
Oh, call to action.
But, yes. Tutu Will.
Aerospa, very nice
Yeah.
thought. So that's often what happens. Is very, very frustrating in Scrabbles. You'll start the first 3 or 4 turns with like 6 or 7 consonants, and then of course all the vowels have to come out. And
Yeah.
but he's not doing too bad with Aerospa. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
Good. It should have been one more vowel to make it really bad.
Yeah, NASPA in the air.
Arrows, yeah. Nah.
Could use a spa. Don't we like get like massages or something in the middle in between games? I think there was actually a tournament. Oh, it was the California Open. I should know this is the tournament that I put on. One of the old.
That was how many beers ago?
Yeah. No beers yet, guys. Oh, Reebok anagrams to OK beer. That's my new. That's where my mind is still gone. Okay, yeah. So we actually did bring in a masseuse to give 10 lucky players got mid-round massages.
I think we also had that actually at a NOLA tournament. One of Terry, Kate, KFC we call her, Kate Fukawa Connolly has a New Orleans tournament every year, and she also brought in.
Yeah.
And that's very, very much appreciated because
Yeah.
your back can really hurt. But you know these chairs? Did you notice they actually have lumbar support? I've never seen a
nice.
chair like this. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So of course I'm leaning forward and not
Right.
taking advantage.
Yeah. So we mentioned Kate. Kate and one other expert are not with us this week because they're at Pokemon Go Fest in Chicago. So
Priorities, eh?
yeah, priorities. We are all ultimately nerds at just about everything.
And Kate is a very esteemed. She does something at Princeton, right? She does.
Yeah, she's a medical student. She's she's not a medical student. She's the advisor.
Yeah.
For the
like
medical
she's sought after.
students.
Like she,
Oh, she could get a job.
She can get a job anywhere,
Get a
and
job
she's at a
anywhere she wants.
Pokemon.
And she did.
Love it.
Yeah.
You got to play in life,
Yeah.
which I think I'm preaching to the choir here on Twitch for sure.
Yeah.
All right, not going well for Carmel.
Yeah. So if we were playing, as people point out, if we were playing the International Dictionary, Will would have a bingo here, because Nas is either Collins or just a rapper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You might say that it's been a hard knock game.
Yeah, this is.
Sorry, that was a terrible pun. I'm sorry. You guys are stuck with me. You can throw anything you want at me. Throw every salt shaker you have. I will take all of your salts.
So we're busy yakking here, but one of the reasons that Will played Tutu, aside from the fact that it got rid of his use.
Oh my God, Will, you are such a lucky sack of
Oh, yeah, what did he get? Aerated?
words.
Does he have? Oh, he's got a place for it. Off Reebok,
What
aerated.
a luck sack.
And he has
also
de-aerate
yeah,
to the E.
He has all of the things.
Yeah.
Will has somehow managed to get all of the things.
Even so, you look at that rec and you go, "That's really lousy." But there's actually bingo in it: aerated, aerated, and to the E, de-aerate. So the opposite of aerated is de-aerate.
All I can see on poor Alex's side is unhearse, which just seems which I
It's
think,
not a word,
I
but
think I think it's Collins actually.
Oh, okay. But I think
but
he's
it's
thinking
just-
also just the deadly
just-
trials he's had
he's
to wreck.
he is
To
just-
unshare.
just
Maybe
more.
that's a good Facebook.
Yeah,
to unshare.
unshare. Yeah, we're about five years away from that.
And I'm seeing on Carmel she had Starlet, AILRSTT, but nowhere to put it.
Yeah. Poor Carmel.
So she needs to open the board, but she's not doing that. So I'm not exactly.
Yeah.
Well, she's got the AGO hook for
Yeah.
Sago.
Also, LYAM is a word, but
Yeah. Oh, Oh. Okay.
but
Good to know.
meanwhile, okay. So
neither game is particularly exciting, unfortunately.
well, this one's exciting because Will is dancing around in a tutu. No, he's still
There
not.
you go.
But yeah.
So is okay. So we're just waiting for. Now you know that no. Okay, so Alec would have loved to get rid of that U, but he's not able to and score, and there's no way that he's going to block the bingo lane off of Reebok or to the E in Big Eyes,
Yeah.
which is why he didn't do that. One of the reasons he didn't do it.
Yeah.
Oh God, I love when you spin the board around. It reminds me of Batman, BJ. Are you old? You're not old enough, but the old. I watched the Batman Lego movie on the way over, so there was a lot of these references to the cartoon or whatever. And when they would switch scenes, it would spin around really quickly.
So Alec is going to put all of his salts to good use. I can tell just how ravenous he is, and even though he's not going to win,
he might bring home a souvenir if he had an eye.
He's going to throw that. He's going to throw that salt right back at Will and make him feel it for at least a few seconds.
So it's par for the course that in a game that you're picking lousy, that you pick UV, which I think universally is considered the worst combination of letters.
Oh right,
Oh.
run over. I didn't even.
That's fine too.
I'm too tired.
That's okay. It's a new one. It's new-ish. We got an update to the dictionary a couple years
okay.
ago, so it's not.
Then that's probably why I didn't see it.
That's it.
Well, down at my level of like extreme noobdom, I'm just hungry. I think with my stomach.
But also Ravenous would have been a much more dangerous play because it would have slotted the S down to the triple from the triple. So
Yeah,
it would
but-
just
well,
given
this-
him points for nothing. So
Yeah.
this is a superior play.
Yeah.
Plus it doubles the R. It's
Yeah.
2 more points. So. Oh, and here WU. After WV, we have WU as the most heinous combination in Scrabble.
UV. Will had UU.
Oh, but poor. I don't think Will can sit there and bitch about his tiles right now.
No, I think.
But he would have had gins down to the S, you
He
see.
would
So
have.
there
Yeah.
you go.
I think Will is in a world of happy right now.
Yeah, there's nothing like, the first game of the day is always, the cobwebs and the beer from last night and whatever it is.
I'm still feeling the beer from last night.
And you're sitting in table 1 and everybody's watching you. It's our first game on Twitch. And you got to think that the nerves are really running high, and then you're picking like this and your opponent's picking even worse than you're picking well, and it's just this big whoosh that you got the first game out of the way.
Yeah, I think for Will it's great for the first day to basically barely have to use this brain. Yeah, I will be headed to Hair of the Dog at some point today, like without a doubt. I think Pitts, I think you are right on track. I'll give it. Wait, what time zone are we in? Central time.
So here's another thing.
It's
We're
almost
gonna,
lunchtime.
We're going to have BJ work on something in the meantime, since he doesn't have enough work because he's just sitting there looking bored. If we can figure out, and we did this last year, BJ, so I know you can do it. If you can figure out, maybe put a star next to the score or the name of the person whose turn it is, people will know whose turn it is. He looks intrigued.
Well, I suspect will be playing again here next game, but I think we're probably going to be switching over to Collins for the
We
next
will
round,
be.
which I
We
guess
should be.
we'll be getting Evans, who I suspect is
Yeah, we got to assume he's winning this game like crazy.
I was also going to add, I think we need to assume that he is feeling
Oh.
the beer from yesterday.
Who, Evans? Really?
Oh, yeah. Well, Evans and I were hanging out till about, a few hours ago.
Well, the game's
So
going slower.
um,
There's really, oh my goodness. Now he's got a satire rack. So
Yeah.
he's up 349 to 194. So we're going to say, Carmel, we love you, but it's not happening.
Carmel, you're almost right. Antelope does take a letter in front. It's not the one that you think.
Evans doesn't drink,
Yeah.
says Matthew.
Yeah. Gantelope is a word, but although I am not much of a speller, which is a little known fact as well, Cantaloupe has a U in it. As much as it's a great quiz to give someone. What's the letter that goes in front of antelope?
It's only Gantelope.
It's just Cantaloupe, yeah. So you'll note there that Will took a really long time, despite being like miles ahead. For Scrabble players, you know, at the end of the game, it's the only time you have perfect information, and there's no luck involved. We call it the end game, just like pretty much every other game ever.
And by perfect information, he means you know exactly what's on your opponent's rack.
Yeah, nothing is left up to chance anymore. So you know, people like to get that practice to try to like know that you've made the best play, and it's great practice for when you're in a situation where it's close and you've got about 2 minutes left instead of Will, who has 6-7 minutes. And yeah, the Flaming O is one of the best.
Yeah, I love that one.
The Flaming O is just great.
Sometimes I fantasize about prefixes and suffixes. I have to admit that, if I could admit that on Twitch, that I am. And I've always wanted to stick HED after Waters.
It's not how you spell head. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of sexier when it changes sound.
Yeah.
Water's head and then watershed.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
Or yeah, stamped. Since we've been having so much with animals so far.
I love that one.
Stamped, you throw an E on there, and then you have the stampede.
Stampede, I love it.
Yeah.
The best is when your opponent doesn't think of it, and then you stick it on there and you watch their pupils dilate. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Oh, so Will's just playing like a self-descriptive word now.
Well,
Fun.
Will would have liked to have gone at what's called go out in two. Since he was
Yeah.
going first in the end game, he would like to play only 2 turns and then get whatever's on Alex's rack. But with no vowels, that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah. So Will is definitely going to retain his 2-game lead here. I believe that depending upon how one of the other games went, he could even open it up to a 3-game lead, which is not happened very many times at Nationals ever before. Usually, as I like to say, the 2-game lead is where things hit the fan and you start getting unlucky, but I'm just projecting because I can.
And in the other game, Carmel finally, the tiles are so bad, she finally had to go for a satire bingo and
Yeah.
kept picking A with Asteria, Treja, and like she had an S hook and couldn't use it. Finally, she picked up a letter where she can use the S hook, and of course it got blocked, and now there's absolutely nowhere to
No,
bingo.
she's Scout.
She's
Top
got
right.
Scout?
Yeah. Hi,
Okay, that's so
Jesse.
fancy. Oh, she got Scout. Okay, there you go.
We have our good friend Jesse here, who, if you've played in previous, or if you've watched in previous years, I don't know if you've played in previous years, I can't help you, but if you've watched in previous years, Jesse has been me.
That's M-E, not M-E-A-N, in case people
Yeah.
couldn't hear that.
Yeah. No, Jesse has literally been me. I am being Jesse this year. I have no business being Jesse, but I'm trying my best to hang in there. But Jesse's hanging out right here, and I think we're definitely going to see him at some point today for at least a few minutes. I don't know if you want to shout into this microphone. Do you have anything interesting to say?
I just played Scott Appel in the last round. That was a fun game for me. I drew very, very well. Won by 209. So my spread is close to 1,000 now, and at 13 wins. now,
Oh my
so
God!
We'll be in the top 10 for sure, and
Yeah.
it's not even my first book, so it's kind of exciting.
Awesome. Well, you've missed our exciting talks about animals and husbands.
Wow,
And
those are like 2 of my
and
favorite
and
things.
and sexy back hooks.
Sexy back. The hook part kind of hurts, but the rest is fine.
So
I thought you liked hooks.
I prefer my own hook. Backs are fine.
baby got back hooks.
What are you watching next?
I believe.
Well, we'll see next, but
Yeah.
we're going to send you on assignment. Can we do that? We would like to get the score between Nigel and Benji.
Yeah.
if
How
you
did
could.
how did how did, how
Thank
did
you
the
so
Benji
much.
do? So Benji, who I think is in second place, Ben Schonbrun, we affectionately call him Benji because he's Benji. He is actually a Twitch streamer of sorts, at least within our community, and he's a decently high-level MTG player as well as Hearthstone. So he's been having a heck of a tournament. He also raged through his, as I mentioned, he raged through his clipboard across the room yesterday, and it was pretty funny. It was outside at least, so he was respectful to the noise level. But after spending an entire day at table one, I think.
Oh my God,
I
the
think
pressure is
the
crazy.
pressure kind of it got to him a little bit, which I get. So
I just want to, since you mentioned MTG, and I know my sons are watching, I want them to know that I know that that's Magic the Gathering, because I always used to call it Magic the Happening. I don't know why. It just stuck in my head. So
Magic,
I finally got it. Magic the Gathering, which
Yeah.
is a cult unto itself. I've been to tournaments with it, and man, oh man, do you get a lot of people out there. It must be an amazing game.
yeah, I mean it's just the way that Wizards has managed to monetize the game and keep people coming back to get new cards as well as Friday Night Magic, which is a system that we'd really love to have in Scrabble in the coming years. Jesse's going to give us a brief update.
So I went out to speak with Nigel. They finished their game in his usual fashion, completely deadpan. He says it was a good game, and I asked, did he win?
Which means he won.
He said, no, actually, I lost by 54. He said Ben bingoed in his second last turn. He didn't say what it was, but apparently it was fairly close, and then he bingoed in the second last turn and won by 54.
That's astonishing that there was a place for it, which might mean that he was actually behind Nigel if he left it open.
Yeah. So Will, in fact, does take this game by about 1 trillion points, and he still only has a 2-game lead over Ben, who we just mentioned, a 3-game lead over Alec, and way ahead of everyone else.
So I think, are we taking a break, BJ? Since our first game?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. So we'll see you soon. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to reset for the next game. We'll let you know who's playing. And we're going to be giving you the next dictionary, the Collins Dictionary. So you're going to see a lot of even more obscure words. And feel free to write in and talk about them. And we'll talk a bit about our feelings about the World Dictionary.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Cool.
All right. See you soon.
See you
I was a
soon.
very competitive little kid and wanted to try this game that my mom was really good at. And then I eventually started actually looking at like the 2s and the 3s and such. And then I got good enough where she started bringing me to club. And from there, I turned to tournaments. And now I'm here, I guess. Fantastic.
To play Scrabble, you need the following equipment: board, bag of tiles, 2 racks, score sheet, a dictionary, and for tournament players, a clock.
Players start by drawing a single tile out of the bag. The tile closest to A goes first. Players then begin by drawing 7 tiles and place a word on the center star, which counts as a double word score. For example, the word axe, A-X-E, scores 1 plus 8 plus 1 times 2, which equals 20. Double and triple letter scores are counted before double and triple word scores. So for example, with the word venom, the V is doubled first for a total of 8, making the total score 8 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 3, or 14 times 2, for a grand total of 28 points. Bonus squares count both horizontally and vertically. So with the word yard, the double letter score counts both in yard and in YO. Therefore, the Y counts as 16 points, making the total score of this play 26 points. Using all 7 tiles in your rack allots you a 50-point bonus at the end of your turn. For example, the word audition only scores 13 points after the triple letter scores have been accommodated for. However, since you used all 7 tiles, you gain an additional 50 points, for a total of 63 points. There are 4 basic types of Scrabble plays. You can either play through an existing letter on the board, add 1 letter to an already existing word and make a perpendicular play, make a parallel play, often forming a bunch of shorter words, or extend an already existing word, making it even longer. With a particularly bad rack, you may want to forfeit your turn and exchange your tiles. To do so, place the tiles you'd like to exchange face down, and draw the same number of tiles that you'd like to exchange. Afterward, place the tiles that you'd like to exchange back into the bag. Occasionally, your opponent might play a word of, let's say, questionable validity. When this occurs, you have the option of challenging. To challenge, first say the word hold. Then, if using a clock, neutralize the clock and say the word challenge. At this point, look up the word in a dictionary. If the word is invalid, your opponent must remove the word from the board, forfeiting their turn. However, be careful, for if the word is valid, you must forfeit your turn. Occasionally, you will draw a tile called a blank, a tile with no letter whatsoever. These tiles can be made any letter and are worth 0 points, but their flexibility makes them very worthwhile. To use a blank, put the blank on the board, and then designate the blank as any letter you'd like. Once a blank has been designated, it must stay that letter for the remainder of the game. This has been a tutorial on the rules of Scrabble. For more specific rules, please check out the North American Scrabble Players Association rulebook, which can be found in the description.
Hey guys, this is Conrad. I'm here for another interview. I'm here with Zach from Los Angeles, and he's one of the school Scrabble champs. So Zach, how's your tournament going so far?
It's going pretty well. I'm currently 7.5 and 3.5. I had a tie with one of my friends, Cooper Kamatsu.
You're happy with that so far?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy, although I lost my last game when I should not have. I let my opponent get a bingo lane, and they won. But
Okay. So, how did you first get into playing Scrabble?
So I read this book called Word Freak, which is by Stefan Fatsis. So, and it's basically a description of his adventures through the world of competitive Scrabble.
And tell me about your first tournament.
My first tournament was in Monrovia, and I wasn't that used to Scrabble, and I didn't do so well, but I had fun and I enjoyed it, so I kept coming back because the Monrovia that was a regular tournament.
Mm-hmm. And so, what do you do for work outside of Scrabble?
I'm still in school.
Okay, I knew that. What's your favorite subject at school?
Probably either math or Latin. I'd like to think I'm very good at math, and Latin, my teacher is very good and makes the lessons fun, and it also does help with Scrabble.
Didn't you just get some solid recognition for your Latin skills recently?
Yeah, my opponent, not in this tournament, but tried to pluralize Q-U-O-R-A, which is already plural, so I challenged that.
It's actually not a word.
Oh.
I meant your accolades outside of Scrabble with Latin.
Oh,
Quora's a website.
it's also the plural of quorum, but so I did go to a Latin tournament, and I did pretty well, although one of my teammates was much better than I was and got most of our points, but
Okay.
I still contributed.
Okay. So what does your school think of this Scrabble hobby? Do you get to play there at all?
I started a word games club where I play once a week, but it's not only Scrabble, but not many people go there, but it's enough to make me feel happy about it.
Mm-hmm. And do you ever play during class or anything?
No, I'm not allowed to.
You're not allowed to play Scrabble in class. Doesn't that, as far as like games go, isn't that pretty academic?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I mean, there are people who do worse, like actual video games.
Yeah. Okay. You might have to work on that. So you are a connoisseur of fine hamburgers. I happen to share that taste with you. So tell the world, what's the best one out there?
I have to say, a Cheesecake Factory makes some pretty good sliders.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's good stuff. So not too long ago, you had a lot more hair. You don't have as much anymore. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I donated my hair to Locks of Love, which is an organization that makes wigs for children with cancer or other hair loss diseases.
And like, how many inches of hair did you donate, roughly?
Around 10 inches, maybe.
So that's quite a bit of hair. He had a lot more hair before. So you're a cool guy. We all know that. But tell us about that tall guy over in Division 4 who you're always hanging out with. Who's that?
Oh, that's my dad. He also plays Scrabble. I managed to get him into it.
Okay.
And he's doing pretty well, although I'm still better.
Mm-hmm. And does he ever beat you?
He has beaten me on occasion, but that's a rarity.
It's a rarity at this point, because the last time I saw you guys play in a tournament, he beat you, but that was years ago.
Yes.
Okay. You think his rating is going to go up as far as yours is going up?
Well, I hope so, because I do enjoy his company, and he's getting pretty good.
Cool, good stuff. So what is you've had a lot of cool things happen in Scrabble thus far, but what has been your favorite moment in the Scrabble world so far?
I gotta say, probably either of the times that I won the kids national tournament, that was pretty fun, and I really enjoyed that because it was tough to win, and both of the times we'd lost a game, so I had to claw my way back up to the top.
Yeah. So as someone who's played a lot of Scrabble with you over the years, it's certainly been really cool to watch you do well. And, you've still got one more year of eligibility, and not very many people have won twice before. Do you think you're going to be the first person to win the third time?
Yeah, I do think I have a very good shot, and I don't know who my partner is going to be yet, but I can assure you that I still will have a pretty good chance at winning.
So you heard that, world. He's still looking for a teammate. This guy's won twice, and I can attest he's pretty darn good. So if you're looking for a school Scrabble teammate, you know who to find. So any other questions I should be asking you? Anything I failed to mention?
Not really. That's pretty much it.
Cool. Sounds good. Well, Zach, I hope you have a great rest of your tournament. I will certainly be cheering you on in Division 3. It's the division of all the kids, and I suspect the kid's probably going to take that division. So thanks a lot for your time.
You're welcome.
And have a good rest of your tournament. And
Thank you.
we'll see you for the next interview.
All right.
So, tell me your name and where you're from.
My name is Jack Peters, and I'm from Waltham, Massachusetts.
How'd you get your start playing competitive Scrabble?
My mom's side of the family, that entire side plays Scrabble. My uncle is Ben Greenwood. He's pretty well known, I believe, in the Scrabble community. And yeah, my grandma plays, my mom plays, so it's just a family thing, basically.
Nice. And tell me about the first tournament you ever played in. What was that like?
The first tournament I played in was one of my uncle's tournaments in 2004 when I was 8. I lost all 3 games. I don't remember the scores. And then I took a 10-year hiatus and came back at the 2015 National Championships. So, yeah.
Very good. And what is it about this game, about this community? You talked about your family already, but what is it that keeps you playing Scrabble?
I mean, Scrabble's just such a fantastic game. A lot of people don't realize how multifaceted the game is, I would say. There are so many different strategy elements and different things to consider when you're playing. It's just such a great game, essentially. And the people that play also are just so interesting. Meet the coolest people playing Scrabble, really.
Cool. And other than Scrabble, tell me something that you're good at.
I'm good at. I play baseball as well. I lived in London for a long time, and I played on a team there, which was a lot of fun. And we were pretty successful we won a couple of youth national championships. So.
Awesome. What position?
Catcher, but I played a couple different positions. I also pitched for those teams. So.
cool. And you're currently leading Division 3, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Well, good luck to you the rest of the way.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right.
Hey guys, this is Conrad. I'm here with Jennifer Lee in the Collins division. How's your tournament going so far?
It could be better,
Okay.
but it's okay, I think. Maybe.
So it could be worse.
I guess statistically only 3 games worse.
Okay.
But I guess that's true. It could be worse.
Okay. So tell me, Jennifer, where are you from?
I am from Seattle.
Cool. And how did you first start playing this game of Scrabble?
I read Word Freak after Amazon suggested it to me as something I might like, and I thought it was really fun. I grew up playing board games with my brother and really like games and like words, and thought it'd be something I'd be very good at. So I went to my first tournament naively thinking that I'd be super good, and I got destroyed, and that made me want to come back even more.
So that's cool. So it made you want to come back. Were these tournaments in Seattle, or were they in...
No, my first tournament was in D.C. in 2013, I think.
Okay. Cool. So what do you do outside of Scrabble? Tell me about your job.
I am a lawyer for the White House, and I also advise on ocean policy.
Cool. How long have you been doing that for?
About 7 years now.
Okay, cool. And how'd you end up in law? How'd you end up White House? How'd you end up in all these things?
I was a neurobiologist turned lawyer, and when I was in law school in Washington, D.C., I started working for the Environmental Protection Agency. That was my first job with the federal government. And then I learned about my current office, the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, and thought it'd be a really cool place to work where I could mix both policy and law and science and international issues, all things that I enjoy and have degrees in. So
Cool.
It's unusual to be able to mix all those in one place, and that was a place I found that.
Yeah. So do you think like law, that's the thing you're going to stick with? Or
I've been trending more towards environmental policy over time,
Okay.
but I think I enjoy practicing law.
Yeah.
Primarily in the environmental-ish sphere.
Yeah. So my understanding is that there's a certain creature in the environmental world that you're a big fan of. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I love sea turtles. I want to be the Jane Goodall of sea turtles and save all of them and make sure that they don't go extinct because they're pretty close to that. And a lot of the environmental work and oceans work that I do is inspired by my love of turtles and trying to save them.
Awesome. So you would choose turtles over Scrabble, right?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Just making sure we have our priorities in
Yep.
line here.
I have a Scrabble tile bag I made that has tiny turtles floating all over it.
Awesome. And you made another tile bag recently as well, right?
I did. I made a beer bag for Evans because he enjoys drinking beer and also likes Scrabble.
And there's an extra one, and I really want it because it's cool, but I think she's giving it away as a prize.
Yes, the beer bag is going to the highest rated Collins player who drinks beer, I think, who's not Evans.
So since I'm not playing, I am ineligible.
This is true.
So I guess I should have played this year, but oh well. So anyway, transitioning back to Scrabble. So you're in the Collins division for Scrabble. Who's the best player in that division?
The best player who's playing, I think, is probably Dave Wiegand.
Ooh, Evans.
Sorry, I don't know.
I
I'm
just
not,
wanted to see your answer.
I'm not skilled enough to
I
be
just
able
wanted to see your answer.
evaluate their expertise. But Evans is my favorite Collins player.
There we go. Cool. So in playing the International Dictionary, so where's that taken you for travel?
I went to Perth, Australia in 2015 for the, not MSI, what is the other thing? WESPA, for the WESPA championship there, and that was really neat. I'd never been to Australia before, so I really enjoyed being able to travel there and play internationally.
Cool. And anything up next for you in terms of international travel for Scrabble?
Yeah, I'm going to Nairobi, Kenya later this year in November.
Cool. That should be awesome. Is that your first time to Africa? Or?
Yes, it is. I've been to Egypt, but
Egypt, okay.
yeah, sub-Saharan Africa. It'll be my
Sure.
first time.
Cool. Awesome. So what has been your favorite moment during your time in the Scrabble world?
Oh.
Or one that you...
I've had a couple of neat milestones. At the first Niagara tournament, I had my first 700 game, which was
Wow.
also my first 600 game. I had never scored 600 or 700, so that was really exciting. And then in Albany earlier this year, I played Adam Logan twice and beat him the second time, which was really thrilling for me.
Cool. And just to put a couple of these things in perspective, I'm a national champion, and I've never broken 700 before. And Adam Logan himself is, I believe, both a national and a world champion. So just so that we're keeping this in perspective. So any other questions I should be asking you? Anything else you want to mention?
I think if you enjoy board games and you enjoy weird, quirky people and are looking for your family of nerds, Scrabble is a great place to come and be. I've really enjoyed the people that I've met through Scrabble and didn't expect that I would form such great friendships and find Scrabble love.
Yeah. And one final question. If you had to play another game instead of Scrabble, what would it be?
Oh, geez. That's really hard. Evans and I play a lot of board games. We play a lot of non-Scrabble board games more than Scrabble, and we've been playing Splendor a lot lately. I do like that. Yeah, with you. We play many games of Splendor with you. I like that. I used to play World of Warcraft a lot.
Okay.
I would not be able to play Scrabble and WoW at the same time because they're both so demanding.
Did you ever come across Will Anderson in WoW?
No. Do you know what he played?
No, but he was the head of a guild, I think.
Oh, okay.
Or something like that.
Awesome.
Up there.
I was in a cousin guild. My
okay.
guild was made entirely of cousins because of a very large extended family. Yeah.
Cool. Well, that sounds good. Well, thanks so much for talking with me,
Sure.
Jennifer. I hope the rest of your tournament goes a little better. Hopefully a lot better, it sounds like. But
yeah, that'd be
cool.
great.
Yeah. Thanks again.
Thanks, Conrad.
All right, I am here with Chuck, and so tell me, how did you get into Scrabble?
Well, I'll tell you, it was probably about 10 or 11 years ago. I played, our community college is doing a fundraiser for literacy, and it happened to be a Scrabble fundraiser. So I just showed up at the door and said, hey, can I play? And I played in my first tournament. I think I won that first tournament.
Cool.
It was an informal tournament.
Okay.
It wasn't an official NASPA tournament or anything, but there happened to be Marty Gabriel happened to be there and heard about the tournament, and he was able to contact a group of us where we were at and asked if we were interested in playing in Big Boy Scrabble. So we took him up on his offer, and we've been playing ever since.
So tell me, how'd that first tournament go?
That tournament went very well. My first actual official tournament, though, was a whole different story.
Oh, okay, let's hear about it.
It was in Champaign, Illinois. John Foltz directed it. And I may have won 2 games out of about 13.
Oh, okay.
It was a lesson, but it was probably about 2 or 3 years before I played again in a tournament. But after that first initial one, I got hooked, and I've been playing now regularly for, like I said, about 8 to 10 years.
So what do you think brought you back, and what keeps bringing you back now?
I love, well, not only the game itself, but I like the people that I meet. We meet a lot of interesting people. It's a really fun group. It's just really nice to share a common interest and getting to learn more about what people do, outside of Scrabble too. It's just really enjoyable.
Yeah. Speaking of which, what's something else you do outside of Scrabble that you're really good at or love?
Really good at?
Or something you love?
It's I have different kinds of hobbies. I do a little bit of. I used to play racquetball for a while. Just basically doing things around the house. My job keeps me busy. I work as a grants administrator at a community college. So things just life keeps me busy, but somehow we managed to fit Scrabble into all of that.
And how's this tournament going for you?
So I'm probably about as mediocre as you could expect. 9-9 and a plus 52 or something like that.
It's almost like you're not here.
It's almost like I don't exist.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks so much for talking, Chuck.
Thanks, Conrad.
So I am here with Martin DeMello. He's been living in the Bay Area for a while. So tell me, Martin, how did you get into Scrabble?
Hey, so my parents used to play when I was a kid, so I got into it then, and when I was in high school, we had a club startup, so that's when I got into the whole playing with dictionaries and clocks and all the good stuff.
Cool. And when was your first tournament? Tell me about that.
I believe it was when I was 15 or 16. It was the Dubai Scrabble Club ran a tournament to qualify for the Gulf tournament, which I did not, but I did go to the Dubai tournament and have a lot of fun.
Cool. And so what keeps you coming back to Scrabble? What is it about the game that you just love?
I love word games of all sorts.
Go for it.
Sure. I enjoy like anagrams and the puzzle solving aspect, and it's really nice how in Scrabble you do have the chance to beat pretty much anyone if you get the right tiles.
Yeah.
Unlike say chess.
Sure, yeah. Any other word games that you're into that you mentioned?
well, I like anagrams, of course.
Sure.
Who doesn't? I'm
that's
really
good.
into cryptic crosswords. I'm trying to get some crosswords accepted for publication right now, which is my latest obsession.
Awesome. No, I can understand that. I've tried and unsuccessfully done that myself. So, and finally, so outside of Scrabble, what's something else that you love to do?
I love to cook.
Love to cook? Cool. What's your favorite dish to cook?
I don't know. I like Indian food of all sorts. Try to cook Chinese unsuccessfully. Like French is a little easier.
Cool. Sounds good. And how's your tournament going?
About as well as I could expect it to go.
Okay, that's fair. Well, thanks so much for talking, Martin.
Hey guys, we are back for the next round at the 2017 North American Scrabble Championship here in the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana. And we're going to be switching dictionaries here, but if you're just tuning in, I am Conrad, and I am here with
Robin.
And we are going to be switching dictionaries now to Collins, which is made by the brand HarperCollins, as opposed to the one we've been using so far, and which we primarily use in North America, which is the word list, or some longer word than that. We'll call it the OWL, and that's made by Merriam-Webster. So you're going to see even more weird words than you usually see. Rest assured, they are words.
In someone's estimation.
In someone's estimation. But in fairness, both you and I have played some Collins before.
Oh, it's the best. It's
and,
really good. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's not the best, but it's really good. It's a variation, and because you have so many more words, that the likelihood of being able to play on the board is higher because you're able to get it down.
Yeah. And I like to play games that are what I would call low in variance, but essentially the idea is you could just say defensive, or you could just say I'm trying to keep things under control as best I can. In Collins, because there's more words, it's even more of a challenge. So I love it.
Yeah, I mean, you get to play EE and OO, and
which they're
comes in handy. I'll tell you that.
They were words 1,000 years ago, but I guess that's sort of the beauty of language, right? So I guess we will be getting started pretty soon.
We will be soon. We're gonna see Evans Clinchy once again against Scott Jackson. Scott has moved, so I'm not sure where he's living now.
Scott, isn't he still in Minneapolis?
Is he still? Oh, okay.
I think Scott's in Minneapolis. He's a data scientist of some sort, and he loves his dog.
He
loves his dog.
He loves his dog. Oh, we were going to say the same thing at the same time.
Shout out to Abby the Greyhound. Sure.
It's funny, they do. You know what? That he does. A greyhound does look like Scott. They say you look like your pet.
Yeah,
I could see Scott looking a bit like a greyhound there.
We could have Scott Jackson Racing.
We'll call him. How about Scott Buck?
Oh God.
We have a new animal.
Yeah. So, and then his opponent, Evans, a close friend of mine.
We're gonna get some dirt.
Yeah, we're gonna get a little bit of some stories from about Evans in the next few minutes, but he's currently living in D.C. He is the boyfriend of Jennifer, if you were watching those interviews in between the last two games. They're the cool new Scrabble couple. Scrabble couples are definitely a thing. And so he's currently in D.C., but he and I were in Portland together for a while. So let's jump on in here. Scott, I believe, is up first. So.
Oh, Evans wishes he was first so that he could dump, and Scott wishes he was second so that he could hopefully get a T for Petronel.
Yeah.
But it's one of the problems when you have a promising rack and you're going first and you only have 8s or 8-letter words, and you have to kind of break up the rack in order to score, and God knows what you're going to pick out of the bag.
Yeah. So I have to switch my brain over here. Does Evans have anything? Probably.
Well, yeah. We're into Collins. And
yeah, so I'll have to think about that.
We haven't been using any software to come up with words, but I think we will need a little bit of help since it's not our native dictionary. So I'm going to switch over.
Might switch over, but where the heck is everything? Yeah. So actually, I don't even have the new Collins words.
I'm going to put that in. I do. I actually do. Cool. So thank God.
Oh, in Quackle.
Thank God for John Shu populating my computer with all sorts of goodies.
Yeah. So Evans, I believe, is still winning his division. Scott is 3 games back.
He is. I checked over the break.
And Evans
No.
Evans has finished near the top in the World Scrabble Championship before in Perth, Australia. Shout out to Carmel Dodd superfan. And he's got a pretty good shot at it this time. He's spent a couple years in the Scrabble powerhouse that was Portland, Oregon. Too many of us have since moved, I think, but it's still a great place. I think Evans got a couple hours of sleep last night. We were maybe imbibing until about 2 a.m., I think. 2 a.m.-ish.
Oops. So as you can see, what I predicted happening with Scott actually did happen. So he broke up a really promising rack, and then he picked up right now an unplayable Q and a J, and he's not going anywhere fast.
Yeah. Just want to make one shout out here to Craig Beavers, former World Scrabble champion, who we're happy to have following along here. He's a evil budgie. So if you have any crazy questions about what it's like to be a world champion.
Who's that? Evil Budgie?
Evil Budgie, I believe, is Craig Beavers.
Hey, Craig. Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
You could probably ask him whatever questions you have about the world scene. Oh, Evans already has a blank because he's a luckbox.
Hi. USNT, I've been reading your comments, and I assume the US stands for United States.
National Government. I don't know.
If you want to identify yourself. Yeah, I know. It is difficult going between two dictionaries. As you can imagine, it's even worse for us who have to do the commentary on it. But the reality is that Scrabble's an international game. We do have both dictionaries represented at this tournament, and they both deserve to be seen by their respective audiences.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, is that even if this is an American tournament, and I see the appeal of only wanting to play OWL, which is the North American one, is that a lot of people watching here are not from the U.S. So it would be pretty confusing if you were a Scrabble enthusiast from anywhere out from the rest of the world, and the words you were used to all of a sudden were no longer things.
And I'll tell you what, because there is such great interest in what's going on with the other dictionary, I'll try to give you far more frequent updates. So I see Ben Schunbrun on his opening rack has AEEIRRW, which is Warrior. So he's going to bingo on his very first turn, which will not make Will happy, but we'll see what Will has.
Yeah.
All right.
So meanwhile, I suppose Scott's going to catch a break here because of that open U.
He sure is. I'm not sure what he's thinking about, but
probably, yeah. I don't know. What is he thinking about?
You play Queen or you play?
Well, probably Quag.
Quag.
And that's going to block Will's large play.
You can play Queen Quean and Quen.
Yeah. So Illuminate. Anyone can sign up for a tournament like this. You pretty much just have to be a member of the organization, which is, I think, $30 a year. Shout out to NASPA for putting this on. And yeah, you pretty much just sign up and you can come play. You probably want to practice a bit. There are multiple divisions, so you're seeing only the games from Division 1. These are some of the top players. But there's Division 2, 3, and 4. You can work your way up over time. I think when Evans started, I think he was in Division 2 or 3 at his first nationals. So get better over time.
I don't know if anybody has gone over to the event page. It's event.scrabbleplayers.org, and you can actually see the games being played live as well. And for whatever reason, they're using what's called Quackle, which is another software we use to simulate the game. And every single time, Quackle is recommending that you pass.
Yeah,
so
they don't have the new word list.
Okay.
It's
but this is which new word list? Because this is Will and Ben.
TWL 14. They don't have it. The annotators don't have it.
Oh.
Yes,
Thank you. Okay.
Stefan Fatsis is still around. He's probably about 30 or 40 feet from me right now. His daughter is also here as well. She's one of the top kid players these days. So
she is. She plays at the school Scrabble championships every year and always does very, very well.
Yeah, she's, I guess, aged out now. I guess they have the high school division now, but
yes, they do. That was new this year.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll continue that.
So Stefan's hanging around somewhere. Probably bring him in to say hi at some point later today.
Sure. Just to give you an update, Will is down 75 to 120 to Ben, and his rack is IKLPRRT, so he's got some work to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the Fatsis book was certainly pretty important for us. Actually, we had an Uber driver the other day who had read the book and.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. That's
know,
pretty amazing.
Yeah, we like to talk about a lot of the younger players being part of the Word Freak generation, because we all read the book Word Freak by Stefan Fatsis. And actually, I'm technically not part of the Word Freak generation because I did not find out about Tournament Scrabble from reading the book. I'm one of the few kids, I believe. Well, kids. I am old now. When I started playing half a lifetime ago, I was actually a child.
I
Okay,
actually
I'm
was
still a
asked.
child.
I was asked to be interviewed for that, and I had just had my second son, and I declined. And probably in some ways, that's a good thing because Stefan is quite the incisive observer of human behavior.
That he is, yeah.
God knows, sleep deprived with my second child, I might not have been as coherent as I would have liked to have been.
Yeah. You can see Benji hanging out in the background there. That's a good point.
Oh, he hasn't started his game?
No, he's just hanging out in the behind Scott Jackson.
Oh,
sitting at
okay.
at his table.
Okay. Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, so can we get a score update? It's
Sure.
definitely not 56 to 13 right now.
Oh, on this game here?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on? BJ? BJ's going to go fix that for us. And it's still 120 to 75 for Ben over Will, as far as I can tell. Yeah, that hasn't changed. We're still waiting for Will to decide how he's going to pass his tiles and which ones to keep.
Yeah. But what's the score we can throw in here in the?
I'm gonna bring up that board for game for you,
Yeah.
and we'll have an update through that as well.
Throw out a little hello to Marsh hanging out there. Welcome, Marsh.
Hey, Marsh.
One-time member of our NASPA social media team.
Marsh Richards?
Yeah.
Is she still writing all that fanfic? And
I believe so.
yeah.
So welcome from Maine. We do have people from a number of countries here. I know the U.S. and Canada are certainly represented. Malaysia is represented by way of Nigel, who is, of course, from Christchurch, New Zealand. So.
But he lives in Malaysia.
But he's lived in KL for quite a long time. Also got a few Aussies here, I think 5 or 6, I believe. Couple Brits and a couple Nigerians, and I think.
Do we Canadians count? No, we're North America.
I said
right?
U.S. and Canada.
Okay. All right.
And I think someone from the Caribbean is here. I forget.
So the score is correct. And as you can see, Evan has picked up a blank.
The score cannot be correct. There's no way.
Oh, now it's not. Now, yeah, now Scott, you're right. Now Scott has 98.
Okay. Go the Aussies. Well, Carmel's still hanging in there. I know Evans just beat her, but
oh yeah, because she had led the pack for a day or two even.
Yeah.
And then she started to fade, and we don't know her as well. We know other players. We know other players are very, very good, and this is what often happens. You'll have somebody who you don't expect to be leading, and then all of a sudden, then they just fade into the sunset. But she's actually come back up. It's a new day for her.
Yeah. No, she had a great start, and I mean, it would it'd be pretty cool to see her hang around towards the end here. Yeah, so God, I feel like I haven't told any Evans stories yet.
Oh,
I should probably tell an Evans.
This is a perfect.
Let me tell you a story about Evans. So we're here every January, and for a Scrabble tournament. It's an awesome Scrabble tournament, the Crescent City Cup. I've been here for it 7 times. I highly recommend anybody come here, even to hang out, even if you're not going to play Scrabble. So we have a few bars that we're a big fan of, and
just a few.
we've been known to have the occasional beer. And this one time, we were up on the second story, kind of looking down on everything, and all of a sudden I look down, and Evans is sitting on the sidewalk, and people are taking pictures with him. Turns out it was he had become a tourist attraction and was no longer with us for a little bit. And Jesse Day, another top Scrabble expert, was actually urging the crowd on. So
what was he doing?
Helping everyone take pictures.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then he was photobombing them.
I thought he was actually playing Scrabble on the sidewalk. And the reason I thought of that is because when we've actually been asked to speak a little lower, so maybe BJ can boost our volume again a bit more because people can hear us in the nearby games. So we're going to talk a little lower. When I was just starting out in Scrabble, I actually was dating somebody named Dave Boyes, who ended up being a Canadian and world champion. And we are huge hockey fans. So we were students, though, at the time and couldn't afford the tickets, of course. And Montreal Canadiens, you're never going to get seats to that. But they always had some free seats that you would stand behind what's called the Reds, the red seats lower down. So we would get there super, super early and stand in line for a couple of hours waiting to get into these free seats. And what would we do? Well, we would break out a Scrabble board and we would sit on the sidewalk and play. We did that for hours every game.
So meanwhile, in this game that's going on, despite Evans having that blank since like the dawn of time now, I think it's growing a little bit of mold on it. Scott's managed to, I believe, jump out to a bit of a lead here.
It's just coming down now, the jig.
Yeah.
We have quite a delay.
So yeah, he was up by a few points, and now he's playing jig here for like 52, I believe, and that's going to put him up about a bingo, which...
And now he's got a beautiful rack, too.
Oh, geez, wow, yeah, it's
looking good for Scott right now.
Looking good for Scott at the moment. Scott and Evans have a friendly little rivalry with each other. They like to throw lots of shade each other's way, typically from the Evans in the Scott direction. So when Scott beats Evans, it's always very funny.
So Robin had suck. I was waiting for Matthew to say something. You did not disappoint Muffin with Tentacle. Yeah. We have a rivalry because he lives in Ottawa.
Yeah. So you don't have time per turn. You have 25 minutes to play your entire game, and you can allocate that time as needed. For some people, 25 minutes is more than enough time. For some people, 25 minutes is never enough time. There are some people who consistently go over on time or are very close to it pretty much every game. So it's hanging over here with Evans' turn. 142 to 71, I believe, is the current actual score.
Let's see, I'll forward it for you.
So
I'll get you the score exactly.
Yeah,
I'm not sure why we're having 150 to 70.
150 to 71. Oh, right, because it was 52. Yeah.
So we're gonna get that fixed for you guys. Yeah. It's a little early game stutters. Yeah. Always happens.
What's a few points anyway? Okay, fine. I'm just kidding.
Okay, everything, but okay.
Yeah.
So let's see if Evans has anything. I don't see anything off the. So we obviously know Devotion. That's the easy one. But the one that we wouldn't know is Volutoid.
Wow.
Which is not available for him to play either of them.
Yeah. So if you go over on time, which means you run out of your 25 minutes, you would lose 10 points for every additional minute that you get. So you can go on, I think it's up to 10 minutes overtime, at least in the U.S. Usually if you go more than 10 minutes over, they'll probably just call the game. That I don't think I've ever heard of that happening. I think it's happened maybe once. And ultimately it's at the director's discretion. But honestly, over time, you're just going to want to make a play anyway. You're going to get bored of looking at a rack for too long.
Well, I don't know if you were around for this, but I was at a Worlds. I think it was the one in Malaysia, and the Thai players are very, very interesting, and that many of them don't even speak any English, and so they learn the dictionary just by acceptable configuration of letters in a row, which is why they don't often know that you can take a gerund, you can make that a word is a verb, for example, and they'll sit and they'll agonize whether it's an ing word. And I think he had satire with it. You know, he had a easy. Nothing bingo rack, and he literally took 10 minutes trying to figure out the best placement for the bingo, and he chewed up 10 minutes of his 25 minutes. Just
Yikes.
It's unbelievable how he did that. And every time we go, okay, this is the time. Every time he put it up, this is the time he's going to hit the clock. And it's crazy.
Yeah. So interesting opportunities for Scott here. I mean, he certainly has a million bingos, but he can also not use all of his tiles here and score quite a bit. He has misdone for 47.
And that's through the jig, and that would be the double-double we talked about earlier on today.
Saving the blank. There's probably a bingo through that I anyway, which would probably be worth
Let's take a look. He would have to hook the S onto Avo in order for it to be usable.
Yeah. Okay, well, I didn't see anything, and I guess apparently
No, Misdone, Misdonne is good.
Oh, is that? Oh my goodness, yeah, that's English. I can play both dictionaries, but yeah.
But it's the kind of word that if you were just doing owl, as you're calling it, TWL, it's something that we would know because it's relatively low point tiles. It's a rack you would have seen. But because there's so many more words in the Collins Dictionary, you see so many misses, it's not even funny, except if you're Nigel.
Actually, it is.
I've never seen anybody like Nigel.
Yeah.
He just, not only does he not miss, but he finds these intricate plays, these 36-point plays that nobody else can see.
Yeah. So I have no idea if Scott would know.
Well, he can see Misdone, and then you'll see it right away.
You either know it or you don't.
Exactly.
So he does not see it. He's going
to do monodies.
Oh, we should wait for them to put it down.
Which is an interesting choice. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
not sure why he would do that, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Rodsman would have scored a ton more off jig, hitting the double M and.
Yeah.
Although he would have opened an E to the triple, but.
I think this is Scott attempting to play defense here. I'm not sure if it's necessarily how I would do it.
Well,
but,
that's not going to work. And here comes that hook that he could have had.
You're still on delay.
We know something you don't know.
Yeah. You are all on the out.
There we go.
Side. We're on
How
the
tedious is
inside. That? Okay. I see what you did.
Anagram of outside is tedious.
Yeah. If you can find people who make nerdier jokes than Scrabble players, we'd love to meet them. We'd probably get along.
Like, we play the license plate game, but our words are like crazy, the ones that we can find.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, there are not that many players who play defense or play it very well.
Someone's asking how you play defensive.
Yeah, so I love playing defensively. That's always been like my thing as one of the Scrabble players. And basically, the idea is you just want to give your opponent as few options as possible. But ultimately what it is since you're going to give people options, like it's hard to not, it's hard to have like, no real plays available. You just want to make sure that whenever it's your opponent's turn, the plays themselves are pretty weak. You don't open too many of the high-scoring scores or the high-scoring squares if you don't have to. English is very hard. It's harder to talk than it is to play Scrabble, I'm convinced at this point. So yeah, basically, it's this idea in statistics of variance and control, and you just want to try to stay in control as much as you can. It's definitely not easy. Yeah. Is Evans a Hindu?
There's a time to play defense. Definitely you want to, if you have a big lead, and that's why it behooves you when you're behind to open up multiple areas within the board. There's 4 quadrants within the board, and you want to open up different ones. So obviously your opponent can't defend against it on both quadrants. And I've been watching a lot of games this year where the people are not doing that, where they're behind and they're just making tight inside plays, we call them, and not opening up the board. And then I was watching Adam play recently at what was the last big tournament? I have it up on my
Niagara.
No, I think it was the Brands Cup, King's Cup in Thailand.
He went to King's
and
Cup,
he's just blowing the board open, blowing up triples all over the place. It's what you have to do. Like, go down in flames, guys. You know that one, right? Don't lose by a little. Try to win.
Yeah. The Drywall Olympics, huh? That seems like it could be interesting. No, I don't know. So Evans is kind of just hanging out here. There's not much he can do. Not much he can do right now. Scrabble can get pretty intense, even for a viewer. I know we play these games pretty slowly, but give us 1 minute to play a game. It can be it can be quite interesting.
So number 1, the scores are correct, and number 2. Evans is just demonstrating exactly what I just said. So now he's got the a bingo hook. Bingo means use up all your 7 tiles off the E and outside to come down to the triple row. He has outside takes an S, it also takes an R. And now he's also created a lane along the G. And there's all sorts of lanes off the R and O and Prole and Queen. So the board is nice and open. He's behind, and he needs to have the board open as much as possible.
Yeah, and with his rack now, he has Isotine, which is very much a Scrabble word. It's kind of the equivalent of, like, if you're doing the New York Times crossword puzzle, there's this idea of crosswordese. Isotine certainly falls in that boat. So when Evans bingos on his next turn, he will still be losing, but it will be a lot closer.
And he scored a ton with Hod.
Yeah. And
the question is, where is he going to play?
Well, he's Rainiest, he has Latinitis.
Yeah, right. So one of the advantages of Rainiest, you might say, oh, that's crazy because it can open a triple row, but that's exactly what he needs to do.
Hashtag Satine. You know, I will say, Yutaku, my favorite anime was Hikaru no Go, which is, you know, essentially an anime about a famous game that brought hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people to the game. So, you know, that's like one of my anime soul characters, if you will. So, if there ever was a Scrabble anime, I would be just overjoyed. I would consult for free. Until then, well, I can keep hoping. So
over on the other board, I'm trying to catch you up. I see that Ben bingoed with Entwined using a blank, and Will continues to struggle with lots of consonants, although through a P on his previous turn, he would have had Larkspur, which is really nice. But now I see that Will has... oh, no, Benji bingoed yet again. He had a blank on Entwined, and then he picked up Wuthers right away using the blank as an R. So it's not looking good for Will, who's now down. Oh, my goodness, there are many, many points. Yeah, 424 to 329 for Ben. So it looks like Will is going to be losing that, which is not good for Will, but it's good for us in terms of excitement, in terms of who's going to be making it. There's no finals this year. We have a different format this year. It's just whoever's at number 1 after the final game.
Yeah. So in terms of Scrabble nicknames, yes, we definitely have Scrabble nicknames. I'm Dacron. It's an anagram of my name. That's really original. Robin, I guess we would refer to you as RPD.
I'm RPD.
But Nigel,
Oh,
of
I'm
course.
also Goddess.
Oh,
you don't know that, but the Nigerians call me
Goddess.
Goddess.
Goddess. Let's see, what else? There's a Nigel, of course, is the beard. You have to,
is he? Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. You have to fear the beard, but as I like to say, you have to beer the feared. Nigel doesn't drink, so I can't give him any beers. But let's see, Cesar, Czar. Usually, we're like word people, so we just make like the stupidest nicknames.
Well,
off
Matthew,
of,
you're seeing Muffin with Tentacle, and that's because it's an anagram of Matthew Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, I call him Tuna, though. To me, he will always be Tuna.
And I can be born in the deli if you just do Robin Daniel. I think Joe Edley gave me that one. Born in the deli. In a deli, which is appropriate because I'm from Montreal. We do a lot of deli in Montreal.
That's true, yeah.
Verbigator. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Verbigerator. Oh, my goodness. Like refrigerator.
Does Scott Jackson have a nickname? I don't think he does. Does he? I forget. Yeah, so typically one person is always looking at the board upside down. When it's your turn, you get to, it's up to you whether or not you want to look at the board or not. Some people do actually play upside down.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and frequently you'll get that in older players, because back in the day we didn't have the games with grooves, so you're sitting down with mom and playing for a 3-hour game without a clock, and it's just too much upheaval to turn the board around every single time. The tiles would fly all over the place, so you learn to play upside down.
Yeah. Robin and I are not currently dating. To be totally honest with you here.
It's only because of the age difference.
Yeah, a couple other things.
Maybe a couple other things.
So I hope that Scott has his rage face on right now. Okay, rage face is not a word, but I really wish he would play rage face. Yeah. There are some great Scrabble romances, though.
I just caught the comment that asked about us. Okay.
Oh,
very,
yeah.
very classy, Jen
Yeah,
Splins.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
See how you do in the dating field. I'm going to get dissed now so bad.
Shout out to Rebecca, who just showed up. Rebecca, we'd love you to throw some more events in Seattle. Come help you direct if need be. Might throw a couple experts your way in the
Scromances.
near future. Scromances. What was the joke someone came up with recently? We were playing this game where basically we all make fun of each other and laugh a lot, and someone pitched the idea of Scrabchat, which is essentially some sort of Snapchat Tinder hybrid for Scrabble. And actually Dave Weekend came up with it, which for those of you who know Dave Weekend, that's pretty amazing. So Rage Face was not played, to my great sadness.
In the other game for USNT, especially Ben Schunbrunn is up 492 to 401. Oh, no, I think it's almost over now.
Yeah.
I'm going to fast forward ahead. So 525 to 401. So he's going to win that game very easily against Will. That's taken care of. We're done there. And we will be going back to the other dictionary for the next game. And at some point, we might make executive decisions, especially if the one or the other tournament starts to is won by somebody early. We call that Gibsonizing, and I think we're going to give you a good explanation in Gibsonizing if that happens.
Eventually, I'm sure that
Yeah. So if the tournament gets away and somebody has become a winner, we will probably emphasize the other tournament. Obviously, we want to give you the most bang for your buck in terms of excitement and who's going to win.
Yeah. So pretty much we are in like a dead heat here. Game's pretty much all tied up. So it's as you
it's
say.
not even pretty much. It's entirely.
Yeah. So it's almost as if like you haven't started yet.
It's like 0-0. It's like what's that pool look like?
You did all that work, and here we are.
Now,
so it's definitely still anyone's game.
Right, and now to some extent it comes down to luck, and to some extent it comes down to better board management.
Yeah, I mean, Evans has good tiles here, but if he can't get a bingo down, the flexibility of all those letters that Scott has will allow him to score well and kind of just keep that tempo, which it may just come down to one turn here. That that one turn might be
it's not
might be what makes the difference.
Also, having that C is a very important tile right now, because if at some point Evans does get into the lead, he can use the C as a blocking tile, because C does not make any two-letter words in our dictionary, CH in the other one, but nothing with us, so he might be able to use it to block off the board.
Yep.
I saw Nigel do that the other day when nobody likes the V very much, and he could have played Vox, but he actually held on to it late in the game so that he could use it later to block the board, and that's exactly what he did. So he teaches us a lot of really good lessons all the time.
Yeah. Yutaku, we are in the Big Easy in Louisiana, so the time is too early. It's 10:47 a.m.
We can see Evans has neurons on his rack.
Yeah. Hello to Jackson Smiley. I'm assuming that's who Squish is, because it usually is. This is the Collins Dictionary. And
there's nothing through the G.
Jackson, I was sad to learn that you weren't here this year. It's one of the first times you've missed Nationals in a while, I think. We hope to have you back next year when it's, I guess, significantly closer to your house. We have one of my favorite Scrabble players. I believe hails from Denmark. Don't know if she's out there watching today, but Ileana Philby is one of my favorite humans in the universe. She was just
Finnish?
Danish.
Danish.
So she was just in Copenhagen pretty recently, visiting her family, and so shout out to Ileana. We wish she was here as well. It is in Buffalo next year.
It is in Buffalo.
So I don't know if that means I'm going to be trying to defend my championship or if I'll just be drinking beer on the sidelines again.
And having beer wings. What's the name? Not Duff wings.
Beerfalo wings.
Buffalo wings. Buffalo wings.
Beerfalo wings.
Buffalo, New York, which normally I would say, yay, we get to go to Cheesecake Factory, but Toronto's actually getting the first Canadian Cheesecake Factory.
Wow. There are definitely some people who play Word Feud. I don't personally myself, but definitely people do, and they are understandably pretty solid at it. Yeah, thanks, Kenji. Thanks for breaking the game. I think Matt Muffin has been taking a little break from the game, and we definitely want him to come back. I know he played a tournament recently, but we hope he'll be back soon.
So right now we're waiting for Scott to play, and I think he did.
So someone just mentioned that you were on Colbert.
I was on Colbert. You're right.
How was that?
I actually woke up to find out I was on Colbert. So, and no, it wasn't because I was in a coma at the time, but simply because they had gone into my Facebook page. I had done an interview for the Associated Press when the new dictionary came out a couple of years ago, and they found it very sarcasm-worthy to take one of my comments that now we have more up-to-date words like cybernet, and so I said we're appealing to the more computer generation, and of course that was worthy of tearing me to shreds. And so I had family. I woke up to a lot of emails, obviously, and messages saying you were on Colbert, and I had a cousin who said, "I am not worthy." Stephen Colbert mentioned your name. Your name came out of Stephen Colbert's mouth. So I have arrived, and I can die happy, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for some people, to sort of answer this debate in terms of whether or not, what sort of word game might be more fun, it's just about how much time you want to devote it, to playing any one game at a time. There's definitely a lot of appeal to games like Word Feud and, the boggle-ear games, if you will. For me, I like the long haul a little more, but it looks like Safe was played by Scott, so he didn't exchange. He's now got both C's, which could be useful.
I think Evans had played Safe. We actually will pay attention to the game at some point, guys.
No, I think Scott played Safe.
No, because he played Oath, I believe.
Well, Evans had ENNORSU. What do you play?
So Scott just played Oath, I believe, and
I'm like literally don't see it on. Oath over there. Okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. I mean, not that this was.
No worries.
Not that there was ever any doubt about my idiocy, but as I said, y'all are stuck with me, and
yeah, there was Tagled, and then there was Fa, and there was.
Man,
so I'm not sure what he's digging around for by doing that, or he's just scoring. Obviously, the F and the triple letter. You're going to score.
Yeah,
some
I mean,
points.
he needs to keep scoring, and he's not going to outrun a bingo, and by that I essentially mean that he's not. If Evans bingos, there's no point in playing too much defense here. Scott needs to make sure he's scoring and just trying to score more points than Evans in the end.
So that G is very tempting when you've got all these N's on your rack. N and G are very synergistic, and to some extent, I might have thought he might want to try to open the board. Over Monides might be the only other place. You want to draw somebody's attention away from the area you're interested in. You will have 1 point tiles. You're down by 30. It's very hard to catch up.
Yeah, so Evans has just played Dern. I feel like D-O-U-N is a word in Collins. Maybe there's not many vowels left, I'm guessing. It's an interesting
down is good.
Play from my perspective.
There's 3 R's, or 2 R's anyway. So, yeah, he had to do that.
Well, I think this play may be the turning point, because Evans now has the X, which he's going to be able to score a whole heck of a lot with. So and he's gonna save a couple S's there as well. So.
Okay, now Scott's trying to get rid of his C's and block the board a little bit up.
Is that Collins? I don't know that word. So I think he just played.
He played a phony.
I think he just lost the game.
Did Evans hold him though?
Unless it's new, in which case
Evans did not. It's not new. It's not good, and Evans didn't even hold him.
Wow. So
that might cost him the game.
That could cost. I mean, well, yeah. There's all sorts of things wrong with that play. For starters, Scott had a much better scoring play.
Well, we'll tell you-
in
well,
Crim for
in
like
Crim? Where was that?
CREME in the bottom, which he'd be fine.
Yeah,
like,
Creme, CREME. Oh my
he
goodness.
could pretty much be he could still outrun a big
38
X
points.
play there. So he did end up blocking the X by playing a phony that, for the life of me, Evans didn't challenge. Now remember, in this dictionary, there's just like there's two dictionaries, there are different challenge systems. So in the North American dictionary, you would lose your turn if you incorrectly challenged a phony word, but here it only costs you 5 points. So, at this point in the game, yeah, maybe 5 points would be a lot, but also seems at least worth holding that play for a bit and not allowing the opponent to confirm, those points until Evans is convinced that it's a word. So the bingo hype is here, and the phony hype is here. And let's see what Evans does with this situation he's now gotten himself into.
Well, he's got EXO off the UR and Dern.
I'm gonna give Evans so much crap for this later. In like 10 minutes.
And we're looking at their clocks. Often, sometimes, when you're in severe time trouble, you might not notice what your opponent's playing, or you don't want to take the time to think about it. But he's got over 5 minutes left, so.
Yeah.
And this board is not good. Like, yes, he's got the S's, but like, so what? Where is he going to put them?
Yeah. He's a phony.
Oh, you're getting all upset here. We're going to have some. He's getting red in the face. Oh my God. You don't want to lose the game because you made a mistake.
Well, that's the key to winning a tournament is screwing up less than your opponent.
Now, that being said, if he plays EXO, I don't know if there's a better play right now. I haven't really looked very close. He was 8, 9, 11, 12, 25, 33 points, okay? He goes into the lead by 2 points. He's holding 2 S's, which he can hook onto queen if he can make swan or something like that. And he might be in good shape there.
Yeah, I mean, I think Evans still has a decent shot at this. There's what, an L in the bag, I believe. So I think it's gonna come down to whether or not Scott can go out in 2 turns and score enough to win the game. Because this is a good one.
I'm looking at a really cute spot for the C he could have used to hold on to one of his C's, which is through the A and S in Monodies down to the I to make Askai and go across. And even though it's only 24 whatever points, in a tight endgame like this, to not open the board and score over about 25 points, it's gold. It's enough to win you games often. So a bad play, I think, on Scott's part, and a worse play on Evan's part. Of course, it's easy for us. He might be also considering bingos through the EI and HOD, looking for a discontiguous 9.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he knows there's 1 in the bag. I think he's just trying to figure out. He's probably considering 1 or 2 plays that he believes to be the best, and probably just going through each tile that he might draw to hopefully give himself, the best knowledge as to whether or not he will win based on what he draws.
Ambition. Scott has ambition to an N if that was open.
Is mini boat a word also? Right, like totally.
Nope.
No.
That's the only bingo. Ambition.
Maxi boat.
Maxi
Right?
boat.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a maxi boat, but not a mini boat. Well, okay.
I think that's very sizist. I don't think that should be the case.
It's the next thing we're gonna have in society.
Okay, so now at some point, Evan is going to have to make a decision because this is going to be a very close end game, and he's got to play.
I'm with Cube Justice here. I want to dump a bunch of slime, but I would argue that it's the person who lets the phony go who gets slimed. I think that would be awesome. I would love to see Evans covered in
green
slime. Okay, well, okay, well maybe that wasn't quite.
Oh, there you go.
Quite what I meant.
He is doing that. 28.
But yeah, so
I don't like that play. It opens up the triple needlessly for an easy, comeback.
Yeah, but the nice thing about it is that it almost guarantees that Evans is going to get to go out next turn.
That's exactly right.
I am not positive whether or not it's going to be enough.
Now the question is, can Scott get rid of both the B and the M, because they're going to give Evans 6 points each, because you're going to double it when the game is over. So And the answer is no, he will not be able to get rid of both the M and the B if he's going to go down to the O triple line. The O Orexis.
The thing. Oh, so Evans is currently on hold from Scott. So Scott is not sure if this is a word. And he wants to. It is a word, by the way.
This is huge.
Yeah.
This is huge because Evans will get that 5 extra
So
points.
it looks like he's accepted it now as Evans draws the
I think I would have taken a lot
tile.
more time deciding that personally. I would have done all the math, and I think he did that way too quickly.
There's no reason not to. I mean, Evans is allowed to draw that last tile out and just keep it separate from his other letters.
He can be on hold up until the last second.
Yeah.
There was absolutely no need to let that go unless it's something twigged in Scott's mind and he go, oh, yeah, I've seen that before. That's the only reason not to keep him on hold right now.
Yeah.
So right now, Scott is probably such a close end game. Scott, hopefully, while Evans was taking so long to make his last turn, Scott will have recounted the game. He will know exactly that the score is correct. And if it's incorrect, hopefully he would open his mouth and say it isn't.
Yeah. So we've had one suggestion over here of Boma up at the top, making oboe, M-O-E, and A-A-S. Looks like it definitely has some potential as being a play that scores enough for Scott. The one thing I'd be worried then is whether or not having IIT left over, he's able to play off all 3 of his tiles the next turn.
But he's not having another turn. There's we're going to assume that Evans is.
Well, you won't necessarily.
Oh, you're right.
If you can't go out, then Evans might try to take 2 turns to score enough to win.
That's a very good point. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So you can see what Scott is doing right now is actually going back through and checking what letters have been played just to make sure that Evans has the tiles that he believes he has. Yeah.
Which is, I guess he would have done that before, but okay. Sometimes you forget, you're sitting in the end game and you're just enjoying the fact that your opponent's starting to melt down, taking up all his time, and so you don't think that you should be using that time yourself to, doing exactly what he's doing now. This is something he should have done during Evans' time.
Yeah. I suspect, if anybody is quackling this game, they could probably confirm, and I suspect that Boma's probably enough to win the game, even if Evans were to take an additional turn here.
I believe that was my favorite restaurant at Disneyland. It was an African restaurant, Boma. Yeah, that's a ton of points. I mean, that's just a ton of points. Now, does he know it? Let's hope. Nope, he doesn't know it. It looks like he's looking to play Om.
Is he saving a spot for Tibia or something?
Now, Evans can go out with Lens, at least, to the right of outside. Let's see what else he has.
Snell.
He's got Knowles to the triple for 15.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably enough. Okay, let's do the math now. So Scott's up by 4. If he plays Om, maybe he's looking to do Tom.
He played Tom.
Or just play Tomb. T-O-M-B. He knows that word, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then he can go out with Ilya under Tagled,
right?
Saves
Ilya, so Evans would have to block that. Yeah. Scott's got about, many ways to win this game, but I'm not convinced he's going to do it yet.
Yeah, I like Tomb a lot. Better than Boma.
Yeah, I mean, it's all in Scott's hands. He almost blew it a couple minutes ago, and Evans then blew it right back.
But Tom is worth even more.
But somehow this is oh goodness.
Okay, the only thing.
It may still be enough to win. I have not done the math.
That's 24 points, puts him at 410. I think that's enough.
Yeah, it should still be enough, but
I think that's fine actually. Can he do better than 15 off the O in Orexis? Anybody see anything? Snell, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is only 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 15 is so far the best I can see. I think that's probably enough. Oh, and twerps and lands. Oh, yeah.
The
Thank you.
reason we breathe so loud is because
17.
one thing with Scrabble tournaments is that you have to be quiet in the room, which is something I resent. As a result, our mics have to be turned way up so that we don't distract everybody else. Therefore, you get to hear us breathe. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I'm going to stick to it, too. Although you are looking really hot in that T-shirt today, I will say that.
I'm sweating.
Okay, Scott. Good job. It's really a thing of beauty when the end game is played properly.
Yeah.
He had multiple options. He chose a good one. Would have scored higher by doing Tomb.
Yeah.
And should have that would have been fine. And you know what? You think it's a small thing, but yesterday, at the end of play, Mac Miller and Nigel Richards were literally 12 points apart in spread. And we often have this discussion in Scrabble when you have a blowout game, whether it's good etiquette when it's your turn, when you're the one who's ahead by 250 points and you're in the end game, and you take 4 minutes to make your last play. And a lot of people would say that's really poor etiquette. You've won the game. Stop.
Yeah.
Don't take so long to find the best play. But the reality is, you could lose, being in second place, third place, whatever, by a couple of cum points. And so it behooves you to take that time. And nobody should resent you for that.
Yeah. I wish that we could move to a conference room, but the setup we're working with this year makes it easier that we stay here. So we're just going with that. And I also do know how to set up a Twitch bot. King Bob, Joe Bob, whoever you are. I don't get paid enough to do that, though. Yeah. I have no excuse. Rip Evans. Poor Evans. Poor Evans. Evans, go drink a beer.
I think you probably will.
Go eat some salt. Poor
Cube Justice, I like what
Evans.
you just said. I think it's probably more insulting to be 150 head and just stop paying attention to your opponent. And I've had that happen to me many times. And it's often with younger players who, they start looking away and they're bored and they're like, F you, F you.
I've been there.
Give me a break. Okay, I'll take as long as I'll take. And I don't care if your ADD makes it impossible for you to pay, to sit at the board. But you know what? Have some manners.
She's talking to me because I still do this.
Do you still do that? Yeah. I'm so glad we don't play.
Yeah, so that's it for this game. We're going to be back in a little bit for the next one.
Tell me, how'd you get into competitive Scrabble?
Yeah, I actually got into it because my mom read Word Freak and she liked playing Scrabble a lot, and I was a very competitive little kid and wanted to try this game that my mom was really good at. And then I eventually started actually looking at like the 2s and the 3s and such, and then I got good enough where she started bringing me to club, and from there I turned to tournaments, and now I'm here, I guess.
Fantastic.
To play Scrabble, you need the following equipment: board, bag of tiles, 2 racks, score sheet, a dictionary, and for tournament players, a clock.
Players start by drawing a single tile out of the bag. The tile closest to A goes first. Players then begin by drawing 7 tiles and place a word on the center star, which counts as a double word score. For example, the word axe, A-X-E, scores 1 plus 8 plus 1 times 2, which equals 20. Double and triple letter scores are counted before double and triple word scores. So for example, with the word venom, the V is doubled first for a total of 8, making the total score 8 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 3, or 14 times 2, for a grand total of 28 points. Bonus squares count both horizontally and vertically. So with the word yard, the double letter score counts both in yard and in YO. Therefore, the Y counts as 16 points, making the total score of this play 26 points. Using all 7 tiles in your rack allots you a 50-point bonus at the end of your turn. For example, the word audition only scores 13 points after the triple letter scores have been accommodated for. However, since you used all 7 tiles, you gain an additional 50 points for a total of 63 points. There are 4 basic types of Scrabble plays. You can either play through an existing letter on the board, add 1 letter to an already existing word and make a perpendicular play, make a parallel play, often forming a bunch of shorter words, or extend an already existing word, making it even longer. With a particularly bad rack, you may want to forfeit your turn and exchange your tiles. To do so, place the tiles you'd like to exchange face down, and draw the same number of tiles that you'd like to exchange. Afterward, place the tiles that you'd like to exchange back into the bag. Occasionally, your opponent might play a word of, let's say, questionable validity. When this occurs, you have the option of challenging. To challenge, first say the word hold. Then, if using a clock, neutralize the clock and say the word challenge. At this point, look up the word in a dictionary. If the word is invalid, your opponent must remove the word from the board, forfeiting their turn. However, be careful, for if the word is valid, you must forfeit your turn. Occasionally, you will draw a tile called a blank, a tile with no letter whatsoever. These tiles can be made any letter and are worth 0 points, but their flexibility makes them very worthwhile. To use a blank, put the blank on the board, and then designate the blank as any letter you'd like. Once a blank has been designated, it must stay that letter for the remainder of the game. This has been a tutorial on the rules of Scrabble. For more specific rules, please check out the North American Scrabble Players Association rulebook, which can be found in the description.
Hey guys, this is Conrad. I'm here for another interview. I'm here with Zach from Los Angeles, and he's one of the school Scrabble champs. So Zach, how's your tournament going so far?
It's going pretty well. I'm currently 7.5 and 3.5. I had a tie with one of my friends, Cooper Kamatsu.
You're happy with that so far?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy, although I lost my last game when I should not have. I let my opponent get a bingo lane, and they won. But
okay. So, how did you first get into playing Scrabble?
So, I read this book called Word Freak, which is by Stefan Fatsis. So, and it's basically a description of his adventures through the world of competitive Scrabble.
And tell me about your first tournament.
My first tournament was in Monrovia, and I wasn't that used to Scrabble, and I didn't do so well, but I had fun and I enjoyed it, so I kept coming back because the Monrovia that was a regular tournament.
Mm-hmm. And so, what do you do for work outside of Scrabble?
I'm still in school.
Okay, I knew that. What's your favorite subject at school?
Probably either math or Latin. I'd like to think I'm very good at math, and Latin, my teacher is very good and makes the lessons fun, and it also does help with Scrabble.
Didn't you just get some solid recognition for your Latin skills recently?
Yeah, my opponent, not in this tournament, but tried to pluralize Q-U-O-R-A, which is already plural, so I challenged that.
That's actually not a word.
Oh.
I meant your accolades outside of Scrabble with Latin.
Oh,
Quora's a website.
It's also the plural of quorum, but so I did go to a Latin tournament, and I did pretty well. Although one of my teammates was much better than I was and got most of our points, but I still contributed.
Okay. So what does your school think of this Scrabble hobby? Do you get to play there at all?
I started a word games club where I play once a week, but it's not only Scrabble. But not many people go there, but it's enough to make me feel happy about it.
Mm-hmm. And do you ever play during class or anything?
No, I'm not allowed to.
You're not allowed to play Scrabble in class. Doesn't that, as far as like games go, isn't that pretty academic?
Yeah, well, I mean, there are people who do worse, like actual video games.
Yeah, okay. You might have to work on that. So, you are a connoisseur of fine hamburgers. I happen to share that taste with you. So tell the world, what's the best one out there?
I have to say, Cheesecake Factory makes some pretty good sliders.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's good stuff. So not too long ago, you had a lot more hair. You don't have as much anymore. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I donated my hair to Locks of Love, which is an organization that makes wigs for children with cancer or other hair loss diseases.
And like, how many inches of hair did you donate, roughly?
Around 10 inches, maybe.
So that's quite a bit of hair. He had a lot more hair before. So you're a cool guy. We all know that. But tell us about that tall guy over in Division 4 who you're always hanging out with. Who's that?
Oh, that's my dad. He also plays Scrabble. I managed to get him into it.
Okay.
And he's doing pretty well, although I'm still better.
Mm-hmm. And does he ever beat you?
He has beaten me on occasion, but that's a rarity.
It's a rarity at this point, because the last time I saw you guys play in a tournament, he beat you. But that was years ago.
Yes.
Okay. You think his rating is going to go up as far as yours is going up?
Well, I hope so, because I do enjoy his company, and he's getting pretty good.
Cool, good stuff. So, what is you've had a lot of cool things happen in Scrabble thus far, but what has been your favorite moment in the Scrabble world so far?
I gotta say, probably either of the times that I won the kids national tournament, that was pretty fun, and I really enjoyed that because it was tough to win, and both of the times we'd lost a game, so I had to claw my way back up to the top.
Yeah. So as someone who's played a lot of Scrabble with you over the years, it's certainly been really cool to watch you do well, and you've still got one more year of eligibility, and not very many people have won twice before. Do you think you're going to be the first person to win the third time?
Yeah, I do think I have a very good shot. And I don't know who my partner is going to be yet, but I can assure you that I still will have a pretty good chance at winning.
So you heard that, world? He's still looking for a teammate. This guy's won twice, and I can attest he's pretty darn good. So if you're looking for a school Scrabble teammate, you know who to find. So any other questions I should be asking you? Anything I failed to mention?
Not really. That's pretty much it.
Cool. Sounds good. Well, Zach, I hope you have a great rest of your tournament. I will certainly be cheering you on in Division 3. It's the division of all the kids, and I suspect a kid's probably going to take that division. So thanks a lot for your time.
You're welcome.
And have a good rest of your tournament. And we'll see you for the next interview.
All right.
So, tell me your name and where you're from.
My name is Jack Peters, and I'm from Waltham, Massachusetts.
How'd you get your start playing competitive Scrabble?
My mom's side of the family, that entire side plays Scrabble. My uncle is Ben Greenwood. He's pretty well known, I believe, in Scrabble community. And yeah, my grandma plays, my mom plays, so it's just a family thing basically.
Nice. And tell me about the first tournament you ever played in. What was that like?
The first tournament I played in was one of my uncle's tournaments. In 2004, when I was 8, I lost all 3 games. I don't remember the scores. And then I took a 10-year hiatus and came back at the 2015 National Championships. So, yeah.
Very good. And what is it about this game, about this community? You talked about your family already, but what is it that keeps you playing Scrabble?
I mean, Scrabble's just such a fantastic game. A lot of people don't realize, how multifaceted the game is, I would say. there's so many different strategy elements and different things to consider when you're playing. It's just such a great game, essentially. And the people that play also are they're so interesting. Meet the coolest people playing Scrabble, really.
Cool. And other than Scrabble, tell me something that you're good at.
I'm good at. I play baseball as well. I lived in London for a long time, and I played on a team there, which was a lot of fun. And we were pretty successful. We won a couple of youth national championships. So.
Awesome. What position?
Catcher, but I played a couple different positions. I also pitched for those teams. So.
Cool. And you're currently leading Division 3, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Well, good luck to you the rest of the way.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right.
We're on. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to NOLA, the New Orleans Scrabble Championship, the North American Scrabble Championship here in NOLA, Louisiana, the home of crawfish and apparently redfish, because I have it, I think, every single night.
Lots of redfish.
I am Robin Pollock-Daniel. I am one of your hosts, and I'm here with
Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, a former person who used to be good at this game. Now,
we're both students.
Has been hack.
Conrad's finishing his master's this very week. Congratulations, Conrad.
Thanks.
And I'm back in school, and I just finished second year of my program, so we're taking a bit of a break, I think, from our academic. I'm studying. I'm not going to say what I'm studying because I'm going to get so dissed online. You can't believe it. So. We are about to start the next round, third of the fourth of the morning, and we are back to the North American Dictionary, as you can see on your page, hopefully very soon. We can switch over. BJ, we have Will Anderson once again playing Jesse Matthews, and Jesse Matthews and I have a long history of doing this kind of work together. And as he said before, he's come back and he's playing because he didn't know that he could actually take the whole week off. And lo and behold, he is playing, and he's playing magnificently.
Yeah. So, let's see, looks like Will is up first here. And a little bit of glare there, but try not to breathe so loud. I'm going to try not to breathe this game. I can make it a whole game without breathing.
I'm actually not surprised that Jesse's doing well, because often you'll come to a tournament unprepared.
Yeah.
And because you just don't have that expectation, you
don't give a crap. It's like whatever happens, happens.
The sphincters open up, and it's
Yeah.
all good.
Yeah.
So we're going to look for that star next to the person's name to determine whose turn it actually is. And I can tell you that it is not available yet.
I believe it's Will. Will is up first. He drew his tiles first.
Okay.
So
It's not available online just quite yet. It'll be coming. They're a little behind on the tables where they're doing the annotations as well.
So yeah, contrary to popular belief, neither of us are studying anything linguistic related.
No, mine's medical and
mine's computer science. Actually, a large part of my master's degree was on Twitch, so this is certainly interesting for me.
A PhD in linguistics.
And, yes, King Bong, we can see everything you're doing. At least everything.
Oh, that's another way to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So another way to tell whose turn it is by who has the light on his clock.
Yeah, or the timer that's counting down.
Yeah. So Devout would seem to be the obvious play. Giving Jesse the QA, the T he needs for cat if he wants to play that, and just get the Q out of the way. He's also given him a Q to a U to play Quay, or how do you pronounce it? Key? Key. Okay, that's so stupid. Key.
Yeah. So we are at the Hyatt Regency in the Central Business District, aka the CBD. Not that CBD though, unfortunately. Squish, I'm finishing my master's next Friday, and then I can hopefully not be a unemployed bum at some point. We'll see what happens.
No, I'm not a gynecologist.
No, you're not? Shoot, I learned something new. I learned something new today. Oh, man.
Man, I think that would have been the last specialty I would have chosen.
I almost started dating one recently. I might.
Oh, yeah? A gynecologist?
To be.
Oh, wow. I think I'd rather do a urologist and do the phallic thing than... Sphincter open, man.
I do not think degrees make me employable. I do, however, think Being a Scrabble champion makes me employable. What up?
Oh, can I tell you? I'll tell you a story. So, before I got married 20 years ago, I was doing my doctorate, and I was kind of running out of money, and I needed a job. So I saw a job in medical advertising. So I can write, and I know medicine, so I thought I have a chance. I didn't know there were like 4,000 applications for this job. And I sent it in, and the first thing I wrote on it is that I'm a Scrabble champ. I'm, ranked as the highest woman in various times throughout my career. And so I just put that in, like, what the hell, right? And I got the job because, and the first thing he said to me is, "Oh, you're a Scrabble player, so we know you can write." And I'm like, I don't know, that disconnect. Like, I don't know where he got that idea, how knowing that a word is good and whether it takes an S makes me a good writer. But I didn't give it got me the job, and it paid the rent, and I was happy.
I'm sorry, I've had to breathe. I've been trying so hard not to breathe, but
it isn't. You know what? I know that the breathing noise is out of control because I also do web moderating, and when I can hear the speaker speak loudly, breathe loudly, it is annoying, and I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
And if there's anything we can do to fix it, we will try.
Yeah, and Snow Warrior, we're super happy to have this many people hanging out with us, and we certainly encourage anyone who's interested to check out the North American Scrabble Players Association. If any of the Scrabble players out there want to throw in the link, whether or not you're playing tournaments or just playing for fun or having Scrabble pub crawls, as we like to do.
I love Jesse to death, but we're going to have a little discussion about Hoya, you and me. What? Like, 2 opportunities to rid yourself of the queue. And not only do you not take it, but you also open a line over to the triple that could be painful. It's not going to be. But if Will had an E instead of an I, he would have had FJELD, which would have just been awful for Jesse.
Yeah, my guess is Jesse's thought here is probably that he's more used to playing Collins, where getting rid of the queue is a little easier. This is kind of Jesse's changing it up. Someone actually bought his entry fee in for the tournament to troll him. He was actually just coming here to hang out.
Is that true?
Yeah, James Leong, former national champion, did that.
Everyone's Chinese grandmother, I read this morning.
James is everybody's Chinese grandmother. Oh man, we have like the worst. We just auto modded a link. We fail. Yeah,
you're gonna have to explain to this grandmother, which I'm not.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to get them to. Hey, guys, the thing's auto modding links, so we can't throw in the link.
Yes, the games will be up on. Is it YouTube later?
Oh no, like nobody can, or at least, is it just the mods can add links? Is that? No, I'm Decron BB. Don't mind us breaking the third wall there.
Oh, we do it all the time.
Yeah.
So somebody asked if the games are going to be up on YouTube later, and I think they are. Absolutely they are. And in perpetuity, and if you really love the sound of our voices, you can go back over the years, mine anyway, Conrad hasn't done this as much, and you can watch earlier games from other tournaments, North American Scrabble as well as World through Mind Sports International.
Yeah.
You learn a lot in these games, people. I know some of you are just here for some fun and whatever, but if you're interested in Scrabble at all, take advantage of the fact that you've got some commentators here who have lots of years of experience, and even though we don't always say the perfect thing, I think more often than not we're saying decent things, and you can learn a lot about the game.
Yeah. Oh man, I just got auto-modded myself. I fail. I flail. I flail.
All right, we're going to try to also get you the other game, because I know
proper ASMR voice, that's amazing. Which one of us, me or Robin?
What's Hoya? It's the anagram of ahoy. And I say that on purpose to you, Numnis, because very often we have no idea what the words mean. We only have so much hard drive and only so much space in our brains to be able to remember all of these words and whether they're verbs and whether they take an S and don't take an S, etc. To actually know the meaning of them, it just takes up useless space in the brain. Yeah. So if you want to Google what Hoya means, you can share it with us, but don't ask us.
I mean, Hoya, I know the Hoya is the mascot of the Georgetown University in D.C., so I certainly know Hoya from that.
What's ASMR?
ASMR is the thing where you like play sounds and whisper things into people's ears. It's really weird.
Oh,
You should
okay,
definitely
okay.
check it out.
Well, I apparently can't stop giggling enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say if someone thought I was good at ASMR, I'd say they were like on crack. But
All right, let's see what's going on in the game. So we got jibed down, and yes, slutty is yes, as I'm sure everybody noticed very quickly. On slutty.
thanks, Kennick. We appreciate it.
So he's got enlarge plus. Let's see what the seventh tile
Victorian,
is.
we actually have some software that has been developed by various Scrabble players where we sort of actually just look at words in alphabetical order, and we use that as sort of a cue for knowing whether or not there's a word in there. So we sort of learn words that way, contrary to the idea that people just read the dictionary, which a few people do, but not that.
I will point out that Jesse through that eye has gnarlier, but it does not play. But that is the bingo. And so what he's thinking here is that sometimes we have something called stem racks. So 6 of the 7 tiles make up a very nice conglomerate of tiles that will, with another tile or even another 2 tiles, will often make these bingos that we're coveting because they give us a 50-point bonus. So Angler makes a very, very lovely stem rack. And Jesse might be considering dumping the R unless he can score a decent amount and break up the rack.
Garad, there are no banned words in Scrabble except at the school level. They don't let kids play bad words. So what do? They give the kids a list of all the words that they can't play. So you give a bunch of kids a bunch of bad words and think that's a good idea. So that's what happens.
We call that the poo list.
The poo list. So yeah, there are no bad words in the Scrabble you're seeing here. I mean, there are plenty of bad words, but you can literally play whatever. There are no banned words. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, there used to be. Now, I don't even know if you were around for that, Conrad, but back in the day when we had our first live broadcasts and we were not allowed to play any certain words, we had a list.
And the one came up.
And then, can we say it? I don't know.
Liz.
Liz. Okay. And it got played, and it took the producers a few minutes to realize, like, oops, and they had to take it back. And this is a disaster for Scrabble because then you might lose the game because you couldn't play your best word. And so, since you can say so much crap on TV now, like, why can't you just do it on a Scrabble tournament, for God's sake?
Yeah, no, it's funny that when on my national championship winning board, I had a bad word, but it's all over the internet. It was on ESPN. It was USA Today, NPR.
What was the word?
WOG.
Yeah, and most people wouldn't even know what that is.
But, so I got to do that.
So over in Collins Land, Evan's got very lucky. He's playing somebody who missed brandied. He had just played EYE, and he could actually hook it to make I'd and brandied. And Evans looks like he has a nice rack with thewing.
Yeah, Mr. Bounds, I totally agree with you. Having studied Twitch quite a bit over the last year, and we're sort of trying to get better as the years go on. I really do actually want to build a bot that gets more involved with what's going on. I think understanding what the words are can definitely sort of be a turnoff to people who don't play Scrabble as much and don't necessarily know all these crazy words. Yeah, I mean, basically, I'm happy that you're amused by that. That's
Wait, it's only the 3rd game. Wait till we get tired.
Wait till I have at least 1 beer.
Yeah, lunch is coming up.
Tired. Well, I'm definitely tired.
We have 2-hour breaks here.
Yeah.
We have plenty of time to hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to be the king of Scrabble overlays. That would be super dope. Yeah, no, honestly, I really appreciate any of the suggestions for what we can do in the future, because as a UX person, I'm really interested in trying to build a cooler Scrabble experience going forward, and having some people at Twitch. I think that could be really cool.
So now you see what happened with Scott is that he decided to break. Jesse. He decided to break up his rack and play Danger for not quite a lot of points, and gave away a big bunch of points to Will. So I'm surprised more and more how fishing off, we call it fishing off one tile, is often a good play. And I think the play, for me, I would have played red off jibed and danger wasn't there. So I would have done something else. I probably would have fished off the R and saved the danger rack. If Ad was there, Rad really would have been in play because he had the G to hook it with Grad.
Happy Little Radishes, we actually once had an idea spelled out by Breaking the Game here, who suggested that if you let a phony word go, or you have a phony word challenged off, you lose the game, and the game is over. And we've definitely played Scrabble drinking games.
Yeah.
Every time you bingo, the opponent takes a shot. We've seen that happen before. That was definitely interesting. We also have we've had Scrabble pub crawls in Portland, Oregon, when a bunch of us were living there. It's actually a lot of fun. Basically, the loser pays for the round. So Dave Weekend and I would often go an entire day and not spend very much money.
Somebody suggests Jangler, which I agree is the play. So when we talked about breaking up the rack, the only reason to break it up is if you can get over 25, 28 points, which Jangler would have accomplished. So that also would have been the right play, I think.
Yeah, maybe just didn't know. He may just not have been positive of the word. I mean,
Jangler? Yeah, I think. I don't know. Yeah.
Jesse doesn't study words that much. He's not playing all that much these days. He's just started as a flight attendant with Air Canada, which I know he's super thrilled about, and y'all would be lucky to have him as a flight attendant. But meanwhile, you have Will over here, who's like a human dictionary.
Yeah, he is beyond a dictionary. This is how he made his name, by knowing so many words. And he played Boggle at a mind-boggling speed. And then he moved his attentions over to Scrabble. And so he just became a word machine.
Yeah.
And in the early days of his play, his strategy was entirely revolved around getting down 7- and 8-letter words. And so at great expense to his ability to use strategy properly. But now he has corrected that, and he is just a very two-pronged machine.
Yeah. Happy Little Radishes, there's actually a pretty solid overlap between the crossword community as well as the Scrabble community. Evans, who was playing in the last game, is a published New York Times constructor, and we have a couple of people, Trip Payne, who was in the crossword movie Wordplay, has was a longtime Scrabble expert, as well as a couple of other people here who get published regularly in the NYT. I've certainly tried to make puzzles, but never good enough for Will. Never, ever, ever good enough for freaking Will. So I'm just going to continue to just be salty AF, and that's life.
So what Will's doing now is he's balancing his rack. He's getting rid of, even though TION is a very nice suffix, he's opening the board. Again, maybe at the expense of defense, but because he knows so many words, unfortunately he didn't pick very well. So he may not be able to make use of his opening that he just made, and he might give one away, but it's not going to happen this turn.
So the commentators, I am Conrad Bass-Bouchard. I won this thing once, and I'm here with Robin, who's been one of the best players.
Should have won it once, but I'm not bitter.
Who should have won it once, and has been a great player for an extremely, extremely long time.
Thank you.
I'm not aging anyone, don't worry.
Extremely paleolithically long time.
So I guess I'm getting to be pretty ancient.
Yeah,
I'm
you
getting to
are.
be pretty ancient myself. Well, Squoosh, I feel like maybe she and I are winning because we don't have to wake up at 9 a.m. after drinking a bunch of beer and have to use our brains. We get to talk here and have fun instead.
I don't think we're flirting. I think we're just enjoying each other. We've been friends for a long time. So.
But
can't get water from a stone.
No.
It's not going to happen.
No.
All right, let's get back to this game.
I'm dying. Okay.
So let's see,
this
Jesse,
game
how
is
he did.
moving
So he
along.
picked up, Jesse definitely didn't want to play that L. He had double I's, double R's. He really wanted to balance his rack. He's not going to score with one-pointers. So he probably wanted to just open the, get rid of the IR, but if we paid more attention, we might be able to come up with some good plays for him.
Yeah. Penep, you don't know me well enough. Jesse could certainly attest to that.
This happened with me and Jesse too. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm a magnet for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody's just trying to balance the rack, and but they're playing these crappy little 3-letter words, which is not exciting for us to watch. So we're just going to have fun with you guys and just keep talking about other stuff in the meantime.
Yeah.
You're not seeing super fabulous Scrabble right now.
Jesse and I are best friends, but we are not each other's type. I'm very, 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 very sad to report.
Oh, he would be willing, eh?
Hmm?
Would he be willing?
No, we had that talk a long time
ago. Oh, we had the
ago.
talk? Okay.
Yeah. It's
Took the pressure off, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there an online competitive Scrabble community?
Duh.
It's sort of, yeah, I mean, well, in terms of like playing,
Competitive? No.
playing online, you know, there are a number of places you can play online, but in terms of, there's not Jesse and Conrad fanfic. I'll come back to that in a sec. Someone did once start to write a play, a musical about me.
Okay.
Yes, Conrad Birdie was going to be in it, and sorry. So to get back to the original point.
It's one of my favorite. Bye Bye Birdie. I love it.
No, I hate it because of the song. But so I believe that internationally there is a Scrabble league. I think Craig, if you're still there, could probably give more information about it. But I believe they're starting a new online league of tournaments that play using some of the the various Scrabble interfaces out there that exist. And yeah, you can get involved with that. If someone wants to link Scrabble snippets, that would be pretty cool. I don't know if you can link Facebook groups right now, but I did. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, so I did design a team battle chess game recently for Twitch. I thought it would be fun to do a battle Scrabble one. I don't know. I feel like we could have a little more fun with this game, maybe outside of the tournament scene. Man, this really sucks for Jesse.
I'll give you an update on the Collins game. Right now I've got Evans up 193 to 104. That rack that he had, which is the Thuing one I said, he actually got to play Wetting, Whetting, and he just played a big, oh my god, I'm getting in trouble for saying Z, aren't I? But I'm Canadian, so he made a big Z play for 36 points. So right now he's up by almost 90 points against Tim Mason, who I don't know. Do you know Tim at all? Do you know Tim Mason?
I know he's a younger guy from Australia. I think he's in university right now.
Oh, there you go. That's why I don't know him. So I don't know his abilities whatsoever.
I think he's rocking a man bun this tournament. We don't have many Scrabble players with man buns, but I think he's one of the first.
That's not an oxymoron, rocking a man bun.
So, yeah.
All right, so what's happening with Jesse is that he's got double I's and double E's. We talked about stem racks being 6 letters, but also 5 letters. EINRS is an absolutely beautiful save. So he's probably looking to get rid of IE if he wants to. He could just play lie. I mean, just do something, just something.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Muffin pointed out that he blocked his own play of joineries. Which would have been pretty
well, but
sweet.
he had to play the QI there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the right thing to do. But that's a very pretty play. Thank you. There's lots of bingos actually with that rack. Wineries and vineries and pineries and fineries. And they're very easy to find. But this board is kind of dead for 8s.
Denethor, if you're burning Denethor, which I don't know if you are, but if you know what I'm talking about and you are, hello. Otherwise, still hello. Thanks for showing up.
And how many points do you get to win a game? I'm not sure if I understand that question. You only get to win at the point of the end of the game.
Oh, yeah, you always just play through the entire game.
Yeah, there's no, unless sometimes we've had when we do Can-Am, so sometimes the top 7 Canadians versus the top 7 Americans, and we have a rule where, if you feel the game's out of hand, we don't play for points spread. So if you feel the game's out of hand and you want to conserve your energy, you can concede. But you cannot do that in a regular tournament.
That was my worst tournament the time I played that, so I actually just started goofing around and let my opponent play for as many points as they could, and it was misrecorded on cross tables, so it appears that my opponent scored 666 points.
Which would be appropriate in your estimation.
Yeah, we
666.
just picked a number. I don't think we were supposed to do that, but spread didn't matter, so who cares?
Absolutely. And here comes.
Average winning score at the top, yeah, I'd say is around 450 or so. I know most
It's
of
lower
us-
this year. It's only 436
Only
so far, which
436
is
this
very
year?
interesting. That it's lower than you would expect. So people are giving each other competition. It's
Yeah.
different than it used to be.
Yeah.
You see Will's rack. He has maybe 400 billion bingos. So
Yeah.
it's just a matter of finding the right one. But he's got all one pointers, so he doesn't have to spend a lot of time on this to maximize doubling a high point tile on a double letter, for example.
Yeah. So you can't concede because you keep track of how many points you've outscored all of your opponents by in total. It's kind of like the tiebreaker, if you will. I actually detest and hate everything about point spread. I think it is literally the stupidest thing in the history of the universe. But it's
Tell
not
us
up
how
to
you
me.
feel.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
No.
No, it's not
yeah.
for you?
No, it's because sometimes you have to make a play to like cut spread when you could make a play that has a chance of winning the game. So you're effectively throwing
Yeah.
a game, and there are rules that say you're not allowed to throw games, and yet we have rules in place that allow you to throw games. So I'm salty as hell about
Does
it.
he have akinesis?
I believe so.
I believe he does.
I suspect. I suspect.
Ooh,
he'd
such a
find-
pretty word.
I suspect he'd find that since he's into the working out and such. I think that
No, he doesn't have it.
Hmm?
It's not good.
he can. It's not.
He's
No.
got two E's. Maybe he needs two I's.
I thought that was plural. It shows you
Well-
how many words I know anymore.
Akinesis.
I know nothing.
Akinesis.
I know nothing. Oh, it's Collins. Oh God, Jesse's gonna play it. I will not be surprised if Jesse plays Kinesis next turn. and
I
it
probably
gets
would
challenged off.
too. It's only Collins.
I actually knew it was only Collins. I
I
forgot.
study so many obscure lists. I never know
Right.
which one is which.
This has happened. This has happened before. Where I was like, "Oh man, Akinesis," and it was Collins. Oot is a word. It's Canadian.
Oh, shut up.
Oot is
Get out
absolutely
of
a
here.
word.
Oot and a boot. They always say out and about. Come on. Doesn't sound out and about. It
No,
sounds
it's
normal.
out in a boat.
Oot and a boat.
Out in a boat.
I'm not a hosiery.
Yeah. So
Pass
never
the
actually heard-
donuts and maple syrup.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone actually say oot in a boot.
Of course not.
Non-ironically. So I don't know.
Dynamite toast. Akinesis is the absence of kinesis.
Yeah.
Kinesis means movement, right? Maybe I'm thinking of akinesia. Maybe that's all. That's good.
That's probably yeah.
Yeah.
My last name is Bouchard, so Bouchard. So I guess I technically am somewhat Canadian.
You are.
But
Oh, okay. We'll ignore that one.
well, Toon Wolf, it may not be a live stream, or it may not be your version of a live stream, but ultimately, we're learning how to do this, and we're doing the best that we can, and that's pretty cool with me.
Ooh, metanoia.
Yeah, I feel like more people do say oot and a boot more in the prairies, so that makes sense.
So there's no question that Will knows metanoia. No question.
That's Collins, right? Or is that new?
I believe this is our dictionary.
Oh, we got metanoia now.
We have metanoia now.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a new addition to
okay.
us, which is really like 2 years old.
Oh no, poor Jesse's gonna play. Oh, I feel so shitty right now.
Yeah,
gonna-
he's got
gonna
it lined up.
He's gonna play it.
Jesse is starting to get a little low on time. It doesn't look like it is because he still has 8 minutes, but I don't know that we're even halfway through the game in terms of tiles. We're pretty close to it,
Yeah.
but not, and the game's only going to get harder when you have to do more thinking. You really, really have to maximize your time early in the game. That's not to say you have to play fast, but you do have to be aware that where you really need to spend your time is in the end games.
Yeah. Oh man, they caught me. I said a bad word. They caught me. I said a bad word.
Oh, okay.
So Victarion, I actually, the year that I won nationals, I actually played my second last game under protest and through like a gigantic salty rage fest because I thought the pairings were wrong, and I was actually playing my significant other at the time, and so I threw a huge hissy fit.
He blocked metanoia
No, that ended up working out well. For
and did not
Jesse.
play the phony.
So I think technically my own national championship is still under under protest. 'Cause
It's got an asterisk next to your name
Yeah,
for
I think-
in perpetuity. So.
Yeah, I think I did it to myself.
Somebody asked if anything exciting in terms of anger or something.
That's what I was talking about.
Oh, is that what you were talking? Okay.
That was my contribution.
I don't
to
think
that.
anything's happened at this tournament as far as I know. I got yelled at by somebody in second division because I was playing a pickup game with Rich Baker, and we were going into the lunch break, and we were essentially playing our game with a plastic bag, see-through bag. So since it was lunchtime, I just, asked, is anybody using this bag? And nobody, I said, I'll bring it back in a half hour. And then the person who owned the bag came up to me really angry and asked to get the bag back. We would hope that there would be more graciousness in our community and more sharing and understanding that nobody's stealing anything. But I hope that doesn't deter people from coming out and trying the tournament scene, because it really is. It's just one of the best things you'll ever do.
Yeah. Jay Crewman, I totally agree with that being a valid command, and I think in the future we're going to try to make something like that happen. I suppose in the meantime we could just tell you what oot means, although I'm very much enjoying just having it be a Canadian word. Oh, it does literally just mean out. Okay, well, I'm an idiot, in case we hadn't remembered that yet.
Except it doesn't take an S as far as I know, right? Oots?
Oots?
Oh, maybe it does.
Yeah, sure it
Maybe it does, okay. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Did we get woot? Is woot good now?
No.
Or is it still Collins?
But we got WAAH, which I hope means wah, like Lucy, wah.
Oh, look, Jesse has things that work now. Jesse has good things.
Newsies.
Oh, nice. We have words showing up on the stream now. That's pretty awesome.
I feel like Chinese Scrabble would be a lot harder. Yeah, I think so.
Chinese Scrabble. If you download the Quackle, the best Scrabble AI, they actually have support for Korean Scrabble, so you can play with Hangul. So if that's a thing you want to try playing, you can also play in Greek as well. So if you want to play with characters or different alphabetic systems, I'm not good at words, you can do it. But yeah, Chinese Scrabble is pretty hard. They actually do have Thai Scrabble, but most of the Thai Scrabble players play English Scrabble before they play Thai Scrabble.
So right now, the only place that I can see for Jesse to bingo is off oot.
Yeah. Well, also weariness, but doesn't score that much.
Weariness off the AR, if you could see it. There is nothing. There are bingos through that E, like
so
Sweeney's and Sweeties.
I want to see Bluitz's.
Okay, he's going to play Lewis's. I'm pretty close to Newsies. Really not much difference. Newsies, however, would take a T and give away, 20 points needlessly. So I prefer this as well.
If Jesse runs out of time, he's gonna lose some points.
I'm gonna quit in protest soon, guys.
Puntos.
If you want me to start getting all American on you, like,
do it.
I'll just say, you ever see that Family Guy where Lois wants to get Lois wants to get elected, and all she has to do is say 9/11 over and over again. So I'm just going to say Trump. I'm just going to pepper my speech with Trump, and then I'm going to say Trudeau, and you guys are going to have to deal with it.
Yeah. Well, I know Obama was big into Scrabble, but we couldn't quite get an invite for the national champion, despite having an insider in the White House.
Oh, that would have been sweet, eh?
Even then and still now, we do have an insider, so there's still hope. I want to play Trudeau in a Scrabble game, like literally the word. Like my tiles would be ADERTTU. I'd be like, well, this is great.
Well, the good news is that the winner of this tournament actually has an invitation to Russia.
Yeah. Big Scrabble. I'm all about big Scrabble. Actually, no, I'm supposed to be a hipster, right? I'm all about like the underground Scrabble scene.
You're a Bernie fan.
Well, yeah.
All right, we won't get political on you, I promise you.
But we love Trudeau.
But we love Trudeau. We do. Jesse has, as far I can see, Bigarad and Arabized, and I think this rack was actually on Aerolith the other day, and Radiable, that's the one I
Radiable doesn't quite fit in backward Scrabble. It would fit. With
Yes, clabbers, you mean? Yeah. Sometimes we play a variation of Scrabble called clabbers, which is an anagram of Scrabble, where you can actually put any tile you want in whatever order, so you can maximize your score just as long as it anagrams into a real word.
Yeah.
And it's very, very difficult for your opponent because they have to figure out what the word is to see whether they should challenge it or not.
Muchacho, it's because I sold out to the man. I sold out for my 20 minutes of Twitch fame. Feel.
Don't we all?
Yeah. Bible thump.
So that was the thing about.
Ooh, I just breathed really loudly. I'm sorry.
Did you?
Yeah. Even I think I'm breathing loudly.
Okay.
Lewis is 2 men named Lewis. Yeah, basically.
So right now, Will is keeping his lead. And I'll try to get you an update on the British board. We call it British, but now it's the World International Board. Oh, it's gone quite a bit further than the last time I looked, and I see that Evans has the game in hand, 437 to 317, with 9 tiles left in the bag. Although Tim has Q with no U on his rack, and I can't see a good place for QI. So it looks like Evans is in a very good position to win this next game. It's very cool to me because I was around for the very first World Championship, or certainly the second, and we were always at a disadvantage in North America. We always had to learn these new words, and then we had to forget them as soon as we came home from the tournament, whereas we were playing people who just played it all the time, and certainly that's the case, and that's why you're seeing a proliferation of World Scrabble play in America, because people are just sick of having to forget the words after they've played them. So it's always very nice for me to see a North American player best people in the world who get to play this dictionary all the time.
Yeah. Orana, I'd say I've made between $40,000 and $45,000 since I started playing this game. So it's not my career, but got me to see the world and a few things. So got a little bit of fun employment out of it. Hi, bro. Side job, sure, right? Why not?
This is kind of a side job for me. It's turned into a bit of a little career. A couple of times a year, 3 times a year, get flown out and do a tournament.
Yeah.
It's kind of neat.
Yeah. I just like showing up and hanging out.
Job and breathing. Oh, we're so sorry. I wonder if we can do anything about that. I really feel for you guys. I know it's annoying.
We can make actual noise. No,
Loudly is a word, and loudlier and loudliest is a word.
Yeah, I'm just gonna every now and then just throw some shade at the community for not letting us make noise. You know, when you play Scrabble tournaments in Thailand, you're playing in malls with like thousands of people, and like the final countdown is playing. Can you imagine the final countdown just on repeat for an hour while you're trying to play like Nigel Richards in Scrabble? Because that's a thing. Yeah. How old am I? Last I checked, I am 98. No, I think I'm 27 still.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh God.
I'll be 28 before long.
Then you won't be less than half my age. I'm so happy about that.
Who's dating themselves now? Thanks.
Thank
Muffin.
you.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, Robin's 41, right?
You know, if I had my way, I would be playing the final countdown right now. Diddle-oo-doo, diddle-oo-doo-doo, diddle-oo-doo, diddle-oo-doo-doo-doo.
So now we're going to see Jesse perhaps speed up a little tiny bit.
Yeah, he's just like always close to having something good, but never quite
Yeah,
there.
so here we go. He's playing quicker. Will did something that he probably didn't want to do, which is to some extent open the board by playing Resift. But there was this, the H after the S could score a lot of points and open the board anyhow, so he might as well just take advantage of it.
Yeah.
But now he's with a mitt full of consonants. It's kind of yucky there.
But you can see the appeal of listening to the final countdown as you've got like 30 seconds left on your clock and realize that you have no idea what you're doing.
Resift actually takes a P in front of it,
Yeah.
which will have to go off the board. Even though he has the P, he can't use it. Have was a lot of points, so. Interestingly, if he had played Newsies, it would have fit as well, because Anna is a word as well.
So Jesse could like find a way to back his way into a victory here if he can get that X down for some points. And
Right. He's got vowels.
yeah, and sneak a bingo back down there because Will is just like temporarily in like a world of hurt right now. It seems like.
It's not likely. If you were to check the math right now, you would
Yeah.
see that Will has a much
Yeah.
greater chance of winning, and now you're going to see him spending a little time thinking what to do. There's 13 tiles left in the bag, so if he wants to pass, he can. But he's going to be looking on the board to see what Jesse might be able to do. And can he score some points and block the best place for Jesse? Scrabble is a game where you have to constantly think not only about what you're going to do, but what your opponent might do, not just this turn, but many turns down the road. It makes it a very, very interesting, exciting game. And an exhausting game. I've never failed to lose weight at a tournament where I'm sitting down for 7 games a day.
Yeah, that's fair.
There you go. He's looking to block.
So this is this is essentially what Jesse needs to get back in the game is a turn or two of just not scoring much, because he can. When if Will is just gonna play Grump here for like 10 points, Jesse can score some points here. Actually, might keep the S, or the X, excuse me, and go from there. And wow, yeah. Will's next rack, you guys are going to see in a sec here. I think you're going to love it as much as I do. This would be one of those situations where you would say, like, nice rack or something. Ka is like a mummy or something. It's some Egyptian thing.
Which word?
Ka? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the technique with drawing new tiles, I'm sure some of you can recall some Scrabble cheating scandals that made it onto ESPN and various buzz feeds. And so in general, you're supposed to keep the tile bag above your head when you draw so that you're not cheating. But, cheater's going to cheat. Hater's going to hate.
Oh, you're going to find ways to cheat if you want to cheat.
And, Ka is also a show in Las Vegas.
Ka is the wheel, okay.
It's a Ka.
Oh, that's
buy a new Ka.
Cirque du Soleil, I think,
Yeah,
right?
Cirque du
I think
Soleil.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
I think I've fallen asleep in it, actually.
Yeah, T-check. That's what I was thinking. Paradoi for 30, saving the X for next turn, and then hopefully, getting a big X play.
It would be so sweet if he could set himself up.
Toasty, you're almost right, except I have a soul.
Look at Will. I just saw Will's rack. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Will is in an interesting place.
Yeah. Now he can't. He's not going to be able to pass soon. I think we'll see how many tiles Scott plays. Scott knows. Jesse. I keep saying Scott. I keep thinking of the previous game. Jesse knows that he's got a mitload of he's got 4 of the remaining. Not that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are only 3 more vowels in the bag, and Jesse should know that. Now, one reason to play Paradoi is to limit Will's chances of picking up any vowels. The trouble is it uses all of his vowels, and then he's not going to have any either. And he doesn't know that the Z and the 2 C's are on Will's rack.
Yeah.
But Will is in a bit of trouble here. He's going to have to find ways to undouble those and get rid of the high pointers.
I mean, yeah. At this point, he's just got to kind of try to hang on.
He's 52 points up.
Yeah, he just needs to the goal is like just try to outlast the tile bag.
The other thing going for Will is Jesse's time.
That's true.
Jesse's down to 146. He's really got to play. He's really got to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jesse recognizes that. I believe there's only 2 tiles in the bag, so. So I guess given that there's only 2 tiles in the bag, I think at that point you actually have to play off XO.
I'm looking at the wrong game. God,
Yeah.
I'm giving you information.
I noticed that.
You can point. No, say something. Say something.
So I don't see why that play never wins anything. I don't know why he did that.
What did you like? What did you like him to play?
I would assume like OX by underneath LO or something for 18. Go for the bingo out.
Yep.
Because we can't win if you play for 24 like that. He needs to I mean, I guess maybe he was trying to draw the Z or something. Good
And
to
he
go,
also
good
just
to go
gave
for
us
a bingo.
he gave a Z hook for Will. So that's a big mistake too.
Which you can't touch, but
Which he can't touch, but you don't give it. And
Yeah.
when I'm talking about the Z hook, Zai is now good. So if Will is able to just to go across and play Zing or Zink for 35 points, whatever it was,
yeah, it's
41 points.
yeah, yeah.
It's needless points to give away. That's a big mistake to play Ixora.
Yeah, my guess is that Jesse thought maybe he needed to draw the Z in order to the Z in order to win the game.
Are you
yeah.
going bilingual on me?
Yeah.
Aw.
Well, I'm already bilectual, so that's what we call it when you play
didn't
both
know that either.
dictionaries.
Oh,
If you play
oh.
Collins and you
I
play
misinterpreted
TWL,
that word.
you are
Oh.
bilectual.
Okay,
Yeah.
bilectual. Oh, I heard X in there, not
Yeah.
CT.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be primarily us streaming today because we are the people that decided not to play in the tournament. But this is just a part of a, this is being put on by GG's Live. So they will be doing all sorts of stuff. I believe they typically do Magic.
So let's see what's going on. So there's no tiles left in the bags. Oh, so he got Z and Z. Oh, look what he played for us. Z and Z at the same
Aw.
time.
That
That's probably enough to hold on, but we'll
Yeah.
see. Yeah, I think it's enough to hold on.
Let's just be one big happy country family thing.
Zar, yes, I understand what you're saying about holding on to the vowel. However, it scores appreciably less.
I think Will's probably also identified, Rebecca, that Jesse's not going to go out here, so Will can just hang on with, just scoring enough points, and also making sure that he doesn't give Jesse very much time because Jesse's about to go over on time, which is probably why he played Ixora, because he definitely had other plays that would have given him a better shot. Because you can see here he's down to
20 seconds. Yes. So
as he's gonna make his play here. You guys see him at 30 seconds.
So he saved UI. There's only 2 letters that go with IU in Scrabble. It's Pew, which he has from Pate, and Tui. And unless he's got something in between 2 other letters, I don't think he has another outplay. But I don't think it really matters because Will cannot block anything with all those. So he's just looking to try to get rid of as many of those heavy tiles as he can.
King Bong, no, it's not always us doing Scrabble. We bring in an awesome company to help us out here every year. Over time, I'm hoping to build up my own skills as well. But for right now, they do a solid job for us. So usually, I believe it's MTG Streams is, I believe,
Oh my goodness.
the original.
I spoke too soon. Look what he did. He didn't block it in Collins, but he blocked it.
Yeah.
So now he's forcing Jesse to, oh God, I think I can get over that. He's forcing Jesse to,
3,031.
he's forcing
Oh my goodness, Jesse won.
30,000 points, ladies and gentlemen. We have a new world record.
When will you see me again, King Bong? You can, oh God. You can...
BJ, are you aware of that?
You can Google me.
Of the score? Do you see this? Oh, now it's down to, okay, there.
Point hype.
It was 30,000 at one point.
So many points. If you want to see me, I exist on the internet. For better or for worse.
So guys, this is a good example of a game where it doesn't score very high. It's not very flashy. It shows some, what are you laughing? I'm going to have to put blinders on you soon. We're going to have to put blinkers on you. It's a good example of a game where you have to think very carefully in the end game. And those are the kind of games we have too.
Yeah. I do not have Steam. Carmel Dodd, Superfan, I can't wait for you to come back tomorrow. We love a good Superfan, and especially for Carmel Dodd. So...
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be the last 3 games.
Yeah. And I hope she's going to be back, let's be honest.
We pray that she's back. We're going to get on our knees right now. This is our 3rd game of the morning. We have one more game for you guys before lunchtime.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna have Will over here in a couple minutes
to
talk about...
Would you like to interview him, or would you like me to do it?
Totally up to you. Who wants to talk to Will?
Totally up to you.
I'll talk to Will.
Okay.
So we're going to... Get on your knees and Google me. That's all what it's all about.
Thanks, Rebecca, for the nice comments.
Yeah.
Nice to get one nice comment.
Yeah. The tournament is in New Orleans. We're in the Big Easy. and we're going to be going away for a bit.
Yes, Pink October, I sound hot because I'm in the Big Easy and it's really hot here. Thank you for noticing. I'm sure that's what you meant.
Hmm? Oh, okay.
We are live.
Yeah.
Okay, so
okay.
I'm glad that comment went through.
Yeah, hopefully. Oh, I look ridiculous holding my my arm up. Oh man, guys, check out that arm.
I'm going to do it too.
Check out these arms
to show you that we go together.
Guys, I've been working out. I'm gonna put my arms down now.
So we're gonna have another break.
I think I'm gonna interview Will in a minute.
And, we're gonna have an interview with Will, and he'll talk about what was going through his head.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll put up a few. You'll go back to the game and go through it step by step, maybe, and find out what he was thinking for some of them. I'd rather talk to Jesse, actually, to be real honest with you.
Yeah,
oh my goodness,
Jesse's
we're gonna have to have a timeout for you soon.
Yeah. No, Will's great to talk to. These are the two people who usually do Scrabble commentary.
No. Right. I'm just saying I would love to know like what the thinking behind Hoya was and stuff like that, which we can't get from Will. But that should be a really, really interesting. Will's a terrific speaker, and I actually do school Scrabble commentation with him, and he's fantastic. So you're going to enjoy that.
Yeah.
So we're going to zone out for a few seconds before we get him in here. Sounds good to me. See you guys all soon. We're going to have an interview with Conrad and Will.
Okay. Other than Scrabble, tell me something else that you're good at.
I was a decent saxophone player. I actually went to music school. I don't know. I really enjoy programming. So I'm a statistical programmer in my spare time, or I guess it's my main job. Scrabble's my spare activity.
Like chess, and he beat the snot out of me. So decent at poker and golf.
I play table tennis, but I'm not as good as I used to be.
And besides that, I don't know, I enjoy running, swimming, I guess those are the basics. Scrabble, huge baseball fan.
What else am I good at? Oh, that's a good question, Josh. I can't think of that right now. We'll have to go next.
All right. Hey, everybody. I am Josh. We are live on Facebook from Albany, New York at Annette's fabulous July 4th Scrabble tournament. I am joined by Les Hippenbecker. Les, how are you?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
That's good. So here's one of the things that we often talk about now, and I seem to only run into you at Annette's tournaments, right? That's where we've met again quite a number of times, and we always talk about the words in my name that are good in Scrabble. Is that right?
That's right. In fact, Josh is a good word, and so is Greenway.
Yeah.
Guess what? His middle name happens to be Benjamin, which is also a good word.
That is a triple threat. That's what we call a triple threat, ladies and gentlemen. So, Les, I have a question for you. I think you attend pretty much all of Annette's tournaments. What do you like about these tournaments so much?
I like the hospitality of Annette and her friends, and I like the camaraderie of all of the contestants that I've played with in all of the past tournaments, including this tournament.
And I feel like, just my observation, that whether you're winning or losing, you seem to be in pretty good spirits. Would you say that's accurate?
Yes, it is very much so. You can't expect to win every game, and there's some luck too, even though skill is a big part of it. But I just like to play the games. It's nice to win some money every once in a while, but money isn't everything.
Absolutely. And let me ask you this. How did you get started with Scrabble?
Well, when I got married about 36 years ago, before we got married, she played some games of Scrabble. And she got me started on it. But then I got to the point where I was no longer fun to play Scrabble with because I got accused of playing too many strange words.
And that is a classic way that a lot of people come into competitive Scrabble, is they play with their friends, they win all the time, and then their friends get sick of playing them. In fact, my girlfriend, Jillian, who I think is watching, that's how she got started. Her friends got sick of playing her, and she kept saying, hey, would you, do you want to play? And one of her friends said, well, and I won't swear here, but she said, isn't there an effing club or something? Smash cut to Jillian coming to the Toronto Scrabble Club, playing in tons of tournaments, stuff like that, all based on someone saying, hey, isn't there someone else for you to play with? Fantastic. All right, Les, so how is this tournament going for you this weekend?
Well, I'm at 9 wins and 6 losses.
Great.
And I'm pretty happy with that.
Fantastic. Well, we got 8 games to go, right?
That's correct.
Well, good luck to you in those last 8 games. Hopefully you can take home some money.
There can be a lot of changes, too. That's what makes it beautiful.
All right, Les, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, good luck.
You guys all right?
All right. So I am, this is Conrad. I'm back here with Will Anderson, who just won his last game and has a commanding lead here in New Orleans at the 2017 North American Scrabble Championship. So just briefly, in like a few seconds, just walk me through that game briefly, like what happened.
Well, it was not the finest exhibition of Scrabble that you're likely to see. Neither of us breaking 400. That's a really low-scoring game. I think we might have had 1 bingo apiece, which is pretty weak. But it was just one of those games that you run into every now and then, where it's just you're fighting in the trenches for every point you can get, and fortunately I had the lead because Jesse was really just 1 letter away a couple different times from a bingo, and I hit mine. So thanks to the blank. So again, not a lot of fireworks in that game, but
so tell me, Will, what is it like to be a grandmaster? I want to know what it's like. I want to know what it's like to be a grandmaster.
So are you telling me you are not a grandmaster? Is that actually the case?
I am an overrated hack.
Wow. Okay. Well,
now you tell me, what's it like to be a grandmaster, Will?
To be a grandmaster.
Grandmaster dub.
You get stopped on the street a lot. People say, oh my God, is that you, Grandmaster Will Anderson? And I say, yes, it is. I'm happy to sign something for you. Autographs, whatever you want. I just sign it. Follow your dreams, Will Anderson. GM.
Yeah.
So this happens all the time. No, of course. It was nice when they rolled out these titles to be recognized in the same way that chess players are. So it feels good. I think my overwhelming feeling is that I just feel like there's a lot of excellent players, at least on my level or better, who that don't currently have that title. So I just want to acknowledge that there's lots of great players out there that might not be grandmasters, but I like it. It's a cool distinction.
Yeah, but they're still not. Will, one other question before I let you go, Will.
Okay.
Tell me about your cats.
My cats, well, they're actually, you've seen 2 of them, but in the time since you visited, we now have a kitten. We just got a 3rd kitten. So I am surrounded by cats all day, every day. They're getting along really well. We were worried that, the kitten might not integrate, but it's been wonderful. We love our cats, Fitz, Zoe, and Emmy, and I miss them very much, actually.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that up?
Which one would win?
Just kidding.
Which one would win in a game of Scrabble?
I would say probably Zoe is the more cerebral one. Fitz would probably just run, he would just be opening lines and just playing very aggressively without any, strategic acumen.
Yeah.
Zoe would think about it. She would, ponder her moves deeply before making those moves. Emmy doesn't even know how to read or speak.
Sure. There's still time for that, though.
I see, yes.
Cool.
Thankfully.
Well, thanks so much for speaking with me, Will.
My
I
pleasure.
wish you the best of luck the rest of the way.
Thanks.
I hope you'll be joining me in National Championship land.
Well, there's so much Scrabble left.
Yeah.
I just got to try to hold on, I guess. I
Yeah.
mean, I know lots of people coming for me, so I'll do my best.
Yeah, and in just a sec, we're going to be taking you to see another former national champion, Dave Wiegand, taking on the young wonderkind Joey the K.
That's right.
Joey Krafchick.
That is a marquee matchup.
Yeah.
I wish I could watch, but I
Yeah.
have to go play.
But you have to go play, so go win.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah,
It's
thanks,
my
man.
pleasure.
Cool.
The event?
Currently, yeah. I'm 9-2, so I'm in first place.
Cool. So this is day 2 that we're talking. So Evans, where are you from?
Well, I'm a citizen of the world. I've been all over. I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, and spent most of my childhood in Virginia, and then moved back to Boston for most of my 20s, and I moved out to Portland, Oregon, and lately I've been in Washington, D.C., so kind of all over.
Cool. And how did you first get into this game?
Well, I think I'm part of what you'd call the word freak generation. A lot of people read that best-selling book back in the day, and got into the game that way. I read Word Freak in like 2002-ish, and thought this is really cool. I want to do this, and I kind of looked online, like how do you play Scrabble on the internet, and I played a lot online and kind of practiced that way. And I played my first tournament in 2007, and the rest is history.
Cool. And so, yeah, tell me about your first tournament.
My first tournament was a one-day in Worcester, Massachusetts in 2007, and I was in the bottom division, like Division H or something, and I think I lost my first game, and I was feeling really discouraged, and then I came back and won the next 6, and I was like, oh, this is really fun. I went 6-1.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was hooked after that.
Cool. So now, transitioning outside of Scrabble, what do you do outside of Scrabble? What's your job?
My job. I'm a writer. I've worked in various journalism-ish jobs over the years. In my early 20s, I was a basketball journalist. I got to cover the Boston Celtics.
Cool.
In like 2010, around that period. I've been doing mostly like marketing type work these days. I'm writing like web content for small businesses for a marketing agency.
And if I remember correctly, you also had like your own radio show or something? Was that?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
So when I was in Portland, I was writing for Blazers Edge, which is a Portland Trailblazers website, and there's a radio show called Blazers Edge Radio.
Cool.
And for a year or so, I was co-hosting that once a week. Yeah.
Awesome. So you think you're going to end up in this sort of journalism writing field for good, or?
It's hard to say. I mean, like, people don't read words as much as they used to, so like, there's not as much of a market for like written content of any kind. So I don't really know what's going to happen career-wise long term. But for now, writing is what I do. Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you mentioned you were in Portland, and we were both in Portland together, living there for a couple of years. So in the Scrabble scene in Portland, so like hearing it from you, what kind of made the scene there kind of unique?
In a word, I would say beer. to expound upon that a little bit further, we had a really fun Tuesday night club that took place at a pub, and they had $2 beer specials, and we would, get dinner and get some drinks and play some casual games with friends, and it was really, really fun. I still, whenever I am back in Portland again, I want to do more of that because it's really, really fun.
Yeah.
Doing those Tuesday night games.
For sure. I completely agree, having been there for some of that.
Certainly.
So speaking of which, I hear you've got an epic list of something other than words. Let's talk about that for a minute.
Yeah, so one of my other hobbies besides Scrabble is I like to try as many different beers as possible, and I keep a list of every beer I've ever tried. I believe that as of last night, when I added several more, the list is now at 1,176 different beers.
1,176. Okay.
Yeah, and so I've been collecting. Like, I write a little short paragraph description of each one and whether I like it or not, and I rate them, and then I like have stats on like which beers are the best. And it's I'm obsessive compulsive in beer, but I enjoy it.
And so, what's your favorite after all that?
I believe my all-time favorite is Heady Topper, which is an IPA that's only available in Vermont that I know you and I both love.
And attest, it's a great beer.
Yeah, that's my very favorite. It's really, really good.
And what's your absolute least favorite?
Budweiser.
Bud
Light?
Bud Light?
Bud Light.
It's got to be light, right? Okay.
I mean, there's all of those, like, name brand cheapos are terrible.
Yeah. So, would you say you know all of the words better or all of the craft beers better?
I'm in pretty much the same situation with both, which is like I try to know as many as possible, but there's just so gosh darn many. I'm probably closer to all of the words and all of the beers because there's just like, first of all, they add more beers to the beer list faster than they can add more words to the word list.
Let's say U.S. beers, perhaps, because you probably maybe haven't had all of the.
Yeah, still the same answer. Like there's too many beers.
Okay.
Not enough lifetimes.
Okay. So you are in the Collins division for Scrabble, and at the time of this interview, you are winning. Who's the best player in the division?
Well, me, obviously, because I'm winning.
Okay.
Yeah, no. It's probably Dave Weekend. He's a very, very good player.
Dave
He's the best in America there is. So, he's great, but I'm trying to do my best and outvie him this week.
Yeah. And so you're playing Collins. So where is playing this international lexicon taking you, like, travel-wise?
Oh, a lot of places. Am I at 6 or 7 countries? So U.S., Canada, England, France, Australia, Czech Republic. I'm at 6 right now, and then if I go to Kenya later this year, that'll be 7.
Thinking about going to Kenya this fall?
Yeah.
It'll be pretty cool. So what has been your favorite moment in the Scrabble world thus far?
Well, probably all that travel you just mentioned.
All the travel.
I've never really seen the world that much before Scrabble, and so Scrabble gave me an excuse to go travel and see places, and I really, really enjoyed it. I think my favorite worlds is probably in Perth, Australia. I had a great time there. But they've all been amazing.
Yeah. And you had a pretty good finish there, right?
Yeah, I came in 7th place.
So
I was playing for 3rd and I lost, but 7th is still pretty good, so I'm happy.
Yeah. So anything else I should be asking you? Anything I've missed? Anything else you want to mention?
That's probably about it. Yeah, having a great time at Nationals. New Orleans is awesome. It's been a great tournament.
And how many Nationals have you been to now?
This is my 10th.
10th one.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, this is Evans Clinchy here playing in the Collins division. He's currently winning. And, it's been good talking to you, Evans, and I wish you the best of luck the rest of the way. Don't have too many beers.
I'll have a moderate number of beers. Thank you.
Perfect. Conrad, we'll see you guys for the next interview.
And tell me about how you got into competitive Scrabble in the first place.
Let's see. I've always played. I was a kitchen table player as a teenager, and then I went away to college and sort of stopped playing the game for a bit. And then when I came back home after college, I found an ad in the paper for the local tournament, contacted the directors, started coming to the club, and yeah, that was 13 years ago.
Hey, this is Conrad. We're back here at the 2017 North American Scrabble Championship in New Orleans. I'm joined with
Robin, Pollock, and Daniel.
So one thing before we get to our next game that I want to address immediately is what country is better at Scrabble, the U.S. or the U.K.?
Excuse me?
It was just it was brought up, and I want to address it briefly because I have some strong feelings as well. The last 2 world champions did come from the U.K., but I don't think we can truly come up with an answer for this yet because of this stupid dictionary debacle. The problem with having 2 dictionaries is that we are unable to send a number of our best players, but I suspect that if we were able to send all the best Americans to play a tournament against all the best Brits...
Well, we're physically able. The question is, do they want to take on the new dictionary and abandon the North American?
Yeah, right. If we were able to do that, I think that I think we'd have a good matchup. Let's put it that way. I don't think it's as clear cut as.
It's not as clear cut. The Brits are fabulous, fabulous players. There's no question.
Yeah.
And I'm paid to say that. No,
yeah.
I really.
Oh
mean
right.
Really
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
No.
But
the Brits are fabulous players, and the Americans are also fabulous players.
Yeah. But remember, of course, that the Canadians are the best.
When you consider our population and how many world champions we've had and North American champions, like pretty amazing.
Move your mic up.
Move my mic up. But then you can't hear me breathe. Oh, it's in my hair.
The mic is caught in the hair.
Of my head.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Knowing this audience, I better clarify.
I have my opinions on which country's better, but I've played the things. So, okay, anyway, we're going to actually take you back to some world Scrabble, some Collins.
Joey's showing his youth by wearing a sleeveless shirt in what is, I would call, a meat locker condition right now in this room.
But hashtag Go Warriors. I was a fan before they were good. I'm actually not really sure if I'm really a big fan of them anymore because they're too good and they've kind of broken the game a bit, but you don't really actually care what I think, so I will let the debate about how good the Brits are continue in the chat, and we will move on to this game.
All right, and in our other game, we have Will Anderson, yet again, playing this time Joshua Sokol, who is a fellow Canadian, and I think the tallest player at this tournament, I think quite easily by an inch or two minimal, eh? He's got to be at least 6'5", right?
He's 6'7", I think.
Is he 6'7"?
Yeah, but I believe, actually was born in Brooklyn and lived in Brooklyn until he was 9 or 10.
Oh. But I think he weighs like 130 pounds. So.
On a good day. So, thank you, Squish. So, Dave is going to start by trying to behead Joey. which would be an interesting sight. Dave is much loved in the Scrabble world. He's a 2-time U.S. national champion. He just put up one of the strongest performances in the history of the game in Niagara Falls a couple of months ago, having only one loss against 4 national champions and some of the other top players in the world. So one of my favorite players as I got better at the game growing up, and
he's such a good player.
Yeah.
He's such a good player,
Yeah.
and he picks really well when he needs to often. But he's such a good player.
Yeah, and he's one of
So we've got year ends right away. I could see. Sorry.
Yeah, Dave is actually known as being we have this one extra committee in the Scrabble community. We our tournament scene has a bunch of committees. We do social media and various things, but in Dave's case, he is the head of the beer committee, which is ultimately the most important committee of them all. So if you need to know anything about Dave, it's that he knows a good beer, and he has helped us in Portland, have some of the most fun Scrabble pub crawls. Can't tell you enough how much Scrabble pub crawls are. Really, any sort of game pub crawl is fun.
But what about that game that they play sometimes where you have to anagram a word, then you have to run 100 yards, and then you have to...
Oh, I can't do that. That involves athletic ability.
Oh, okay.
I don't run.
I don't do running.
Yeah, I don't do running. All right, so someone wants us to give some love to Joey.
Joey just made a really lovely play. Not only did he maximize his score, he's playing a Collins-only word. Mixed is good without the E in TWL. He added the E to it, and he would have blocked anyhow Dave's year ends, which is the only other bingo on the rack is yearners. He had year ends, but he made it possible really for Dave only to play 7s or 9s if he has to play through 2 of the. And that's what Dave's doing right now probably in his head. He's looking to see if there are any 9-letter words through any of the 4 2s in there.
Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out, Slug Biker. It was good to see you, and I hope I'll be seeing you in Seattle at some point for one of your amazing tournaments. Thanks for checking us out. But yeah, in the meantime, so Joey has been playing Scrabble tournaments since he was, 10 or so. I actually went to his bar mitzvah when he was 13, which is coming up on 10 years ago. Actually flew across the country, and his mom made me wake him up.
That's so sweet.
And then I was standing there.
Did you know it?
Didn't actually know him very well at the time, but...
But he invited you.
She invited me.
She invited. Oh, ooh, okay. But it's funny because in Scrabble, when they start very young, we kind of leave them at that age. Did somebody write something funny?
No, you.
I'm sure I can spell flexibility. Yes.
No.
So Adam Logan, who's now like pushing 40, if not over, in my mind, he's 13 for like forever.
Yeah,
that's how I met him, and that's how he stays.
Yeah. So do the rules allow for spelling flexibility? In a sense, yes. There are a lot of words that have multiple spellings, some of which are more archaic or just less used. In that case, you will see words like, I guess niqab is an example. You can spell niqab with 1 A or with 2 A's. So in that case, there are multiple spellings of it.
But that's such a nice play by Dave because not only does he score well and balance his rack, like it's absolutely a perfect play, he also forces the other player to open the board for him next turn, which is what Joey was forced to do. And of course, the obligatory picking up a U after playing your Q-less.
Of course,
your
yeah.
U-less Q.
That's how.
It's obligatory.
Yeah. Niqab is not a racist word, actually. It has something to do with I think it's an article of clothing, if I recall.
There we go.
Correctly.
Yes, Chen. That's or T Chen.
Yeah.
That's going to be. Gee, how come mine's green and yours is purple? That's odd, eh? We have different colors for your guys' names, even though it's the same.
Oh.
It's odd.
It's just the way that it processes it, I think.
Okay.
So this promises to be a fast and fun game because they both tend to play Scrabble pretty quickly, and they are both very good, and they both really like playing these wide open boards.
I didn't know that Joey was playing Collins. It was nice for me to see him do that, and for him to be doing as well as he is with not as much experience, I would think. That's fantastic.
Yeah, he's got a very solid background with the game, and he kind of changes his mind every now and then. He's been known to quit the game on occasion and then come back with a fury. And
why does he quit? From school or from frustration?
Just general bad tiles or whatever.
Yeah, so frustration.
We all do it, but Joey's. I think he revels in the.
The drama.
Yeah, a little bit.
Aw.
The longest word I ever played. Oh gosh, I played sterilizing once to win a game.
I think that will probably be plenty. I
Yeah.
don't think you're going to go beyond that.
Yeah.
That's an 11.
I played overreactions once.
Oh, nice.
I played it through reaction, and played a double in that second row, which was, yeah.
I'll give a shout out to one of our co-presidents, John Chu, who stuck uterine on extra.
That's
against me.
Yeah.
Lovely play.
So Joey's a kind of a loss here, understandably. There's not too much
He's vowel
going
heavy.
on.
Thankfully, in Collins, you can get rid of vowels a lot easier.
Yeah, although it looks like he's thinking about playing.
Oriola.
He will.
Oriole.
He'll move his tiles in a sec here.
If you had played Oriola, if you had another A, that's a bit problematic because it just takes so many hooks after it. E's and R's and S's.
Yeah.
But that's pretty safe. Empties out his rack, and now he can move on, replenish. There's still 2 blanks left, and 3 S's.
A word with 16 letters. Yeah, you could just play it like right off the board. That you get more points for playing off the board, right? Is that Rupper? Is that how it works?
Of course, Conrad is referring to the fact that the maximum length word you can do is 15 because that's 15 by 15 grid. Even when you do the right thing, sometimes you get bit in the derriere. Motion sickness from that.
Yeah.
Really, God, can you complain about everything? Jesus Christ. What else?
gotta hit that bong like one more time, right? It's probably late.
What are the colored squares with words
Late
on
enough
them
in
on the
there.
board? Those are the tiles, the squares that let you either double a word or triplet, or double a letter or triplet.
Yeah, so this is an interesting situation for Dave. He's got the board in pretty good shape right now with the lead.
If you're colorblind, it really doesn't matter because all of the tiles that are the same color will look one way to you, and all of the tiles that are squares that are another color will look that way to you, and you'll just know.
Yeah.
But thanks for the great question.
Yeah.
We just live for them.
And it's true. I mean, with in North America, some people mentioned that Hasbro totally changed the colors.
That was terrible.
It's still that way. That's how, when you buy it, it still looks the same way.
They made us use their boards. They did a special tournament for the top players, and they made us use their new boards. And in my head, blue is triple letter, and it was double word or something. And I lost the game because I didn't get the points that I thought I was going to get.
Yeah, no, I've played a couple people who just
Crazy.
time and time again. I'm like, nope, that's not how much your play scores. That's just not how much it is.
But it's just like when you're driving and you have muscle memory or brain
Right,
memory.
exactly.
It
It's
was the
amazing.
same thing. Like,
Yeah.
I went by color memory rather than position memory.
Yeah. So, how
So
many
Dave-
words exist only as Scrabble words? Well, I suppose that's kind of
More than one.
yeah.
Next question.
Yeah, it's in the it's almost well, that's kind of what's cool. It's kind of in the eye of the observer, right? Because we've all had different exposure to
I don't even
different
know
words
what that
over the
even
years.
means. Like somewhere in some part of the world, a word is used.
Yeah,
right?
I'm like I almost interpret it in the sense of like, how many words that we look at do we only know from Scrabble? And it's kind of cool that whatever
quite a bit.
yeah whatever background you bring, a word that may be totally obvious to you,
Yeah.
might be like total gibberish to somebody else.
But do you find that people, because this happens to me all the time, people say to me that you have such a big vocabulary, even though I'm not using Scrabble words, I'm not sticking in
Yeah.
anestrus and, guayac and stuff in there.
Yeah.
But just the fact that I'm so accustomed to using a lot of words. Do you get that a lot, that people find your vocabulary quite large?
Yeah. Although if you do slip anestrus into a comment sometime, I'd be pretty impressed. I don't know if you know what it means, but
Sure I do, of
yeah.
One of the few words I do know.
Yeah.
But I did my honors thesis in undergrad around that area, so
Yeah.
otherwise I don't think I would know it.
Yeah. King Bong, I'm a huge fan of the words on the back of the shampoo bottles, but methyl isopropyl chloriazanone. I don't think that's right, but whiskey, they do know all of the words. I don't think they know what many of them mean, other than, of course, behead. I think we all know what behead means.
We know what wuss means. We know what Oriole is.
Yeah, I know what Oriole is at this point.
In the religious sense of the word, rather,
Yeah.
not the
Yeah.
anatomical.
Yeah. I mean, I knew niqab, emu. I certainly know what an emu is.
Okay, so against David, it's always dangerous to open up triple lanes, but a K is not so bad. It got rid of his double R and double U's, and Uru isn't good, which would have been then good. He could have hoped to hook the K himself, but I don't think it's too dangerous. Although Dave playing wuss tells you two things. One, he doesn't want the WU combination. Often when you play an S like that for less than 40 points, it's signaling to your opponent that you have a second S. So opening up a triple after Dave has played off an S can be quite dangerous, because it could mean that he's got one of the blanks.
Yeah, and especially when he's willing to open the board up like that. I know he's playing off 2 U's, but still he just went right for it and threw that K right out there.
But it paid off for Joey. He picked up a blank. And let's see if he has any triples himself. No, he did not. So that makes it easy for Dave to undouble his A's and E's.
Sorry, I meant Joey. Yeah.
Did you say his name wrong?
I had the wrong person playing Kuru in my brain.
Okay, and now Dave has picked. So we're going to see back-to-back bingos, I think.
I suspect so.
Obviously, Joey has Moranic off the M, which should be quite easy for him to find.
I suspect he'll find that, yeah.
Because it's also TWL, so he'll know it very well.
Yeah.
They're all ultimately TWL, because whatever happens in the Collins Dictionary, they take on whatever we add in North America. Yeah. But the fact is that Joey will have been very familiar with it, because it's been around for a long time.
Yeah. Yex is a cool word.
I wish we had that one.
Yeah.
There we go. Here it comes down very quickly. Nothing to think about.
Yeah, it's a nice play though. I mean, it's not, with the making the blanket end, that's not an easy find. Finding that in this circumstances.
But that's just a matter of if you study a lot and you study things in alphabetical order and you go through the alphabet.
Yeah.
And you hit the N, you're going to find it immediately. It's just going to pop into your head like a picture.
Yeah. So now I think I'm going to hold my breath and make sure my food goes down the right way, because I think Dave might have an esophagi in his future. That's just not even funny. I'm sorry.
That sounds almost like a computer word. Like I know it as esophagi. Esophagi sounds like email or
an online esophagi.
Esophagi.
Yeah. I suspect that Dave's going to go for the body part. Yep, there it is. Oh, well, you all will see it in a few seconds.
Anything else? Unfortunately, the blank is going to hit the double letter. He would love to hit the P on it, so he's probably going to play with that for a few seconds.
One thing I would like to quickly point out
he's going to play off through the H. Okay, I got it.
This could be GG for Joey, and I say that because he has all 3 Gs.
But he's Joey the K.
Yeah, rip Joey's rack, GG, no re.
Oh, no.
GG.
Oh, yeah, esophagi. Here we go.
Rip Joey's rack.
I think that's 82 points.
I'm sure Joey would gladly show you his tattoos if we could talk to him right now, but I think it's actually he has the letter J as a Scrabble tile.
Talking about somebody who had both a bar mitzvah and a tattoo is kind of... And I'm a Jewish person, so don't diss me for saying that. But we don't. Yeah, it's not big part of our culture, the tattoos.
No.
Maybe I won't go there.
This is serious GG for Joey right now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Rip Joey's rack.
Not something you want to see when your opponent has just bingoed that you have GGGII.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can work his way out of it. Certainly he wants to open the board now that he's 68 points, 7 points behind.
Yeah, he might want to wait a turn with these tiles.
Is there any way he can open the board and undouble himself, untriple himself? That's the gold standard right now.
Yeah, I mean, he honestly might just want to wait a turn or just exchange. I mean, he's down. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not great for the board, but
that's not terrible.
That's a pretty Joey-ish sort of play where he plays quickly.
So?
He likes to play quickly and kind of keep these sort of high volatility leaves that could turn into a bingo, or they could turn out
Nope.
pretty poorly.
Nope.
You'll see that this time it's pretty bad.
The only trouble, though, with
How
that
it worked
thinking
out.
right now is that he didn't open the board by playing Ig without an S on his rack.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an H to hook onto the C in Morainek.
Yeah, I think he's kind of biding his time right now because he's got the D for Oriold.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So yeah, whiskey in general, G's are pretty bad.
Except when they're with IN.
They're with an IN, but people often try to play too strongly with holding ING, but it can be hard to play it. So in a sense, G's even then can not be that great. So I think that was Joey's way of saying GG. No, he's still got a chance, but Dave's in a commanding position here. Interestingly, you can put an O in front of esophagi, so we might get to see O esophagi at some point, which
Well, the
would be
thing is,
pretty cool.
he's got Fez up on top of esophagi for a lot of points.
That's true. Yeah.
Now, he doesn't have a D or
yeah.
an A. Oh, he's got the A, though, but he doesn't have a D.
He's got, I don't know, yeah, it's...
That's a little dangerous.
That's a lot of points, because you could always just play Azo straight down there for 36.
It's 49 points.
Or you could play Waz in the bottom left,
Yeah,
which
he
makes that
could.
hard to work with.
Fez is just
That's
so
it.
tempting when you're holding onto that A.
Yeah.
And how many Ds have been played? Just the one, though. What? He's going to do it.
Like he's just gonna.
Oh,
put
he's
in
holding onto it,
yeah.
and then he'll play Azo next turn. Very cute. Okay.
Yeah. So that's a cool.
That's a.
We like to call that Nigelian because it.
It's exactly who I was thinking.
Yeah. So it tends to be when people make cool setups.
Oh, and we were speaking too quickly. People.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
we
sorry
did that
about
again.
that. Yes, we can see everything into the
Yeah,
future. We
yeah,
know everything.
We are actually psychic.
So that's a nice play. When we say Nigelian, what he means by that is that Nigel does this all the time, where he sets himself up. He scores good points, and then he sets himself up for even more points the next turn. But very easy to block. It's not like, it doesn't look like anything's really being set up. I wouldn't have thought of it.
Yeah.
It just looks like he's looking to balance his rack. But there you
Yeah.
go. He's not going to get a chance to do it.
This looks like Joey's got spelling out Tog here on his rack, playing really fast here. Or it looks like he's going to play really fast here.
Well, he had two O's, two T's, and
Yeah.
He's sick of the G's. So
Yeah,
and of course now he gets IN.
Yeah, I wonder if he sniffed out the Z play there as he plays Tog at the top. I really did want to make Scrabble emotes for this. I just didn't have enough time, but that is like #1 on my list of things that I want to do. I mean, we have some like awesome people who would just make for like great memes, Scrabble memes. The Scrabble memes are real, guys. They are very real. I hope to share them with you one day. Talent, comebacks are definitely possible. They do happen they happen more often than you would think. Like in this case, Joey's definitely not out of the game because the tiles he has.
He's got addition without even.
Yeah, addition.
Addition.
It's all about keeping good tiles and keeping the board open. And right now the board is not very open, and his tiles aren't great.
I'm going to give you guys sorry to interrupt. Sorry, you want to continue?
No, you're good.
I'm going to give you guys an update on the game with Will Anderson versus Josh Sokol. Will now is up 286 to 234. There have been what we call baby bingos. In other words, they're playing bingos that's basically you learn in your first year of studying 7-letter words. Will got down curates for 71, and Joshua got down aniseed for 77. And then right now, Will just got down tortile for 69. So very easy tiles, and he's holding a 52-point lead right now.
Ketzel, I'm Conrad, and I'm joined alongside here by Robin.
Our names will be when you get to see us at the beginning. You get to.
Yeah,
it's a privilege.
I don't know who wants to see my ugly mug, but
at the beginning of the round and then at the end of the round when we close it out, and you'll see our names there.
I will flex for everybody again.
Yes.
If we don't have donations set up, I could start donations for Scrabble to see my My guns again. Ghost, that's actually a really great question. A lot of people ask me that, as I haven't played that much over the last couple of years. You know, it does make me want to play. You know, over time, every time I'm here and I don't play, I'm like, oh, I kind of wish that was me. Like, maybe I could get back into it, and maybe I could be up there at the top tables. But then, like, I realized that, you know, it's also really stressful. You know, this is a big deal to us, and I also don't always miss that stress. I don't know, Robin, what do you think?
Yeah, I haven't played for a while either because I've gone back to school. And yes, I had the opportunity actually to play before I even know we were going to have an online presence. So I did sign up for it, and then they offered to have me do this in the middle of exams. And I'm just thinking, I'm so tired from my schooling. Do I really want to study for Scrabble? I will tell you that I've been playing for over 30 years, and I still study every single day for a minimum of 1 hour just to stay fresh and to learn, keep the words. And it's a tremendous amount of work. And I look at games and I look at strategy. So it's something that you have to keep up. And then when you throw in the actual experience of the tournament, which is quite exhausting, and it's expensive, you know, you have to make a choice in life. So I think I'm going to wait another year till I graduate.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I haven't studied words at all, and you can definitely tell when I play Scrabble, it can be kind of embarrassing.
That's the other thing, when you have a history of being so masterful about the dictionary, and then suddenly you don't know a whole bunch of words, and every word you question, is it good, is it not good? It's not when you're used to having mastery, it's not a fun way to play.
Yeah. Ketzel, there's this great program called Ziziva, which is a great way for studying words. If one of the Scrabble players out there can link to Ziziva, we also have a couple of other Squish, maybe you could link
I like Aerolith personally.
Ketzel, to Ziziva, Aerolith, as well as Quackle.
Quackle is for it's the whole game. You get to play the whole game, and the other two are for studying words. And you need to do all of them. It's, you know, I've got 2 boys who don't play a single game their whole life. They're 17 and 19 now, because they just see how much work it takes.
Yeah. No, it's you know, when you find something like that you love, and you pour the work into it. Yeah, Ziziva and Quackle, yeah.
And also Aerolith, Aerolith. There we go.
Thank you, Breaking the Game for that.
So we're seeing that with
BTG.
Dave was having some consonant issues, so he played Biner to just undouble stuff and to free up his rack because he had the J on there. And Joey is looking to open the board because he's seeing the game starting to slip away from him.
And this is not going to end up being a great time for him to have opened the board because Dave's got plenty of ways he can score here. Even without using the triple, he could play Wilja.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm sure there's probably something with the C as well, but if nothing else.
Nothing exciting with the C, I'll tell you that.
So
but
Dave's
he's much better off with the I.
Dave's going to be up pretty much 100. No problem, Ketzel. Thanks for watching. We appreciate it. We've got a number of Aussies at this tournament, in fact, including the great Carmel Dodd, who's putting up a great showing thus far, as well as the young Tim Mason, who's hanging around the top tables as well.
It's nice, actually. This is a new experience for us in North America to have people come to us for these tournaments because the Aussies use the Collins Dictionary, the Brits, the Thais, whatever, and now they're starting to come over to us, whereas we always had to go over to them. So it's a real pleasure to host you guys.
Yeah. King Bong, it's actually funny that you bring it up. Hong Kong is actually really getting into Scrabble right now. They're actually changing the rules of the game a bit. Actually, 2 of my great friends play in Hong Kong. It does not involve a bong, to the best of my knowledge.
Or a billabong.
Yeah. So, if you are interested in getting involved in Scrabble in Hong Kong, even if just to check it out, it definitely does exist. They just had like the first Hong Kong Open or something, but it was interesting. It took them a year or 2 to get it going because the Hong Kong government considered it gambling because of the luck factor. So they actually had to cancel their first tournament in Hong Kong. But they've gotten it worked out now, and Scrabble's really taking off in Hong Kong. It's super cool.
Over on TWL, Joshua needed to open the board. He did, and unfortunately, after tour tile, unfortunately for him, Will Anderson picked another blank and an S, and he played Futril. So now he's up by 69 points.
Yes, King Bong, it is in English.
Yeah, it's always in English.
Yeah.
But it's fun to watch the tile distribution from different countries.
Oh, it's great, yeah. I love when the W is worth 10 in,
In
some of the languages. Yeah, in France.
In France, it's worth
But
10 because there's so few words.
Right, but it's funny, because there's no W in the Romance languages, and yet in Italian, there's just no W.
Is that right?
Yeah, there's no W or K in Italian.
Right, whereas in Finland, the K is probably worth -3.
Yeah, exactly. Again, in Czech, where the Z is worth like 1. Yeah, one of my good Australian friends was playing in Hong Kong recently. I think English is since it's spoken pretty widely in HK, I feel like I don't think the language barrier would help too much, but the scene's definitely very young, so I don't think there's anybody there who's like super like amazing yet, but I do think over time they're gonna turn into a powerhouse, I suspect. Because Scrabble can be really great for English as a second language tool, or for learning maths, or anything like that. So
over in this game, what's interesting is that in the 21 tiles that are available, only 6 of them are vowels, which I think is what our players are seeing. Joey got both V's now. It was almost imperative, if he could, to get rid of it. I'm not sure, does Wiljet, does it take an S?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes, it does. Because there was another V out there, but he got very lucky that he has 3 of the remaining vowels, which are clearly on the endangered species list right now.
Yeah. I am trying very hard not to breathe, guys. I'm trying my best, but the Scrabbles.
I am now actually equipped to revive you after this year's study of my medical studies. So
thank you.
Feel free not to breathe, and I will revive you.
I'm glad to hear it. Okay, there, I breathed. Yeah, this is not this is not going too well for Joey at this point. Dave has kind of got it. Pretty well.
In GWL, the Y is not particularly the best tile, but in Collins.
In Collins, it's amazing.
Oh my God, there's so many 2-letter words with it. You can just score 40 points so easily with it.
Yeah. One thing that's great about Dave is he loves to rearrange his tiles in funny ways. So you'll notice he has.
Oh, he's got Fondler. Oh God, I shouldn't say that on Twitch.
Yeah, but you'll note that he's leaving nerds spelled out on his rack. That was entirely intentional. I can guarantee it.
I hope you guys have read Word Nerds. That's a book by the former head of the National Scrabble Association. I'm in it.
Yeah. I wish I could put the mic further away and just shout, but that's kind of how Scrabble works. You just have to...
You have to remember we're in a room with 400 people who are playing.
Who
already asked us to be quiet.
Very anal about you being quiet, which doesn't work that well for me. But yeah, Fondler was intentional. It's also a word.
Of course, the board is almost completely dead.
Which is exactly what he wants.
Of course, that's what he wants.
There's also that.
Are there any S's left?
Waze is not good. Oh, a tentacle emoji. That's amazing.
What's that? You're right.
Fundler.
It is a tentacle emoji. You need to get that.
Yeah.
Or a muffin with a tentacle.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I mean, I hope that over time Scrabble will move towards more acceptance with noisy environments, but I think it's partially a holdover with just tradition.
Sorry, do you know what happened last year? Were you around? They actually heard me speaking, me and Jesse speaking.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
And we made a comment right in the end game, which could have actually affected the outcome of the entire tournament.
Yeah.
And thankfully it didn't happen, or else they were super kind and spared our feelings. So obviously we felt terrible, but we had no way of knowing.
Yeah. So over time, hopefully going to get the stream maybe in a different room or something where we can make a little more noise and.
We do that at Canadians. We have a completely different room from where the players are.
Yeah.
But we still have to tell them not to clap.
Yeah. No, drinking Scrabble is definitely an awesome thing. As I've mentioned, we've had, drinking Scrabble games before, and we also have pub crawls. Dave and I have had many a Scrabble pub crawl, and my goodness, do we have fun. I'm digging the tentacle.
I'm really liking the tentacle too,
Yeah.
despite the color.
Well, I suspect that
Drinking alone
the
is
next
awesome.
yeah. I would like to point out that I do not drink alone. Let's see.
Well, that's a good question.
How
Have
many
we ever played each other?
Have we played? Yeah, we.
I don't remember.
The last time I had a 2-game lead at nationals, I played against you and you beat me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not.
So yeah, so in the case of me and Robin, we have played. I believe we played twice at the 2013 nationals. We played once at the 2013 Worlds.
Did you look this up or you just remember?
I remember
Because
this.
that's really scary.
Yeah, and we played, I believe, one other. We played in that Vegas tournament where you had the crazy comeback against Jesse, and I want to say we're probably 2-2, or
Alright.
you might be 3-2.
Okay. We can look it up actually.
Yeah.
That's available online.
Yeah. So then that's the thing I was gonna say is that you can actually look up all these stats, Sneaky. Dave is actually my, I think, second
Scrabble
most.
Daddy?
No, my record against Dave's, I think, over 500 now.
Just to know, to beat Dave is not an easy thing to do. He is a machine.
Yeah, I actually had a streak against him at club where I beat him like 20 times in a row. It was
That's
it was
unbelievable.
sickening.
That was like voodoo.
I know I could have literally. It was like I was cheating. I wasn't. We were drinking a lot of beer.
Everything
It
that
was,
came out was like golden.
Yeah.
You couldn't pick badly.
Yeah.
Those are the best games.
Yeah.
You apologize to your opponent, but you don't really mean it.
Yeah. We all win at the Scrabble. We all win at the Scrabble. We all win at the Scrabbles and all of the things. So Dave is, I think, my second most common opponent. Over time, he will probably become my most common opponent, as my most common opponent is my ex, who no longer plays Scrabble. So,
so did you damage him forever? Or?
I'm a horrible person, let me tell you. Why is my name BB? So I'm Conrad Bassett Bouchard. So I thought it was Conrad
Did
B.
you
It
have
was listed
hippie
Conrad
parents
BB.
that they, you know?
My dad is not a hippie parent at all. My mom definitely is.
So that's she said, like, put my name in there too. I deserve it.
Yeah, and you know my dad likes to say is, you know, there are some fights are worth fighting. This is not one of them.
Well, I gave my kids my maiden name as their middle name.
Yeah, that's
how I did it,
yeah.
without the hyphen.
Right. No, that seems like the easiest way to do it.
Because the name's going to die out. It's really sad.
Yeah.
All right, so we've been neglecting the game, guys, simply because it was out of hand, and Dave was clearly the winner. So
we like to make sure we're focusing on the chat a lot as well, because it's fun. It's fun to interact with people with this game that we love so much.
Somebody Googled you but couldn't find
Yeah,
you.
I don't know what you're looking for,
If you
but
Google me, you'll get bored after 12 pages.
Yeah.
I've been around a lot longer than
yeah.
Conrad.
So looks like Dave has won this game.
Yeah,
and,
it looks.
Yeah,
it looks pretty good.
And I guess Dave is probably going to be heading to play.
132 point lead with no tiles left. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I know it's over. Game's over. I think.
Let me
right?
give you a
Yeah.
final score then for the other game. I'll look it up for you guys. Hold on.
Yeah.
Will had the game in hand, and it's not quite over. I wish we could actually. We can't switch over, right, to their game?
No, they're on a different board.
They're on a different board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So right now, Will's up by 409 to 316 with not too many, with no tiles left. So it looks like it's going to be a win.
And if we can get Dave, do you want to give him a quick interview?
Sure.
Cool.
Oh no, you know what? I want you to because you don't want to. So I will be happy to do it. Yes, of course I want to do it. No, it's just you know him better, so I thought it might have more. And I don't know how to ask questions about cats the way you do. That was like the stroke
That's
of
fair.
genius.
I suppose, yeah. Well, we'll be back in a couple minutes
We'll be back,
with
yeah.
Dave.
If he's amenable.
Yeah,
Which
I
he
think
should
he will be.
should Yeah, he's a nice guy. All right, see you guys soon. I'm looking over at the Collins final game, which has also gone to a fifth game. Peter Armstrong actually missing a few bingos and playing a phony, and yet way ahead, 462, 309, and I know it's further along than that. That's just where I am and watching it. I got to it late. Missed Brodish and played Inditor instead of Dinitro. Inditor is only good with a C in Dictor, Inditor. But did miss a bunch of other plays that scored a lot. Deep getting down anti-acne. But Peter able to get down that phony Inditor along with Siltier and Veneers.
The illustrious Brian Capoletto has suggested Avenge through the E in non-elite. And that appears to be the option that Matthew is going with.
Peter cannot pick a bad rack.
Peter's having a fantastic run over there, so it's pretty much all but official that he will be the 2015 Collins champion. Congratulations to Peter.
He missed the Collins only Graples, Graples, but it doesn't matter because now he's got Blaster on his rack. I'm not sure that he's got places to put stuff, but those are racks that his opponent is not getting, and he has Labrettes, and Flu is available for him to stick it on, and I think as Peter plays that we will very clearly have, there it goes, he plays Stabler at 534, 372. I believe the game is probably over, actually.
It looks well over, so congratulations, Peter.
Yeah, and Dave's going to play out. And a final score of 542 to 408 gives Peter Armstrong the championship in the Collins division, and we wish him absolute mazel tov. Congratulations for not only winning this extremely difficult tournament, but to defeat Dave Wiegand in 5 games.
Hi, everybody. So I'm here with the illustrious Dave Wiegand, who has just won yet another game, and now you sit how far ahead of the pack?
I think I may be tied for the lead or one behind.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm in the top 3. But
how's the tournament
second
been
or
so
third.
far for you? Because you were further back earlier on.
Yeah, I had a rough first day, and I've come back to make it up to the top table.
Gee, I've never seen that before from you, Dave. How do you always do it?
Well, just play one game at a time and try to find the moves.
So how did you like this game? I'm looking at it over here. What did you think about it?
It went pretty well for me from the start. I got an early bingo and had a small lead. Then we traded bingos, and then after that I was pretty much in control, having the better tiles while Joey was playing through bad racks and trying to set up things.
Oh, you have no idea, the VV.
Yeah, he was trying to make some desperate setups, and then nothing was working.
Nothing was working.
Yeah.
How do you deal with the fact, like on the second rack, you had through the D and beheads, you had year ends, which of course you saw. And how do you, I think people want to learn how you have your equanimity when you play a game, when you have a bingo taken away from you. How do you recover from that?
It's not really any different than any other play. You just try to find the best play with your rack, with the board. You know, if you're close to a bingo, that means maybe making a small play to, like I think I did. I played AYE, keeping ERNS.
We were super happy with that play. It was,
yeah.
It was as perfect as it could get,
yeah,
right?
it was great. It scored over 30 and kept a great leave.
And didn't open the board. It was
yeah.
It was a perfect play.
Yeah.
I thought. And then when you played FE, so I had found Fez. He did have a D, as it turned out. He didn't have an A. So we actually call that a Nigel-esque kind of play.
Oh.
Is that what your thinking was?
I thought Fez was too dangerous because it gave up an easy 50-point play if he has an A or a D.
And you saved the AZ for yourself.
Yeah, FE kept a 51 for me if he didn't take the spot, and he wasn't going to be able to score anything like that with that spot. So
when was the last time you won the Nationals?
99 or no, sorry, 2009.
2009. Oh, okay,
yeah.
Not so bad.
05 and 09, I won twice.
So don't you think it's kind of like old hat for you to win again? Wouldn't it be kind of boring?
No, I haven't won the Collins division yet. I've come second and third.
Oh, is that right?
So.
Oh yeah, so
that'd be nice to add that to the list.
How are you finding that? One of the comments I made during this is that because we finally have Collins here in North America, we have people coming to us from Australia and all around the world. I'm finding that fantastic. What about you?
Yeah, it's great. It's more the merrier. I love playing more than the usual players.
And I think this is our biggest Collins contingent ever. Is that correct?
Yeah, maybe so, like 65 or something.
All right.
So yeah, it's slowly but surely it's gaining, and hopefully everyone will switch over pretty soon.
And you're never going back, I'm going to assume.
I don't think so. It's just too hard to go back and forth.
Okay. Last thing I want to ask you is, what's been your favorite eating experience here in New Orleans?
Oh, well, probably Galliano's.
We were there.
Yeah.
We waved to each other because of your
just last
recommendation.
night.
We went last night. So what
Really
did you
good.
order this time?
We got the seafood platter,
I had that.
bunch of sides, just all delicious.
Did you have a dessert?
Yeah.
Did you have the bread pudding?
And the cobbler.
Okay, so I got to say,
Yeah.
they really know how to do desserts here. I didn't. Oh, the peach cobbler. That was a special last night.
that was great too.
And what's tonight?
Not sure yet.
Not sure yet? Okay. We'll keep everybody in suspense. Hopefully you'll give us your restaurant recommendations later. It's time for lunch, speaking of eating, so I wish you a good bit of a break. And
Thanks.
I have a feeling we're going to be seeing you a lot this afternoon.
All right.
All right, take care,
Thanks.
Dave.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Him a lot in Albany 1 year before he reached his current potential as a player. And we'll see how much he's changed since that time. But he was certainly very impressive a few years ago, and he's only gotten more so as time has gone on.
So it looks like Joel does not want to use the newer Zarf clock. He's decided to go with a traditional timer.
Which means that you won't be saying the time. We apologize for that, but we'll try to get you updates on that.
And interestingly, he is going first. Normally, the player going second gets the choice of equipment, is the convention here, so I'm not sure exactly what's the deal with that. But in any case,
He certainly centered the tiles beautifully for us, perhaps in a gesture as, sorry about taking away the clock. I'm going to at least let you see the tiles better, but nah, I don't think that's the case.
And then to answer a question in the chat, I did get away with overrested. It stayed on the board, so yeah, it's a valid word for the game, but it's not a valid Scrabble word. But it's the longest one I've played. I know there have been 11 and even 12 letter words.
Now, somebody said I'm very quiet for them. Can somebody confirm? Can you hear me? Can you? I'm going to just keep talking in this. I can't go any louder because we are in the same room.
And I'm seeing that also some people couldn't hear me, which I'm not sure of, but we'll just double check that.
Now Joel has decided to trade AAO, which is a very strong play. He didn't have a lot of words to play, and he didn't want to give Mac 8-letter words or something to play off of that would score points, because he would have to get rid of vowels, and that would, by necessity, probably put a vowel next to a double-letter
So it
tile.
looks like Mac has got tinily lined up. I know he knows the words fairly well, so he should know tinily, but he is playing tinily.
He doesn't know
Perhaps
tinily.
a bit of nerves. Mac is
Wow.
usually fairly solid with his word knowledge, so that's an unfortunate early error to begin the game.
Wow. It's very unusual. Wow. Okay. All right. It happens. Chamoid, off an S.
Is that the same as without the S, the creature?
Samoyed, without the H. Someday Samoyed, is that what you're referring to?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I misheard you. Yeah, Chamoid.
Well, if you have a lisp, maybe you'll say Chamoyed.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's easy to say, wow, how did he miss it? And I kept going, wow. And my wow is not because he missed it, but simply because I know Mac, and I know how Mac knows words. And he and I both frequent a site where we study words, and he is always number one whenever he takes the time to play. And his word knowledge is astonishing. So this is more a wow, as in I wonder if he's feeling nervous, and it's very, very difficult being in the position he's being. And remember, he's only 16 years old.
16 and playing for third place at the North American Championship.
God.
I was 16 and playing online on Yahoo Literati. That's a variation of Scrabble that the website no longer exists for it, but I was just playing against people who were also more intermediate and struggling to win even then. So it's amazing that at his age he has done so well already.
Homely has been played by Joel. One suggestion was also Heyday, would have been very pretty. And let me just get my board set up, because I'm playing along too.
And Joel has several words on his rack here. The words leaders and dealers immediately stand out. So does lasered,
So
which
we
is
can
a
see
newer
already.
addition.
Laser, yeah. Oh yeah, he's got a lot of bingos. Lasered is new. And you can see the different style of play right away. I don't think we would have seen David Gibson play homely and making that big juicy opening. If he had a C, he might have played comely. I might have seen that. But as you can see, he's a oh wow, what a beautiful play.
Nice underlapping play there. Mac is certainly an anomaly in terms of how well he plays at his age, so it's fairly appropriate here.
He found that so quickly. Beautiful play.
Zev Mac's leave when he played Tinily was an N, so unfortunately he either missed or chickened out of Tinily.
So Joel has a number of choices here. He has the laser that Jesse pointed out a few seconds ago to the right of Tinily. And he has a bunch of bingos through the T. The desalter, reslated, treadles, and a few through the I. Laser scores the most at 66, and then all the other ones score 60 and up. Lasered opens the possibility of a parallel play down row H. So we'll see if he chooses to play through the T, which I have a feeling he might choose to do that. What do you think?
Yeah, it's possible here. Lasered opens the board up and scores a little bit more. I'm going to assume that will depend on playing style here as to what she'd prefer. I'm not really a fan of desalter or reslated just because of what it gives back on the triple word score, and rather unnecessarily at that. Treadle's the same problem except in the opposite direction. I think I would still prefer lasered.
Yeah? Yeah, it's not so terrible, and it doesn't slot any vowels next to the triple letter word. Why can't I think of that word? Score, that's the word. God, after 30 years you'd think I would know that. Maybe I think we're all getting a little, we've been here for 5 days and we love it. It is exhausting though. And every time I would come home from a tournament, I would say, I need a, I need a break.
So he's going for realized, which is a fairly safe placement with D in the double-double lane. And Mac has Zeatin through the A and anomaly for the next turn, which will
negate.
Give him a lead.
Yeah.
Negate and give him a decent lead. That's not going to take him long.
That's not going to take long. I don't even have time to look at his rack.
Zeatin plus F. Well, Zeatin without the A and FN left over.
All right. So we have a score of 140 to 88, I believe, in favor of Mac. We'll get his score up in a second. And we'll get Joel's score when he rack when he chooses to show it to us.
It was actually a fairly big deal to have Joel on table one because, as many people in Scrabble know, Joel is vehemently opposed to being annotated, but it is a condition of playing here that you must be willing to have people watch on live streams like this one or with annotated games on the NASPA website.
Somebody commented about the British spelling of the word. That's something that, we have a lot of Canadian words. We have Yiddish words, Hebrew words. We have words from all over the place. Sometimes the British spelling of words don't actually get included until much later with new editions of the dictionary. But realize I think it's been around for a while.
So Joel is going for a longer play, burning through a couple of letters here to score well.
He saved another U, right? So
he doesn't
absolutely
really
right
have
play.
anything. Doesn't have anything outstanding to
Well,
play
he
here,
could
but
have
that
played
scores.
EAU. He could have played EAU off Zeatin to the left of Zeatin as well. That would have also been a very good off the.
He's picked it back up after thinking about it.
Oh, there you go. He doesn't normally play upside down. Like you will have some players who do that.
Yeah, Unao is a lot better. I am happy with that.
All right.
It also doesn't give Mac anything on that triple letter score to score easily, so it accomplishes a few better things. Mac, meanwhile, has already got a decent-sized lead here. Up with one turn's momentum.
I have to think that realized was extremely intentionally. This is a very, very common rack for anybody in Scrabble, certainly of Joel's caliber. He would have seen lasered, he would have seen all the bingos through the T, so he very clearly made the choice to play realized on purpose, almost certainly for various defensive purposes. This way, he blocks bingos through the T, he blocks bingos through the N. It was really just a 1 or 2 point difference. So very much a conscious choice on Joel's part, who I see is eating. Because there's nothing like going for third place at nationals with having a little snack.
And it's also worth noting, for those of you out there, that Mac can make some inferences here, given Joel's play. Actually, he's seen Joel's entire rack, because of on
Yes, he
getting
has.
picked up before playing Unao, so...
He knows he saved EENT.
Yeah, so he knows that Joel has got low counters along the way somewhat, and balanced before his draw, so Mac is going to...
It looks like he's setting up Toya over in the T from Tinely to balance his rack, which I guess he thinks is a fine play, as that's what he's leaving on his rack, fine.
It also doesn't easily allow for triple letter score plays on the top, but he's
or
opted
down
to
on the
play
bottom.
underneath because it's less dangerous, scores well.
Scores better than the on top,
Yeah.
for sure. But it doesn't block the board the way Toya on top did.
Joel has a great play, as been pointed out. He has Benedict through the D and realized.
Oh, yeah, double. And has he seen it yet?
He's shuffling the tiles now. He was probably thinking briefly Tenebric when looking
That's
at it.
what I was thinking, too.
But I'm pretty sure that doesn't work. Yeah, he's lined up he's found Benedict. Nice play. Oh, yeah, and as someone has pointed out, Toya on the top creates the word EE, which is only in the international lexicon, so it would not have worked.
Oh, you know, I
Yeah.
figure just because we finished with an OWL game, I'm on to a new CSW game. Thanks for pointing that out. Joel, as you know, has been world champion in Collins. And
He's familiar with the word source. While he does not like it, he is familiar with it. So Mac, I imagine, will consider something like fine and BE to open the board up.
Joel actually didn't have any other bingo to play, from what I can see, without having found Benedict. So, and a double. So he's gotten down 2 bingos already, but thanks to Mac's Z play and outstanding what we call intermediate plays that aren't using up all 7 tiles, he's within striking distance.
I think fine is the one here for sure, down to BE.
Fine, Ian. Maybe he's saying, congratulations to Ian for having played a fine tournament. Yeah, he's going to want to keep the board open. We're definitely seeing a different style of play between these two guys.
Yeah, there's no active attempts to lock this board down for sure, which is noteworthy compared to our last round, which was played in a very tight board. Joel's found the play that I like on his rack, Jowd.
That's not going to stay. I don't think he's going to get it. Do you think?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
It's crucial. Mac doesn't know it yet, but it is crucial that he plays there to block Jowd. That would be a huge score should it get down.
$59 points, I believe.
And he's lined up Nafe as well, which doesn't double the F, but it does get to be counted twice when playing EF, so the score difference is inconsequential, more or less 2 or 3 points. I think 3.
We're down to 4 E's or less, minus the one on his rack. Is that right? That's what it says here.
Yeah, there should be a $10,000 first prize, is my understanding.
Yeah, 8. There's down to 4 E's in the bag, so they're starting to become premium tiles. We love our E's.
He has opted for Nafe to create a nicer leave.
It's just 3 points left. Doesn't open the triple. I think that's a fine play.
Yes, it does leave...
A naive play.
It does leave Zhao, but that would give, excuse me, a lot back if he were to play Zhao, so I'm not sure he would do that here. There is something like Watt and Eft and Bio to score decently well.
Yeah. Which one would you play?
I don't like Jiao because it unnecessarily opens the board, even though it scores well, and just gives back a lot of points that don't have to be given back. I think.
But look what you saved.
This is true.
I think I would probably play Jiao and let the person play off of it, and then I get the triple row. But I lose a lot of games too. That could be one of the reasons why I do. All right, we're going to ask Quackle what it thinks. The first impression it gave was to play Jiao, but it's not a very...
and that's without simulation, of course.
That's without simulation. We're going to ask the championship player and see what it has to say. And it still says Jiao.
Still says Jiao, okay.
And it wonted through the N as well. And he could play Jiao down to row E as well if he wanted to. So once we have a little bit of a break here while he's thinking what to play, I'll tell you that I went and I spoke to David Gibson after he had sewn up the tournament. So I'm walking up to him, and you can see his eyes are moist. And I came up to him to give him a hug, and he opens his arms. And what does this man who has just won the national championships after 22 years say? I missed people.
Yeah, he said the same thing to me as well when I went to go talk to him earlier. Humble and quick to point out his mistakes.
Oh, definitely. He said, what else did I miss? And at that point, I hadn't even remembered defense. And if I had, I'm not going to say anything.
Not going to point it out, no.
I had pointed out Lenny's to him, thinking he had seen it also. And when I talked to him after the first game, and he hadn't. So I definitely was not going to make that mistake again. He failed to see that it wasn't just that one play that won him the tournament, or it was his play throughout 30 games that won him the tournament. And I hope he sees that now.
So Joel does go for Watt to avoid giving a lot back. Certainly scores fairly well.
He's maintaining a nice 44-point lead against the Machinator,
who is likely to play a bingo on this turn. Just a question of which one.
Oh, that's a really nice rack. His safest place, without looking up words, his safest place is to play through R and E and realized. And there we go. He's going to play grungier, I think. He's playing very, very quickly. We don't have a clock, but I'm quite sure he's not used up very much right now.
So the nice thing with making the blank a G, since there are multiple options, is it doesn't offer any additional letter unnecessarily. One thing you want to do, when possible, if it scores the most and the position is right, is to avoid giving an extra letter for your opponent to play through to create 8-letter words. So making the blank a G here to spell grungier accomplishes that and still scores ideally. Meanwhile, Joel has dojo-ers, or re-dojo. Those are not words, just being tongue-in-cheek
so
here.
he would love to be able to just dump off the JO. Save a really nice balanced rack. Any good place for that? Or can he do anything with the G?
There's nothing standing out right away to get rid of the J.
Now, if he had played Jiao before, I don't know that... Matt could have taken, he probably would have made play something to the right of it. So probably reusing or something like that. Okay, yeah. So grungier worked out. So playing Watt seemed to be the smarter play on Joel's part. See how important it is every single turn. Every single turn, you must make the correct play every single turn. And it may not even affect you the next turn or two, but somewhere down the line in the game, you might have repercussions. So always, when you play, think of a good play, and then look away for a second and come back to it and find a better play. And if none exists, then play it. But you'll be shocked at how often you find a better play.
An interesting suggestion that we've seen from the chat here is to play Joes and Ah and Bios. That would be kind of tossing up to a lottery somewhat to hope that Mac doesn't have an O, but given that 4 have been played and Joel has 2 of them, it's not a bad option to consider if you want to go super aggressive. He'd be leaving OD left over on the next turn, which he could easily drop to score, but he's decided to go with Judo instead.
Be great if he saved a J to play that, because he made himself a great hook with Judo.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see what we have for Master Miller. Arpwild. Not surprisingly, it doesn't play through anything.
If he were interested in taking out the line on top, I mean, Pylaw and Poe score a fair bit, but it does still offer a response on the very top row, so he's thinking about it. Whether he plays it or not is another story.
That's a really nice play. So when you get an opportunity to play a 5-letter word where the first one and the last one are higher scoring, like P and W in this case, it's a wonderful opportunity to score like 40 points, more than half of a typical bingo. And sometimes people forget it. We're so bingo driven that we forget that 2 35, 40-point plays equals 1 bingo.
Yes.
And you can have 5 bingos in a game and lose. It happens. Very, very close for Joel on his rack.
He's 1 off of Vigorish if he had another I instead of an E, but that doesn't go down. I see a question in the room about why they're not using that timer. I suspect that Joel had an issue with using it because it's an irregular setup. It might be he wanted to find ways to eliminate any points of nerves or anything that would throw him off of his
I
game.
think it was right in front of him, and you get used to, you're playing thousands of games over your life, you get used to looking down and it looking familiar. And looking down, it wasn't familiar to him, and that was jarring, and he made a reasonable request. I think we can accommodate him, but if the producer ever does hear of any time, what's going on in terms of the time, that would be, we'll be happy to send that along to you. The only bingo that Joel has on that rack as an 8 is overfish, which is a very sad word for a Scrabble player, because it implies that you're just playing off tiles in order to balance your rack. So I haven't seen any other reasonable choices for Mac that he's considering. He could play wipe to the left of Eft. That seems to be a nice choice as well. Certainly safer as long as he's not trying to worry about the triple-triple.
He may be considering Wild in the same spot that he would have played P-Law.
Now Joel can play in that. He can play hover or hove, or he's going to get the V underneath the triple word score, so it makes it a lot safer. And now that naif is in the way, it's very hard to overlap everything. Sometimes the players take a long time. I kind of forget whose turn it is, and it is helpful to have the clock so I can see whose clock is running down. But I believe it's still
Mac's turn.
Mac's turn, and now he's considering perhaps playing wild there, making it a bit more difficult, forcing Joel to have 2 vowels to play on top of it, 2 consecutive vowels.
Paradigm, just to answer your question, overfish is a nice word in terms of playing it. The reference Robin was making was we talk about fishing in Scrabble. That's when you take very few points to get rid of maybe 1 or 2 letters from your rack that don't help you use all 7 of your letters in one turn. So by playing off for a few points, you're sacrificing maximum score because you're looking to get a huge score in the next turn or 2. So that's what she means by sad. You don't want to fish too often because then you give up a lead that you have, or you create such a deficit when you finally get a 7 or 8 letter word that there's no benefit to having waited that long. So that is what is meant by sad.
Now Joel wanted to play above wild. He could play something like air, H-E-I-R, or just H-E if you wanted.
And Mac, meanwhile, is guaranteed to bingo next turn. He has space here in 2 spots at the very least.
Wow.
And he might actually pick the one on the right, F's and space here
Absolutely.
because the C is in the right spot to block the triple word score. If Joel were to extend from the R down to the bottom right triple word score, Mac should be able to take out that spot fairly easily, and then really just the G in grungier is the last spot to play a 7 or 8 or 8 letter word to try and catch
Wow,
up.
it'd be
So
really tough.
Joel doesn't know it, but he's already in some trouble. He'll need to get rid of at least the V, I'm thinking here, and hopefully draw into a bingo of his own.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide which would be better placement for F's off of F or Oma. They both have their good reasons to do it and not good reasons to do it.
Oh, the C I transposed by 1. The C would block the bottom triple word score as well.
Yes.
So either placement is perfect for blocking the board.
Yeah.
That's the kind of fortunate thing that
Yeah.
helps to place well at a championship. He's obviously playing well, aside from the early miss, but in the tournament
Oh, that's
overall,
fine, that's
he's clearly playing well enough to be here, and space here should give him a really important advantage in controlling this board.
You know, sometimes people miss words not because they don't see it, or even because they're not. Well, I guess in this case he wasn't sure, but sometimes you have another word that sounds like it, and you have a memory in your head like, oh, I played this and it was a phony, and it sounded like Tinley. Maybe it was Binley, Winley, you know, something like that, and then it gets mixed up in your mind. And there's no question that he saw Tinley, but for some reason he rejected it, and it could be because he was confusing it with another word that is a phony, and that happens to everybody. So we're just waiting for Joel.
We're waiting on Joel. He's decided to keep his V. He's just opting to score, so he's blocked. No, he hasn't really blocked because Homa still takes the S, so Joel's just going for points.
You know, after Kayak, I've decided Mr. Sherman has gone into a different plane of thinking than the rest of us. And I'm not exactly sure what he's
and
thinking
Joel
anymore.
shrugged his shoulders and laughed because at this point he knows that's going to make his chances of winning fairly bleak.
He also could have played all of the previous turn, actually.
Yes. So 3 S's gone and only 1 S remaining. No blanks to pick. Joel needs to grab the S now to have any long shot at winning this game. In the meantime, he's going to need to open up another spot if possible. I don't know if he's going to play under the R in space here. I would imagine to the G and grungier, one of the two anyway, to open up something on the left. If he were to play under space here and to the right, Mac most of the time should reasonably be able to shut down both bingo lanes on the right side of the board, so he's going to look to play on the left side.
Oh, UV. Ugh. Yep.
He does have Ilex, and that's through the L and Y.
Yeah, and that'll go down pretty quickly, I think. If only he had a V for Flux, he'd be really in good shape, actually.
There goes Ilex.
Okay, it was a pretty easy choice. Yeah, a very, very close game. Except for that leave. If he picks a bingo into that, he is meant to come in third. And he might well.
Of course, Mac doesn't know what Joel has in his
No, I
rack.
picked another V.
Yeah. In an ideal world, Joel could have drawn Sevruga as a play.
He could have. It was a possibility for sure. 4 peg. The front of a piano? I don't know.
Or Frog P if you're playing in
Frog
phonies.
P, absolutely.
For anyone who's not familiar, we play a variation of Scrabble called phonies, where we try and make words that are, well, juvenile, really, or offensive, and play no real words.
I think we have the right audience for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would work well for Twitch.
I think Twitch would love that. Well, I wouldn't recommend doing this, but one suggestion, with an S still unseen, one suggestion is to play peg to the right of aw and bio.
I don't think he needs to do that.
He definitely should not do that.
Repeg is a nice play to get rid of a few of the clunky letters, score well.
He's playing very, very quickly. Very, very quickly for this late in the game. That either takes guts or tremendous confidence.
Generally speaking, Paradigm, In this dictionary, a safe lead is going to be a score that's greater than 100 points, really, because you get 50 bonus points when you play all of your letters in one turn, and while it's unlikely at this point, hypothetically Joel could play all 7 of his letters 2 turns in a row, and without that 100-point cushion for Mac, that would be a long shot, but a possible way to win. So usually in this book, later in the game, about 100 is a fairly safe lead, but still not guaranteed.
I think we are going to see Vug played to the G. It seems to be an extremely reasonable play.
The nice thing as well is reft is a past tense, so it does not take the S. It accomplishes blocking that portion of the board.
That's true.
And
that's actually a really, really good point, Jesse.
The G in grungier at the bottom no longer is available as a lane for 8s.
That's why a play like Vug is pretty darn perfect.
Yeah, Vug is a good play, and then after that, Joel would need a miracle, really, to pull this one out.
Yeah.
He'd need something that plays on top of spacier with TRA as his first letters or something, like travels if the letters are there. But it's looking not so good for G.I. Joel.
The championship player is liking 6C Viva to get rid of both V's.
He's playing Vug, creating another lane. It's a nice play.
Interestingly, Vug 5B was also suggested. Interesting.
Probably for the triple has a long shot. I don't think Mac would have left that.
5B.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That can't sim very well.
Yeah.
That's got to be wrong.
well. So, yeah, it's only a 22-point game. A lot of people would say that's not terrible, but this late in the game, it's very, very difficult to overcome. He did pick up the case S, however, but having to hold on to that second V is exactly why championship player suggested a play that got rid of both.
He needs an I for vibratos to be opened up, but he's not going to get it.
No.
Mac here, no place for Kofta. That's Kofta, which is a very nice play, but does not go down.
Should point out to you that with 3 tiles left, the Q is unseen. That could be huge with a 20-point difference in a game. Oh my God.
Mac is going to be paying attention to that
Nope.
for sure.
Wait. I see 3 places for Q. Never mind. There's one in Wild and Ilex, there's one in the I in Grungier, and there's one over Spacier. This is no longer an issue. But
Joel,
it could have been. It could have been huge.
Joel can't play Bravo on top of Spacier because of it not giving him 7 letters next. But it's actually Mac's turn,
Mac will play 2 tiles to leave 1 in the bag, forcing Joel to play, and then Mac will have full knowledge of Joel's rack. That's how it works.
The Q, while it can play in a number of places, will delay going out for either of the players by 1 turn. So it's important to consider what Mac leaves left over. He's going to want to declutter
He might actually
his
just
rack.
play... Well, I don't think there's any reason just to play 1. I think since there are 3 places to play the Q, there's no reason not to play 2. What do you think?
He should play at least 2 of the clunkier letters so that he doesn't have to waste 2 turns trying to get rid of them.
He's also going to want to score.
Yeah.
And put it away. If he could get a 45-point play underneath Spacier, I think he would go for it. Because there's no reason to fear the Q.
If Mac is tracked well, assuming he can see the whole pool, he also may just decide to empty the bag, seeing that there's no fear. But again, you have to have perfect knowledge of the bag. It's a pressure situation to make 3rd place. You know, in many games, you might just straight up empty the bag and not think about it, seeing that the letters are clunky. But Mac is going to want to improve on his previous finishes, which were excellent in the lower half of the top 10. But he's going for a solid 3rd place finish here, assuming he holds on.
Championship player has suggested Cafe 6B, I guess, to block any bingos along column A. Another possibility is Koa at 13I to block any words like Bravo. Actually, I kind of like that, but unfortunately, maybe I would just play Ka.
I think Joel understands he's not going to have a chance to fish for a bingo here. He's got Bravo lined up, assuming it's not blocked. It'll score nicely. The key for Mac is if he sees Bravo, he's going to want to score enough to fend that off and then still score enough with the Q should Joel go out after playing Bravo. With ST, he's definitely going to. So Mac is going to carefully play through this pre-endgame to make sure that he can outrun any late charge by Joel.
I'm going to run a 2-ply simulation while we're sitting here and waiting, and we'll see what Crackle comes up with. Right now, at the top of the list is C6 of. That's C6 of. Very interesting. And that's scoring at 81%. The next closest is Koa at 79.
The nice thing with of at that position is it does set up a koi play plus anything else going up.
Yes, I believe that's the idea, yeah. And DAC, right? Well, that will fit. So that is the idea, to play OF along the IE of Grungier, setting up DAC for the next turn if he needed those points. Always remember thinking ahead. Even the computer thinks ahead.
The difficult thing with of is you, assuming you see plays like Koa near the bottom of the board, you're giving up 7 points, which with a close score like this is extremely valuable. It takes thinking carefully through the end games in order to make the right play here. This is not a straightforward end game.
It is not, and remember, he has a, if he plays 2 tiles, he has a 66 chance of picking up that cue, which means he's going to have to dump it. If he plays Koa, mind you, he gets rid of one of the 2 places where he can score over 20 points with the cue. Right now he's got 2 of them, the 2 eyes in Wild and Ilex, and the eye over Spacier.
He, of course, doesn't know this, but the eye and Spacier will be used, assuming it's not blocked.
For Bravo, yeah, or Bravos even.
I think Joel might consider keeping the S, because it's only 2 more points down there, and it has great flexibility to be used to score easily on this board, but
well,
that would be like tens and naifs. Tens and naifs.
The trouble is if he picks another consonant.
If Mac empties the bag, then it's just the 2 plays for.
I can't
for Joel.
imagine that I can't imagine that he would empty the bag, but you know, he's a wonderful thinker about the game. He's not. What's great about Mac, not only is he a good player, but he's very, very interested in analyzing his games. You know, he will post them up for everyone to look at, and he will talk about, this is what I was thinking about, and you could see the level of playing. Like, I did it for this reason. He does things for a reason. He's not just playing on impulse. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it deeply. So what he chooses to play is not because he's nervous or not because he doesn't have experience, but because he's actually determined that he feels that this is the best play, and he'll stand by his decision.
I think I'm a worst case scenario person here, so in the worst case scenario, there would be a bingo out to the V and Vug that just
to the what?
The V and Vug that Joel just set up. That's the worst case scenario for Vibratos, which he was, of course, lining up in his rack earlier. And I believe if there's an R left, I don't have the computer in front of me, there is Vibrator as an option as well.
I think he's going to have to play off the V if he can. I will say, by the way, if Mac plays Koa along Spacier, he gives a B hook for Joel to play Bravo as well.
And I think he's going to see that's an option, so he's not likely to do that. He's got Calf lined up again to make Cafe through the eye, which I think is perfectly reasonable. It scores him 21 points, which should be enough to...
Yeah, he needs to block that, even if he plays all 3 of the remaining tiles. I think he feels he needs to block the... Because absolutely, the Vibrator and Vibratos is available, and he knows it. He could just play... Is Kai good? Or is that...
KAI is Collins only.
Is Collins only, okay.
Mac is vacillating between options. I think he's seen of as well to set himself up for a koi play next turn. It's a really difficult one.
I thought I was cold, but I think I'm just nervous. It's great. We're getting this fabulous game with 2 fabulous players, and we're having a really, really interesting end game with lots to discuss.
So he's gone with Cafe, which is a great play. really does what he needs to do. That's blocking the
All
V.
right, we have a play. Just to let you know that still running the two-play iteration, we do have of continuing to win 81% of the time.
Mac has drawn that Q, which will stall him by 1 turn. But he should have a spot to play it for at least 20 points. Yeah, there's 2 places for it. So it should be enough to outrun Joel. He will have calculated this before making his play. It's an excellent play. Mac showing significant, excellent board vision to lock up the pre-endgame play. It was absolutely the right play.
He needed to block that lane. There's no question about it. And maybe, I don't think he could have outrun vibratos, even sticking Joel with a Q. Oh, he couldn't have stuck Joel with a Q. That was really the big issue with that Q. So Joel is now just looking over his possibilities, and should he play the S if he plays Bravos, and and he gave himself another spot by playing Cafe. He gave himself QI. But I believe did he pick up the I in the bag? I'm trying to remember what his rack was. Yes, I think he did. So Joel is now doing a lot of math. Surprisingly, he's actually staying seated for the entire game. Those of us who know Joel often will see him hunched over his chair. Sometimes he'll turn the chair backwards and lean over it while he's playing. Odd how a man who wouldn't let a clock because it's too distracting actually doesn't notice that it might be distracting to his opponent that he's hunched over the table like a vulture. But okay. To each his own. So he's just doing the math and saying, I can't imagine that Bravo isn't the correct play, or Bravos, one of those two. Let's see what the championship player says. Just the Bravo on its own, and then we'd have to see where TS plays. But he has a 0% chance of winning, so we can safely say that Mac Meller has won this game.
For the Game of Thrones fans out there, Joel Sherman is close to having Bravos, or Bravosi, which are the fighters from Bravos.
Oh my God, I'm going to have to start watching this show because everybody's referencing it. Is it as amazing as they say?
Oh, absolutely. I don't watch very much TV, but that is one show that I try to keep up with.
Really, eh? I suffered through the last few seasons of Dexter.
I think Joel's going to be looking to find a way to score decently with the letters that aren't Bravo or Bravos and attempt to steal this one. Really, there's no correct play that will win him this game, but he's going to be thinking about the most likely way that Mac could screw this up.
I'll continue running simulations as I did before. The two, well, considering the win percentage is 0, it's kind of, how much can I lose less by, or more elegantly, how can I lose? But the bottom line is you're going to lose every time. Sorry about that, Joel. Bravo at 37 is obviously staying up there, and the interesting 6i 10s. Is also scoring well. I guess that's where Joel should put his TS after he plays Bravo is the idea there. I think I'm going to stop the simulation because it's just kind of like washing your hands after you've just taken a shower, What's the point? Annotator's looking a little bored.
We unfortunately don't know how much time is left, so we can't give you an indication as to how long Joel's going to think here. But the annotators have access to the Quackle simulation software, and they'll have to know that he has 0 chance at winning. So Mac Meller is going to make a remarkable 3rd place at the North American Scrabble Championship at the ripe young age of 16 years old, which is just simply incredible. He's really shown his mettle here in general, although maybe not mettle literally on the first turn by not playing tinnily.
A few people have asked where he can put Bravos. That would be above space here, BIREAR, and then VOS, or Bravo. Yes, I agree with you, El Jefe Ray, or how did we decide Jefe is pronounced?
Jefe, and that's Jeffrey Nelson.
Oh, hi, Jeffrey. Yes, the last few seasons were ugh. I agree with you there. Except I couldn't stop watching because I needed to know how it was going to end.
A train wreck?
Actually, it was a pretend shipwreck. And oh, sorry if you guys haven't watched it yet. And what other questions do we have? Not much. He's 16. Yes, he is 16. Can you believe it?
Remarkably composed and mature as he's been through his games here.
WOA is spelled W-H-O-A. It kills me when I see W-O-A-H all the time.
Oddly enough, that spelling is valid in Collins.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm not sure if you are
We're in
Scrabble.
America now.
I'm not sure if you're
We're going to spell it the American way.
I'm not sure Agent Anderson is a Scrabble player, but unintentionally he has used the international word
No,
source.
he didn't marry his sister. Come on. Who's Scrabble Dude 5? I think he's a troll, right?
Fake spoilers.
All right.
And yes, he is.
All right. Hooah. Oh, that's pronounced hooah. So where's the H at the front then? Hooah. I'm also English. I'm wrong. Okay. All right. What do I know? All right. So Joel's doing some math. I don't see him desperately looking over at the clock over and over. Mind you, I'm not staring at him intently.
This is also possibly a last-ditch attempt at playing a mind game with Mac, just letting the clock run down, hoping he'll just screw up. I don't know.
That's not
there's
his
not
style.
much to...
You never hear Joel going, oh, yeah, well, I thought it would take 16 minutes for this play and really drive you crazy. Yeah, he's going to play Bravo. He knows it's the best play. We know it's the best play.
So Bravo scores very nicely here.
So the score is correct, 416 to 410. Mac is going to...
Double and triple check to make sure that he's
Yeah.
going to win after playing Chi.
Ironically, the one turn where he's going to play should play very, very quickly, he's actually probably going to take the longest time just to be absolutely sure. No, I'm
So
wrong.
he's playing for 22 points here, and that should be just enough to cushion him to take the win. Though Joel will all the same spend time looking at the words.
It's very possible that Joel was also recounting the game for the last couple of minutes. In fact, almost guarantee that he was if he felt he had made any errors. So Joel's a very, very confident guy, and if he feels that he's right, and he probably felt that he counted the game correctly throughout. But I wouldn't be surprised if he did a little bit of a recount just to be 1,000% sure. But he's down by 28 points here. He knows that even Bravo wasn't going to get him very close because of the 20 points plus points that Mac was going to get with the Q. He knew he was sunk, and he was just looking for the best possible play.
So tens and naifs is most likely going to go down here as a scoring play. Joel is probably just checking double, triple, quadruple to make sure he's not missing any winning play, but there isn't one. So he'll go out with tens here. That's the conclusion of the game.
Of course, he's going to get 14 points from Mac. He did the math for that, too. So he was going to get 26 more points. So it's a really, really a 2-point win for Mac, if I'm doing the math right in my head right now. Let's just see. And yes, that's correct. If you do not see a recount right now, that means that Joel already did the recount.
So they're showing the tracking right now. Mac is talking about seeing the play most likely. He's tracking, for those of you who don't know,
Did you see what it said on his... I didn't see it.
I didn't see it, but tracking is something that you do to count all the letters still left in the bag. This is a legal thing to do in Scrabble, and it really influences the last few plays you make at the end of the game.
I really wish I had seen what he wrote on his board. Why would he show it to him other than to show him that he mistracked, right? So I have a feeling he did not realize he had Bravo. I think that's a possibility.
So looking at
he's
plays
looking
like
at maybe
Fawn,
yeah.
ways to maybe steal the game. So they were low on time. We see 44 seconds on one side and 2 minutes and 51 seconds on the other.
Perfect, yeah.
And with that, Mac Meller, the 16-year-old wonderkind, has made third place at the North American Scrabble Championship. taking out a legend in the process, G.I. Joel Sherman, who has won this event before.
Let's see if I can give you an idea of prize money. That's something that we actually haven't looked at. I'll try to find that page for you. Prizes. Here we go. Have they? No, they haven't. You know, they always do that. They always have a prizes link, and then they never populate
They
the page.
usually do, yeah.
Yeah, they should have by now.
So, Ryan, to answer your question, I don't know about the highest
Oh,
scoring
here we go.
play, but I do know the highest scoring game at a North American Championship actually just happened in this event right now. If I remember correctly, it was 734 points in one game, which is extremely impressive.
Re-exposed for 233, I think.
Re-expose will be a high scoring play, probably not the absolute highest, but certainly among the very best of the single turn plays that we've seen here at the North American Championship. So just going over the pleasantries, signing the paperwork, and with that, Mac's going to be in third.
I did find a link for the schedule. It's not on top if you go to the NASPA page, but it is on the side. First place in Division 1 is $10,000, but more importantly, they get a trophy. I think that's what they really covet the most, And second place will go to Ian Weinstein. I believe, yes, he locked that in for $3,000, and Mac takes home a very, very nice check for $2,000. Fourth place, we don't know who that's going to be because we don't know how the other game came out. There were other people with the same record as Joel and Mac, and whoever wins that will get fourth place, and fifth place will get $700. Over in the Collins division, David Eldar, who wrapped it up yesterday with 4 games to go, will also win the coveted trophy and a check for $2,500. And second place will be, did we determine who's second place?
Second place is still Ian.
In CSW, in Collins.
No, we did not.
I don't think, we'll try to get that to you. We'll take home $1,250, third place $600, and fourth place $500. So still a very nice 5 days work for any of these, I'll say gentlemen, because the reality is in those 2 divisions, there were only men competing for the top prizes. So Scrabble is not necessarily the most lucrative sport, but you can do quite nicely. Certainly paid for their lattes this week.
Yes. So with the conclusion of that game, we are through all 31 rounds of play here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. The award ceremony will be taking place shortly, so we're just going to sign off here. Thanks very much for following along with us.
Yeah.
And if you are up for it, we are going to be in Lille, France later this month to do commentary for the World Scrabble Championship. Until then, this is Jesse Matthews and Robin Pollock Daniel signing off. Thanks for following along.
Thanks, everybody.
Has opted for Iota in a fairly interesting position here. He's got the T in the double letter score line to prevent easy doubling of higher scoring tiles, but he's also left a front hook to create Biota on the next turn. Doesn't have a B, but it's an interesting decision. It seems to be inviting aggression, potentially.
It on the one hand, I think it might be a statement to the notoriously defensive David Gibson that he's here to play and he's here to be volatile. On the other hand, when you are making your opening play in Scrabble, and actually any play, what you prefer not to do is to put a vowel next to like a double letter score or a double word score. You're trying to minimize the chance for the person to come back with a tile that will double in both ways or triple in both ways. So this is his way of avoiding that, as you notice by putting iota where he did. Even though he had 3 vowels, not a single one was next to the double letter score.
So he's gone with dude to get rid of one of his W's. Or D-wed, I'm not sure. Probably dude.
Do the do.
So Ian's got a fairly nice balanced rack here at this point.
Oh, yeah, but it's one of those no-goes, right? It's one of those
Mocking racks.
there's no it should have a 7 on it, but it doesn't. And David did what he should do in an opening rack, which is to try to overlap as much as possible so that it forces Ian to either make 8s or now he only can play through a D, or he has to have the B. I did notice when I was doing written commentary during the week for Collins that Iota takes a D in front, actually. So he would have given David Gibson far more points with that play, and I doubt if he would have put Iota in that same place.
I'm just going to double check that.
And ideating is now blocked, if you'll notice. Because of that placement, Ian can no longer play ideating.
So just as a note, Diota is still just Collins only, so that's the bigger book. B, the only front hook iota in this dictionary.
Didn't get a chance to talk to David yesterday. I'm sure if I did, it would be entirely punctuated by head nodding back back and forth, saying, I can't believe it, and they're playing so well, and look how they're catching up on me, and I'm going to be so nervous today. And he's just such a sweetheart. No matter how well he does, there's always impending disaster. So, but he's looking pretty good today, and Ian's looking pretty good too. I don't think Ian's ever won the national championships. Is that correct?
He has not.
He has not. So, if anyone has more reason to be nervous, it's certainly Ian. He's a medical doctor by profession, so has a lot of practice in being cool and calm, and hopefully that will serve him well today.
So he's opted for a scoring play here, underlapping the dude and iota play, keeping INT, a nice synergic combination of letters to use in the future. And when we talk about synergy, we're talking about letters that mix well together for longer words. So INT, and now that he's drawn an S, those should all mix together very well. The unfortunate problem is he's drawn another N, and he almost has 16. It's not quite there, but...
She was just 17, but not 16. Yeah.
Not 16.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's an annoying rack because you're so close to a bingo, and you obviously want to undouble the N. We'll see if he gives him any vowels to play through, and he does not. Ooh, brutal.
So Watt keeps ES and the Z left over. The Z's a great tile to have in this game. Scores super well, usually without too much effort. And Zev, yes, it's looking like Ian will have to win all 3 of the games to win this championship, because my understanding is that David's spread is out of reach for pretty much everyone.
Well, this is the problem when you have a mucked up board like that. Oh, there you go. That's a good solution. Next is a possibility. Stop putting it in. That would undouble his N. It would get rid of the X. It would save a very nice bingo prone rack. Another possibility is to play Nix at 7C. Not worth a lot of points, but would solve the problem of, as I said, undoubling the N. I think next, I think is something that I would play, and I would certainly play it at 12, not at 13. I wouldn't give my opponent an opportunity to put a vowel on top of the X on row 12.
And Agent, I think that's Anderson with the 4 there instead of the A. Yes, this is in fact live. We are here in Fort Wayne, Indiana, in the last 3 rounds of the North American Scrabble Championship. We're starting to get excited because one major division champion has already been decided. That's with the International Word Source. Anyone playing with that is in a separate division, and the winner has been decided there already. This one currently on screen uses a more local word source, and the man on the left, David Gibson, is very close to clinching the division title here. He just needs to win one of 3 games because his win-loss differential is much bigger than everyone else's.
Yeah, it's huge. Let me get that number for you. David has a spread of 2,047, and Ian has a spread of 1,042, so almost over 1,000 points ahead of him, which would be extremely difficult to make up. Mac Meller, who I think we're pretty much considering the only other person who might be able to, or no, or is it really between the two? I think it ultimately is between the two. If David and Ian keep playing, then Mac is locked out. But Mac Meller is number 3 at 19-9 plus 1290, and that's quite a story. Mac Meller is I think he's 16.
He is 16, yeah.
He's 16. He's really quite unbelievable. He burst onto the scene, and you could see he was going to be the next superstar, and he has lived true to that expectation. And he was not having a very good tournament. At one point, he was 1-3, I think, and then he was 6-6. And so right now he's 19-9, which means he's gone 13-3 over the last couple of days, and he is now very solidly in 13th place with a plus 1290. So kudos to Mac. And at the age of 16 to be able to come back and do that. Maybe you have to be 16 to come back and do that. I don't know. There we go.
So we've got Tentiest here from Ian Wenstein to take the lead here.
And the other possibility that he had would have been to play insetted at J2, which would have opened the board a lot for an extra 3 points. So I'm sure he made the very conscious decision to play Tentiest for 60 instead of 63 for insetted, giving David a bit of a taste of his own style of play. He gives nothing away this way. And if David wants to open the board, he's going to have to play to the D himself, and then give Ian a chance to come back off of whatever he plays.
In different circumstances, he might have played Vend to that D and dude just to make life really difficult, but that's certainly not going to help him now. He wants the board to stay relatively open with only one real obvious bingo lane. And just to clarify that, a bingo lane is when there is a line on the board that allows you to place at least 7 letters down in a row, because when you use 7 at the same time, you get 50 bonus points. So right now, underneath the ED, you could hook on an H or an S and make a 7-letter word to the right. That's the one main bingo line. There's also the T in Tentiest to play 8-letter words through, and the D in dude. The I technically is an iota, but it's there's not very many words that are that long.
I once played Poplar TI, I will say that. I'll give you some further to what we talked about yesterday if you were with us. We talked about how even a single tiny error can change the course of the game and put at jeopardy your chance to win. If Ian had decided to go for points, or he had decided to open the board and played insetted, right now David Gibson would have slapped down non-lives faster than you can say hello, and he would have bingoed right back in the game. He would have actually been in the lead. He would have given a juicy row, triple row for Ian to play above it. Nonetheless, by not playing insetted, by sacrificing the 3 points and keeping the board tight, he has prevented David from bingoing back with non-lives.
So David Gibson has Oven lined up on his rack, looking to open the board up. I don't think he'll consider Sloven here. EDS.
Sloven?
Sloven. I think slovenly, but
slovenly. I think that might take an S. One of those. Yeah, it does. It's one of those things that sound like an adjective but are actually also a noun.
So then he definitely does not want to play that.
No, I don't think he would. We're always talking about undoubling, and although non is very nice, sometimes it's okay to have 2 of the same letters if they're actually synergistic. So 2 F's are great together, 2 M's are great together, even 2 N's if you have that O, and then you can create non-words.
He is considering keeping non and an S, it looks like, looking at options with the VLE. The nice thing about David Gibson is at least some of his thought process, you can actually see him doing it with his rack right in front of us, which is with With players who use more of what we call the alphagramming style, we don't really see that. And just to explain a little bit more terminology, alphagramming is what Ian Wenstein is doing with his rack. He's got all of his letters in alphabetical order, and some of us have learned words that way. We trigger our memory by lining words up in alphabetical order, and just by looking at that pattern, with enough time and practice, we can recognize if there are longer words in there. David Gibson doesn't seem to use that approach as much. I'm not going to say he doesn't, but you can see him playing with the rack in front of him, and thus his thought process.
Well, for me, one of the reasons that I do that is because not only do I use the left side of my brain, which is to recognize the words, but then I use the right side of the brain because the letters in alphabetical order now become an image for me. And so I'm using both the left and the right side of my brain to find the words. I'm so used to studying them in alphabetical order that they have meaning to me now. So it's just a different style. I can't imagine that Ian is not going to slap down cat in 3 seconds over the second T and tentiest if that stays open, which it is.
Interestingly, David Gibson does go for Vend even when he's down. I would have expected that if he had maintained his lead, potentially. But I'm a bit curious about this decision here.
One suggestion was to play no in front of yes to make oyes, even though he doesn't have another O to hook in front, but it's not too dangerous.
I mean, it's worth noting that David Gibson is not that far behind, but he is closing up the board somewhat with just a V to play through, which is not really a bingo line at all.
And envoi down to the I and iota would have been a very nice way to open up the board. But we'll see how that plays out. It's very early in the game, so the desperation need to open the board certainly doesn't exist. But I can't imagine that Ian won't play cat, and I'm not exactly. There we go. Yeah. Saves a beautiful rack and gets rid of the cue and blocks another bingo line.
It takes out the main bingo line where only words ending in I something because of QI and then maybe an S at the end or an N. That's the main area. Plus, of course, through the V for some more rare 8-letter words.
Oh, he picked up air sick. Wow, how pretty is that?
That's nice.
Nowhere to put it, but wow, great word.
And then I saw a suggestion for David Gibson's turn in the chat for Nevi to the I and iota. This does open the board up, but he's not totally desperate to open the board at this point. And Nevi also gives back a lot of points that you don't have to give back to your opponent. So I think maybe if it were later in the game and perhaps he were down by more, then it would be a consideration. But I'm not sure it's quite warranted at this point in time.
Oops. So you saw that he had 3 eyes on his rack, which is very unfortunate.
So Ersic gets to play parallel to the opening that David Gibson just created. This is the break that Ian needs because he needs to win all 3 of his games.
He got Ersic down so quickly.
He did. But David Gibson will be playing something big of his own right back.
Yes, he will. Liddy's is good.
I'm sure he wishes that Air 6 worked, but it does not.
Is Linny new-ish, as in last 2 years?
I am not sure, to be honest.
I think it might be so that the only possibility of him not slapping it down is simply that he's not 1,000% sure.
I think he's going to find this one. I'm going to trust him.
Oh, matter of finding it, no problem. Just trusting it.
This is true. We do know that in somewhat similar circumstances, several years ago, David Gibson was playing another legend of the game, Nigel Richards, and he had the opportunity to play the word northing from an N on the board, and because he was playing Nigel and wasn't entirely sure, he passed on it. And that was particularly devastating because...
That wasn't even a new word. That
was
just, I'm playing Nigel and I have to be 1,000% right all the time.
And part of the pressure in that game was David didn't even have to win. He only had to lose by a small score. So it was really
He's not
unfortunate.
sure? Oh, okay.
So David Gibson's been here before. He has won this event before and came very close recently.
He's not sure, you see?
He's not sure enough of the word, opts for nil, and this is a break, a big break for Ian.
Well, things were already going in his direction anyway, but this was absolutely the one thing David had to do after he gave Airsick to Ian was to bingo back. So it's not boding well.
And he has a mocking rack as a result of that last play.
Yeah. And that's what happens sometimes. You know, you do get, we do believe that there are tile gods out there, and when you make the right play, you get rewarded. And there's a lot of people out there who make the wrong play and get rewarded, so it's not a hard and fast rule. He's not going to be happy with himself after this game. So you think that this is, you know, we talk about the butterfly effect, you know, over the ocean. This could have an effect on him in terms of his confidence for the upcoming games. He knows he just needs to win one, and now he's about to find out that he made a mistake that, you know, with 1 point tiles, it's not a good thing for a very top player to know that you missed a bingo with 1 point tiles. So we'll see. We're going to see how this is going to affect his equanimity, actually.
Fortunately for David, Ian has drawn another E.
That's a Canadian bank, the BMO, right?
Yeah. And now David Gibson has created an opening by playing, I don't even know how to pronounce it, Oyez?
Oye.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's
legal term.
Oyer and Oye. Yeah, I pronounce it Oyez, so whether it's correct or not is so I can remember it, but not that I need to remember it anymore. Yeah, that was there we go. And of course he picks up he has 2 places to play.
He's got refines in at least 2 spots next turn, and we don't suspect he's going to pass on that one. So,
no.
Meanwhile, Ian needs to figure out what to do with this. I would say fairly blatant telegraph. You know, there's not much he can do, as it turns out, but it'll be interesting to see how this affects his mindset. He has a B for biota, but it's fairly hard to utilize that scoring spot at this point.
No, he
with
can't.
his rack.
Obviously, he's going to want to get rid of a bunch of E's. He might even play J-E-E.
He is looking at Obe and biota to clean up a little bit of his rack. EME and a blank is certainly not a bad leave here. M's better than the
that
B
seemed
to
to
keep.
make a much better play.
So keeping that M, we're going to agree with that here, and we'll see what he does next turn.
He doesn't have any... he might choose to play Ben off the O in Oyez. That's 26 points. That's a lot.
EY wouldn't work for him, but
except EY is not a good place.
He could play Ebon, but that does seem to give back the line that he doesn't need to give.
Thank you.
To David Gibson. So
Yeah,
I
he's gonna play
suspect it'll
Obe.
be Obe off of biota.
So the question becomes, does David play Refines? He's not going to play it next to the O and Oyez now. He's either going to open up the triple and play it next to Obe, or I think much more likely he's going to play Sal, Refines and Sal over on the right side of the board.
I'm going to assume that as well. Other players, when they're behind, might consider playing Refines off of the O and Obe to blow the board wide open. This doesn't seem to be David Gibson's style in particular, so...
You know what he also had? He also had, and I like this, no, never mind. I forgot to put in the Oyez play, so we're going to let that go.
So, Refines on the right side, the somewhat more conservative play here.
Oh, you know, better than my play was Eben. Instead of Ben, Eben next to the Oyez.
That's what I was saying there, next to the O there. But
Perfect.
it would give back the triple line, and
Perfect.
maybe not what he wants to do after that
Perfect.
blatant fish.
I will pay attention soon, I promise you.
But now Ian
Where's that coffee?
will likely want to use that F hotspot on Refines to get an easy score, something like, let's see, Menno, potentially.
You Demon is his bingo.
You Demon, yes, that's definitely better. So You Demon, it goes down at least 2 spots.
Which is a real heartbreaker for David, who's trying to, have a shot. I'm only 1 bingo down. He will have to open up the triple if he plays it along row C. And I can't imagine that he won't, but we'll see. He might not.
An interesting suggestion, which I actually like a lot, is someone has suggested Dobe and You Demon to try and restrict some of the board in that area.
We like that too. What would have been a stunning play if we were playing Collins, is he could have played You Demon to the left of Refines, because is good. And that would have fit just so beautifully.
Meanwhile, David Gibson has a load of Drek. on his rack after that last play.
I can't even think of a language that might word be good in. Sometimes
Yeah.
we see Icelandic in some of the words, or there's nothing there.
Nothing great, really. Not even well, there's hilly, and then if and he, but that would, of course, block the board up for himself, not what he wants to do necessarily, but then it is a lot of points.
Where's that?
Hilly, and then he, and if, and Lee, and in.
Oh, yeah. That's,
So-
I can see him doing that.
So it scores a fair bit, but it closes the board Houri, or Houri, or I don't know how to say it, Houri on the top.
I think that's what he's going to
That's
play.
likely what
That's
he would
very
do.
likely what he's going to play. 32 points opens the board.
Yeah, opens the board up. FIL is actually not that bad. He just needs an E or the other blank, ideally, to
He
give
needs
him
to
a
pick
shot
a
to
blank,
get back
but
in, but he's already
Yeah.
not really in this game.
Well-
Ian essentially just needs to play on the top to take that out, no matter what the word is. So
Blag or
is
grab.
fairly straightforward.
I like something starting with a G, so it's much harder to hook underneath.
Glad would work well in that case. Just the I and the O would work under.
Grab is my choice, personally. Especially with 3 R's on C and beyond. Definitely would play one of the R's off. So people are understanding what we're saying. If he plays Blag, for example, it's very easy to hook underneath the B with a vowel. A, E, I, and O all fit under a B, as well as a Y. And there is a Y left. If you play Glab, you can only hook underneath with an I or an O. And of course, ending a bingo with I or O is far less likely than with an E, for example. He has no choice but to stick an A over the H. And AH takes an A after it, an I after it, and an S after it. So very easy to hook that. And there's still an S unseen, and there's still a blank unseen. Still, I'm thinking Ian is feeling pretty good about this game. He has lots of time left. Nice, comfortable lead.
David Gibson has picked up the other blank. He just has a few clunky letters that'll prevent him from using it, at least on this turn.
The hated VU combination. He's going to have to play something like IV or something.
Yeah, Ivy leaving full words potentially.
Yeah.
Not sure where there was a go, but
Well, right now it would go over Uri just beautifully.
we don't suspect that'll be left there for very long.
No. He's going to have to pick something that goes underneath the AH. He could play iffy as well, although he would save the UV. But that would score a lot.
It'd be nice for David Gibson if there was an eye open for vilify, because that would clean things up nicely, but that's not going to go down.
One thing that's bad about that, aside from keeping the U, is that it plays off 5 tiles, whereas I'm sure he'd prefer to just play off 3 at most at this point. There you go. There's grab.
So
I think
grab
that was the right
keeps
play.
it as blocky as possible.
Now he does have IV next to the O in
Oh yeah.
Oyes. Oh yes.
We were given a pronunciation
And
by
he's gonna
someone
do-
who knows in the chat.
It's Oye?
Yes.
Thank you.
So iffy, great play, scores a lot. VUL, I'm not sure how many longer words you can draw to that, besides the words like vulpine and vulture and such. But
Venturi will fit underneath grab. Actually, there's an L.
There's an
Sorry
L.
about that. I was thinking about the one time in the Canadian Championships where the one way to win was to keep UV on his rack and pick up Venturi, and that's exactly what happened. It was the craziest thing. Yeah, it's just not his game. In games where things are going well for David, he would have saved VUL and picked up a perfect rack to bingo in 3 different places, each for 80 points or more. Oh, look at what's going on with Ian. But he's picking up, even though he's very consonant heavy, he's picking up stuff that go together well. HM alone is a word. PHM, L they all go together very, very nicely. So he should be able to score. Now, he wishes he had that V so that he could right now block the board and stick under make a V word and pretty much close up the board for good. There is that open E, though, in U Demon, eh? It's easy to score easy points, for example, going over the MO in Udemon and playing a word like hap. But it leaves them with 4 consonants. But I think at this point scoring is probably plenty good enough. He can also just play hum in the same spot, not using up one of his vowels. So he could play HE and MM, and that would work very nicely too. And give himself one chance to perhaps bingo himself.
There is also Adobe, and he does have the A, so something like AMP or MAP or something above.
Adobe, right, absolutely. Good. Adobe is a new word for us for the last 2 years. And sometimes it's not always easy to see these front hooks. One of my favorite, this is not a new word, but one of my favorite back hooks is for the word flaming.
Flamingo.
Flamingo, yeah. Ventail takes an A in front of it to make aventail. I think the human brain is kind of wired to create closed circuits. So we see a word go down and we think, okay, that word is done, the circuit is closed. But in Scrabble, you constantly have to keep your mind open to the possibility that there are front hooks, back hooks, things that can be done to the word, and that the circuit is not closed at all. You have to keep your mind open to that all the time, while you're also juggling what's on your rack, what's potentially on your opponent's rack, what's in the bag. It is a very, very exhausting game to play.
So a few points of consideration for this move. And he and is a good play, but I like map better, and he's going for it just because it takes out the E line to play 8-letter words through, which is, as was pointed out in the chat, also part of why Iffy went down instead of Ivy, to leave that alive for a little bit longer. Now there's really only one major spot left, unless, you know, something like Disjoint went down in the bottom. So we would consider one major bingo lane open at this point, and the J would require some considerable good fortune to bingo through.
Since we're towards the end game, I've been doing some Ask Championship Player. We use our program Quackle, and when we ask it to give us some suggestions, it just gives us very quick ones, but then we ask it to think a lot deeper. And actually it had suggested SH underneath watt, so to make sh and watts, and actually leaving the bingo prone rack available to Ian himself. And his play of map did not even make it onto the list. Oh, it's interesting. I personally think it's a nice little play. It is, except for the AH hook, it is the most likely place for David to bingo through. And especially with a tile pool that is not vowel heavy, that is particularly juicy and delicious. And it's not in a place where he has to stick it in the 4th position or 5th position. It's a quite open lane.
The other thing that map does quite nicely is David Gibson likely would have played Clove to some extent on one of the 2 spots last turn, just to declutter a little bit and try to create an opening, but Clove is no longer an option here for him to play. You can see on his rack he's got the letters lined up that way, but he'll have to think a little bit more about what to do this time.
Well, he'd love to open a second lane away from the AH hook, but honestly the only thing that's available is J. And Udemon took away the possibility of opening up the triple lane.
So really, he has to start looking for potential 8-letter words that he could draw into through the J as a long shot to win this game, but that's already a fairly bleak landscape to try and get into that. So he's going to think as long as he needs to in this turn to figure out what the ideal way to declutter and go for the long shot win is here. I suspect the V and the U and at least one L would go in the most ideal of worlds, but COLS on it, or COL blank, pardon me, is a nice set of leftover letters, but does that play through the J is the other question.
Yeah.
If not, then maybe it's time to consider a less orthodox leave.
Well, you also have to consider at some point, like, we're always so bingo oriented, and honestly, does it really at this point really matter? He's down by 140 points. Yeah, he's got the blank, but he's got LUV. There's only one place to bingo, and he needs two, and this is not going to happen. So I almost, if I were David, I might even consider, just let's get this game over with and stop using brain power, and I'm going to get tired if I keep thinking this hard. And just let's move on. And that's why when we have Can-Am, when we have the top 7 players in each country play each other, we have the option of conceding, because we know it's an exhausting tournament, and if there's no chance of winning, we just concede the game. And I think it's, it would be nice if we had that option, but we don't here because we have to have a tiebreaker based on spread.
So Gibson has not picked out the letters he needs to bingo at the top or at the bottom, so that's pretty much a GGTY at this point in time. He just wants to move to the next round.
That's it. And Ian has picked up the S and an A for sticking underneath He has not picked up a tile that would block the row, but now that Love is there, he just has to play underneath AH, and it's essentially over. If he just wants to score for points, he can play UH next to Oyez.
But I suspect he's going to want to do the right clinical thing and block there just to leave no chance for
the right
a
clinical
comeback.
thing. I love that.
If anyone can do a comeback that we don't expect, it would be Gibson. So we want to make sure, ideally, in this situation.
I think even Jesus could not, or Lazarus could not stage a comeback today on this particular board.
Well, Lazarus did rise from the dead, so we can't rule that out.
Oh, look at that rack! Yeah, no, not happening. I've asked the championship player. For some reason, it likes door. Let's see, but there's 10 tiles left, so it's only going to want to. There's only 3 tiles left in the bag. When I say 10, that means 7 on the other rack and then 3 in the bag. So you don't want to empty the bag just in case. Although if you look at what's available, probably not too much is available for David to play. So it's opting to just play off 2 tiles, and it likes door under MU in Udemon to make mud, and then parry, which is a very pretty little play. Another possibility is to play vuln. That's a new word that we got. It's a verb. Do you know what it means, to vuln?
I am trying to remember exactly what. I believe it has to do, I think of the word invulnerable because they are related. I just can't remember.
Oh, is that right?
I can't remember exactly what.
If anybody out there in chat line knows, that would be great.
The root word, I believe, is similar in definition. I think it's something to do with...
I'm going to ask Ziziva.
I want to say a fortress or protection or something, but it's...
Wasn't that haha? Didn't we do that yesterday?
Okay, we've gotten the answer in the chat. Vuln is to wound, and that makes sense. If you're invulnerable, you're not going to get wounded. So
okay.
So they are related. I just couldn't remember exactly
Okay,
how.
now, chat, since you're so quick and great, can you tell me the etymology of it? Where does that word come from? Because that is some word.
I want to say it's Roman, but I'm not sure.
Roman. Oh, okay. Why not? There we go. Oh, herds. So Einan knows what's in the bag, except for the fact that the blank could be used to hook over that U. It's he's pretty much figured out that there's nothing that David could have. Oh, he also had Ashi. That would have been pretty off of Uri. At this point, it's just a matter of scoring. It's not a matter... he really absolutely did not need to block. If he wanted to block that lane, although he would have given David an A to play through, he could have played Al-Mud through that MU as well.
So in chat we have it confirmed. Voln's etymology comes from the late 16th century in irregular form of the Latin vulnare, so what the Romans would have spoken. So
Outstanding work.
I said Roman, but that's obviously not a language. I just associated it with the Romans. So
I
thank
just
you.
assumed you meant in the Roman
Yes, so
part of
thank
the
you
world.
to the lexicographers who are clearly awake.
To wound by biting at the... Okay, we won't say that. Oh, Michael Quell. Hi, Michael. Good to see ya. I should stick my head up now and then and take a look at what you guys are writing. Although from what I hear, I shouldn't have. I will stay pure as the driven snow. Okay, finally the juicy O hook has been taken by David. And we will just finish off this game quickly, let's hope. Thanks, Slugbugger, I appreciate that. You guys are protecting us, we like that. Thank you.
And David Gibson has the GTL life lined up there. Who would have thought? He likes to gym, tan, and laundry. Reference to a little bit of reality TV there.
You know, if you had kept me on moderation for the next 400 years, I never would have come up with that line. So thank you, Jesse.
I'm recovering from my gaffe earlier for not saying Latin correctly, trying to add some flavor here.
Well, I'll fess up. My son says yesterday I said something that the people in chat thought was really cool, and which I, of course, did not know that I had said intentionally when I mentioned that Winter was going to put his hand in his head, and apparently that's a big thing.
It is. Face palming is a big
Face
thing.
palming. Cool without even knowing it, right?
Yes. Look at you, the hip mama.
Right.
Gibson's going to have to hold off on the GTL for now. Meanwhile, Ian's figuring out what to do here next. Really, it's just a matter of playing out, and it doesn't even have to maximize spread at this point. He, for the purpose of practice, should try and get the most points here in the end game, but really it's just a matter of winning all three games for Ian. So
David is 1,000 points ahead in the spread. So unless Ian has 3 games in a row where he's up by 300-400 points, you know, the spread is really not an issue. I'm not exactly sure what's taking so long. I mean, I appreciate his integrity, and yeah, Aura is absolutely fine. Just let's move on.
So you heard it here first. David is apparently remarkably tan, and his clothes are nicely washed, on point. But yeah, a bit gaunt to fit the
That may be more
the
gym for him. He's
Yes.
David. He's 65 years old. He's
true.
looking pretty amazing. Not even for 65, for any age. And hardly any gray. Like, there are some people like that. It's very unfair.
Johnny, just to answer the question, Ian is not a common pronunciation for that name. It just happens to be the way that he prefers his name to be pronounced. So naturally we try to respect that, but forget, because Ian is, of course, the default pronunciation for that.
That's not Ion, it's Ian. Does he not have a place to go out?
He's just going with Gleet, possibly.
No, there's no room for that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Blank
there
is
is room.
an
Oh,
E.
there is room. Okay. Oh, there we
So
go.
he's just played Gleet to go out. That brings Ian Wenstein to 22 wins as well.
Weinstein. Not Winstein.
I think that's the way he likes it pronounced. I'm not sure. I mean, like, if the first name's off, why not the second one? So I don't know. I mean, Weinstein is what I'd assume
I think
normally.
that's so
but
funny. That's beautiful.
I just assume that it's different. So,
I think that's his new name, Ian Winstein. I love it.
So with that, they're both tied at a remarkable 22
Oh my goodness.
wins. The thing to note here is that while their records are identical, David Gibson has a significantly larger win-loss differential. So all he needs to do is win one more of the last 2 games here, because if they both are tied at 23 wins apiece, David Gibson's win-loss differential, as he has been in this position before in needing crucial wins. Meanwhile, they've drawn their first tiles here For those who are just joining, they have an even record, but David Gibson's win-loss differential is significantly bigger in a good way than Ian's. So he just needs to win one of the last two games here, and then he is our North American champion for 2016. Ian must win both games in order to become champion.
I'll give you an idea of what happened in the rest of the division. We know that David lost and Ian won, so putting them both at 22-7, the lead, the spread has shrunk from over 1,000 points from 1916 now for David Gibson to an 1173 for Ian Weinstein. So doing the math very quickly, it's about 743 points difference from over 1,000. Joel Sherman, who was in fourth place, I believe, played. I'm trying to see who he played. He didn't play Mac Meller. Mac Meller lost with a score of 407 to 502. And Joel Sherman won with a score of 394 to 342. So they flip-flopped places, and Joel Sherman is now in third place. It would be impossible for Joel actually to come in first or second. In first place. Is that correct? I think I'm doing the math right. Because David and Ian are playing each other, naturally someone's going to win. So someone is going to go to 23, and Joel can only go to 22 wins because he's now at 20. So Joel cannot win the tournament, but he actually can come in second place very, very, very easily. And Mac Miller is in fourth place with a spread of 1,195 to Joel's 917. So we have some very, very, very exciting games coming up for you guys.
So Ian has changed 7 tiles, and it's just gone to something else very bad as well. He's got 7 consonants now, as opposed to the W plus 6 vowels. Either way, it's pretty bad. And this is an example of the Q without U rule. He traded a U, and of course he got the Q after that. Something that we joke about disparagingly.
Yeah. All right. So Tav is a very, as you know, very defensive play. Doesn't allow for, oh my goodness.
So Raj and Tav already makes an interesting situation here. You need an A for Raja or an S for Tavs to open up the board here.
In Collins, I believe Tava is good.
Tava is good in Collins, yes.
So that would have made life a little bit easier. So David Gibson is going for the balanced rack. Unfortunately, he has absolutely nowhere to play other than an 8, either to the T or to the R, because he doesn't have that A and he doesn't have an S.
And David Gibson has drawn a blank to add to his already strong rack. Should be interesting to see what he chooses.
Well, he has delayed or.
And Leotard, but I doubt he'll play that because of the E being slotted into the double-double lane. Although a D is a little bit harder to bingo through, but
well,
Leotard scores slightly more,
right?
and Ulster as well.
I think it's probably, well, we'll see.
Ulster gives 2 double-double lines, though.
It does. So I think we're going to see delayed or Leotard.
I think
really, Leotard is the right play.
Leotard leaves the E in the double-double line, and I guess it depends on how offensive you feel in this case.
Do something.
I mean, he's got to open regardless, so.
He could just keep passing until he gets the ideal lane, but I don't think that's going to happen.
He could. Ian's probably going to have to change here. There's really like nothing he can play.
I'm not sure why he's wasting time on it. Yeah, there we go. All gone.
This classic cruelty from David Gibson in closing the board up.
Without doing a big iteration, the first suggestion from Quackle was just to get rid of the Q because the other tiles are so synchronous. I don't think that was the right play. Okay.
And Path, no, you're not allowed to flip the table, but at this point in time, I would be thinking thoughts like that because it's not the best start for Ian, who needs to win both of these last several games.
Now remember, that's exactly what I was about to say. Remember that. Oh, there you go. Dave is in the bird cage, driver's seat. He only has to do is win the one game. You can see how excited we are. At least I am. And then I'm screwing up the words here. Okay, he's decided to play delayed order. I personally would have liked Leotard just because it's a few more points.
This is certainly a more defensive play in the sense that it leaves D and, well, actually maybe not, because the R is in the double-double line.
Saying,
so
and Leotard puts the D on the triple letter. So anyway, if somebody does, a full day analysis, I'm sure they can come up with the exquisite points as to why one is better than the other. Oh, aborted. That was another possibility, but to not open. So maybe he's chosen this on purpose in order to open up to double doubles, and this is the one he's chosen.
Delator creates beautiful board symmetry so far here. Although, it kind of looks like a middle finger right now, which is probably what Ian wants to give him.
Yeah, argue fire is all I can think of without even thinking. It looks like a middle finger. Thank you. Thank you for that imagery.
It does. It also could be a gymnast. But they're all down in Rio competing at the Olympics.
Anybody
right
watch that last night? I did. Apparently there's no other team in the world competing at the Olympics in gymnastics than the United States. Nonetheless, they are the best in the world for the women anyway. So it was delightful to watch them for sure.
There's also some rivalry there. We don't always see the intensity between players on camera. Some of the friendlier or less friendly rivalries that happen, but Chad Close and Michael Phelps have a rivalry because of their last Olympics, where Michael Phelps got upsetted. But some of you may have seen there was a bit of shenanigans in the semifinals between the two of them.
In the back room, eh?
Mm-hmm. But Michael Phelps kept his cool. He ended up winning the gold, and Chad actually finished in 4th. So the internet has been merciless to him, actually.
Yeah, he just fizzled right at the end.
Yeah.
Right?
So in this case, though, David Gibson and Ian, they don't have any such aggressive rivalry. They are very good sports, both of them.
And obviously we know these guys for years and years, and we love them both, and we'd be delighted if either of them won, and one of them will, it would seem. But David's won it how many times? At least once. But
I believe he's won once.
Just the once?
And that was, I believe, 20 years ago or more.
Ah.
So it's interesting that in half a generation he is very close
Although he was
winning.
in a really good position to win it against Nigel, and I know that's eating away at him.
He has a chance to redeem himself. He was devastated, understandably, for not missing, but passing on Northing. He was playing against Nigel Richards, who some of you may know is a legend of our game, probably the best player of all time to have ever played our game.
Oh, yeah, easily.
So even David, who is a phenomenal player, was feeling the pressure against Nigel that year.
Yeah, and Ian's never won it, and he's been slugging away in the trenches all these years, and that's a lovely little play.
Jagger scores fairly well for him here. Our UI is not the most ideal leave, but he certainly is looking to score and prevent the board from being easily closed.
He certainly made the double-double a lot easier for David to hit.
The thing with the double-double there is if it were hit by David with the right letters, he's just blowing the board, not wide open, but he's creating opportunities for the board to open, and then playing to the right of Jagger, that's going to open it as well. So Ian, meanwhile, is drawing
got honed
garbage.
On her to the triple. There we go.
Yeah, so he's going to open with honed.
That's absolutely the right play. Oh.
Ian just cannot catch a break right now.
Well, he's kind of a bit of the author of it by saving IRU, but that's, that was a really, really ugly
Very
pick.
unfortunate.
Yeah. Now he can play. One thing for people out there when you're studying Scrabble, we definitely study racks that have multiple vowels and multiple repeating vowels. There are lists that are like all of the 7 and 8 letter words that have 3 I's. And as you can see on Ian's rack, he's put one of the words we have for a 4-letter word with 2 I's, which is Leary, which he can play quite nicely to make hurl, H-E-R-L, and Leary. Now, it has its dangers because it does slot the I right under the triple letter. But as we talked about yesterday, there's risk, there's reward when it comes to Scrabble. Another thing that won't figure in this game because of the caliber of these players is that he might be setting up David to stick an S on Leary and make a word like squid or something. But Leary does not take an S, but of course David will know that.
Fortunately for Ian, David doesn't have the quick drop of chi and chi, but he can play just
And
one
there's-
chi for 31 and balance fairly well. We're just getting set up here for a third guest commentator. Once we're all ready to go there, I'll let you know. But
Oh, budgies.
we're going to be shortly joined by the 2014 North American Scrabble champion Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, who will be providing some valuable insight, given that he was in a position much like this in 2014, where essentially the person who won that game was more or less going to win the North American Championship.
So here's a beautiful example of how you have the most horrid rack that Ian had the turn before, Giiilur, I believe it was. Got rid of 2 of the I's, picked straight into a bingo. This happens all the time in Scrabble, and it's a perfect example of why you should never give up and why often you should play through your rack. And when I say play through your rack, that means, yes, you would have been tempted to pass, but, you know, he managed to pick up 22 points for Leary. He didn't save the most perfect rack, but look what happened. He picked a bingo right away. So good lessons to be learned for all levels of players.
Meanwhile, what we call the post-bingo draw there for Ian is a little clunky. He does have some nice scoring letters. The question is, will he have a good spot to use them and keep him alive in this game? I have the pleasure officially of introducing my good friend, Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, to join us for commentary. Welcome, Conrad.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
So, Conrad, you have been in a position a lot like this before you won your North American Championship. Can you talk about what's going through their heads right now as they are in the penultimate round?
You know, for both players, you know, it's a must-win situation for Ian, and for David, it really feels like a must-win situation because to have to play, you know, one game for all of the marbles just creates even more pressure. There's so few opportunities to make a mistake. You really just want to win as fast as you possibly can. I didn't have that luxury. I had one game to play and kind of hope I made the best play as much as I could, so I can really empathize with how both of them must feel right now.
So David Gibson has Nota lined up on his rack here as one potential playing option, probably considering that inside of Dab.
No, he's going to play it, I think, by Nor.
Oh, that's right, yeah, to block the line there. That is even better. TE works in this book as well, the blocker.
Yeah, David wants to block as many lanes as he can, as fast as he can.
The nice thing with Nota as well is it puts the A above the D instead of an E, so ED words are taken out of the picture here for unloading letters, and that just really works in David Gibson's favor.
You know, I'm starting to think that Quackle needs to have a David Gibson mode because the suggestions don't even come close to anything that he plays because of his particular style.
And it's beautiful to see. We do have a number of players now who play fairly aggressive, which is certainly not a bad thing in the right context, but learning how to play defense, especially in critical positions and rounds like this, is a valuable skill. And Conrad, I understand you've modeled your game in part after David Gibson.
Yeah, I started to find that since so many players played this nice wide open board strategy, I figured there must be a way to try to beat that and beat it consistently. So I looked at people like David, who seemed to get consistently very, very high results, and looked at what they were doing and tried to take what David was doing and hopefully even improve on it. And I've found that playing a sort of mix of closed boards, but knowing how to open the board when necessary has proved to be a very good strategy for succeeding in the game of Scrabble.
So Robin, with Ian's turn here, he's down by 60 points, and his rack is cabbage, essentially. What do you think he's going to go for here? He seems to have Gnaw lined up as an option, but it's, of course, a horrific lead.
Who are you talking about? Sorry?
Ian.
Yeah, well, he's in a really, really not good space right now. What he needs to do is open up the board and get rid of all of his bad tiles all at the same time, and that's just not going to happen this turn. He might consider getting, having that U with the V and the W is deadly. He might consider playing XU and Dub, which doesn't really do anything good for him.
Yeah, that unnecessarily closes up the board, and especially against someone like Gibson, you don't want to do his work for him. You want him to work to close that board.
You might want to play Vowel in the same spot then, and yes, use up all of your vowels, but at least you're opening the board a little bit. There's nothing really good in terms of scoring points. He could play GNAW, G-N-A-W. That will open the board. It will say VU, but it does open the board.
I think if you're going to keep a lead that's not quite as balanced and potentially clunky for another turn, GNAW certainly opens up one more crucial line on the board, because right now there are really only a handful.
Of course, if you don't open the board now, if you pass, very likely run the risk of David playing something that will close the board even more. As you can see, he's setting himself up for Ama under Dab, Emu, and Lad. You could see it, right? That doesn't do much for Ian, because 1 doesn't take anything in front of it. So I'm not exactly sure what he's thinking there.
He does have, if he's thinking several turns ahead, it seems kind of odd, but he could technically play on 1 and then have an X play next turn, but that seems to be a...
I love that play.
I'm not sure if that would entirely help, but there goes Ama from David Gibson to clutter up the board even more.
One of the benefits to making a play like GNAW would have forced David's hand. He likes to make sacrifices to shut off the board. It's possible he might have made a sacrifice on, probably not that turn, but on a future.
You ready to talk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey guys, we're back after lunch here at the 2017 North American Scrabble Championship in the Big Easy in New Orleans. I'm Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, joined alongside by
Robin Pollock-Daniel.
And we're going to be coming back with Will the Thrill here, who's he's kind of killing it in Division 1 right now. He's going to be playing what we believe is Charles Reinke. Now, we cannot ever be 100% sure, because there are 2 Reinke's. There's Charles Reinke and there's Thomas Reinke. But do we ever know which one is
They're
which?
identical twins. We can't honestly, we can't tell the difference. We were very grateful when one of them grew a goatee, but I think now they're...
Now, that could easily be the one you're seeing, or you're going to be seeing momentarily.
You
Could
heard
be
about that
Thomas.
in school, right? How
Yeah.
sometimes the twin sits in on the other for the exam.
Exactly. I think they once actually did try to switch identities during the beginning of a Scrabble game at club. So it just, kind of as a joke.
So everybody can see that Will has a record of 20-5. He's still 2 games ahead of the pack. Last year we had a championship format, so there would have been a final, and in fact his wins would have meant nothing. Best of 3, best of 5, I guess. This year, now it's whoever's at the top is going to win the whole thing. He could sew this up within a number of games if other people keep losing and he keeps winning. So he's sitting pretty.
And to answer your question, I don't know which Reinke is my favorite, because I don't know which one is which. But I used to talk to one of them about making electronic music back when we were in high school. So
I like neither of them because they tend to beat me all the time.
so hopefully we're gonna get the audio and the video a little more sunk
we out of sync?
here.
Okay.
We're desunk at the moment.
All right. We'll get it there.
But I think we'll get there. In the meantime, I think that Will and Charles supposedly are gonna play some Scrabble here.
And it looks like Charles is first, even though he's on the right.
And it looks like he's gonna make a play that
And
scores
he's gonna pass.
0 points.
Yeah. He doesn't even have a 3-letter word that's with no vowels.
Yeah.
So the question is, what does he save? What would you save? I think I would save. Ooh.
I mean RT for
RTH,
sure, but I think you
yeah,
can keep
RTH.
the. I think you keep the H there, because if you, it's a good middle ground,
Yeah.
right? Because if you don't get the bingo, then move your thing, Robin.
What can't you see?
This.
Oh. Where is it?
It's
Oh, is
down
it
low.
down?
It's
Is it
hiding
down?
behind your hair again.
All right, thanks. Okay,
So,
guys, thanks.
Yeah. So hopefully Robin should be hearable now.
Can you hear me breathe?
We're going to breathe for everyone. Okay, we're breathing, guys. So he apparently traded the H as well. Hopefully we will be giving you a view of the board pretty soon. Oh, there we go.
Uh-oh. Oh, powders. Okay,
Okay.
so that worked out well. Posture, Proteus.
Yeah.
Keep going. Oh, God, it's been a while.
Yeah. You
Am
got
I
this.
done? I got
No,
it?
you got 4 more.
All right.
If anybody knows, well, we're still looking at Charles is still going to trade here. I don't know if it's Charles.
Oh, there are a few more. Spouter, Troops, and Petrus.
They are still seeing. Charles is just trading 5 right now.
Oh, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so we'll get there. Okay, so.
Now, we were visited by the Long Island medium during lunch, and she told me what his next rack would be.
Oh, okay. That makes so much more sense. So David versus Ian was actually from last year. So now we're coming back to this thing called the present. I think it's a thing. Please let me know if I'm wrong. I'm not actually positive. So if anyone knows all of the 7-letter words in Spouter, well, there's one. You will have my eternal, undying gratification and respect. Last year, David won. He is not here this year. Ian is...
David who?
David Gibson.
Ah, David Gibson.
And Ian Weinstein is here this year.
And he's doing quite well.
Yeah.
He's still quasi in contention, even though we don't get to see him.
Yeah, he's always kind of hanging around.
So what's interesting about Oxid is that it not only takes the S, but it also takes an E.
It's still...
And, well, oh, what is... Oh,
Oh,
you're,
my
wow,
stream. Oh,
your screen
my
needs to
stream
be
is lagging, guys. I am so cool.
Super lagging.
All right, let's bring me back to the present here. I really was in the past. Okay, well, that somehow doesn't surprise me. I'm a little...
So the question becomes, do you play Oxide because you're replenishing your rack and you have a greater chance of picking up an S right away to stick onto it, or do you stick the S on it right away and kill it? What's your preference?
I mean, I think it's whatever is going to score the most points here. I feel like most of the
I
ones...
think Petrus will score the most.
Yeah, Petrus, Proteus,
Yeah.
Troops, any of them really...
Well, the P is going to hit the triple letter if we do the
Yeah.
Petrus and Proteus.
Yeah, and Troops it would too.
Would it as well? There you
Yeah.
go. You're right. You're right. Thanks.
If there's anything that goes... If there's anything that underlapped or overlapped Oxid, I would as the
consider
defensive
that.
person, I would be a huge fan of that. But
Won't be that easy because you have
Yeah.
to do vowel, consonant, vowel, consonant.
Yeah.
We're not getting a lot of that with this rack.
yeah, I suspect that he's going to play something down from the...
Yeah, I think he'll
to-
play
to
Petrus
Oxids,
or
yeah.
Proteus.
And then I guess we'll quickly see a another bingo back from Will. Will the Thrill.
Postured is in fact a word.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how many words in Scrabble, how many adjectives actually take S's, and
Yeah.
words that sound like a noun actually are verbs.
Yeah, if you could see me right now, you would see how poorly postured I am.
Although in this case it's a verb, not just an
yeah, that's fair.
adjective.
So really, Charles is just in a great position and just gets to spend a while, you know, deciding which of his riches he'd like to, how he'd like to capitalize on his riches. It's just a great position to be in.
Yeah. Which one of... I feel like Mr. Burns.
I
I'd
have-
like
yeah.
to put my feet up.
Yeah, exactly.
And which of my 6 bingos shall I play?
Yeah. Yeah, Kuma, you get 25 minutes per game. You should be able to see it up at the top there. That's the clock. You can use that time however you'd like. And
The way you
it's
can
the-
tell who's playing is that if you look at the clock, you'll see that one of the red buttons is lit up. That's the person who's currently playing.
Yeah. They'll also have a star next to their name, so that's how we know it's on Charles.
Also, he's decided to play posture. All right.
Well, Rich, we're a little jealous of you, but oh, interesting. He went for that. Okay.
He could be on acetylsalicylic acid.
That.
And maybe that's what he meant. He's taking aspirin.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Finster. Thanks for watching. So I guess this makes sense, as Charles is just bingoed here. The idea is that because I think he probably views Will as a better player than him, he wants to keep the board wide open so he can, you know, if he's going to get good tiles, he's going to be able to, you know, stay in front and be able to always capitalize on them. So I think that's what his thought is here.
But if you remember earlier, we were talking about stem racks. So what Will has on his rack is what we call satine, S-A-T-I-N-E, and he's got it with a T. So he's got instate and satinet, and he's going to probably play oxides and that, and satinet, I would think.
Seems like it, yeah.
He has nattiest to the T. We're looking, remember, double-double, but he can't hit a double-double with that.
Yeah.
So.
It ain't a party without some natty.
This is going to be a very fast play, relatively, because this is a rack you learn in your first couple of weeks of studying Scrabble.
Yeah. How was lunch? What did I have for lunch? I had some coffee. It was
just what you needed.
It was great. I'm going to keep drinking it here as well.
There's cookies. remember?
All right, I'm gonna have a cookie
Goes well with the
eventually.
cookies.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a cookie after this game. I think I had a piece of bread. I had a piece of chicken. That's what it was. I had a little bit of chicken. I've been eating pretty well while I've been here, so
Oh
I think
my
I just
God,
wasn't
that's ridiculous.
wasn't that hungry.
Ridiculous. There you go. Here comes Satinette.
Yeah. If anyone watching is from New Orleans, I've got to say, this is one of my favorite cities in the world, especially for the food.
He's got Wicked or Charles Reinke through a D,
Yeah.
which doesn't exist, and he's not about to get it.
Yeah.
Another possibility was to play Satinette on top of Oxide so that the NET went over the OXI. So I'm sure he was doing the math and trying to figure out, because right now he's opened up a triple row for an S to stick onto Satinette.
Yeah. So Finster, a double-double means that it hits two of those pink squares at once. You'd all actually multiply your whole play by 4. And Squish, it kept IST. You know me, I'm always looking for some local freebies. Whatever they may be. Whatever they may be. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll remember to look at this and not our faster one. So he didn't give him the the D for Wickeder, so he's going to have to... We haven't talked about rack management yet.
That's true. Would you like to...
Sure, because a lot of people might see the word rec, right? So through the E in Satnet, you might think, well, that's a good thing to play because he doubles the W and he's going to score a lot of points. But the trouble with that is he's going to leave IEE on his rack. And that's a lot of vowels, and certainly early in the game there are a lot more vowels in the bag. There's more vowels than there are consonants, so that would be a really, really dangerous thing to do. So he's going to look to a way to score, keep the board open to a certain extent because now he's behind. Well, not too bad. No, he's actually okay.
Yeah,
and
pretty much on tempo.
But balance his rack so that he's able to score the next turn as well.
Yeah. King, this is Division 1. We're only showing Division 1, but this is the North American lexicon.
That's a good play.
Yeah.
It says 34 points. Early in the game, that's where the S's are. That's where the you have not seen the play yet, so you have no idea what I'm talking about. All right.
Jilly, so the notes they're essentially taking are, so they're keeping score for both themselves and their opponent. You can always check in on what the score is. And as well, people also keep track of what tiles have been played, so that they might make a decision based on how many vowels or consonants might be left. And, you know, once you get to the end of the game, you can know exactly what's left. I hope Scrabble Rich Baker might consider throwing in an awesome pun in the chat at some point. Grown to be a great fan of his puns.
You know.
I have drawn goofy pictures before on my score sheet. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't. But
we'll also be keeping you up to date on the Collins game. Right now, we have I don't know how to pronounce Rashid Olajide. Was that?
Oh, Rashid's playing. Yeah, Rashid. Rashid Olajide
is playing
Balogun.
Austin Shin. Where's Austin located?
Austin's in Milton Keynes, and Rashid is from outside of. Well, he was in Lagos for a very long time, or outside of Lagos for a very long time, and now I believe he is living in outside of Dallas now.
All right. So we're seeing a score of 175 for Rashid to 96 for Austin. It's a little bit closer in the Collins division, so we will be giving you updates because there's no clear winner so far.
So no, there is no official scorekeeper in the sense, it's, you're sort of keeping track yourself. Sometimes people do make mistakes, and at the end of the game, they'll catch them. And yes, Stephen, we are, good to see you, by the way. We are in the same room. I hope one day we can get it set up so that we're in a different room so that we can be a little bit noisier, and Robin won't sound like she's whispering into people's ears with ASMR.
What? Can you hear me? Hello.
But for now, we're just hanging out here in the back, trying to not cause too much trouble. Just enough trouble is really our goal.
All right, so we're up to date. Oh, upside down? Why did we turn the board upside down? Oops. So you can see that it's Will's turn because of the fact that he's got the red light on his clock. And the only bingo he has with that rack is through a V. Does
Through a
anybody
V.
know what that is?
I know it.
Think dentist.
Yeah, Kuma. This is their win-loss record for the entire tournament. So Will is absolutely killing it. Jeff, it's 25 minutes per game. We are a couple of troublemakers. I completely agree. That's my goal, though, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, what's the point?
What's the point?
You'll notice the configuration on the board. You'll see how it's lots of big words spread out. And if you look at lower division games, what you'll often find is like Lego, where they're just chunked onto each other, the words. And that's because these players know a lot more words than the lower level ones do. So you have this kind of spider configuration on the board.
Yeah. And Will loves his open board, so he can
play his
kind of
bingos.
stick his word knowledge on you. He's
It really is like a dog coming to attack you, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, actually, in Will's case, probably a cat, like a rabid cat or something. Yes, Charles is telling us to cool it. You are totally correct. I love the wordplay. Because we, of course, never, ever, ever get tired of that. Yeah. Some people have to put up with me like every day. Yeah, giga is a legal word. It's, I believe, also a kind of like a jig. It's like a dance or something, I think.
You think it's a bastardization of G-I-G-U-E or
I
G-I-G-H-E?
think maybe it might be, although I'm not positive.
Well, we have some Scrabble people out there, and since we're busy with our
Yeah.
commentary, if they care to look up the words and
Yeah.
give people the definitions, that would be really appreciated.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, hey, there's Eve. Eve,
lively dance.
say hi to
Hi,
Henry
Eve.
and Arthur and James for me. See if they remember my name this time.
Charles is not paying attention. Was that a joke that she's asking that? That he's paying attention
I think
to her?
she's kidding.
You think you're okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, Charles is
I'll believe anything back here.
I mean, Charles might have super whatever hearing and can hear us from all the way over here. I wouldn't put it past him. You know, those rankies, you never know what's happening. Like
there is a bingo at the P with his rack, which is poultice, but it doesn't quite fit on the board.
Yeah.
Which is always annoying.
Yeah. Tokyo, the occasional phony has never hurt if you can get away with it. We saw one this morning that would have lost somebody a game, but his opponent didn't challenge it and felt pretty
did you ask
stupid
about
after.
that?
Yeah, he just totally spazzed.
Okay.
It was not good.
That happens.
But I've certainly played phonies in many situations. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
Who's doing that?
Thank you.
Is that you? We're getting a notice that not only is Giga a lively dance, but it's also denoting a factor of 10.
I think that's what we were debating whether or not that was
10 something squiggle 9.
Yeah.
I don't know
10
what
to the
call it.
9th. It's like a
billion.
billion.
That's to the 9th. Okay, I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, here now we gave Rich. Rich is one of the executive committee people here, and we've given him a reason for living this round because he's looking up words for you guys. So thank you, Rich.
Yeah.
And here's an example of a word that you think is a noun, poultice, and we talked about sometimes it's a verb, and you can see to apply a healing substance to. So poultice can actually add a D to it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not an easy rack for Charles here. You got like decent tiles, but not great because he can't bingo with them. So it's like, how do you score well, but also keep some good tiles for next turn?
You always kind of want to get rid of that U as quickly as you can.
Yeah, sure.
But sometimes you just can't. This opens the board and gets rid of 2 of the 4 vowels.
Yeah.
And it sounds like, oh yeah, we haven't even looked at, okay.
Yeah.
So at some point, Will's going to play. He's got obviously a beautiful rack, and he's got dinners, and he's got endrins. I'm going to predict he plays endrins. I just feel it.
You got to feel it's almost as if you can see into the future. I don't know how you do that. You must win every tournament you play in.
It's a gift.
So
it is a beautiful rack, Katie.
Yeah,
you're right.
You can never tell people that they have a nice rack in Scrabble too much. The
It's almost-
common retort is, "Oh, thank you. You should see my tiles." I forget who I'm supposed to give credit to for that, but
I think I've heard that so many
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
So it's almost like an embarrassment of riches for Will, who keeps getting balanced racks. He's getting what we call baby bingos, because
Yeah.
the bingos that you study really, really early,
Yeah.
Satinet, Endrins. But he'll take it. I promise you, he will take it.
yeah, having been in Will's position before, like this is kind of how it works to win a national championship
Oh,
in anything.
Elefine.
You need like some luck and some and a lot of
Yes.
skill.
You
So,
cannot win this tournament without a little bit of luck.
Yeah.
It's very hard to.
Yeah.
And you see he's got Elefine to the E and Satinet.
Thank you, King. I appreciate it. I try to work out, as you guys saw earlier, me flexing my
And Aphelion,
Yeah.
and he's got Aphelion to the O.
Yeah.
So he's going to be bingoing again.
Yeah. Scrabble is like, often it's like RNG as heck. It can be kind of annoying at times, but it can also be fun.
And Kefalin off the C. I'll just keep throwing out words. Just ignore me.
Yeah. Well, Outgrew will block a lot of them, but
Yeah. No,
not.
he's just swimming in bingos that
Yeah.
he can play, and they can't all be blocked.
Yeah, Elefine will still barely be available, but he'll block almost every one.
Well, Elefine's the least scory one. Kefalin would be the best.
Yes.
Or Aphelion would be
Yeah.
pretty good too.
Stephen, you're probably right, and it's true. This tournament, Nigel's just getting hosed. I mean, he just can't. He can't draw anything in this tournament. It is ridiculous how badly Nigel is drawing this tournament. It's like kind of sad.
Let me take out my really tiny violin, shall I? Oh my god.
Yeah. I think I'm going to stick to combining Scrabble and alcohol for now before we move on to Russian roulette.
Russian roulette, God.
If by that you mean like shots of vodka, then I don't even. I'm past the vodka point in my life, I think. I don't know, Kenji. I think I might slightly disagree with you. I think that of the top 5 or so players who are playing, it's whichever one of them is going to get the best tiles is the one who's going to win. Because I don't think, your top few players, like, they're all going to play just as well, and they all have to play each other, and they're all going to play about the same as each other. So ultimately, like, if they all play just as well, it's going to come down to who draws the best. So I think to some degree, Will needs to get luckier than, your Mac, your Jesse, your Rafi, and of course, Nigel.
Duke, I like your comment about wish there was a graphic with how many tiles are left in the bag. That's a bit of programming that I think we're working on for another time.
Yeah.
We have tried to do it. It's really, really tricky. But thanks for the suggestion. It's a good one.
Yeah. So, Jilly, anybody can get into the tournament. You just have to, pay your entry fee and be a member of an organization. And from there, you're welcome to show up and play in whichever division you are qualified for.
Tokyo, to answer your question, we're actually doing a tournament with 2 different sets of rules and 2 different dictionaries. When you're playing in North America, the onus is on the opponent to get the word right. If he challenges a word and it is correct, the other person has to take the word off the board and he loses a turn. It's a very onerous penalty.
Yeah.
If you play with the international dictionary, then you only lose 5 points. So the onus becomes on the player to get it right, not on the challenger.
Yeah. So I think.
Oh, he got lucky. See, he almost blocked everything, and yet he still gave him a place to bingo.
Yeah. I mean, I think Charles is going to tattoo him right back, but still not going to be in good shape. Yeah, Metamorph. There are 6 divisions here. So there's a Division 3 and 4 in the North American division are, I wouldn't say amateur, but much more. Not quite at this level. Let's put it that way. How many competitors in this year's tournament are female? I mean,
well, quite a few in the lower ones. There's very few in the top division. Very few.
Yeah. And one of the best ones is not playing and sitting next to me.
It's very lonely for me, but I like you guys, so we're good.
So, it's not looking great for Charles right now.
No,
oh,
it's not looking
God,
good at all.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, and then he's got the other.
Yeah.
Do we know that? Yes, we
So-
can tell you he has the other blank. So
Yeah.
Will is.
Will continues to draw like God this tournament, and
But you know, when it starts happening towards the end of the second to last day, it's almost preordained at this point. But
Yeah.
it's going to be pretty hard to beat him now for the tournament.
yeah, I mean, you know, when I was in this position a couple years ago, I was like way ahead, and then all of a sudden just
What happened?
loss, loss.
Outdrew every time?
Yeah. Oh, it was rough. It was, you know, the wrong time for it to happen, and I came within a point of falling out of contention.
A single point.
Yeah, I think.
That is scary.
Yeah, my ex lost a game by 1 on the final day, and if he had won that game, he pretty much
Would have been your ex a lot faster.
No, at the time I would have been thrilled, but
Yeah,
you know,
I understand.
Yeah,
I
but
understand.
by losing that game, I remained in contention and came back. So, you know, in the end, it all worked out for me. Which is, I know everyone here would be cheering for me, right? Yeah, okay, sure, whatever.
Well, that's what's happened to me a few times. I've come close. I've been in up to third spot, and then I always seem to, on the fourth day or so, hit a wall where, like 5 games in a row, they score over 500 points against me, and there's just
Yeah.
I just watch the entire tournament slip through my fingers.
Yeah. It's, you know,
very
that's
painful.
kind of how it happens. It's about being in the right place at the right time
It
and
is.
consistently playing better than everyone else. Scrabble ultimately is about, you know, who makes fewer mistakes, because everyone's going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
The game space is just so huge. You're going to screw up. It's just, how can you... Also, I love that Charles has too late spelled on his rank.
Too late.
Because effectively his
Yeah.
bingo is probably going to be a bit too late.
little, too late, and it's
Yeah.
not going to score a lot because he's going to play
Yeah.
through the T.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Kuma, we've had different formats of these tournaments where we have done finals. Last year we had a really crazy one where the top 8 people got to be in their own division for the last 10 games or so. It was really kind of nuts. So we play with different formats. This year we've decided to go with straight winner.
Yeah, I think there's a you know, there's a fine line between both of them, and you know, this is where we are right now, and you know, over time it would be cool to see some more like, you know, match play style. Hashtag Kenji Matsumoto's match play. Ha 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 ha. I don't know if anyone gets that, but yeah.
Patootie, yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah.
I once played that against Ian Weinstein. And I only remember because he made such a big deal about it, like as if I had played, you know, the most amazing word. I don't know.
Yeah. So I know I understand Charles wanting to open the board up here. You know, there's not much he can do.
Did he have something else to play that would have?
I mean, Patootie was safer.
Oh, it was available. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know if he may not have seen it. Honestly, like Will's way ahead.
So not only does he score, he gets rid of the J, but he makes himself another lane to bingo down onto.
Yeah.
It's kind of ideal. You love to have games like this, especially when you're in contention. That you just can't believe how lucky you are that you don't have to think.
Yeah, Will basically doesn't have to think this game. Which is kind of what you want, because when you do have to think in one of the games,
it's exhausting.
you'll want that energy back,
Yeah.
or you'll be happy that you have that energy.
I don't know if people understand how much energy it takes to play this game. It's exhausting.
Yeah.
Because you cannot make a mistake.
Nope. Or you need to make fewer mistakes than everybody
Well, for
else.
sure.
You know, Charles has a faint bit of hope here, just in the sense that he can play, you know, Bran for some points and keep a good leave. But I think Will's just going to kind of pummel him with points the rest of the game. And, you know, I just don't think he's going to be able to come back in time. You miss
know,
Ian and David. Well, I'm sure Ian says hi. David is probably working right now.
You know you're in good shape when you can let triple stay open in the end game, because you know that even if they get 140 points, they can't catch you.
Yeah.
That's the ideal.
Yeah. I believe Charles does have a ponytail currently. He and his twin brother they've had long hair since I met them in 2006. Let's find out how many tiles remain in the game.
Oh yeah, we could do that for you. And let me give you an update on the other game too. Sorry, I've been remiss.
It appears
when I
that-
left you,
yeah.
Rashid was way ahead by over 100 points, and now he's up by 85 points.
And it appears there are Oh man, math is hard. Why do I make myself do math? Something like 20 tiles in the
You have
bag.
to take off 14 from that?
Yeah,
So it's 24.
14 minus the 3 that he played for Bran, so 21? I don't know. Math is
As
hard.
math goes, it was a pretty
Yeah.
easy one. I'll help you with those. If we can turn the board around, that would be amazing.
So
Thank you.
Swish, kind of like, to answer your question, you sort of have this delineation between people who like these more open boards and people who like to play more defense. And there's a core set of people at the top who typically, win the majority of tournaments. So it's always trying to put yourself in the best position to beat those people. So, in my case, being one of the people who likes playing the more defensive games, it's always been, how can I learn the play style of, these better players so that I can hopefully take advantage I can take advantage of them on
Are you a
on the
defensive
board.
one? Are you
Oh yeah.
a board hog?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I hate those.
Well, yeah.
It drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of words too, and I love to be able to play them. And
Yeah.
so that's why I study nines now, for you guys who clog up the board.
Yeah, well, some of these guys know the nines now. I never learned them.
Good to know.
Yeah. Jilly, it probably would have been a couple fewer points, and also Charles wants to kind of keep the board open here. And that would kind of block the P and the U and maybe even that T. Hey, King, if you find me on Facebook or whatever, feel free to start a game. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person with my name out there. I'm always happy to play Scrabble with people. If they start a game with me, I sometimes forget to check, but beyond that, go for it. How is I think Will basically just has to wait out the clock here, and he should be fine. Note he's got like 15 minutes left.
You are correct with that, Swoosh. That I is 27 points underneath Na and through the PE and the HN at the bottom. So maybe that was just a miss.
Ooh, yeah, that's a.
And he's got time. He could have figured that out.
Yeah, that's a nice
2
hit
extra
there.
points. Every little bit counts.
Yeah, and Charles is not doing a very good job of drawing bingos.
Oh, he's so close. Those are such annoying racks.
Yeah.
Where you just have to fish off a couple of tiles each time.
Yeah.
It kills you, and you do that like 3 times, the game's over.
Right.
You just can't catch up.
Yeah.
Now, Will doesn't have any bingos that he could play, so the question now does...
Yeah,
you
for
know-
sure, Jilly.
What's that?
Yeah.
He can play oof under Wickers, or I don't know.
Yeah. Eve, no, there's no scoring benefit to having time left over at the end. The main way that you might be able to benefit from it is it could mean that your opponent doesn't have much time, and you might be able to kind of speed rush them near the end. So, I tend to be kind of a faster player, and I can try to, run some people over on time, and, they may not be able to make as strategically sound decisions if they kind of have to rush. No, it does not. Aracene does not play an owl. Didn't even know that. It's a nice find, though.
To answer your question, Jilly, the Bran in R and Wickers would not have been more points. It would have been 20 points, and I think he got 24 where he played it.
But still a good spot, though, of seeing those parallel plays for sure.
Oh, maybe not. Let me do the math. 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, it's 24. Yeah, versus yeah.
Yeah, so much. If a player runs out of time, we get to throw things at them. No, what happens is you lose 10 points for every minute you go over. And you typically would be up to a limit of 10 minutes, but no one ever really goes that far.
Aracene does not play in OWL.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's strategic actually to go over because you're constantly. Did you say that already? I wasn't.
No,
listening.
I'm agreeing.
Yeah.
I once lost a tournament because I didn't.
Yeah. Sometimes it pays to go over if you do the math and you see that even if I go over and I lose 10 points, I'm going to win the game.
Yeah.
Then it's fine to go over.
Yeah. Yeah, the penalty's not quite as strict. I wouldn't mind it being stricter, but
it's all part of the strategy of the game. You really need to know the game extremely well to know how to take advantage of all the rules.
Yeah.
So Charles can't be feeling pretty good because 105 points down with 1 pointers. Like he's not. Oh, he did play oof. There you go.
Yeah.
He's not going anywhere.
Yeah. So Brett, there's kind of like a number of things. It would be hard to kind of sum up in a couple of sentences. But
we can give you a couple of
yeah.
years worth of commentary if you want.
Yeah, but basically it's how many points can I score now? How many points can I score, over the next few turns? And kind of balancing that. So I'm doing well now, and I'm doing well later. And using the 2-letter words and playing parallel as able to help maximize those abilities. For some people, it's about keeping the board wide open so that you have a lot of opportunities to play cool words. And in other cases, some people, like myself, like to play these, more defensive boards where you have fewer opportunities, and the penalty, for making a mistake can be a lot higher, because the best play versus the second best play on a closed board, tends to be much greater than the best play and the second best play on an open board.
We're going to try to get you a countdown of how many tiles are left.
I love that
there's
oof
11
got
tiles
added.
left.
I love that we have oof now, and foo.
I love that we have that. And ur.
Yeah.
Or no, not ur, ru.
Ru.
But we have ur in the other one. That is one of the beautiful things about Scrabble. It is the playing pieces are words, and therefore words, because words are constantly evolving in society, new words are being added or being accepted. Every few years we add new words to the dictionary, so the game never gets stale. It's not that chess gets stale, or
Yeah.
But the point is we get new playing pieces every few years, or 5-10 years, and it makes it so exciting.
Yeah. Swish, so first place for Division 1 is $10,000 right now. I'd say across all 6 divisions, it's probably in the realm. It's probably between around $50,000 maybe across all the divisions, maybe a little more. So
That sounds high to me. I don't know.
we have 6 divisions, and they got about
Okay.
5,000 plus in donations for
Oh,
Collins.
okay. There you go.
So.
There you go. Hasbro gave us a nice little chunk of money, which was a good thing.
Yeah, and who knows? Next year is the 70th anniversary or something of Scrabble, so maybe your 80th or something.
Oh,
so
is it time again for another
It is.
anniversary?
2008 was the last one. So I don't know. Maybe when we're in scenic Buffalo, New York next year, maybe they'll pony up a bit. Also, Will is about to be like a total beast. My goodness, the hype for Will right now that I have is just unbelievable. This is just so sick. This is probably going to be one of the plays that gets talked about later on, because that's just such
that's
a
a new addition
sick.
in the
Yeah,
recent.
yeah, that's just such a sick find. That's unbelievable.
Well, 2 U's. If he didn't have the second U, I'd be even more impressed.
Yeah, that's fair.
Kind of forces you to think in that direction, but
Yeah.
that's Will for you. He is a word machine.
Yeah.
And but the thing is, he does sometimes, occasionally, like really rarely, make a mistake, but just enough for you to wonder whether you should challenge him sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is really annoying, because with Nigel, pretty much he never makes phonies.
Right, Nigel never plays phonies. There's a few of us who just I hate playing phonies. I don't know.
I don't like it either.
Doesn't make me feel happy. I'm certainly willing to do it if I have to, but
well,
I
I'm playing
don't know.
somebody 400 points below me, and they're drawing the bag. Like, I get
Right,
really
eventually,
angry.
eventually you have to.
Yeah.
The wildcard letter, the blank, can be used for anything, and here it's an L.
It's the most valuable tile in Scrabble.
Yeah.
And he does not lose points because the fleur-de-lis is upside down.
Yeah. I want to play a Chutes and Ladders tournament, but that's like hella RNG, so I don't know. I think Will might get kind of pwned in a Chutes and Ladders tournament. I don't know if he could do it.
All right, so we clearly have a winner in this game, and I think we clearly have a winner as well in the Collins game, where Rashid was up by over 90 points last time I checked.
Yeah. Will does every now and then actually make a few word knowledge mistakes, but compared to most of everybody else, there's very few of them. He made a couple at the tournament he played in a few weeks ago, but the fact that we're saying that really speaks to his skill. That we're struggling to find times that he misses.
People are going on about how great this play was, and I can promise you that the reason it took him so long was simply because he was looking for something even better.
Yeah.
It's not because he was struggling to find it. I'm sure he saw it immediately.
Yeah, it was umbellule.
He didn't hit any double words score, so he was probably looking at something through the O.
Yeah.
But the 2 U's really do limit you. So.
Yeah.
Maybe he was looking to something to the L.
Yeah. Well, I'm at this rate looking forward to welcoming Will into the ranks of those crazy humans who decided it was worth it to win a national championship. I think he's gonna do it, and I'm, you know.
Do you think it's going to be on your headstone? Is it one of your greatest accomplishments in life ever?
Will winning? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no. I mean, for me, like, you know, it's not the sort of thing where it's like defined my existence or anything, but it was the first thing in my life where I decided this was a thing that I really wanted to be good at, and having, you know, having
achieved it.
Yeah, and having had like no direction in life, like most, you know, dorky, somewhat rather high functioning kids, you know, this was good for me.
You know, and when you say, does it define my existence? I mean, there's a very famous quote from
That's what I'm.
From
That's,
Joel Sherman,
yeah.
who's also a fabulous champion of the game, where he has said that it basically gave him a reason for living or defined
Yeah.
his existence. And you know what? If that's what I mean, you can be a surgeon, you can be the top Scrabble player. They're both require dedication and
Yeah.
study and perseverance. And I think there's no shame in being one of the. You know, if that's all you do in your life, I think you've had a life well lived.
Yeah. You know, you're surrounded by people who you love. You found your people. There's, you know, to me, that's about all you can ask for in life.
That's everything.
Whether it's Scrabble or Chutes and Ladders or, I don't know.
Well, that's why we encourage people to come to a tournament and see and join the family.
Yeah.
Because it truly is a family.
Yeah. Yeah, Will does not screw around at all. Will is like, he's a beast.
I guess.
Will hype, Will hype, Will hype. I have so much Will hype right now. I think the best thing about Will is that I don't think there's a single person in the world who doesn't like Will, because he's just like,
He's so sweet.
he's just one of the greatest people ever. And
he's so humble, and
oh
it's
my
always
God.
like when you mention his accomplishments, he goes, "Oh, I'm sure someone else did it better
Yeah.
or faster, you know, whatever." He's so sweet.
Yeah.
And it's not bull, you know, like he really does mean it.
Yeah. So, you know, if he does, if he should hold on to win, I think it's, you know, I think the room is just gonna just be thrilled for him. I know I will be.
And we know that we can see that Charles can go out with levers through the Ian Wickers, so that's reason enough for him to play Doze or something like that.
Yeah, I suspect that'll. Yeah, Will's impressions are amazing. I should have asked him to do one when we interviewed him earlier.
Or
but
I think he's coming in now again.
Are we going to bring him back in?
We're going to bring him back in, so
Okay.
you can ask him for that.
Maybe we'll see if I can get him to do.
What
one
does
of
he
his.
do? What does he do?
He could probably do Joel Sherman.
Oh, he does he does us.
I'd love to
Ooh.
hear. I'd love to hear Will do an impression of me. I don't really know what my.
I think that would be easy enough.
Yeah, yeah. I would like to say that I know you all really would, you know, love Will in your life, but Will is happily taken. I suspect in the next couple of years he will probably be married with his 3 cats. Oh yeah. Oh, she's just amazing. I don't know if she's
He so deserves it.
Yeah. I got to stay with him for a few days out in he lives in this like quaint little house in the countryside in Amish country, and with their 3 cats. And
Did you see requesting Annette Tedesco impression?
Yeah, that's.
She's a beloved tournament director who has a very heavy, multi-year smoking accent, New York accent, gravelly throat.
Yeah.
Somebody had a question about why we use our own dictionary. Do you know a lot about the dictionary? I know that we use multiple dictionaries. We don't just use one.
Yeah, it's pretty confusing. It's a brand thing, and so I think a word has to show up in one of a few source dictionaries in order to be considered a word
Oxford
in
is
North
not one of
America,
them.
and I think Oxford's just not one of them.
One of the things people say about the Collins Dictionary is that it has not that our words aren't obscure either, but particularly obscure because there's so many Shakespearean and medieval and that kind of words which our dictionary kind of shuns.
Yeah, some people like them, some people don't. I think I'm going to do the Will interview unless you would like to interview Will this time.
No, it's okay if you want to.
All right, yeah, I will. I'll ham it up with Will for a couple minutes
but
again.
If Dave wins again, I might be out of questions.
I'll ask Dave about.
He's not as willing a speaker.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're also going to have interviews with Stefan Fatsis. Some of you people might know his book, Oh my God, I'm blanking on the name of his book. Don't kill me, Stefan. Do you remember the
Word
name?
Freak.
Word Freak, thank you. I have Word Nerd in my head. So Word Freak, which was a book that we all so appreciated, really put Scrabble on the map as if it needed it, and he made it even more so. So he's a wonderful speaker. So he's gonna come and talk, and we have Joe Edley too.
Yeah.
So Will knew that by playing 5, he would block Charles' ability to go out. He didn't feel the need to put his Z there because he knew that he could play it for a lot of points up at the top of the board, which is what he did. So that's part of the Scrabble strategy, just being aware of what your opponent has, what you have, how you can score.
Yeah, so it looks like Will has taken this one. We're going to go find him in the next couple of minutes and bring him over here to chat. And after that, we're going to be back with another Collins game for you to go for the rest of the afternoon.
Hey everybody, I am Josh. We are live on Facebook from Albany, New York at Annette's fabulous July 4th Scrabble tournament. I am joined by Les Hippenbecker. Les, how are you?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
That's good. So here's one of the things that we often talk about now, and I seem to only run into you at Annette's tournaments, right? That's where we've met again quite a number of times, and we always talk about the words in my name that are good in Scrabble. Is that right?
That's right. In fact, Josh is a good word, and so is Greenway.
Yeah.
Guess what? His middle name happens to be Benjamin, which is also a good word.
That is a triple threat. That's what we call a triple threat, ladies and gentlemen. So, Les, I have a question for you. I think you attend pretty much all of Annette's tournaments. What do you like about these tournaments so much?
I like the hospitality of Annette and her friends, and I like the camaraderie of all of the contestants that I've played with in all of the past tournaments, including this tournament.
And I feel like, just my observation, that whether you're winning or losing, you seem to be in pretty good spirits. Would you say that's accurate?
Yes, it is very much so. You can't expect to win every game, and there's some luck too, even though skill is a big part of it. But I just like to play the games. It's nice to win some money every once in a while, but money isn't everything.
Absolutely. And let me ask you this. How did you get started with Scrabble?
Well, when I got married about 36 years ago, before we got married, she played some games of Scrabble, and she got me started on it. But then I got to the point where I was no longer fun to play Scrabble with because I got accused of playing too many strange words.
And that is a classic way that a lot of people come into competitive Scrabble, is they play with their friends, they win all the time, and then their friends get sick of playing them. In fact, my girlfriend, Jillian, who I think is watching, that's how she got started. Her friends got sick of playing her, and she kept saying, hey, do you want to play? And one of her friends said, well, and I won't swear here, but she said, isn't there an effing club or something? Smash cut to Jillian coming to the Toronto Scrabble Club, playing in tons of tournaments, stuff like that, all based on someone saying, hey, isn't there someone else for you to play with? Fantastic. All right, Les, so how is this tournament going for you this weekend?
Well, I'm at 9 wins and 6 losses.
Great.
And I'm pretty happy with that.
Fantastic. Well, we got 8 games to go, right?
That's correct.
Well, good luck to you in those last 8 games. Hopefully you can take home some money.
There can be a lot of changes, too. That's what makes it beautiful.
All right, Les, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, good luck. Bye, everybody.
Hey guys, this is Conrad. I'm here with Evans Clinchy. He's one of the top players in the Collins division. If I recall correctly, you are currently winning the event.
Currently, yeah. I'm 9-2, so I'm in first place.
Cool. So this is day 2 that we're talking. So Evans, where are you from?
Well, I'm a citizen of the world. I've been all over. I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, and spent most of my childhood in Virginia, and then moved back to Boston for most of my 20s, and I moved out to Portland, Oregon, and lately I've been in Washington, D.C., so kind of all over.
Cool. And how did you first get into this game?
Well, I think I'm part of what you'd call the word freak generation. A lot of people read that best-selling book back in the day, and got into the game that way. I read Word Freak in like 2002-ish, and thought this is really cool. I want to do this, and I kind of looked online, like how do you play Scrabble on the internet, and I played a lot online and kind of practiced that way. And I played my first tournament in 2007, and the rest is history.
Cool. And so yeah, tell me about your first tournament.
My first tournament was a one-day in Worcester, Massachusetts in 2007, and I was in the bottom division, like Division H or something, and I think I lost my first game, and I was feeling really discouraged, and then I came back and won the next 6, and I was like, oh, this is really fun. I went 6-1.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was hooked after that.
Cool. So now, transitioning outside of Scrabble, what do you do outside of Scrabble? What's your job?
My job. I'm a writer. I've worked in various journalism-ish jobs over the years. In my early 20s, I was a basketball journalist. I got to cover the Boston Celtics.
Cool.
In like 2010, around that period. I've been doing mostly like marketing type work these days. I'm writing like web content for small businesses for a marketing agency.
And if I remember correctly, you also had like your own radio show or something? Was that?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
So when I was in Portland, I was writing for Blazers Edge, which is a Portland Trailblazers website, and there's a radio show called Blazers Edge Radio.
Cool.
And for a year or so, I was co-hosting that once a week. Yeah.
Awesome. So you think you're going to end up in this sort of journalism writing field for good, or?
It's hard to say. I mean, like, people don't read words as much as they used to, so like there's not as much of a market for like written content of any kind. So I don't really know what's going to happen career-wise long term, but for now, writing is what I do. Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you mentioned you were in Portland, and we were both in Portland together, living there for a couple of years. So in the Scrabble scene in Portland, so like hearing it from you, what kind of made the scene there kind of unique?
In a word, I would say beer. to expound upon that a little bit further, we had a really fun Tuesday night club that took place at a pub, and they had $2 beer specials, and we would, get dinner and get some drinks and play some casual games with friends, and it was really, really fun. I still, whenever I am back in Portland again, I want to do more of that because it's really, really fun doing those Tuesday night games.
For sure. I completely agree, having been there for some of that.
Certainly.
So speaking of which, I hear you've got an epic list of something other than words. Let's talk about that for a minute.
Yeah, so one of my other hobbies besides Scrabble is I like to try as many different beers as possible, and I keep a list of every beer I've ever tried. I believe that as of last night, when I added several more, the list is now at 1,176 different beers.
1,176. Okay.
Yeah, and so I've been collecting. Like, I write a little short paragraph description of each one and whether I like it or not, and I rate them, and then I like have stats on like which beers are the best. And it's I'm obsessive, compulsive, and weird, but I enjoy it.
And so, what's your favorite after all that?
I believe my all-time favorite is Heady Topper, which is an IPA that's only available in Vermont that I know you and I both love.
And attest, it's a great beer.
Yeah, that's my very favorite. It's really, really good.
And what's your absolute least favorite?
Budweiser.
Bud
Light?
Bud Light?
Bud Light.
It's got to be light, right? Okay.
I mean, there's all of those, like, name brand cheapos are terrible.
Yeah. So, would you say you know all of the words better or all of the craft beers better?
I'm in pretty much the same situation with both, which is like I try to know as many as possible, but there's just so gosh darn many. I'm probably closer to all of the words and all of the beers because there's just like, first of all, they add more beers to the beer list faster than they can add more words to the word list.
Let's say U.S. beers, perhaps, because you probably maybe haven't had all of the.
Yeah, it's still the same answer. Like there's too many beers.
Okay.
Not enough lifetimes.
Okay, so you are in the Collins division for Scrabble, and at the time of this interview, you are winning. Who's the best player in the division?
Well, me, obviously, because I'm winning.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's probably Dave Wiegand. He's a very, very good player. He's the best in America there is. So, he's great, but I'm trying to do my best and outvie him this week.
Yeah. And so you're playing Collins. So where is playing this international lexicon taking you, like, travel-wise?
Oh, a lot of places. Am I at 6 or 7 countries? So U.S., Canada, England, France, Australia, Czech Republic. I'm at 6 right now, and then if I go to Kenya later this year, that'll be 7.
Thinking about going to Kenya this fall? Yeah. It'd be pretty cool. So what has been your favorite moment in the Scrabble world thus far?
Well, probably all that travel you just mentioned.
Probably all the travel.
Like, I've never really seen the world that much before Scrabble,
Yeah.
and so like Scrabble gave me an excuse to go travel and see places, and I really, really enjoyed it.
Yep.
I think my favorite worlds is probably in Perth, Australia. I had a great time there. But yeah, I mean, they've all been amazing.
Yeah. And you had a pretty good finish there, right?
Yeah, I came in 7th place.
Seventh.
I was playing for 3rd and I lost, but 7th is still pretty good, so I'm
Sure,
happy.
yeah. So anything else I should be asking you? Anything I missed? Anything else you want to mention?
That's probably about it. Yeah, having a great time at Nationals. New Orleans is awesome. It's been a great tournament.
And how many Nationals have you been to now?
This is my 10th.
10th one. Yeah. Awesome. Well, this is Evans Clinchy here playing in the Collins division. He's currently winning. And, it's been good talking to you, Evans, and I wish you the best of luck the rest of the way. Don't have too many beers.
I'll have a moderate number of beers. Thank you.
Perfect. This is Conrad. We'll see you guys for the next interview.
And tell me about how you got into competitive Scrabble in the first place.
Let's see. I've always played. I was a kitchen table player as a teenager, and then I went away to college and sort of stopped playing the game for a bit. And then when I came back home after college, I found an ad in the paper for the local tournament. Contacted the directors, started coming to the club, and yeah, that was 13 years ago.
Alrighty, so we are back here with Will the Thrill, the new cult hero of Twitch or something like that. Will, how does it feel to be like the new Twitch hero?
Do I have fans on Twitch?
I
Even the
am
trolls
pretty
are
sure
warming up to
I'm
me?
pretty sure everyone loves you.
Wow. It feels good. I appreciate that. All my fans out there, just keep on. I'm going to have merch up on a website soon. You can buy my merch. I don't have any of it made yet, but now that I know I have a big fan base, we'll be working on that,
Yeah.
my team and I, which is me.
Cool. So tell us about Umbellule.
Yeah, that was very lucky. Obviously, that's not a word you see every day.
Yeah.
I had 2 U's and just happened to see the fit in there. That's kind of a low probability word, but just glad to see it. The game was pretty much decided, so it's just more spread. So
there's people want you to sign their rack, some
really
other body parts.
have to be more specific. So we're not talking about like the Scrabble tile holder here.
No,
we're talking about something else. All right, well, get in line. Basically, is my response to that. So this is a fact of life for me. So
yeah.
There you go.
So we've had a request, which may not work quite as well because I think we might be a little out of sync right now, so it might be interesting. But we've had a request to hear one of your Scrabble impressions.
Yeah, I'm a little out of practice with most of them. I used to do them more in the past, but if you see any good requests in chat, you can.
You have like 5 or 10 seconds for a request on what Scrabble impression you guys want.
to do. I have a limited repertoire, but I'll do my best. I'll start off with the beloved director of Albany and Lake George tournaments, Annette Tedesco.
Yeah.
One of my favorite people in Scrabble, but when you get talking to her, then you get that kind of low voice. Oh, well, I'm so glad you're here at my tournaments. Thank you so much. And the NASPA, I work with the NASPA very closely, so that's what I do for my players.
There's been a request for Marlin.
Marlin is not. I hesitate to even try Marlin just because I know Marlin's gonna have my you-know-what.
Perfect. Go for it.
No. I'm not gonna get sucked into that. Marlin, love you, buddy.
Okay.
Not gonna step on your toes.
Can you do Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yes, I'm playing Scrabble now. I love to play Scrabble, and it is my favorite game.
Apparently he loves chess. We had an Uber driver 2 nights ago.
Well, I love Scrabble even more. Yeah, I get to the chopper and I break out my Scrabble set. And I'm playing Scrabble every day. It's like when I'm at the gym, I get the pump in the morning, and then I go home, I get the pump from the Scrabble tile bag.
Yeah, well,
I'm doing my best here. Sorry, everyone.
You're trying. You're trying your best. Well, I think everyone out here is cheering for you.
That's nice to know.
You're well on your way.
I still feel a little tense. I just know that in Scrabble things can go wrong really quick. So I don't really know what's happening exactly with the standings. I'm just trying to focus one game at a time because Scrabble can be really cruel. So
and we also people are noting your prowess in the fantasy sports world. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, I think that's a pretty reasonable overlap with Scrabble players and fantasy. You know, just two kind of numbers games that are actually taking place in a different arena. Like Scrabble is kind of a numbers game that you're playing with words, and fantasy is a numbers game that you're playing with sporting events. And I love all forms of fantasy sports, basketball, football, baseball, and my baseball team this year, which I'm co-owning with another player, Scott Appel, is doing horribly this year, and I blame a lot of things, not myself, definitely mostly Scott and his bad ideas. I'm sure it's at least equal part me, but yeah, love all things fantasy for sure. So.
Cool. Well, you know, everyone is cheering for you, and
thanks, Twitch fam. Appreciate it.
We got all of the Will the Thrill hype going on right here. We have Will hype. Can I get some Will hype?
I mean, pump it up. Yeah. My Twitch peeps. Oh, loving that.
Yes.
Loving the images. Thanks all. Try to play some cool words for you all and bring it home.
Yeah.
But don't be surprised if lose a bunch of games in a row and I'm just weeping openly the next time you see me.
Well, we'll interview you again just the same.
Fine.
And I'm hoping to welcome you into the
Champions Hall,
the elite crowd of
Champions Hall, of which you are a member.
You get a key to the executive bathroom.
I look forward to that.
We'll get the sinks that you get beer out of for all the beer that Will drinks.
Well, yeah.
We might turn him just yet.
I'll pass that along to someone else maybe if you want.
Yeah. Well, we wish you the best the rest of the way, and see if you can wrap it up before the day's over.
Thanks. Well, I don't know about that, but that would be great. But we'll just take it one game at a time.
Cool.
So tell me your name and where you're from.
Hello, I am Lindsay Crotty Barra. I am from New Orleans, Louisiana, and I'm excited to be here.
Fantastic. So tell me about how you got started with competitive Scrabble.
So my mom is Lila Crotty. She taught me Scrabble growing up, and we were very excited in the early 00s to find the competitive Scrabble scene and a local club. And so we're now, I played in the first nationals that was in New Orleans in 2004, which was my second tournament ever.
Wow.
And I'm happy to still be around and still be competing and learning all the time, and just happy to see the tournament back here in New Orleans.
Very good. So I was going to ask you about your first tournament. Yes. Tell me a little bit about what it was like to play in that event.
Yes, it was enlightening with 800 people. I had no idea what to expect. I was somewhat excited to be in the lower divisions as I saw the different characters and personalities that came with the upper divisions. I had no idea that the Scrabble community was so colorful and exciting and interesting, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Very good. And so after all this time, what is it about this game, about this community that keeps you playing Scrabble?
I mean, it's smart, it's interesting, the game is different every time you play it. The people are great, it's fun to travel, it's amazing that there's tournaments all over the country and the world, and and everyone's just been so wonderful and supportive and kind and friendly. I'm just happy to be a part of the community.
That's great. And other than Scrabble, tell me something that you're good at.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough one. The past year, past 18 months, I've lost 80 pounds, and I am a newfound gym lover. So that's my other pastime at the moment.
That's amazing.
Yes. Thank you so much, Josh.
It's Terry Kangrao reporting from Atlanta, and with me is perhaps the Grand Master of phonies, Josh Sokol, who just played David Gibson. And did you in fact attempt a phony against David?
Yes.
And what was it? What was this jewel?
I played Hadje.
So you hooked a back E to Hadj.
I did.
You did that against David Gibson, the reigning national champion.
Yeah.
Did you think he was going to accept it.
Yeah.
You did. You thought you had him under a spell and that he would be so overcome that he would just say, okay, sure.
Yeah, it was a really tense end game.
Now, I noticed I just happened to notice that you were overflowing with vowels, and for at least 3 or 4 turns, he had no vowels. He had all consonants, and not a nice combination. Q and a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
So how did he manage to keep scoring?
Well, just I want to take it back to right before we played. I was telling David that I just keep on noticing everybody is getting Q stuck this tournament. I've seen it happen at least 6 times, and it's absolutely incredible. Just the past game, he had gotten Q stuck, and so I feel like that contributed to why he got Q stuck this game. But I don't understand. There were so few vowels left, and I just drew all of them, absolutely all of them, and it worked out because it stuck him with the Q.
And you did have the advantage of having the blank on your rack, despite having all vowels otherwise.
Yeah, it was sort of a disadvantage though, because I had no time left, and I had to make my last play with 0 seconds on my clock and circle blank, and I actually managed to do that.
Good.
So I'm very proud of myself.
And what was the final score?
I lost 369 to 475.
Okay. Now, are you having a good day?
Scrabble-wise, no, but I'm having a great time. This game was a lot of fun.
And for people who don't know you, who are new to Scrabble, can you just tell me, could you tell everyone your full name and where you're from?
Yeah, my full name is Joshua Sokol Rubenstein. I'm known as Josh Sokol. I live in Montreal, and I'm 23 years old. I've been playing for around 5 years competitively, I would say.
And you became an expert pretty quickly.
Yeah, with the help of my clubmate Jason Lee, I was able to just climb up in the rankings really, really fast, and sort of hit a plateau around 1900.
Well, it's sort of hard to go up from 1900, but do you eventually hope to surpass 2000?
Definitely, and I know for a fact that the easiest way to do that will be to learn words, which is something I am very lazy at doing.
Okay, but in the absence of a good vocabulary, creative phonies help sometimes, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that's your bread and butter.
Sometimes. Yes.
All right, well, I'll let you play your last game. Thanks,
Thank
Josh.
you, Terry. Bye.
How did you first start playing competitive Scrabble?
I played in a Collierville, Tennessee literacy event, 3 persons to a team, and there were members of the Scrabble club in Memphis there who were helping lead the event, and they saw that I could play Scrabble a little bit, invited me to go to the club, and I did, and I got hooked.
Hey everybody, I am Josh Greenway. We are at the North American Scrabble Championships in New Orleans, Louisiana, and I am joined by the one and only Benji, who is currently leading Division 1 right now. Is that true?
It doesn't feel true, but I guess it is.
That's good. So what is your record?
I have 11 wins and 12 losses. Or I'm sorry, 10 wins and 2 losses now.
Okay.
See what I mean?
Gotcha. So it just it depends on what's happening here. I'm just going to get a little more light on us there. I think that looks better.
I agree.
So Benji, where are you from?
I am from New Jersey. I'm living in right now. I originally came from Westchester, New York. I just played Mac, who I used to live about a half hour from.
Oh, very good. And did you come out on top in your last game to keep in the lead?
I did.
I see. So tell me about how you got involved in competitive Scrabble in the first place.
So when I was in high school, I basically played in my high school Scrabble club, and no one could really compete with me at some point. So I...
Guys, we're coming back here at the 2017 North American Scrabble Championship in the Big Easy in New Orleans. I am Conrad. I am here with
Robin Pollock Daniel.
And we're excited to broadcast our last Collins game of the day. We'll be finishing up with a TWL North American game after this. In this game, we're going to be seeing one of the top players from the UK, Austin Shin, taking on one of the most polarizing players in the history of Scrabble / maybe all of sports, Winter, who I affectionately dub Uncle Winty because I do.
Despite his name, he's not seasonally polarizing. He's year-round polarizing.
That was for you, Rich.
You can use that tomorrow morning in your speech.
Yeah. So Winter's been hanging around, the middle of the pack, and now he's kind of making a run for it. We have one more game after this.
Yeah, what's he doing there? Oh yeah, what's Winter
hanging
doing?
around. Yeah.
Winter's a good player.
So Winter, you guys may know of as the guy who's been to all the Starbuckses. He is more well known for that than
Oh, tell them about it, please.
Yeah, he's been to, I don't know, 14,000 Starbuckses or something, and made a movie about it.
Every time one opens somewhere in the world, he will literally hop on a flight and go there. It's really quite a story.
Yeah.
And now his new thing, well, it's not so new anymore, is he doesn't use the letter V anymore.
Oh yeah, he only uses the letter W or something. I don't understand half of what Winter does. I just look at it and nod my head.
I wish we could call him Winter.
Yeah, Winter, Uncle Vinti. Hello, I am Uncle Vinti. So Austin, on the other hand, he's my age. He's 27, and he's been playing in tournaments since he was 8 years old. And he's, understandably become really good. So check back in with the stream. Yeah, we got one more game to play after this.
Of course, Winter's the first one to not put his rack in a way that we can actually see it quite clearly.
Yeah.
He goes to his own stream.
I think they're probably going to make him change it. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we are underway. Austin has made his first play. And, well, if you're telling me that I look good for my age, thank you. I'm turning actually 45 next year. No, it's not true. I probably act like I'm about 12.
Just pushing it.
But
I'm sorry, did I think that or say that?
Zev, this is table 1 on Collins. Austin is from the UK. And Winter plays a very instinctive game. He'll make some plays that we don't necessarily see, but he's usually pretty consistent in how he plays the game. So it'll be interesting.
Oh, God. Really? He's 12?
No. Most days I don't know how old I am.
Last year it would have been a reference to inches.
The last 2 tiles, I believe, were IP.
They were IP. They were. So he's employing a strategy that we see that's very effective in opening when you're second. Try to make as many parallel words as you can to clog up the board.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some crazy 9 here or something.
Through a U, there's eupepsia.
Nice.
What did I miss?
With nothing else, some with jar ought to score pretty well.
And appetize, 8 Pepsis. There's all sorts of stuff, but we'd have to look for
But
9s.
but Austin has a different rack. It's Austin's turn.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just looking. At
Oh yeah. I wondered if Austin maybe had one with the J or something.
Oh,
Could be interesting.
Jardine, is that good? Because it's French.
Or Jardinera? Is Jardinera there? No, not quite. Nope. None of the right.
Jemadar is the only one, and he cannot play it. Or can he?
Yeah, Scoosh points out there's almost Jeremiads.
Yeah. Oh, that's so. If we're playing clabbers, you can do it.
Oh yeah. Tony, any other questions you have? Feel free to send them along, and someone will be happy to help you out there. So.
No, he's going to have to figure out a way. It's such a beautiful rack. Don't you hate when that happens? So you're picking a rack tile and you see, oh, A, E, I, D, oh, blank, and J.
Yeah. Yeah, King, I've been talking under my account. I don't stream much on my own. I'd like to at some point, but I'm Dacron BB.
And to answer your question
There I am.
for me, King, are you kidding? No.
I know you all want to see Robin live streaming some Scrabble, maybe some DDR, I don't know.
Jar, but I saw that too, Squisha. I kind of like that too. A little bit scary, but not too bad.
Yeah.
He could. Oh yeah, he could play Jade. Is looking fantastic. I'm actually liking Jade a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's the play.
I could keep commentating on Scrabble for quite a while. I'm Dacron BB. I occasionally actually say something in the Twitch stream. Dacron BB. But I don't really stream that much, at least not these days.
So what does it mean if you have your own Twitch account? What would that mean in terms of like what do I do on it?
Oh, well, I'd be streaming, like we are here,
okay,
except I'd
okay,
be
okay.
running the stream, or I could just watch. Like, the time I spend on Twitch is usually watching what they call speed running. So I like watching, people play the old Mario games as fast as they can. To me, like, I don't know, it's fun.
See, if I actually were a urologist, that would have a whole different meaning of stream for me.
Mm-hmm. It would, but we've still determined that you are neither a urologist nor a gynecologist.
But keep guessing, folks.
Yeah.
There is a prize at the end.
Yeah.
Just keep that hood
Yeah.
on, our producer. You look.
Yeah.
Looking more and more like Lord
Yeah.
of the Rings every minute.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Man, Austin's really making us work here. Did I just get a new follower? I have no idea.
I think the reason it took a little bit long for Austin to play was simply he was with such a beautiful rack, and you are playing Collins, the chances of there being more words. But this is such a great play for
Yeah, and
got
he
a ton of points for
yeah,
this.
and he got it down there, and that's sweet. Well, thanks, Papa. We appreciate you hanging out and watching some Scrabble here. I'm not exactly any good at spelling myself. I'm just good at unscrambling letters, but nothing wrong with like faking it until I make it, right? And any other questions you have, by all means, feel free to reach out. Happy to help you out.
All right, so the board is definitely, he either has to play off EAN with one of his P's.
You had another guess about what you're training to be.
Oh, what did I get? I'm a dentist. Are you
No, a
kidding?
dental assistant.
Oh, because I'm a woman, right? Where?
Oh, biscuit juice. That's awesome. I'm a
women are
huge
allowed
fan.
to have
Oh, it's you?
MDs, and they're allowed to have PhDs.
That's awesome,
now,
friend.
And we don't have to stay in the kitchen all the time.
Yeah.
That's what I've been told.
One thing that was interesting is, at least in TWL, there is only doctor. There's no doctress. Of course, there is in Collins, because everything is good in Collins. But
But
I
doctor
thought that was interesting.
doesn't imply gender.
But
Doctor
but
just means teacher.
But that's I think that's cool.
I think that's very cool, actually.
I think that's it's more alone in that, I don't know, are there any other professions that are like that? But a far more.
All right, let's see. So we got an interesting game going here. App goes down, and JARP. Great words. What goes in front of app in Collins is a Y.
Something does, right? Yeah, why? I knew there was something. If only I could see Winter's tiles. Oh, I guess I can see them over there. So Austin's found some bingos for himself next turn.
Dinitro, I think,
Yeah.
is where he's going. No. Oh, I think he thinks rap is good. And not according to my dictionary.
I believe we had one Scrabble player who fancied himself a rapper over the years, but otherwise there's not too much overlap
Now
between.
this is something that Winter should know. Are we watching?
Winter does not know his fours, for sure. He plays phony fours all the time.
Oh, and it could be that Austin's doing that on purpose then.
Oh, Austin played. Yeah, I don't know.
You have to know your opponent, and sometimes you have to know what you can get away with.
Yeah.
That's kind of sad at table one this late in the tournament. But
Not surprising.
but
to
not
be,
bad.
if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and he's
that's
still-
who I would expect to let it go.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, for the people out there, the level of play should be a little.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to talk to Austin about it later. See why he did it. Maybe, I mean, who knows if it was intentional or not, but yeah, he got away with it. It was Jay, you're right. It was a pretty sick
Which
bluff.
and it's really, you know, in
Yes, Finlay.
Collins, it's just a 5-point penalty if you challenge incorrectly. You don't lose your turn. So certainly this early in the game, the 5 points mean nothing. You absolutely. So that means Winter must believe it's true. Otherwise, his strategy's off. Which,
Yeah. So are you training to be a mortician? That's the new guess.
No, but I did watch 6 Feet Under with great avidity.
Okay. Well, then, but not enough to get you to switch over.
No. But it's, you know, it's on the back burner. It's always available.
Sure. You know, you do something for a while. That's what we do these days. You do something, then you get bored of it, then you do something else, right?
I will consider mortician. Thank you so much. It was not on my list. Oh, people who do autopsies, no. But I know in Russia you do have to be an MD for that. I think you do in general to do the autopsy. All right, how are we doing?
Well, what do in Soviet Russia the autopsy does you or something?
That's Smirnoff. His
Yeah.
jokes?
Yeah.
6 Feet Under was a great show. I agree.
So how about Cepelina's XXX? How's that guess?
Oh, aren't you a clever one?
I think we have a winner.
We have a winner.
Congrats, Cepelina. You've won. I don't know what you've won, but I'm sure you've won something epic.
A remedy.
A remedy.
Tell me your symptoms and I'll prescribe for you.
Yeah.
So, in Austin's rack, he's got ulcerous, but there is actually a Collins anagram to that.
Is it what he has spelled out?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's through an R.
Just with an R. Okay.
It's Urceolus. I don't know how to pronounce it. Urceolus.
Sure.
And
so I saw opuscule would be pretty sweet.
if O'Ronald was good, maybe there's an Irish version of Ronald called O'Ronald.
Yeah,
maybe.
Sure. Rosie O'Ronald or Dozie O'Ronald. She's a person,
Oh,
right?
it still wouldn't fit the.
Yeah.
All right. So much for that. And cumulos off a C.
Yeah.
So obviously Austin's going to be wanting to get rid of some of those U's.
Yeah. Well, Cepelina, if you have any questions we can answer for you, we're happy to do so. I think myself, I'm probably a little confused myself, but I'm generally confused. That just is kind of how I live my life.
But we are here to unconfuse
Yeah.
you, so please ask us any questions you have about the game strategy. We're obviously paying attention to the commentary. We want to make this amusing for you, but we also would like to make it educational.
Yeah. Strike that right balance. You know, there's not much Scrabble in Russia, which is kind of sad. It would be sad. It would be kind of cool to like
Cyrillic, Cyrillic tiles.
It
I would
does.
love to own that.
I have one friend who actually dreams about Scrabble, except oftentimes the tiles show up in Cyrillic.
And Joel Wapnick, who's one of the best players ever of the game, he has a famous dream where they were strawberries.
Yeah.
All right. The Scrabble dictionary here is Collins, so that's the one that's used in international play.
Yeah.
And it has a lot more words than the other dictionary.
Yeah. I think one thing to keep in mind with the international dictionary is, you know, you have all these like older English words that I could do without personally, but you know, sometimes when you have some of these foreign words, it's because, you know, in the different English-speaking countries, you have, you know, the dialects and the words that make it in from other languages that, you know, coexist alongside English, that sort of make it into the English that is spoken there. And so in that regard, you know, I don't mind those sorts of foreign words, you know, making it in because it's relevant there.
All right.
What a Lulu.
Seems to be a reasonable play. I mean, you can see how much the U's are hated in Scrabble.
Yeah.
He gets rid of them. He sets himself up a second S play that cannot be blocked.
Yeah.
Ronalds and Lulus. Now he's got 2 places. But the L really is synergistic with the C. If he was able to save CLOSE, I'm sure he would have loved that.
Yeah. Derpy, yes, you are allowed to do that.
And there you go. He's just picked up a mitt full of vowels, and that was the problem. And it always seems to be the way, eh? You start a game and you have 6 consonants, 7 consonants,
right,
and no matter what you play, you just pick up another 5 consonants. It's so annoying.
I like to say Scrabble imitates life.
Oh my God, I'm sorry it's been so hard for you, Conrad.
Hey, but sometimes things go really well.
believe
Did
we
he
have a
play
wieners.
wieners? Oh my god.
God.
Oh, are
Does
we
he
gonna
know
are we
we're on
spoiling
Twitch?
it?
Does it, like,
Are you
is he
guys
just
are you
trying to
guys
kill
ready for
us?
this? Are you guys ready for this? You ready for some maturity?
Yeah, that's the only one, wieners.
He found his only one. He found the only one. Well, he probably had Newsier too, but we'll pretend like it was his literally only bingo that played. He found the wieners. Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to be being a mature adult. Someone
Would
keep
it
me
be
in line.
possible? Yes, we can recenter the board after the game, no problem, and the left rack. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can't interrupt them during the game, and certainly you can see the board really quite clearly. So
Yeah.
we'll let it go for this game. But we did hear you. Thank you.
So Zeppelinas, you're allowed to challenge a word at any point before your opponent has drawn their new set of tiles. And in this case, it would cost you 5 points per word. And in the other dictionary, it would actually cost you a turn if you're wrong. And you get a 50-point bonus if you play all of the letters.
Now, Winter had a lot
Thanks,
of
Brian.
choices for his bingo, and one of the reasons that he played wieners is because the W hit the triple letter. You can see underneath it, you can see the blue outline. And if you look 5 to the left of it, because it goes every 5, you'll see also the triple letter score. So always we're looking to maximize our score. Yes, he could have played viewers, but then he would have had to put the blank on the triple letter, and he would have lost out on 12 points that he got with wieners. So that's why he played what he did. He could have also played wearies. And wieners can also be spelled E-I.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
No problem. Brett. Why commit Sudoku when you could commit Scrabble? That's just my personal opinion. Interestingly, in Thailand, you can get scholarships to their version of Harvard or Princeton for your skills at Scrabble or Sudoku. All we're thinking of is wiener now. Okay. Can't wait till I get in trouble.
It's going to happen. Over
Really,
10
Polly,
games, you're
I
gonna
don't.
get in trouble.
Yeah. This game is confusing. That's why us.
That's why we're here.
That's why us crazy people are here to help. But if you have any questions, by all means,
I'm gonna give
come
you,
at us.
there's a 10 on the board. Ian Weinstein is playing Will Anderson. And Will Anderson is once again galloping towards the championship. He is up 258 to 169. And Bounty was made to start the game, and Will immediately played Bountying for 45, saving 2 S's.
MindXE Mag, I am happy to report that both of them are in happy, committed relationships. So I think it is a thing that they are using, as it turns out. Surprisingly, a lot of, not surprisingly, but pretty much everyone we've seen today is happily taken.
I'm trying to find that comment.
So there's no time limit per turn. You have 25 minutes to use however you would like.
And that's the beauty of it. You have 25 minutes, and if you want to spend 10 minutes on one turn, God love you, do it.
I once spent 15 minutes on one turn.
Did you? Was it worth it?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
I ended up pulling off a comeback.
Fantastic. And that's the advantage of doing all the studying that we do, simply because we don't have to spend time wondering if there's a word in there. We can find it quickly, and we can use that very precious time in the end game.
Yeah. Okay, so some Scrabble memes. Certainly there's all the ones with Nigel. He's the beard. I want to start some Will memes, because Will is just kind of the thrill. We just have like a lot of inside jokes, I think, because it's a smaller community, so we all know each other really well. I want to start one for the Rankies. We have these 2 identical twins. You never really know which one's which. I still have no idea if the Ranky that was playing last game was the Ranky that the Ranky said the Ranky was. I don't know.
There are no bingos with Austin's rack, just so you know. So he's going to be looking to get rid of a bunch of vowels.
Yeah.
But he has a beautiful rack. The ATES is really considered stellar.
Yeah. Volost, that's a great example, Muffin. Volost is absolutely a long-time Scrabble meme, wherein we have this version of Scrabble where you can only play Volost. And if you have too much Volost on your rack, that is more than one V, L, S, or T, or more than 2 O's, your opponents can challenge you for the Volost that you have.
Because I have to answer you, yes, he did extend it to bountying, and yes, it is a phony. I know where this is going next.
Yeah.
But he's feeling his oats, eh? He's,
Yeah.
to do that, that's showing you that he's growing in confidence, and
Yeah.
you know, it's going to be tough to beat him for this tournament, and I think everyone's going to be absolutely thrilled.
Yeah. I remember Craziest for sure. It is Albert is still around and kicking. He's not here, but he's still up in Alberta doing his Albert thing. I forget who made the video, but
All right. So as expected, he's gotten rid of the IAO, and it opens the board for him as well. But we have a close game here, so the strategy is not necessarily about keeping the board closed.
yeah. Wigga.
These words, they're not good in our dictionary.
That, I suspect, means exactly what you think it means. Right?
Oh God, am I getting old again? Wigga?
Like a wigger.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's not get a definition of that word.
Nope. I'm sure everyone knows.
I
It's some wigga hype up in here. Okay, now I'm going to get in trouble.
Yeah, let's move on. Wieners.
Yeah. Crowd goes wild. Hype. Yeah. But anyway.
All right. Oh, Stains. I think we have a new bingo coming down.
Yeah.
I even know that one.
I didn't, but I don't doubt it.
Yeah, it's good. It's
Hey,
really
yeah.
satisfying when you're you grew up on the other dictionary and you switch over
Yeah.
and you study words and you get to play them. It's very satisfying.
Yeah. I think Wigga, that's a big fan of Dave Weekend, right? Is that
I think
that's what it
that's our
means?
new
Or is it just
definition of
someone
it.
who loves wearing wigs? It's one of those two things, I think.
Yeah, one who wears wigs. I
Yeah.
could go with that. What if you wear a toupee and you're a fan of Dave Wiggin? Then you're a double wigga.
Wigga swag.
All right, so we can see that Austin has just under 12 minutes on his clock, and Winter has over 16, which does confer a bit of a psychological advantage when you know that you have more time than your opponent.
Yeah. He's I mean, he's close to getting back in it here, but
It's not. Yeah, we're a bingo apart here.
yeah. I mean, he's not out yet. Yeah. Thank you for that, Rich. Have a Rich on hand to give you the real deal about what everything is.
Very PC put.
Yeah. We're all about political correctness and Scrabble. That's not true.
Here comes Carnier, which is the comparative of Carney. And I don't know if that means like a carnival, but I'm sure Rich will fill us
I
in.
hope it means full of meat.
It could be. It could be.
So yeah, I mean, this has the makings of a pretty good game.
And we're actually getting a lot of Collins words, which is nice, so you guys can
Yeah.
see some, although you might not recognize that they're not OWL, but we do, and we'll let you know.
Yeah.
So we definitely have a game, which is really nice, because we've had a couple of really close, non-close ones, which is kind of boring.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing some crap on Winter's Rack.
Yeah. Brett, the last turn is when the first person finishes all of their tiles. So if you finish your tiles, we call it, quote, going out. You double the points that your opponent has left over and add them to your score. Well, lots of words are legal, and then you have to just follow the rules.
All right, let's do a little strategy here, since the commentary
Yeah.
is devolving into
Yeah, no, you,
anarchy.
I will, I'll let you take it for a sec here.
All right, well, let's see. It is, as we can tell, it's Austin's turn. What's great about what Austin has is that he's got a lot of high-scoring tiles. He's not going to bingo with it, but he's able to really do stuff. He's got vowels, he's got H's. Now, one thing that hasn't changed in Scrabble is that R has never gotten another letter underneath it other than E. That has been the same for decades and decades now. So he's not able to make use of it. But as you can see, he's made you're about to see. He's about to make a very nice play, sticking because CH in Collins is good, and so there we go. And Winter's wasting no time playing his fez, which is a hat in Morocco. I actually know the word.
One of my best Scrabble friends has his own fez.
Is it red?
It is.
It has to be.
Oh yeah, it's red.
I like fezzes. Oh, he's changing his mind.
Oh wow, I'm surprised. I guess he's gonna look for something else.
Well, he doesn't have a lot of
Well,
vowels.
he ended up playing Zoe.
Oh, I don't know. What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't mind it because he's saving the E by playing Zoe here. If nothing else.
Can easily have one as well.
Yeah, but he's still like kind of a turn behind, and there's a lot of good scoring spots here.
Look at the score. They just forgot to put the
Oh,
mango
okay.
in.
So yeah, so he's he's essentially even, and there's a bunch of good scoring spots on this board.
He's actually ahead, and he did not pick any other vowels up, so that's a problem. The lead for Winter was DEFVT.
Hello, my name is Uncle Vinti.
Uncle
I
Vinti.
am here to beat you at the Scrabbles. The lead for Uncle Winty, I think, was DEFVT.
We almost have Trump's word. Kofeke.
Oh, yeah, Kafifi, yeah. Ooh, that is a
that's a killer play.
We're about to have a very tasty play coming up, and I realize that I'm actually getting pretty hungry, and this is going to make me even hungrier.
That's 55 points with a really bad rack. You dream of plays like that where you can score a ton. Here it comes down kofta, which is a Turkish sausage, something Turkish like
it's ground meat, yeah,
rolled
delicious.
into a sausage-like shape.
Yeah, it's I mean, I feel like every country around there has its own version, and it's just delicious. And now I'm hungry, and now I'm thinking about food. Oh, you're right. I probably should eat those cookies. That's a good point. Maybe I'll just take like one bite.
Maybe you should take more than one bite.
I don't know if I need more than one bite. So where are these? I'm eating a cookie right now, just so that everybody knows. I wish. I don't know if
like it's a tray of about 8 cookies.
Throw,
and it's so heavy.
Throw the stream back on me. No, I won't. I won't subject you guys to my dropping crumbs all over the floor.
I'll take a bite too, since it's so close by. Somebody donated 26 pounds of cookies.
This is like the cookiest type ever.
Oh, so good.
I would. Yeah, I would happily share these cookies with everyone, but
please eat away from the mic.
I realize I'm probably. Here we go.
Here they are. They're
cookie was delicious.
Really yummy.
Yeah. Now we're just spilling cookies everywhere. Okay.
Oh.
The cookie flavors. I have honestly no idea. This is some lemon something. I think.
Lemon cranberry. I feel like we're on the sweaty balls episode.
Taste, we've got just the right amount of sweetness here. This is pretty solid. Rich, I think Kai is the plural of cow or something.
It doesn't take an S.
No, it's a plural. K-Y and K-Y-N-E.
But K-Y-E does take the S.
That could mean something else. I'm trying to chew into the thing, microphone.
Suddenly gotten warm in here, hasn't it? Maybe it's the cookies.
Maybe we're just heating it up, or maybe it's Will. Maybe Will is like pumping up the heat in this room.
Something's changed.
Yeah.
We've gone between Meat Locker and Tropics.
Yeah. Okay. I've successfully cookied.
You done?
Yeah.
You're full for the entire day. No supper now.
We'll see. I'm thinking about having donuts and burgers for dinner, maybe.
In that order.
Well, it's a place that makes both.
Have you had any beignets while you've been here?
Yeah, one of the top Scrabble player, Mac Meller, his mom showed up and gave me some beignets while I was working. I thought it was very nice of her
Did
to
you
do
look
that.
like a Coke dealer after you were finished?
Actually, for the first time in my life, I didn't.
They didn't do it right.
Well, they were in a bag, and I tried really hard to not.
We had some up in the room, and I literally had to clean up the room from the maid because it was so embarrassing.
Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know what a beignet is, it's kind of like a New Orleans, in theory, a very light fried donut that is just covered in powdered sugar. It's like a great way to get diabetes.
Oh, yeah.
But they're delicious. So if you're ever in New Orleans.
Did you have it hot? It wasn't hot, though.
No, I've had them hot before, but, it still got the job done.
All right, so we're starting to see the board being opened up. I'm going to assume that's by the person who's behind.
Oh, I mean, they're essentially. Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, is there?
Are there any S's left?
Sorry, if there's any S's left, there's got to be.
No, there are not. And are there any blanks left?
Oh, there's no S's left.
Why is the board upside down? You see, soon he comes up for a cookie, and all hell is. It's
Yeah.
upside down. The board
Yeah.
producer, go back.
Yeah. So in this case, yeah, the Q, which is the the ranking in karate, I
No,
think.
that's
Or is
a
it-
perfectly safe play.
Yeah, it's a perfectly safe play because there's nothing that can go. Maddie, there are 31 rounds. I believe we are currently in round 28. No, I can't count. Round 27. Math is hard.
We do have another one after this one, folks. We hope you stay around. It's going to be another TWO.
I think Will could actually potentially clinch, I think.
I don't think so because he was only 2 up, and
He was
even if
only-
he goes 3 up, there's 3 games tomorrow.
I thought he was still 3 up.
Was he 3 up?
I don't think he's lost a game. Yeah.
I thought he was only 2 up.
I think
I
Will
can
has
check that for you. Why do we
yeah.
have to, like, we're arguing like an old married couple. Let me go check it for you, for God's sake.
I swear, guys, we're not dating.
No, not happening. Not in this lifetime. I'm going to tell you what's going on with Will and Ian. Will is up 354 to 231 with a very balanced rack.
Yeah.
And, okay. And of course, he just played Solosia using a blank and an S.
Yeah.
But Ian does have a blank. And I will get that other information for you.
I am eating a cookie in spirit for you, King.
All right. So, you are wrong.
I am wrong.
Okay.
Did Will lose a game? Oh no, just Alec just hasn't lost a
Alec
game either.
hasn't lost either.
Okay.
So Will is up by 2 games, 21 wins and 5 losses.
Yeah, so
and Alec has 19 and 7. So
Yeah, so if Will wins this game,
and Alec loses,
and Alec loses, and then in the next game, Will wins and Alec
yes, that's what I'm
loses.
saying. He can't sew it up tonight because he'll only
He could be up by 4.
only if Alec loses.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
So
yes. If
Will,
Alec loses and Will wins,
Yeah.
then Will has sewn up the tournament with 3 games to go.
Yeah, Will could, in fact.
So we know that
clinch
Will is
today.
it seems very clear that Will's going to win this game. So
Yeah.
if anybody out there, Mr. Rich Baker, if you could get us a score on Alec's game, that would be fabulous.
Tomorrow will be the last day. Today's the last full day. We have 1 more game today, and then 3 more tomorrow morning, and then we
But
will.
if you guys love this and you want us to do it for more days than just the last 2 days,
Yeah.
let us
know, and we can maybe do it a little longer next year.
That would be amazing.
Who knows? Maybe we'll even be playing next year.
Yeah, maybe you'll get other people to do it.
Well, we will see tomorrow, King.
Oh my God, look what's going on these racks.
Yeah, this has been a very
So
interesting game.
This was a safe play to play length, which was so pretty.
Yeah.
With hardly any vowels on his rack, because the Ys are now gone. Is that correct? I know he played Yui. Was that the second? Yeah, and that was the second. If he had not played Yui Winter, he could not play length, not with the Y still out there, even
Yeah.
with all the S's and blanks gone.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Austin is getting pretty low on time, but I also think he's only got 6 tiles on
wow,
his
look at
rack,
that.
so I suspect that they might just be pretty much
Ray
out
Ninja
of
and
tiles.
Obi is a Japanese sash
Yeah.
on a kimono.
So it looks like Austin's gonna pull this one out, but this has been a pretty solid game.
Oh yeah, look at that. Winter's down by 42 points and has VVD. No, it's over. It's over.
Yeah.
There's no way he can pull it out.
Yeah. Closest we've gotten to a cascade so far.
All right, let's go back over to.
Hashtag Austin. Austin hype. Can we get some Austin hype in here?
That's a good word. It must be an element of some sort. Barons came down, and yeah, Will is still up. Will is up by 114 points, with 6 tiles in the bag. So Will is definitely going to pull it out, and if anyone can get us Alec's score, that would be super fab. And let me see who he's playing.
Ooh, I just realized Fab AF is actually a
What's that?
palindrome. AF stands for as.
Okay.
Like very much so.
As phenomenal, spelled incorrectly.
Yeah, that.
I think I got that. So he's playing Ron McCowan, who is also an excellent player, and I'm sure I bastardized his name.
Oh, McCune.
McCune, sorry about that.
Yeah, Ron's having a.
Ron's
having a hell of a tournament, even with a bum leg right now.
Oh yeah, he's on crutches, eh? What did he do?
I'm not sure actually.
Was it a Scrabble accident? 'Cause
Yeah,
we
probably.
have so many of them.
Oh man, a couple years ago, I was just having a terrible tournament, and my opponent bingoed on me for like the 48th time in the game, and I was down by like 9 million. That's not an exaggeration. Actually, it is. And I just got up to just vent and just get angry, and I tripped over a chair.
And you hurt yourself.
And I ate a cookie. I ate a cookie. So.
Oh my goodness, Alec won. We do not have a winner
No,
yet.
won't have a winner yet.
Oh, we still have another game to go.
Yeah.
We'll see. That's very exciting. I wonder if we can get his game. Well, we're definitely going to get a TWL game or OWL game next, and it would be amazing if the two of them were playing each other actually,
Yeah.
and they would do the knockout punch right away.
It would be interesting, yeah.
I wonder. No, Alec is scheduled to play Morris Greenberg. I love that name.
Oh, Morris is going to be playing.
Sounds like an 80-year-old Jewish man, but in fact he's a teenager, I think.
Oh, I think Morris is up to 23 now, but.
No, he's not allowed to get older either.
No.
Will be playing. Edward de Guzman, who also has been having quite a nice tournament.
Yeah, Ed.
Certainly early on.
Ed's one of my best friends. I'd love to see him. He was up on the stream, or he was up on table 1 earlier in the tournament. He's been kind of surging back up, but he and I had my very, very first tournament. We had the same first tournament.
Oh,
and when I was a little kid, my parents let me travel with him to tournaments.
Wow.
And I'm going into user experience design for my career, and sure enough, guess who I learned about UX from? Ed de Guzman.
So he's really important in your life.
Yeah. So
it'll be nice to have him commentating on him next.
So he's up here next game?
He's playing Will next.
Oh, awesome! I can't wait.
So and we're doing TWL next.
Awesome!
So
I'm looking forward to announcing for Ed, because Ed is a beast also. So it sounds like Alec actually lost. He did not win, in fact. So it looks like Will be up 3 games.
Who lost?
Alec. It sounds like Rich was not correct. I think it sounds like he's correcting himself.
Oh, Rich. Jesus.
Well, he in fact got blown out by Ron.
All right, so Will needs to win and Alec lose. So we will probably be giving you Will's game next, and we will be for sure getting accurate scores on Alec's game throughout. We'll set that up for you guys.
Yeah. Ed is a beast.
Can we start betting? We don't have that power.
Yeah. Hey, Rebecca, Slug Biker, welcome back.
Oh. You had the spread right. Thank you, Rich. So who won might be slightly more important, but that's okay. You got it right now. There are ways to actually control this, or they're not.
Yeah. No, it's.
We'd rather not.
Yeah.
We'd rather you guys just behave and have fun with us, and come on, let's have fun.
Well, Scrabble is largely maths, as it turns out, but. And also, Scrabble players are notoriously bad at counting.
So Austin is down to. I don't know if he has a spot for his ex.
Well, he has Vox.
So what's taken so long? Oh, he knows that Winter isn't going anywhere. So this is where you wish you had a bit more time to squeeze out a few more differential points, because Winter is not going anywhere with that rack.
Yeah.
But he's got 1:01. You'd be surprised. You ever watch the chef, the one where they get a box and
Chopped?
Not
Chopped?
Chopped, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love Chopped.
And it's often you hear them going, "You've got 30 seconds left, and your casserole's still in the oven," And,
Exactly.
And somehow they manage to get everything out. So.
Well, at this point, if you lose to Will, it's just like, "I'm sorry, Charles. You have been chopped. You have been scrabbled. No, you have been willed.
We have to come up with a word.
You have been willed."
You like that?
I don't know. I think I'm past my prime for the
we
day.
We still haven't discussed Gibsonization with you, but I think we might be very soon, so we're going to leave that
Yeah.
for when it happens.
Evil Budgie, that is a good question. I know how I feel about that. I haven't been able to check whether or not they will repair based on, who can still catch.
I don't know. Is
Will,
John Chu in charge of?
Will
in charge of
will
pairings,
change
and he's
things.
very dogmatic about.
Yeah, but he will, if it can be proven that it's screwing things up.
There's still 3 games to go.
Well, I mean, with 4 to go, Will would be playing someone who cannot catch him. So, yeah, John should be changing the pairings. I don't know if he is. If anybody out there wants to tell John that he better change the pairings, I hope that someone will do that right now. Because that would be, as much as I'd love to commentate for Ed on board 1, that would just be wrong.
For you to do it?
No, for Will to be playing someone who can't catch him at Nationals.
Oh.
The pairings should
Well,
absolutely be redone.
I don't think anyone would ever collude or throw a game or anything like that.
No, but it's just if you've earned that right to control your own destiny.
I would think it makes more sense for him and Will to play, Alec to play. Do you think?
Yeah, either Alec or
Let's see
or Mac or Benji.
Let me go back to the standings and I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah, I mean even yeah.
So
Any of
Alec
those would
is
be
at
fair.
19 and 8. So Will is at 21 and 5. Alec is 2 behind at 19 and 8. And then we've got 2 at 18 and 9. One with a huge cum, 1,000 points higher than the other 18 and 9. That would be Mac Meller and Ben Schunbrunn in that order. So those 4 are our main contenders right now, and probably should be paired up among those 4 right now. Ian is at 17 and 9, but we'll see what happens after this game. After this game, things could change. Ian could be up at 18 and have a higher spread than, for example, Ben, and then he would be part of the top 4. So we have to see how that's going.
Yeah, and it sounds like the talks have begun about repairing the next round, which would be good.
All right. So Austin is down to 41 seconds. It's at some point he's going to have to play his X.
Slugbiker will won by quite a bit.
But I don't think that Winter's going to be getting down his other V. So, come on, Austin. Not that it really matter, but you don't want to lose any points on spread on going over. It's kind of silly.
Yeah.
Okay, just go. Hit your clock. That's it. Come on. There was a player, Randy Greenspan, the late lamented Randy Greenspan. I just loved him to death. And, he had a bum heart, literally, and he had just kind of exploded one day when he was bicycling. And he had this habit of always, like, he'd announce a score, he'd put his hand to the clock, and then he would wait.
He'd
like
wait.
1 or 2 seconds.
Always wait, yeah.
And he would lose about, if you added it up throughout the game, he lost about 30 seconds off his
Yeah.
game, which is
Just from waiting.
And there was no point to it, but, that was just his style. Everybody has their style.
Yeah. Yeah, rip Randy.
Yeah, we love Randy. We've lost a few people.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
It is. Man,
He's
yeah.
not going to lose legal. He's ahead by 53 points. For every minute you go over, you lose 10 points. So he would have to go over 6 minutes.
Yeah. Probably.
And not take Winter's points that he's going to get from off his rack. And
Yeah.
And this guy would have to fall out. All that kind of stuff would have had to happen. So he's got probably, there we go. Oh, I think he's going to go over. He's going to have to be really fast for the next 2.
Yes, I don't know if he can play off the U and the T. I don't know. He could have gotten out of there a little
faster. He could have set. He
quicker,
had enough time
but
to
yeah.
set that up.
Yeah, Rich, I agree. I did see him change his mind every now and then, but it was definitely like the quintessential Randy thing. Our mics are being worn on our heads.
curled around our ears.
They're headsets, you might say.
I think they're good quality, though. I hope so.
I can't hear, so who knows?
Well, you see, now I'll show you what Austin's doing. You see how he has it upside down?
Yeah.
He has so little time. The board right now to him is upside down that he isn't going to even wait to turn the board around. That would take too much time. He's just going to slap down these 2 tiles. Let's see where he's going to put UT. We'll figure that out. Not going to be anything exciting.
So we
That's exactly. Oh, he's got your at. Oh no, he's got.
Nope.
Nope, that's not it.
Yeah.
Mooter. That's too bad that he can't play. Oh, he can play Mooter.
One thing I did just want to update you guys on, we did just find out that given the standings, they are asking the top 5 tables not to begin their games until after Will's game is over. They will be repairing.
Yes.
So that.
Sanity has come to Mudville.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, as close to sanity as we ever.
It's not always been the case.
Yeah.
We've had to fight sometimes.
Yeah, as close as Scrabble ever gets to sanity. We don't want to be too sane. That would be a little weird.
But we want to make the competition as exciting as possible, and you want the right, as Chris Cree says, let them duke it out.
Yeah.
You want the top people to,
Yeah.
to do.
You've earned the right, so. So it appears that Austin has going
he decided
to.
play Mooter. There you go. And
Looks like-
he's got 2 seconds on his clock, so that U is going where? Oh, wiener and length.
Yes.
And that's untouchable. And Ion is his second choice, so he's got at least. Oh, he's got
Yeah.
a U though. I'm thinking ends now.
Yeah.
I think that's. Oh, and he's got Mew from Muter, so no problem. And he's going to do it, guys. You're going to see he's going to finish without going over. And if you go to 0, you're fine. You're not considered over at 0-0. So Winter is looking what's the best place for his D. There aren't a lot.
Tony, it's QI.
Odd and Da next to Vog is 6. Dean is 5. This is how you do the end game, basically. You find a play. There we go. There's your 6. And you try to better it. And here comes the U, and he's out. And it's 0-0-0-0.
Yep.
As expected.
He snuck out just in time, yeah.
He also has to announce his score. It's not enough just to put it down. If he
Right.
doesn't announce a score, Winter can actually hit his clock.
Yep.
And he will go over.
Yeah.
So there are some rules in
Yeah.
Scrabble.
So a pretty solid game here. Looks like Austin's going to take it, and we're going to be, I think, back with Austin here in just a couple.
You intro me.
I'll intro you.
Then I'll go.
So I'm a liar. We're not bringing back Austin. Austin is currently unavailable for, no. We decided we actually want to talk to Josh over here. So Josh Greenway is a fellow Canuck, and he is the co-chair of the Social Media Committee, which is not a very long-lived committee in the NASPA. And we are so delighted to have him. The energy he brings to the game, the ideas, the creativity, we are so lucky to have him. So I want to introduce everybody to you, to Josh Freeway.
Thank you so much, Robin. That was really a very generous introduction, and I just want to say it's really been awesome watching the stream today and watching your work. It's been so exciting. But I'm here for one reason, and I want to talk to people watching who are interested in what we're looking at. I mean, we've been seeing some very high-level Scrabble. But what I like to talk about is the community and people coming together. And this is a game for everybody, and we have all different levels of competition. And I just want people to know how to get involved.
Okay.
So we're going to put up a link into chat. We're going to put it up a couple of times. And what's going to happen when you go to this link is you're going to go to a page on our website. And the simplest way to connect with us is you can sign up for our weekly email newsletter. There's always a lot of great content in there. You can also check out where the closest club is to you, and that's always a great way for people to get involved, to try playing it this way, you know, get used to the clock, that kind of stuff. And you can find out other things like where the closest, you know, the next tournament is, and also you can like us on Facebook because we always put out a lot of great content on there.
So it's kind of like a basic Scrabble starter kit.
That's right. We call it the Learn More page.
Perfect.
We're trying happier maybe, but
yep. I think that won't be hard. You've been busy. I get it.
Yeah, well, actually, this page was put together. We just crowned a new NASPA Person of the Year.
We did. You're co-chair.
That's right. And this is an award that we give out to the person who has contributed the most to the community. And we just, I can't imagine a more deserving winner than Judy Cole, who is just amazing and does
she has
so much work.
amazing handwriting. Did you know this?
Yeah, of course.
She has incredible handwriting. I'm not kidding.
Well, very good. And I would love to plug one more thing,
Absolutely.
if that's all right.
We're not kicking you off yet. Don't worry.
So, we're going to be
Does this come
going...
with kitchen knives? I just want to know.
Cut through a shoe. So, we're going to go beyond the 7th game. We're playing 7 games today, so we've got one more left, if my math is correct.
Just count the rings around my eyes. Getting tired.
So we've got one game left, but shortly after that game, we're going to be going live with a show that we like to call NASPA Tonight. And what we on that show is sort of all the standings, where everybody's at for the day. I'm sure you guys have covered standings, but we're going to cover it for all the divisions beyond just Division 1 TWL and Division 1 Collins. And then we're going to have a feature interview. So I'm going to be interviewing 2 Scrabble legends, and they would mention their names. Okay, well, Stefan Fatsis and Joe Edley, you know,
Tell us about them. So Stefan Fatsis
he is the author of really I like to call it my own personal Scrabble Bible.
So many people came to the game because of Stefan Fatsis.
Yeah, the book is called Word Freak, and if you're interested at all, intrigued by this coverage, I would suggest checking it out.
Read the book. It's so wonderful.
It's amazing. So, and it's just a real, anyway.
Well, just so you know that Stefan Fatsis is a writer. He was a writer for the Washington Post, and he does stuff with NPR, and he's just done stuff with Slate. Now he's working with Merriam-Webster, and he's a real writer. He was actually a writer before he became a Scrabble player, and he's kind of the George Plimpton of Scrabble because he made the decision that he wanted to try to become an expert Scrabble player within 1 year. And then before that or after, after that, he decided he wanted to try to become a place kicker with the Denver Broncos or one of the teams. So he's a really, really interesting guy. But above all, he is a writer with a voice that you hear clearly when you read it. You know it's Stefan. So check him out. He's a joy to listen to.
And the book is about the 1-year journey that he takes. And you get to learn about all these amazing characters that are in and around Scrabble. It's really inspiring. And also, one of the main characters that you meet in the book is Joe Edley. And Joe Edley is a 3-time national champion. He is
which is very, very hard to do. So it's a big deal. It's very hard.
For sure. And Joe is sometimes called the Zen master of Scrabble.
You'll see him doing Tai Chi in the hallway. I don't know if he still does anymore,
but he's just an amazing guy. And this will be a chance to bring them together, talk a little bit about what that book meant for our community and just what those guys' stories are going to be. And I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be enthusiastic he is. How can you not love him? Okay, we're so grateful to you,
Did you see my shirt, Robin?
Luck box, blanks all day.
The way it's read is blanks all day, son. So luck box is a term that gets thrown around. This is a little inside baseball, but it gets thrown around if somebody wins a tournament and they're just drawing
Or even a
blanks
game,
back and
just
forth.
even a game.
Absolutely, and they're just incredibly lucky, and so you'll call them a luck box. So I made the shirt with the slogan "Blanks all day, son," and I couldn't be prouder of it.
Okay. That doesn't make you want to join the community. I don't know what will. There's tons of T-shirts in Scrabble. I will say that, and we have actually Jeremy Hildebrand in Ottawa. We should get. Okay, let's see if we can get one of the T-shirts up. He is a caricaturist. I'm sure he does other things too, but he does caricatures, and he makes our T-shirt every year. And he did one this year for New Orleans. That is it's always so clever and always that's something you get it. All of these big major tournaments, you get to have one that's included in your registration package. So.
We did a Facebook post where we put up 4 of the greatest shirts that he's done, and then people would react with the little emoticons.
Thank you, my lovely producer.
And this was the favorite shirt.
Okay.
Look at that,
I'm holding
beautiful.
It up. I'm going to see. We're lagging, so I'm going to just make sure that we're doing okay in terms of the camera. We're really lagging. My goodness, we are multiple seconds. Here we go. There we go.
Absolutely.
Let's see.
Jeremy is the best.
So if you can see that, I don't know if we can, I don't think we can zoom in, but the O is a drum, and the letters are brass instruments and musical. The letters are. I think there's one. When you announce the tournament, the poster has like a musical staff with letters on it that look like musical letters as well.
Okay.
Anyhow, so it's a fun community. It's one that I know me as a geek, I found a home, right? I can be smarter, and nobody's going to look at me like I'm crazy or like it's okay. It's not boasting if it's true, right? And
For sure, we have a community of beautiful Scrabble nerds. And Robin, I just want to say thanks so much for the opportunity to come on the stream, and it's really a dream of mine to get on here and to work with you.
Oh my God, I made someone's dream come true today. I could be a happy person tonight. All right, everybody, we got one more game. It could decide the tournament, so do not leave. It's going to be all right, everybody. And we're going to see you in a few minutes, I hope.
And stick around for NASPA tonight. Thanks so much.
Pleasure, Josh.
Dustin Brown, who's having a solid performance right now in Division 3. So tell me, how did you get into Scrabble?
I originally got into Scrabble when my mom looked online to see if there were any. She wanted me to do something, and she knew I liked Scrabble and looked up a club online to see if there was anything near us, and there ended up being one at the local library that was run by Cornelia Guest, and started there and kept going.
Cool. And walk me through your first tournament. How was that?
First tournament. All right. I actually remember my first 3. My first tournament, it was in, I think, Bethel, Connecticut. And I went 0-7, got smashed every single time, but ended up being okay because it was my first tournament. My rating still miraculously went up.
So how about, and the next 2 got better for you?
Next 2, second one I also went 0-5, but that was okay. And then the third one ended up being the school Scrabble Nationals, and we went 5-2 in that, so that was pretty cool.
Cool. And so what keeps you coming back to Scrabble?
I just love the game. I love the atmosphere. A lot of the people are really, really nice, and you can always make a trip out of the tournaments.
And so outside of Scrabble, tell me something else that you enjoy doing that you're good at.
I love geography.
Geography, cool. You do competitions or anything?
Kinda. I run the school club for geography at my high school.
Awesome. And so you're doing well in this tournament, right?
Yeah.
What's your record right now?
I'm 10-4.
Awesome.
In second place last round, but then got beaten by Cooper.
All right, cool. Well, yeah, it's definitely a division of kids in Division 3. I suspect one of you is going to win. So best of luck the rest of the way. Thanks for talking.
All right, so Jesse's. We've got Jesse Day and Jesse. No, I'm just kidding. No. We have Jesse Matthews here. We have Jesse Day over there. He's going to lean in a tiny bit more into this photo here. Actually, I'll even scooch over a tiny bit more. All right, well, we're going to start with Jesse Yellow here. So where are you from?
That's a tough question to answer.
Okay.
But I live in New York City, and I was in the Bay Area for 7 years before that.
Okay. And where are you from?
I currently live in Vancouver, where I was born, but I've hopped around Western Canada in the meantime.
We're going to come back to your guys' travels over time here.
Jesse Day, how did you first start playing the game of Scrabble?
I was bored as a senior in high school, and I'd applied to colleges and didn't have much else to do, so I started playing online, and I was terrible when I started, but got hooked.
Cool. And tell me about your first tournament.
My first tournament was the newcomers event at the 2005 Boston area tournament, the BAT. And I lost my first 2 games, and I was kind of cranky, and then I won my third game by 350 points. I was like, maybe I can do this.
And was there anyone else in your family playing in that tournament?
My mom has played tournaments in the past. She was not at my first event.
Your second tournament.
But at my first weekend tournament, my mom and I were in the same division for the only time. I went 12-2, and my mom went 2-12. But she's got some games. She improved after that.
Yeah. And moving on to the other Jesse, how did you first start playing the game?
I started playing online on Yahoo Literati, actually. It's a variation on Scrabble with a different tile distribution and different board setup. That was when I was 14, so 17 years ago I started playing online, and I met a player on there by the name of James Leong, who some of you may know. He's been the U.S. national champion before in 2007. We both grew up playing speed games together, so that's kind of how both of us improved our game, just playing basically thousands of games in the span of several years. And we just got hooked on it. It was just an attractive challenge that really we're still trying to master.
And tell me about your first tournament.
My first tournament was the annual Calgary tournament that happens in October. James had actually played in a tournament earlier in the year in the next province over, and he had highly recommended that I try playing a tournament in real life, as I call it. And I thought, okay, well, this is different. Sure, why not? And basically, James and the director of his Vancouver club at the time, Judy, they petitioned to the Calgary director on my behalf to move me up from the bottom division because they said it would be not really a challenge. They were hesitant because they'd had people online before that had come and not done very well, but they agreed to move me up a single division to Division 3, and I ended up winning that division in a nail-biter at the end, but still won, so they were happy with that and just kind of took off from there.
Sounds good. So moving back to other Jesse, so what do you do outside of Scrabble these days?
I currently work as a data scientist at a startup in New York City.
And before that, you were a student for a little bit, or?
Yeah, I did my PhD at the University of California, Berkeley. Go Bears.
Cool. And so this startup, you think this data science is a newer thing that you've been doing? You think it's something you're going to stick to, or enjoying it?
Oh, it's been good for the time being. I like it as a career because there's a lot of demand, and I can go do it basically anywhere in the world that I want. So I'm pretty excited about it as a future.
Cool. And other Jesse, how about you? What's your job outside of Scrabble?
My current job, I am a flight attendant for Air Canada, so I spend a lot of my days in the air, going to different parts of North America and sometimes beyond.
And how did you end up there?
It's actually been a really strange path to get to my current career. I was a programmer once upon a time. I decided that wasn't for me, and then I went to school to study psychology and language because they were both things that were fascinating to me, and I liked the idea of research, but it just wasn't enough to do another decade basically of grad school, so I wanted to find something that would let me keep in touch with Scrabblers and other people I've met throughout my travels and life, and basically an airline job made sense. I get paid to fly around and to learn languages as part of my job, and that's really attractive for me.
Cool. So you think you're going to stick with that for a while?
That is the idea. I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to try to become a service director for Air Canada the next year. So that's basically the person who is in charge of all the flight attendants on board and gets to coordinate a small team pretty much every time that there is a pairing.
Cool. That sounds good. So we're going to switch to travel for now because I know you guys do a little bit outside of Scrabble. Pop quiz. Can you both give me a country count of how many countries you have been to?
Together?
Either both individually, how many countries has each Jesse been to?
Oh, in the 40s somewhere. I think 41.
Okay, I won't make you name all of those. How about you, Jesse?
I'm somewhere in the 30s myself.
Well, you guys, I pale in comparison at like 19, so. All right. How many places have you both lived? We'll just go with places, not countries. Well, let's just find out with places.
Okay, I have lived in Vancouver very briefly. I don't remember it, but I was told I did. Then in some suburbs named Surrey and Langley close by. in Calgary, Alberta, in New London, New Hampshire for a year. That's kind of a really random side story. Kelowna, British Columbia, until basically earlier this year, and now Vancouver again.
And how about you, other Jesse?
Honestly, I don't think I can name everywhere I've lived.
You taught me a new place yesterday, so.
Yeah, I mean, I moved around a lot as a kid, but roughly speaking, born in California, lived in Europe for 8 years, in Italy and France. Went to high school in Boston, lived in China for a year, lived in the Bay Area for 7 years, and now I'm excited to be in New York City.
Yeah, cool. So I've had the honor of traveling abroad with both of you. Jesse Day, we've been to Asia. Jesse Matthews, we've been to Europe, and we've done some U.S. road tripping. I guess I've done some mini road trips with you as well. But right, I call it a Europe trip. But yeah, we did also go to Morocco, and that was pretty sweet. So I don't really know it. Have you guys ever traveled together? Like, what's the story there?
We've indirectly traveled together. We both went to South Africa at the same time. Jesse was there to play in a challenge that was, this Jesse was there to play. It's like third person when I'm talking. Jesse Day was there to play in a tournament, and I knew there was a tournament going on, but I didn't really want to play in it. I just wanted to explore a new country, and other people that I knew happened to be there. So we got there at the same time, and a mutual friend of ours by the name of Gabriel Wong was actually there on business as well and managed to fit in a layover. So all three of us, for very different reasons, were in the same city just a year and some ago.
Cool. So if you two could travel somewhere together, A, could you agree on a place, and B, what would it be?
Oh, interesting question. I want to go to Brazil, and you speak some Portuguese. So.
I do speak some. I'm not fluent. This man speaks more languages than I do.
We're going to get to that.
I think definitely São Paulo would be nice to go there. I have not been there yet. But further in the north, like Fernando de Noronha is an island off the coast in the northeast that's beautiful, and I'd love to go there sometime. Basically inland from there in Recife and other spots like that.
I'm in.
All right, we're going to Brazil.
Cool. I'd want to go to Salvador myself, but
cool.
That'll be good stuff there. All right, so I'll give you each like 30 seconds to a minute to tell me what's your favorite travel experience, or just a favorite travel experience, because I understand it's hard to just have one.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in the final round of 7 on this penultimate day at the North American Scrabble Championships here in New Orleans. I'm Robin Pollock-Daniel with
Conrad Bassett-Bouchard,
previous champion and all-around good, swell guy. We have a bit of a rejigging of the pairings. Will was not scheduled to play Ben Schönbrunn, but what they decided to do is have the top 6 slug it out, because they are the ones who are only ones who can win this tournament. So Will is now playing number 4, which is Ben Schönbrunn. Alec, who is in second place, is playing 3. So we're having a 1-4-2-3, and then Rafi Stern, who's in 5th place, can still also potentially win. So he's going to play number 6, Dr. Ian Weinstein.
Yeah. So basically, what happens here is if Will wins, and in the game between 3rd and 4th, or between 2nd and 3rd, if 3rd place beats 2nd place and 1st place beats 4th place, then Will sew it up today.
Look at Benji. His tiles are sideways.
Yeah, it's a classic Benji with the sideways tiles. I gave him a pep talk before this game because he just had a rough game before. So he started out pretty fast here, but freaking Will's gonna bingo with easement for like $1 billion again.
Oh my God, look at that.
It just never fails every time.
And this is what we were talking. I mean, not that Will needs it. Never, never, never. Will is a fabulous player, but Jesus, you know. And him hitting the double letter, the whole thing triple, it's just flowing for him. And it's like you're meant to win the tournament.
Yeah, no, and that's how it was, when I won for a lot of the, near the end of the tournament, not so much. The last couple games, but I had a losing streak near the end. But in the middle of the tournament, it was just, if something could happen, I wasn't necessarily getting things, but my opponents kept missing stuff. There was one where, like, one of my opponents who was a former national champion, almost every draw he had would win the game. And he just missed it. Like, he just got one of the only draws that didn't win.
Oh, my God.
And it was, I just looked at him like,
that's it. Like, it's meant to be.
This could be the one,
Yeah. Do you remember that second when you realized you'd won the tournament, what that was like?
Yeah, it was. My first thought was, thank God I never have to do this again. Because it's stressful.
I mean, for the first time.
Yeah, no, it's just having to be stressed about Scrabble. I mean, it's a thing I cared about and I really wanted to win. And then it was just at that point, it's just like, good, I don't ever have to be stressed out about this again. I can just play for fun now.
I remember looking over towards your board when you had stood up when the announcement was made that you had won it. And I just, we didn't know each other that well, but I was just so happy for you.
Yeah,
and I know how much it meant to you. I could just see it on your face.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty incredible feeling, and it was nice. It was nice to feel like I played the last game well.
That's really nice. It is. You don't want to finish with a losing game.
Exactly.
Or a bomb.
Yeah.
What's legal wants to know the rule about the bag. It has to be above your head. That's just to avoid people peeking into the bag. We have had incidences of that. So if it's over your eye level, you can't peek into the bag. It's that simple.
Yep, that's just, how it is now. So, kind of a cruddy draw for Benji. Surprise, surprise how things have been going. But
I really want to know his brain circuitry that he finds looking at the tiles that way to be.
Yeah, there's I think John O'Loughlin, the creator of Quackle and one of the smartest dudes around. I believe he's the only other person I know who puts tiles sideways like that.
And I don't know if it's necessarily emblematic of high intelligence or
Benji's
chaotic.
Benji's a smart guy. I think it's just become like a part of his identity. It's just like he's just the dude who puts his tiles sideways. I like to alphabetize mine.
He wants to get
FOU, yeah.
Yeah, so he's blocking the board. It's a little risky when you're behind a bingo, or not too much. Oh yeah, he had zone A to start, so yeah, but it's still a little risky when you're behind to start blocking the board like that.
It's risky. He's kind of just playing a pretty a standard line here, where he's just trying to score some points and also keep a decent lead. He's trying to maximize the chance that he's going to bingo next turn.
We're going to see Cat come down.
Yeah,
right now.
Not sure if it's what I would do personally,
no?
But
what would you do?
I mean, I'd consider FOH a couple spots above it. It's a worse leave, but it scores like significantly more points.
Oh, you're talking about Ben's turn, but I was okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Cat is for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, so Benji did pick up a blank here, which is pretty. He's gonna pick it out right now, which is gonna be. Okay. Oh, sorry. No, it's an I. I'm sorry. Ignore me. I can't read it either now.
Remember, it's a fleur-de-lis, so.
Right. That's true.
So he's got IV to HJ,
yeah,
or
so
jived HJ, high jived.
Yeah, I'm assuming jived is going to come down through that E. That blocks everything again.
You know what we also have at tournaments very often is we have prizes for best theme word.
Yeah.
And it would be fun to do a New Orleans themed one.
Yeah.
But I imagine beer would win, according to you.
Oh, beer was absolutely wins.
All right,
yeah.
So pretty simple word.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye, Ivan. Thanks for watching. Yeah, this is an interesting situation for Benji here, because he can score some good points, but he's going to have to close the board short term, which is okay. I mean, as long as he's not behind by that much, and Will doesn't necessarily have too many options.
Well, he doesn't have any bingos whatsoever. It doesn't make any sevens or any eights. So
you'll probably see Zunes or something, but from Will.
You think so? 14, yeah.
Because it's 28 and kind of keeps the board on lockdown. So an interesting play for Benji could be, Vide, Vide, however you pronounce it, making Tav. Because it, because it sets up that S hook that that in theory Will has to deal with. I mean, of course he has two S's, so whatever. But in theory, obviously Ben does not know that.
People don't like the V, they don't like the J, don't like to get them on the same rack, but thankfully we have jived and jiving, but he has nowhere to put it, so he's going to have to settle for only getting rid of one of these at a time.
Yeah.
And HIG, well, you pick an A, you have Haji, but...
Yeah, it'll take him a
and
couple...
MEH.
Yeah, it'll take him a bit to probably build up that rack, but he is going to play Vide here.
No, and now he's not going to... Now he's going to take it off.
Ivan, I know that you're leaving. We are going to miss you, but we appreciate you hanging out all day.
Well, he's decided to play jive. Oh, we're really behind here.
Oh, no, he changed his mind. So people do that sometimes. They'll put down a play and then take it back up. And
but he didn't give him any extra knowledge because, except for the fact that he has an E on his rack.
Yeah,
he pretty much played the same letters.
Yeah, which isn't such a... Oh, my goodness, my opponent has an E.
Ooh, there's a shock with 12 in the bag.
Yeah.
Ooh. And he's right. It's actually a better play, I think, what he just did. Doesn't open the board.
Well,
it blocks the Z plays.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting position because even though he's losing short term, he's trying to score points and get back in it because he's not necessarily going to bingo anytime soon. So, it's smart to kind of take that alternative.
Now, if Will wants to undouble his O, get rid of the O's and get rid of one of the S's, he could do something like Sorgo from the triple lane over to the J, but that would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he could just play like Goon or something.
I think that's what we're going to see, but unfortunately, he leaves himself 2 S's, which you think would be good, but you don't want to have doubles.
Yeah. I guess the nice thing about having the S's here, of course, is A, his opponent doesn't have them.
That's
but
it.
B, you can use them for defense on a board like this.
You can, but where?
Yeah, I mean, well, in a turn or two.
Theoretically.
Yeah. But it's interesting to see something like that just so totally repurposed.
Now, Ben, so I think we're going to be having a
Oh, we missed Grosh.
That's great.
Yeah,
Okay.
which, I mean, is sort of interesting. This is, I think, where Will and I might differ a bit in Scrabble. I would never open the board like that with Elite.
And he knows that he has that E now to hook onto Grosh.
Yeah.
But
So
that's not such a big deal.
Yeah. Will Anderson is from Westchester County, currently living outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. So he is very American.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like Fe and Grosh. There are no bingos with his rack.
Yeah.
And so he would play F-E-H underneath the G-R-O-S-Z, doubling the F, doubling the H, and hooking onto the big Z word. So that seems a pretty strong play.
I wonder if he'd consider playing Chef instead, just because he slots that C, and that C is going to be like a pain to block. And AIL's not so bad. Scores a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if maybe he'd try that. Leave's not quite as good, but
although the C with the R out there is really kind of sweet.
yeah, I just like it's that sort of that idea of that we talked about of kind of forking the board a bit or opening up those.
He saves an I if he wants to play a bingo down to the C.
Right,
like
exactly. Yeah, the I is pretty useful there.
Really good thinking as well. Just be a little afraid of saving 2 vowels.
Yeah.
Or he can play something totally
Falchion. Okay, that's.
All right.
I mean, I can't really. I don't think I can really argue with that. Of course, Will just has the X, so he's going to score like 1 billion points again. But
well, that's why you don't do it.
I mean, it's an interesting line to take here.
He had 37 points with Chef. One less point.
He may not have seen the hook. Who knows?
Oh.
I don't know.
Could be.
But
well,
if nothing else, he's not that far behind. All it is one bingo gets him back in. Of course, as we're going to see, the tiles he's picking up. Well, we're going to find out in a sec that. Well, I'll let you guys. I won't spoil it for you guys.
It's coming down.
Yeah, Will is definitely more of an open offense guy. I completely disagree with Kenji. I actually think he is about as extreme as the controlled open board people go. I once actually talked to Will about it. I actually offered to teach him how to play defense. And he's just like, I don't want to learn how to do it. I just don't. I don't know if it's worth it at this point. Like, it would take a lot of work. So I actually think Will is one of the most open players out there, and I think the play of Grosh kind of shows that to me. I don't know. I think that was a little bit crazy. I don't know. So this is going to be the last game of the day, yeah.
So I think there's no doubt that Will is going to play X underneath Falchion.
Yeah.
Seems like the right thing to do. It scores. It does leave a mitt full of consonants, but they're not terrible. And of course, he's going to pick up some vowels to go with.
Yeah.
So. Is there an open T for end notes? I'm shocked. Oh, Donese, but nowhere to put it. So now you're starting to understand Benji's thinking, why he played jived and not tav.
Yeah.
And vide, because now he has not created any S hooks.
Yeah. I mean, Indigence doesn't quite play. So he's going to play ouch, which makes a lot of sense here.
Just kind of describes his rack as well.
Yeah, that was rough. He's got a shot here to draw something good after he plays ouch.
I'm just looking at Will's demeanor. It's like he knows that if he wins this game and Alec loses, he's sewn up the tournament with 3 games to go,
no,
and he can actually
it's-
digest his food tonight.
Right. I mean, it's, having been there, it's just like it's the craziest feeling. It's like.
Did
oh
you
my
have to go to
goodness.
the end, or were you?
I went to the last game.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
I almost lost. I almost fell out of contention near the end. It
Right,
just-
you said by 1 point, right?
Yeah, 1 point kept me in there. Then it was a total luck box against my ex in the second to last round, and that individual probably deserved to win almost just as much as I felt maybe I did. And
Nice.
but the last game was fortunately wasn't that close. Well, that game wasn't that close either. The last 2 games weren't necessarily that close.
My biggest win was the Boston premiere back when
Right.
it was
Oh.
really premiere, when it was really,
Yeah.
really tough.
Yeah.
And I was 9-1 after the first day. I was just like lapping the field, and then the next day I developed a fever overnight. Maybe I couldn't handle the nervousness
Yeah.
and whatever. And I think I only went through. I only won 1 game. I went 1-4, but I was so ahead of everybody that
You still hung on.
I still hung on
Yeah.
to win it. But man,
Well,
it was hard.
Well, how about that one time, I think it was on your birthday, where you had to win your last game by like
No,
over.
wait, no, that was, I had to win. So this was on my, I went to Las Vegas for a big birthday, and I had to win the last 2 games. And my opponent only had to win 1 game, and I won the first game. And then we were going into the final game, and he only had to lose by like 181 points
Yeah.
or something. And I think I won by over 200.
Yeah.
So that was pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
So,
Erosions.
Yeah, Will has picked
Oh,
another
God.
godly rack here.
Oh, but it's Ben's turn.
It's Ben's turn,
It's
so
got imitated through T, which doesn't exist.
yeah, Will's gonna probably have a chance to pretty much put it away here. I think Ben's got a really nice shot here playing MIDI, making TAM, SI, and
Yeah.
MI, keeping a.
And that saves it saves an E hook.
Yeah.
Because TAM takes an E. You don't have to have the S, and he
Yeah.
has an E. So
Yeah. If Will wins, it will depend upon one other game.
and
we'll
yes. So Rich, if you're out there, somebody give us updates on Alex's games, please. We promised everybody, and of course we want to know here too in the
Yeah.
booth.
So I think the odds of Will's bingos getting blocked here are pretty low. I'm not really sure what would spur Benji to block the main part of the board that's going to get him back in it when he can open a new spot.
Yeah, he's not going to go anywhere near that R, I would think. He would
No,
want to keep
he
that
can't.
open
Yeah,
with this rack.
especially when he can open that nice spot there.
The question is, how many tiles does he play? Does
yeah.
he just play dim even? I don't think that would be a good play.
No, I mean, you got to open up.
How about IDEM then?
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on how many E's left. There's just DATE is a pretty solid leave. And I suspect he's going to play. Oh.
Didy.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't make sense because he doesn't have anything to hook the TAD with.
Yeah.
I liked IDEM a lot, actually. The more that I think about it, I'd have to think longer on it. It's very hard for us to think here and talk to you guys, so we're not always giving the optimal play. We appreciate having Kenji here, actually, who's good, really, really good for that.
Yeah, Kenji was certainly someone who taught me quite a bit about the game. One of 3 people who I consider a Scrabble mentor, if you will.
Yeah.
Who knows if I could have gotten to the level that someone like Will is now at without his wisdom. I do want to throw out a plug. Kenji's written an awesome book about Scrabble that I highly encourage anybody who's either new to the game or wants to take it to the next level. I highly recommend you check out this book. Kenji, by all means, feel free to plug it in here, but I'm not sure if it's still called Breaking the Game. I know you've changed the title a couple of times, but
well, he also has amazing videos, does he not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely check out his book because it's I like to call it sort of like the equivalent of Super System that we had in poker. That was written by Doyle Brunson. I think this is like the closest thing Scrabble has had to that, and I think that's pretty cool. It's a lot of the stuff he talks about in there is the stuff that he taught me, and that I kind of learned from watching his games over the years.
So what just happened with Will is not only did he bingo and He blocked the board up to a great extent, and he used up 2 S's. So it's all really heartbreaking for Ben, and he knows it.
Yeah.
Now, if this was Alec playing him, it would be really something. So now he's playing Alamo. He's untripling the A's, opening the board, and doubling the M.
Yeah.
So it's a really very good play, very strong play.
Yeah. So we'll see him put that down here in just a sec. There it goes. And we see Will has another nice balanced leave.
Tweak here.
Legal, you cannot concede a Scrabble game except for a couple rare situations because we play with point spread, which is how much you beat your opponent by. So you have to finish out every game. As I've mentioned, I am not a fan of point spread, and I think it should be abolished, but it's not up to me.
One day you can have your own Scrabble kingdom, and you can make the rules.
Maybe.
You can dream.
Maybe.
Well, a lot of people think that spread is an indication of ability.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I said, my major annoyance with it is that sometimes you have to give up a chance to win the game in order to make a play that conserves spread. And to me, that's ultimately throwing a game. I think if you have a chance to win the game, I just think you should always be able to go for it, and you shouldn't get penalized for trying to win the game.
I see what you mean.
And that's like...
Yeah, it should be all or none.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, that's about winning the game. Yeah, all I mean is just by this different rule is essentially, don't judge people based on how much they beat their opponents by. Because...
well, the argument is made that if you have, and you're going to see this, the Mac Millers and Dave Wiegand's, they know so many words that it shows the level of study that they've done, that they play all of these words. But there's also a luck component that you're picking the right tiles, or your opponent's making the wrong moves, or giving you spots. Look at Falciano. I don't know if that was the right play, but look what it gave away. He could have had the same amount of points and opened the board by playing chef.
Yeah.
So it's a decision he made that may not have been the right one, and that could cost you a game, one mistake like that.
Yeah. And I mean, this is even coming from someone who benefits from spread,
Yep.
I benefit from spread greatly because I know how to run up scores
Right.
and
But
I don't know.
You also have to sometimes learn how to lose by a small amount. Like in that game in Las Vegas, where I had to, he had to lose by over 180 points. So he started playing very defensively, and he didn't maximize his chances. And I was able to usurp him. I made 9s. If he blocked the board, I made a 9. I was lucky to get the right tiles, but I also did the studying that I could find the word.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to be in the right place at the right time, but in order to accomplish it.
Right. So we're seeing that Will is starting to close up the board.
So yeah, Will's gonna play RAW here.
It's not what he would love to get rid of.
Yeah,
certainly the W.
I'm not in love with that play.
He could have played WAN to get rid of WE and saved a nice rack, but that wouldn't have been.
Yeah, sometimes the way to win the tournament is not always the way to win the game. Sometimes you just need to try to lose by not that much because you need to make sure you beat your opponents by.
Do you think Will knows what's going on Ben's rack, and he's putting his tiles sideways too out of?
Oh yeah, everyone knows it. I mean, okay, well I guess now that Will's drawn like his 5 billionth blank of the tournament, I guess now the game's pretty much over. I was gonna say that Benji could play arrogant or something to bust the board wide open for 33 or so.
Oh, you're great at these extensions to the triple.
Oh, I wonder, what are the others that Tarragoni is good?
I'm going to say no. That is the anagram of arrogant. It's Tarragon.
Yeah.
No, it is not good. Unbelievable.
No Tarragoni. Okay, well.
But is Will going to have to, well, we're going to see. He's going to have to open the board, Ben, and he knows it.
Yeah.
And he wants to get rid of that Y.
Yeah, King actually.
You can play Yags and lay, but that's not going to open the board, but it's going to score.
Yeah. I think you take the points here and open the board. I don't know. Okay,
now
well, he found it. That's,
but he's unfortunately, he has to save the worst tile.
Yeah. So I guess, spoiler alert, he's going to
Oh,
make
sorry,
the
guys.
nice
I
play
keep
here.
doing that. We really should close this monitor.
Yeah.
It's not doing us any good.
King, to answer your question, actually for me it's a lot easier to find words when I'm playing in my own games. I focus a lot better when I'm in a tournament, and honestly, I care a lot more. You know, I'm devoting all of my brain power to that. Right now, it's just like, you know, it's fun to watch, but you know, I don't really have any skin in the game, so it's hard for me to focus all that brain power on finding words.
And also, we're talking with you guys, and we're paying attention to the commentary, and so
Yeah. But even if I was watching, like I just don't think I would find as much.
Yeah,
It's just
you're
like
right.
I'm just lazy, I think. But how is Carmel doing? That is a great question. Welcome back. Are you like awake from the next morning or something?
You want me to look that
Carmel
up?
Dot Superfan? Welcome back.
Yeah, really, you haven't been gone that long.
Yeah.
I'll let you know how she's doing. Hold on.
Can you bet on these games somewhere? Well, I mean,
We
you
have
could,
a roto.
Yeah, you can enter the roto at the beginning of the tournament, and certainly players will make some side bets. I actually lost a bet to a couple people because I had Nigel winning the tournament by quite a bit.
Ooh, that was a safe bet. God.
Yeah, well, I may not have been entirely sober when I made the stakes.
Carmel Dodd is currently in 21st place. Her record is 15-12 with a cum of -56. So
Yeah.
she's had a bit of a rough go of it. I'm gonna.
There.
All right.
But you can always bet on these games with your friends. You didn't hear that from me though.
I think we lost Rich because we were not able to get a score for Alec's game, but we're going to ask Josh.
Yeah.
Josh?
My understanding is that Alec is winning.
Alec is winning? That's your understanding? If you can get a score on Alec's game, so we can... Alec
and
Sehom,
Mac.
Yeah, thank you. Our team is busy with other things.
Yeah.
Someone posted that Alec is ahead. Yes,
Yeah.
but I'd like to know by how much and what's going on.
So what did Benji drew here? I don't.
More
Almost.
A. Oh, it's a V.
He like almost got some sick plays, but
Yeah, it's not a bad rack.
quite.
But he doesn't have any bingos yet again. And he's not that far behind. That's the thing. Like one good 50-point play, and he's right back in it. He doesn't even have to bingo. But
It's just except Will's got that freaking blank. That's the problem. Like
he's not going to be bingoing now. I'll tell you that.
no, but he's still in.
But what is he going to do? So he wants to like open the board for himself, but at the same time not open it for Benji. It's a tough call.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you just play off the K and a couple other tiles,
Almost says Gawk here.
puts
If he had an eye.
puts him in good position. You know, like Cola or something.
He's going to play Psych.
Oh, he is really gonna open the board. Okay.
That's his style. And it could really bite him in the backside because
I personally think that is like
still
the
an
worst.
Estacado.
I would argue that is the worst play Will has made. It's by far the worst play he's made all day.
He's getting greedy. He sometimes can get a little bingo.
I mean,
crazy.
he's just like going for it. I think he's just inviting.
He's inviting trouble, and
Like,
he's getting lucky that it's not getting in the way.
Yeah, it's like understand that like, you know, most of the time Will's going to win this game, and you know, yes, he's going to win the game next turn. He has multiple places to bingo now, looking at this new rack, and that's great. But it's
should
just
have done it.
in those off chances, he kind of invited that long shot.
Yeah.
And you know, Will's also entitled to nerves as well, and it wouldn't surprise me.
No, yeah, but this is not a nerve thing. This is I want more points thing.
It's possible. I don't know. Who knows? Do we? You know, he's got to be like. I mean, he looks, you know, totally calm, but I know on the inside he's losing it right now.
I'll just have a sip of water here. Alec is ahead. Mac is ahead. Oh, so Alec is losing now. Maybe
we
by
think
50. It's hard. It's hard to. You want to hang around the table, but you don't want to be intrusive. So.
Yeah.
But things are starting to look exceedingly good for Mr. Anderson right this minute.
Yeah. So this game will be probably over in a sec. Because
Benji's last tile is a Y.
Yeah. I mean, he almost got a drew a bingo there, but.
Okay, so Will is going to bingo off the tee.
Yeah.
With things like tolerate.
Yeah, it seems likely that after Benji makes his play, that Will's gonna.
He's playing gravity. I think he's feeling the weight of this. He's feeling weighed down.
Yeah.
Appropriately. He hasn't seen a blank yet. There's an S to come. He's passing tiles. This is why he's playing what he's
Yeah,
playing.
he's going for the one draw for the win.
He's going for the one draw for the win. And if
it's a
Will
line.
had Drek on his rack, it's a perfect strategy.
Benji could get it. I'm going to assume here that there are 6 tiles in the bag, of course. I'm assuming there are.
I could go check. I'm getting tired.
That would be pretty rough if there weren't. And I suspect, there's...
I'll let you know.
Benji's going to pull out some tiles here, and, well, I'll let you... Wait, he's going to know very quickly that,
Oh, there's still a lot of tiles to go.
Yeah, but,
There's still 15 tiles in the bag.
But as we're looking here, Benji immediately pulls out.
This is the worst thing that could happen to Benji right now. Yeah, he did everything. He did the right thing. He played 6 tiles. He scored points. He opened the board. He went for the blanks, and he picked crap. You're not going to win those games.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you have to give yourself a shot to win. He found a line that can lead to victory sometimes, and he went with it.
And clearly, when Will played Psych, he's making an S hook. Right?
Yeah,
he's clearly doing.
Or an R.
Or an R, right.
But, I mean, I think the thing you just have to give Benji credit for is, he made a play that had a purpose. There are many different options he has there, but he at least, did something that there's some logic to it, and he knew he could follow up on it.
Probably Tolerate was a slightly better play in terms of not giving a word like with the W away, but it's a lot easier to hook off of Tolerate.
Remember that time Will drew another blank? Will, I love you. You're like my buddy, but come on.
Oh, but he only has one vowel.
Oh, yeah.
Crappy tiles.
No, we say this, of course.
We
say this totally facetiously.
Totally.
I think Will would be the first person to say that today has been just absolutely incredible for him. And he's played great too. I mean, Psych is like the first bad play he's made all day.
We'll berate him afterwards.
Yeah.
And we won't even have to. Will. Oh, that was such a stupid play. Oh, what was I thinking?
Yeah.
I don't deserve to win.
Yeah, and that's
so Will.
That's what all of us younger Scrabblers, a lot of us are just like this self-deprecating dorks. Squish, what he was referring to is if he had played Tolerate. No, I don't. This isn't Collins. I don't know what it would be. I lied. I guess it would just be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Kenji will have to.
Yeah, we don't have all
explain.
the tiles that we can see and all that. What is he? My jokers after toe. Okay. Or jokers blanks? Does jokers mean blanks in Kenji's world?
Don't think so.
Okay.
Or maybe,
sure
it is what he means. I don't know. Yeah. I've certainly never. Well, Blyce Rot P, I completely disagree with you, but
that's okay.
We are all entitled to our opinions.
Oh, we're idiots. Oh, okay. Good to know.
Oh, I mean, I'm. I can beat Quackle more than half the time, so whatever.
Whatever. So the bingo on Will's rack is bindery, which isn't going to go down, but he does have the R to hook onto Psych.
Yeah, and Benji's got more crap.
So whose turn is it? It's Will's
Will,
turn. So
yeah.
he's going to, BY seems to get, now where's the best place for him to play that? Are there any A's left? He might want to, oh, no, that's not going to do it. Phoebe, okay, there we go. He just loves going for the bingo.
Blyce, you can call whatever BS on me you want. I do not care at all. But have fun. Yeah, okay, now Will is definitely going for the greed.
Here comes the E.
Oh, yes.
You know it's coming.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh. Draping.
Yeah, draping.
All right.
I mean, I'm assuming at this point.
It might be blocked.
Yeah, I mean, at this point.
Bicep. So it's not. It's blocked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Benji's playing quickly, even though he's got 10 minutes to go. I mean,
Yeah,
Look at him laughing. It's like,
You're gonna
Will
see-
probably told him something like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're blocking my finger."
Yeah. Benji's flexing his bicep for everyone. I don't know.
In Scrabble, we do have a thing called coffee
housing.
Coffee housing. You saw Ben talking to Will there, and Will probably said something to him. But the game is not in doubt as to who's going to win this one, and they're probably just having a bit of a laugh
Yeah,
together.
because they're good friends. They're from the same area in Westchester County. They've been great friends for so many years. And what Benji said to me before this game, it's just like, he's gonna give it his best shot, but ultimately, like, if he loses, then one of his great friends is probably gonna win nationals.
Oh, speaking
So,
of
like,
friends, that's what Rashid had on his opening bag with a blank. So Rashid is playing Dave Wiegand. Dave's in first place. And with 4 tiles left in the bag, and Dave having AEII-MRS on his rack, he is up by 50 points, 402 to 352. So it's looking good for Dave, but that's a far more contested tournament going on right now. And in fact, if Will does wrap it up tonight, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Collins tomorrow.
Probably more, yeah.
So the bag is empty. Oh, you see? And Will left all those lovely vowels in the bag.
Yeah.
But it really wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
Will doesn't have the hugest spread this tournament. He's not in the thousands yet.
No. Well, for a while, he just wasn't doing well at all. I mean, he started, I think he was like 6 and 5. No, he was like.
Oh, was he really?
He was something like, I don't know, maybe 5 and 3 maybe. And now he's about to be 23 and 5.
That's crazy.
I mean, to put this in perspective, the year I won, I finished with 22 wins.
Yeah, he's already in the same amount of games?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh no! He's already after this game he will already have more wins than I had. Period.
That's
So
crazy.
that tells you how this is going.
So if you go over to the tournament page online, you can click on the player and get all sorts of information about them, including who they played when, and when they win, you see it in green, and when they lose, you see it in pink. And I'm looking at Will's, and after the first 5 games, he was indeed 1, 2, 3. He was 3 and 2.
I think he was 4 and 3 or something at that point.
And then
or
I'm
6 and 3.
3 and 2. And
Yeah.
after 5 games, he's 3 and 2.
Yeah.
And then I know I'm going to see a sea of green coming up. I mean,
Yep.
just punctuated by the occasional loss.
Yeah, the only person he really lost to was like Ben.
He lost to
Or
Ben.
Today, that was his only loss.
And he lost to Alec, but that's kind of appropriate.
Yeah. So Will started 3 and 2. Then he was 6 and 3. He was never 4 and 3.
He's been number 1 for how many rounds now? He's been number 1 since round 20.
Yeah, at the end of yesterday. So
And he's maintained it all day, and he's lost 1 game. So he went 6 and 1 today, which is pretty close to what you want to do.
yeah, so he's played Buys and Spring, and I'm sure Benji's going to play pretty quickly. And
No, he's going to use up his 9 minutes.
yeah, just to troll everyone.
He doesn't really have much to do.
Yeah.
And if anyone can get us a score of the Alec game, which might very well be finished by now, that would be amazing.
Yeah. 40% plus RNG. Yeah, right. That's hilarious. It's about 20, 25 at the most. All right.
What is MG?
RNG.
Oh, RNG.
Just randomness, essentially.
Oh, randomness, of course. And because we pulled stuff out of the bag, like... It's not like chess, and it's not like backgammon. You don't.
Yeah.
Although backgammon has a luck component with the dice, you don't
Yeah,
know what you're going to
sure.
roll. But chess, you really can control your destiny constantly, and we don't have that.
Yeah.
Which makes the game very volatile, and that's why we have people who play up. We call it, even though they don't earn the right to be in the top division, you actually can choose to play in it if you want to, and they do very, very poorly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we have a lot of trouble playing them because
Yeah.
we have a high expectation that we're going to win the game.
Yeah.
And you never know.
So Will's gonna put down the D here, and
Here comes the shaking the head, the
Yeah.
the no,
And
like
that's-
no, I didn't deserve it. I got so
and
lucky.
that's it. Yeah.
All right.
So Will has won this game, and
Which is what he needed to
it's
do.
possible he could clinch it here. So
We won't let you go until we find out what's gone on with Alex's game.
I guess we're going to be, regardless, we'll be coming back in a little bit with the wrap up with our friend Josh.
Oh, he's going to be doing an episode.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Fun. Fatsis and Joe Edley, in case you missed it, two extremely big names in Scrabble, Stefan being the author of Word Freak and single-handedly responsible for lighting the flame of Scrabble for a lot of players that would never have known about it if it weren't for him.
Yeah.
And Joe Edley, who is a legend in Scrabble in terms of the number of games he's played,
Yeah.
the number of tournaments he's won, and for his equanimity. I was going to say across the board, but that's not true.
Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out with us all day, King. We'll be back at 9 a.m. U.S. Central Time tomorrow for 3 more games.
You can't leave, King, until you find out what happened with
Yeah.
Alec, because the tournament might be determined already.
Yeah.
This division anyway. We do have other divisions, but we just follow the top division because we think we get the best games with that. We didn't get a lot of phonies today, did we?
Just
the one that cost him a game.
Crease?
Yeah,
Christ.
I don't even know.
It's been a while.
All right. I think we're up.
Yeah, oh, let's see. Oh, good. You can see me flexing again here. Great.
Anybody have any questions for us
Yeah.
about procedure, about the
Yeah.
game? Are there any? Okay, so you know what? Let's talk about Gibsonization, because I think we're about to.
Yeah, so Gibsonization essentially means once you're guaranteed to win, it means that your pairings will change such that everyone is now playing for second place.
Right.
You
You don't want to play somebody
who's already won. There's no point.
right, and you don't want to be the one, like if you've already won the tournament, not that it's going to happen, because I think there's lots of good ethics in Scrabble, but the reality is, let's say Will plays somebody who's going for second or third place,
Yeah.
and Will doesn't have to win the game in
Yeah.
order to win the tournament, and so he can maybe not play his best, or
Yeah.
so you don't want that situation. So you have has already won the tournament play someone who has no chance of winning
Yeah.
the tournament. And the name comes from another legend in Scrabble whose name is David Gibson,
Yeah, the
from Gatlinburg, right? Isn't he?
Spartanburg.
Spartanburg.
One of the Bergs.
One of the Bergs.
But this seems like he's won nationals a couple times before, but he's soon to be another former national champion.
Yes, he won last year. People were asking who won last year. It was Dave Gibson. He's just a beautiful, lovely player, and he's an even more beautiful and lovely man.
Oh, he's just great.
It's just you can't meet anybody nicer than Dave
Yeah.
Gibson.
Yeah.
To the point where he has shared his winner's check with
Yeah.
people when we were doing Superstars. Some people he felt they
Okay.
Do we have any idea who won the Alec game? That might be kind
Yeah.
of important.
Well, we might find out live while
Well, yeah,
I'm
that
talking
would be amazing.
talking to Will.
That would be amazing. So Dave Gibson has won so many tournaments, and he's won them. Okay, it's still in progress. Dave has won so many tournaments, and he's often won the tournament with so many games to go that we actually made a verb out of his name called
Yeah.
Gibsonizations, which means that if you've already won the tournament with multiple games to go, and there's no one who can catch you. So it's a nice tribute to one of the nicest guys in Scrabble and one of the most brilliant players. But he has a very, very defensive style, which
Yeah.
a lot of people have trouble with.
Yeah, and that's part of why I decided to kind of adopt that strategy, because I saw how he just dominates people with it.
It's kind of scary.
Yeah, and so I learned essentially how to do
Come
that.
on in,
Oh, I
Wojciech.
see a Will coming.
Where there's a Will?
Is there a way?
Okay. Come on in. I'm going to have you talk to Conrad, because your interviews are like, I can't top them.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to see if I can find out what's going
Yeah.
on with
Yeah. We might even have like a live victory here. So Will seems to think we're going to bring him over here in a sec. He seems to think that Mac is getting crushed, in which case he would not clinch today. But let's bring William here. And I know we have a tiny bit of lag here, but he's going to be sitting here any sec.
Hi, gang.
So, Will, how was that last game?
Well, again, I seem to be getting the best of the tiles at the most important time. My games on day 3 were very difficult. Like
Yeah.
I was really having to eke out the games, but today I'm just getting the good stuff at probably the most important time of my Scrabble career. So
Yeah.
it feels nice to keep that, spree of good drawing going.
Yeah.
And I believe the situation is that I am 3 games up of Alec Seaholm.
Yep.
He's the only person who can catch me, and he will have to beat me 3 straight times tomorrow, which he's certainly capable
Yeah,
of doing.
so
So I'm not celebrating anything.
So your understanding is he is going to beat Mac? We
Yes,
don't. No one here
I
knows.
was told that he was up by about 200 points
Oh,
against
okay.
Mac.
Okay.
So yeah, it looks like it's a pretty clear win for Alec.
Okay.
Obviously, I have no personal confirmation of that, but I'm pretty sure that's
Yeah.
the situation.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you a tough one here, since you're in good shape and you have you can take the night off while you get ready.
Yeah, I guess.
So you've played awesome all day, but you would
Thank
want
you.
would
I'm not sure, but if I trust you if you believe
did,
that.
but in that last game you made one play that had us all scratching our heads.
Which play was that?
Psych. Why
Yeah,
why
Psych.
did you open the board?
I just felt like with the lead that I had there were no power tiles left to come. There's no whammy tiles that I can get that are going to really cripple that leave. It just seemed like my chance of hitting that knockout bingo after Psych were really good. I also thought there might be a chance that Benji might not be aware of Psycher, which would make my odds even greater of using that spot. So definitely counterintuitive. I had to think hard before making that play. I was very close to playing Rote under the top of the board, just blocking all of the lines that Benji had just created. But that left KE, which is not necessarily, I mean, of course I still have a great lead with the blank in hand, but
Yeah.
I definitely love my chances of getting that bingo down right away after playing Psych. So a little counterintuitive for sure to open the board with a lead, but I just thought the odds were really on my
Yeah.
side. So
Well, I'm gonna let you look at this. Tell me what this means.
Oh my God.
So Will was incorrect.
I guess
Mac
I was
won.
misinformed.
So let me be the first to congratulate
Thanks,
you,
man.
joining
That's a good
an
feeling.
elite group of people. It looks like Will is going to be the 2017 National Scrabble champion.
Hair standing up on my neck.
And I think I'm gonna go for a selfie right here. I get the first one
first
before
selfie, huh?
before anybody else.
Oh my God. That's
right.
a great feeling.
Let's get a smile here.
Oh man.
So now
You'll
not
have
only
to send that to me.
I will. Not only are you a grandmaster now,
National champion.
you are also national champion. Welcome to the club.
Let me just give a shout out right now to Mac Meller, my personal favorite Scrabble player in the universe, for beating Alex Seaholm. No offense, Alec, who played an unbelievable tournament. But I'm just kind of joking around that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mac.
But Mac is one of both of our best friends. And
Absolutely,
I think
yeah.
Now possibly
Mac and I from the same neck of the woods in New York, so we're New York buddies, and he just did me the biggest favor anybody's ever done for me in Scrabble. So
yeah. So Agent Anderson here asks, "What's your favorite word?"
My favorite word? Geez. I don't know. I never know how to answer those questions.
it's
I
not
guess my
umbelule?
favorite word might be umbellule now, as the rarest word that I've played in an important game. So yeah, geez.
But you did it. So what's next? Because obviously you've thought about this during your last game, right? You know exactly what's all next, right?
I've thought about nothing. I don't even know what's happening tomorrow, who I might play. I mean, there's going to be, I assume I don't have buys, it's an even division. So I love to play Scrabble no matter what. So I'll wake up and get ready to play 3 games of Scrabble tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it feels amazing to have clinched. But as further than that, I haven't been, really thinking.
I do seem to recall once upon a time, I believe this was before Fort Wayne, you said to me, I'm not going to hold you to this, but you said to me that if you won nationals, you would have a beer.
Wow. All right. I mean, that's normally my hard and fast rule, but I think all the rules go out the window now. So I guess
I will personally buy it for you.
All right. I guess we'll see.
Okay.
We'll discuss that.
Maybe
but
we'll give
I
you a
don't-
sip.
Okay. Fine. That's a
Okay.
compromise.
Okay.
So
Then I will accomplish something else on my Scrabble bucket list, corrupting Will Anderson. But dude,
Wow.
I am like so freaking excited for you, man.
Thanks, man.
Like, you've,
I appreciate it.
You've
It was
deserved this
it was such a
and-
pleasure to see you win, and you know, I can only imagine. I just hope that, you know, my friends and people that have helped me get to this point, people that I've learned from, you know, looking at annotated games, talking about the game with,
Yeah.
you know, I owe so many people, including you, just a huge debt of gratitude that I would never have accomplished this without.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
yeah, it's a community. You know, we're all here for each other, and that's part of what's, you know, so awesome.
It's still sinking in. Oh my God, I'm
Yeah.
having a victory cookie.
So what's your first thought? My first thought was, oh, thank freaking God, I never have to do this again.
Yeah.
What's your thought? You tell me.
So I think it's going to definitely help in future years. I won't be quite as you know, nervous because I have it in my, you know,
Except
under
next-
my belt.
But next year you have to repeat.
Um,
my year after, I was a mess.
Well,
you're gonna have the pressure.
I guess. I mean, I feel like the pressure is off as of right now. But of
Right.
course, that's very short term. I mean, maybe next year I come back, and if I don't do as well, everyone like, you know, ooh, you know,
Yeah.
feels sucking. But
Yeah.
whatever. I
Yeah.
don't care.
Yeah. Cookie hype. So
Yeah.
what I do want to know, or what we do want to know, is any fantasy football draft advice.
Geez, you know, my fantasy football draft advice is be an orthopedic surgeon so that you can know who's going to get an ACL tear.
Yeah.
Other than
that's-
that, flip a coin and have fun with it because I got no idea, you know.
But we will say one of the top fantasy football guys is actually a Scrabble player.
That's right, Scott
Pianowski.
Pianowski, who's
So,
actually I follow his baseball advice quite, you know, avidly.
Yeah. So shout out to Scott, an awesome dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that looks like Evans hiding back there. Evans is hiding back there. I think Evans is excited to hear that Will might have a sip of beer today.
That would be pretty seismic, you know, in the Scrabble community. Who I'm pretty well known as a teetotaler. So
Yeah.
if ever there were a time, it would definitely be after clinching the Nationals. So,
Oh, look, is that Allison? I think somebody's here to say hi to you.
oh my God. Hi, sweetheart. I wish I were in Aruba with you right now, and the whole family. Hi, everybody. I mean, yes, as Benji says, I don't really because I actually won the Nationals by being in America. However, had I not won the Nationals, I would definitely want to be in
Yeah.
Aruba with you, and I love you, and I'll see you very soon.
So, yeah. Because that can't be any better, though, having the love of your life celebrating pretty much in the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure the family is excited. I know they follow along, and you know, it means a lot to me that everybody's, you know, friends and family are following, and I'm just really glad to do everybody proud.
Yeah, and she's been a great support system for you, I believe, certainly when I visited
absolutely.
you guys. And
Very tolerant of my studying, actually pretends to care when I come down and say, like, honey, I got, you know, 100%
Yeah.
on blank bingos today. She's like,
yeah.
Great. You
Yeah.
know, great
Yeah.
job, Will.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah.
thanks, sweetheart, for that.
Yeah. And Allison is Will's girlfriend, in case anyone was still wondering about that.
Yeah, so she's in the chat, I see.
Yeah.
That's awesome to know. I didn't even know she was there
I did-
until
she
you
just
pointed
oh,
it
she
out.
just showed up just now.
Yeah, so.
And I guess Manimal's your actual friend.
Oh, yeah? Who's that? Yeah, I mean, there's lots of people that I...
Will's got lots of friends, guys.
Well,
He's a champ.
I guess. I'm going to have more now with the
Yeah.
cachet that I just earned here as national champion.
So, so what are you going to do with the money? I know in my case, I just went fun employed for a bit, but...
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I'll try to do something fun with it. I probably owe donations to Aerolith and Cross Tables, Cesar and Seth,
Yeah.
maybe $5,000 a piece.
Yeah, that
and that
seems-
leaves me
that
with no
seems-
money left
Yeah.
also. So,
Yeah.
nah, I'm just kidding.
We're
I
gonna-
don't know. I'll think about that soon. I'm sure
Yeah.
we'll do something fun with it. Maybe a little trip or something.
The
that
trip to
doesn't-
San Francisco in your future, maybe.
That could be nice.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe.
Yeah.
How about December?
Little Scrabble tour.
Yeah.
I would be game for that. I just can't believe this
So just in case you just showed up, Will's the
Oh, here's my
the
favorite
new
person
National Scrabble
right here,
champion, and
Mac
that was,
Meller. Oh my God. Oh, Mac. Somebody told me you were losing to Alec by 200, and that was so wrong, and I've never been happier.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So this is yeah. So so this is Mac Meller. Mac Meller, you just saw. He's probably after this one of the next best people who has
Oh,
never
he's gonna
won
be
nationals,
here.
and I suspect
He's
that
going to be in this seat very soon.
yeah, it was
No
me
question.
once. Now it's Will, and I suspect one day it's gonna be Mac as
I
well.
couldn't be more confident, of that. So it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, and Mac's going to be up there playing for second, trying to improve on his third place finish.
Absolutely. Oh,
last
it would
year.
just warm my heart to see
Yeah.
Mac come in second, and that's like the next step on the totem pole for him. And
Yeah.
there's only one hill left to climb.
Yeah.
So once again, Mac Meller, my favorite person for beating Alex Home in the
Yeah.
last round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anything else you want to say, Will, before we let you go?
I'm gonna go.
Celebrate, or
join my peeps and.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be right there with you because I'm not gonna be doing the sign off
right.
today. But
I guess the play is over, so
Yeah.
we'll be out there, and
so yeah.
I just can't wait to see everybody out there.
Yeah, hey, let me tell you, it's pretty much the greatest feeling, and I'm so thrilled you get to experience it. So
Feels good, man.
Yeah, so this is Will Anderson, the 2017 National Scrabble champion here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Wrapped it up with 3 games to go. One of the most dominating performances in the history of our game. And he's wrapping up with something after he went 20-0 in a tournament this year. So it's been a heck of a year. These years, it seems like all the things seem to happen like in droves. You just win a bunch all at once.
Yeah,
And
people have done that before. It's I don't know. I can't. I just don't feel like that much of a different player, and I just feel like I still have a lot to learn, and I just want to keep playing and getting better.
Good.
I guess.
Hey, that's great to hear. I mean, that's a great attitude. Yeah. Umbellules all around,
Yeah,
and umbellule
absolutely.
to everyone.
Umbellules on me tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Those are maybe beers.
I think it's
don't
like
know.
plant stems or something.
Oh, good. So yeah.
I don't even know for sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I think we're gonna sign off for now, but look for our friend Josh to be back here in just a little bit with Stefan Fatsis, the author of Word Freak, which really did a lot for our game, as well as Joe Edley, the only three-time American to win the national championship. Of course, Nigel Richards has won like 47 of them. So one more time, this is Will Anderson, the new champ, and we're all thrilled for him. I think everyone out there in Twitch land also just thrilled for you.
Thanks, Twitch.
You are like
merch coming soon.
Yeah, you are the new cult hero of Twitch. So congrats. That's as good as winning a national championship, right?
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
We're gonna sign off for now, but thanks so much for listening to me and Robin all day, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time for 3 more games.
778. So Alec and Mac will be battling out for second and third.
Yep.
Also in the heat for the top 5, we have Rafi Stern, who is 18-9 plus 585, and Ben Schoenburn with his 18-10 plus 552. Nigel Richards, unfortunately, did not capitalize on his wins earlier today. He is in 8th right now. So we should see an interesting few days for tomorrow, the last day. But Will has won.
For sure. And that is the big headline, is we have our national champion for the North American Dictionary. We've got Will Anderson. He's going to be joining us in a minute.
Will Anderson
there is a lot of excitement in the hall. He's going to join us in a minute for a minute. And how would you describe the atmosphere?
I mean, when there's a Will, there's a way. I mean, I am so happy for Will. Will's been a friend of mine for a little bit. Will, I told him in Atlanta last year in our tournament, I said, I expect you to win nationals very, very shortly. And
that day has come.
It has come for Will. We're so excited
today.
for him.
There were literally people running around and just so excited.
People are crying.
Absolutely. So
someone's playing Queen over there.
That is fantastic. So we'll have Will here in just a minute. Why don't we go on? Let's go over to what are we doing?
Division 2.
Okay.
Division 2. Wes Eddings has made his move.
Oh, finally!
Robin Lewis has dropped out. Unfortunately, not dropped out of the tournament. Dropped down to like 5th or 6th place.
Okay.
Wes Eddings in first place, 21-6 plus 16-19. Joe Elkins, who is, I don't know where Joel came from West Hollywood. He's in second, 20-8 plus 1301. And Pat Gabbery is 19.5, 8.5. So we have a different top 3, but Wes is holding on quite a good spread. Very, very good for Wes.
Okay, and I'm just going to reset because we are live up on Twitch. This is NASPA Tonight. We are broadcasting live from the 2017 North American Scrabble Championship. You may be able to hear some noise in the background. That's because on day 4 of a 5-day event, we have named our champion.
Yes, and it is Will Anderson from New York, Division 1 winner. Will has won it with a 23-5 record with 3 games remaining. Nobody can catch up to Will. It was Will's day, and when there's a Will, there's a way.
And there is a lot of excitement in this hallway.
People are freaking the ever-loving freak out people. We have people just piled over there.
They're mobbing him. So let's carry on with the standings, and then we'll get Will in here, and we'll go on to our feature
interview. Should we redo Division 2?
No, let's go to Division 3.
Division 3. We have right now, I believe, Jack Peters is 2.5 games ahead on the field. So one more win will have Jack Peters, who has led the entire. I think most of the time Jack Peters has led it.
Yes, he has.
Jack is 23-5 plus 1990. Cooper Komatsu is 20.5, 7.5 plus 1819. So Cooper could, if he wins all 3, if Jack falls at the very end, Cooper could take it. Sandra Post, who has been in the top 3 for most of the time here, is in third, 19-9. He unfortunately cannot catch Jack, so we'll see. It's between Jack and Cooper.
It's just, there we go. So let's go to the next division.
Division 4, we were hoping, at least me personally, for Lindsay Barra to take it. Lindsay is not in the clear yet. She is 3 games ahead, 22-6 plus 1218. We have Charlie Williamson, 19-8 plus 1587. So Charlie can catch up. If Charlie wins all 3, if Lindsay falters on the last day, Charlie can take it. 19-9. Is Rebecca Nance plus 1199. It looks to be that Charlie's win-loss. Excuse me, I just refreshed. We have an update. Charlie's at 20.
Okay.
So Charlie won his last game. He is 2 games behind Lindsay. If he loses 1 and Lindsay wins 1 tomorrow, for example, he must win all 3 to clinch it, or it will be Lindsay Barra to win.
Okay, let's cover the big dictionary.
Collins won. It is a fierce battle, honey. It is getting heated up in here so hard. We have Dave Wiegand in first place. 20-8 plus 1974. We're just trying to get
so we've got who's in first?
Dave Wiegand, to no one's surprise.
There we go. We were waiting for that to happen.
Dave Wiegand is 20-8 plus 1974. Austin Shin, one of the favorites, is 19-8 plus 1127. And Joey Kravchuk is in third, 18-10. Joey the K, third place, 18-10 plus 778. We also have to make note of Bradley Whitmarsh, who is in fourth, who has climbed up very quickly, 18-10 plus 636. So Dave, Austin, Joey, and Bradley. Our 4 remaining players.
So here we go. We've got a surprise guest.
Wait, what about Collins 2?
We will get to Collins 2 after we take the special guest. We'll get there. Slide
It's
over
always
a little
Collins
bit.
2. Who
I gotta
is it?
go to the middle
Who's here? Who's here? Who is it? Is it Beyonce?
Here we
Is it
go.
Oprah?
It's the Beyonce of Scrabble, the 2017 National Scrabble Champion, Will Anderson. How does it feel?
Thanks, Daryl. It feels pretty amazing. I kind of was not anticipating this coming in, although I guess, it's as likely as anybody except Nigel or whoever else. But I was just not trying to think about this actual moment until it happened, and it feels amazing.
I would like to say, though, Will Anderson, first off, congratulations. Very
Thank
happy
you.
for you. I'd like to remind the viewers and you yourself that last year in the Atlanta airport, after our Atlanta tournament, I'd said, we're going to see you in a year or two with the win. And
good prediction.
You owe me $10 at least, man, or at least a nice steak dinner with that 10,000.
Well, yeah, I don't know when that's coming, and I'm not sure what my plans are with that money, but I guess a steak isn't out of the question. So,
Rock on, yes.
Good prediction. Yeah, I think this is the kind of thing where the more you focus on the process of oh, I'm going to be the winner, I have to do this to win, instead of individual games, the less likely you are to actually win. Thanks,
Look
Stefan.
at Stefan Fatzit's over there.
Kissed by the author of Word Freak on the head. Does
Blessed
it get any better?
by the gods.
Amazing. Well, just a huge congratulations.
Congratulations.
The buzz is all around here in the hallway. You were being mobbed just a second ago. This is fantastic. There are a lot of people who were hoping for this, who were waiting for this.
That means a lot. That means a lot to me to know that people were hoping that I would win, and that I have, I guess for lack of a better word, supporters, fans, people that were happy to see me succeed. It means more to me than it would otherwise to know that I have people behind me and people that help me get to this point. There's so many that, I learned from so many of the players that I competed against at this tournament, and I wouldn't be there without them. So
Absolutely
it feels
fantastic.
great.
We don't have Gatorade, so this will have to
Nice.
And it was the tally slip dump. Will, though, congratulations. We are so happy that you are our new champion. It's been a long time coming. We knew it would be coming eventually for you. What do you have to say to any of the viewers at home that are watching, all tens and tens of them, and all your fans and supporters here at the convention center?
Well, I would just say thanks for following along. It's nice to know that there's an audience, and I hope you enjoyed the games. And I also know I'm not a perfect player, so don't think I have any illusions that I didn't make any mistakes or I'm the perfect player. I just happened to be victorious at this tournament.
I'm going to ask you one more question. What does the game of Scrabble in this community mean to you?
It means an incredible amount. Basically, I can trace the inflection point of my life getting considerably better and happier to the introduction of Scrabble. It's been just a total life changer. So many of my best friends I've met through Scrabble. It's just a wonderful community. It's one that I'm really proud to be a part of, and I have no plans to change that anytime soon. So
wonderful.
I don't think we're going to do any better than that. Congratulations, Will. Awesome job.
Well played, Will. Congratulations.
For sure. Thanks so much. Go party it up. All right.
Wow. Well,
there's the excitement. Let's get through the rest of the standings.
Yes.
Or go ahead. Reflect on what we just did.
Okay, well, Collins 2 is our last Division 2 check reports in. Very close in our division right now. Personally, good day for Mike Ginsel, the last place queen of Division 2. Collins tied for the first time, from a great, wonderful, magnificent player to absolute garbage. I'm just kidding. 2.5 wins today, but right now we have a shocker for the top 3 for Collins, though.
Where are we at?
Toby Rowland's in first place, 21-7, but we have a spoiler. I cannot pronounce his name. He's such a sweetie. His name is Bharat Balakoshan. He is in second place. He snuck up out of nowhere.
Wow.
19-9. I had close games with Bharat and Toby. Toby is not out of the woods yet. We have Randy Goldberg in the top 3 at 18.5 wins. She is 3.5 wins behind Toby, so unfortunately it's not on the cards for Randy. But what a strong performance from Miss Goldberg. We have Toby and Barat in the top 2, and unfortunately Greg Feldkamp could not connect on his last 3 games. I just talked to him earlier. Wonderful guy. He is 18-9. He is unfortunately out of it. So it's down to Barat. I'm hoping I pronounced his name right. And Toby for the very first winner of Collins 2. Finish to the very end.
Does that mean that you're going to have to pay for more than half of the room?
No. Greg's already paid in full. Thank goodness.
That's just a joke.
It's very good. You know, not all of them land. It's okay. No, I'm just kidding with you. Josh Greenway, everybody. What a friend. All right. But we're really happy for Toby. Toby is very good player. I lost him by 9, so I feel partially responsible that he's going to win. Because I lost him by 9. He's a great player. Barat is going to be the underdog for sure.
Gotcha. Well, that is amazing. We got a chance to do the interview with Will.
Oh, my goodness.
Now we're going to move on to the feature interview.
Shut up.
Okay? So I am going to take over the questioning, and then once we...
Simon's on fired. Hashtag save Ginsel. Hashtag Winsel for the Ginsel. Come on.
So here's what we're going to do.
Riot, viewers, riot.
We're going to have Joe take this seat, and then if you can get Stefan to come take your seat, then we're going to get going with the feature interview.
All right, then. Well, it's been fun the past 4 days. I don't know if I'm back tomorrow. I doubt it because I'm pretty sure I'm fired. But being the Brian Dunkelman of NASPA tonight, if you get that reference, 10 spread points for you at a future tournament. It's been fun.
That's what I want to say. Is it's just been a real pleasure, and you bring an energy and passion to Scrabble. It's awesome.
And all I have to say is, girl, bye.
All right.
Take care, NASPA tonight.
Let me take care of that. So we are going to bring in Joe and Stefan. Yeah, he's right there. So come on in here, Joe. And we're going to give this mic to Stefan when he gets here. And then you and I are going to share a mic. So Stefan, you're going to take that mic. And I would like to introduce everybody watching we're on multiple Facebook channels across the ocean, Scrabble snippets, NASPA, all that stuff, but also the Twitch feed. So we got lots of people watching. I want to introduce 2 very special people from the Scrabble community to all the viewers out there. This is Joe Edley, a 3-time national champion, and this is Stefan Fatsis,
a 0-time national champion,
but a New York Times best-selling author of the book Word Freak. I don't want to cut anybody's face off. Here, I'll cut my face off. And Joe, of course, is a featured character or featured focus point of the book. That's why we're bringing the 2 of you together. So it's great to see you guys. How are you doing, Stefan?
In life?
Today?
Life is
how does
great.
it feel? Okay.
I'm happy to be here. My record is 15-13 in Division 2.
Joe, how are you doing?
Well, in the tournament, I'm doing just fair, below fair this time, 14-14. But I'm having a lot of fun. And, I'm not the player I was years ago. Well, I can be. It's just that for the last 4 months, I have put no effort into Scrabble. No studying, no playing. So I'm not super surprised that I haven't done as well as I normally do.
Well, that describes my game for the last 5 years. So here's what I want to say, is that many of the people who are in the hall tonight, and I'm not sure if Will fits into this category, but there are many, many members of the Word Freak generation. And that is really this story that both of you, feature in, and you, of course, wrote it, is also what brought me to Scrabble, and it's just a moving story, obviously, and there are tons of fans here. So here's what my question is. I'm going to start with Stefan. After you wrote the book, you went on to write other books, obviously, but you stuck with Scrabble.
Right.
Tell me about what Scrabble means to you, what this community means to you, and, you know, how Scrabble impacts you and your family.
Scrabble changed my life. Joe helped change my life. I mean, I came into this as a pure novice living room player / journalist who thought there was an interesting story to be told about this world. There had been a great Sports Illustrated article written in 1995 that I had read, and I was working at the Wall Street Journal at the time. I was looking for a good story. I thought there might be something there, and I fell down the rabbit hole incredibly quickly. And I want to go back to something you said before I lose that train of thought, which is the thing that has given me the greatest pleasure and the most happiness about having written this book. Yeah, this book has done okay. Authors don't get that many cracks at it, at being successful and reading something that has an effect on people, regardless of how small the world is or how isolated the world is. But the thing that I'm proudest of is what you said, that people, 50, 100, I don't know how many people in this room are here today because they happened to read a book, it spoke to them, and it helped them walk toward this subculture. And Will was kind of one of those people. Will Anderson was playing competitive Boggle, or playing for fun. Yeah. And he could play, he would go together once a month with a bunch of Boggle players. And someone said, "Oh, you'd be good at Scrabble." He said he had already read Word Freak. He went to a club and immediately realized this is where he needed to be.
You need to tell people though that you became an expert in like a year.
Well, it was more like 4, but whatever.
Well, I mean, from the time I met you, it seemed like it was only a year. You did awfully well.
Well, thank you.
I know I pushed you.
You did.
Sometimes to your dismay, but you did really well.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's a narrative. I mean, the book is about me and me entering this weird subculture and finding these wonderful people like Joe Edley and other characters and other people that I wrote about. So it's a story, and that was my goal. I mean, lots of people wander into Scrabble from newspapers and TV stations and magazines and spend a weekend watching a tournament and talking to the best players and then go write something. I wanted to immerse myself. For me, journalism is about experiencing something. And I could have walked away, right, Joe? I mean, I wrote this book. It did pretty well. People read it. It got some attention. But I belong in here, too. Even though I'm never achieved the kind of success and I didn't have the sort of internal brain chemistry that allowed me, or the will to continue studying at the pace that I was studying when I wrote the book, to learn more words.
Have your daughter.
But now my daughter, who was 0, and I wasn't even going out with my current wife when I was reporting and writing Word Freak.
Yep.
And now I've got a 15-year-old girl who is playing in her 4th national championship, has finished 4th and 8th and 16th or something. She's finished in the top 10 in a bunch of school Scrabble championships, and I get to share this with my daughter, and what could be better than that?
It's amazing. And I want to pick up on something that you said, which are Joe's accomplishments. So, Joe, you have the 3 national champions, really, one of the greatest Scrabble players ever.
In 3 different decades, by the way.
Absolutely. Incredible. What is it about this game and this community that keeps you rolling with Scrabble?
Well, there are a lot of different things. Big thing are the people. Finding people who like words and who like to unscramble words from a jumbled list of letters, and then talk about them and to make jokes and to share their stories. Oh, this happened, and all throughout the tournament, you're sharing stories with other people on the great things and the terrible things that happened over the board. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is Scrabble. You don't have to be a genius to be a good player. It helps, but you don't have to be. Anyone can walk in off the street, learn a few words, and just with some common sense and with a little bit of a lesson or two, become a really good player. And so it's kind of appealing from that standpoint to anybody.
Right, and that's what makes it so open to so many people. We all love puzzles, right?
Right.
If you like puzzles, if you love language, and that is a prerequisite, even though players are learning words that we're not going to use in daily life a lot of the time. But that's beside the point. Language is fungible. It has been used to create puzzles and tease the brain for centuries, thousands of years, millennia. And there's something very human about the desire, the ability to take these representations of language, letters, and mix them up and solve a riddle. I mean, Joe once described it to me as it's a puzzle on every rack, and you have to approach the game at one rack at a time, 7 letters at a time.
Now, the other thing is, it actually, playing in Scrabble tournaments and clubs actually teaches emotional maturity. You cannot stay at the game unless you learn to control your emotions. Playing in a long tournament like this, 31 rounds, it's like a wave. It goes up, you get elated when you win a few games, and then suddenly your tiles drop and your opponents are getting all the scores, and you're losing a few games. If you don't know how to control that, then you're not going to last. Yeah. But the challenge is that you learn that by controlling it, learning how to become okay with that, actually makes you happier and makes you able to handle anything that happens in your life. I mean, it goes across the board.
And that really is amazing advice, and I think that's why for some of us, even though we're not necessarily high flyers, we just get so much value out of this game, out of the experience, out of the people. I want to follow up with you. Stefan, about Chloe.
We get kids from Washington and Maryland and Virginia and Philadelphia and North Carolina. But what could a father ask for more than his child to embrace, without pressure, something that he loves? And she understood the game intuitively when she was 7, 8 years old. She started playing in our local club when she was about 9. She played in her first competitive tournament against adults when she was 9. She gets it. And the fact that I was lucky enough that she came out with a brain that allows her to get something that I want to keep doing for the rest of my life, that I get to share with her and travel all over the country and room with her and be with her and compete with her at home, and someday I imagine compete with her in here at a national championship. It's the greatest thrill of my life.
That's amazing. I wanted to, and I'll tell you, with that kind of emotion, it's going to make my next point probably seem silly, but this book was just obviously huge for me. That's why I'm here. That's why we're talking right now. And I just can't believe that after reading this book, we've had conversations. I have a signed copy of my book. I feel like I'm friends with Marlon. I've gone on a road trip with G.I. Jewel. Joe, you and I were roommates one night in Albany because of shared room accommodations and stuff like that. And I'll tell you, I chickened out. I wanted to ask Joe a question.
Well, why don't you?
Well, anyway, I felt at the time I wanted to ask the question to get the same quote that you got in the book, which was where Joe told you that you know what to do, learn the words. I wanted to get him to say that to me, but I didn't. I didn't feel like I could ask the question. Joe, any thoughts?
Well, you mean how to become a better player?
Yeah.
Well, no one's going to become an expert without wanting to become an expert. And even if you want to become an expert, no one's going to become an expert unless what you're doing is fun. So you have to make learning the words fun. And the way to do that Well, one of the ways of doing that is practicing with alphagrams. Ziziva, Aerolith. Aerolith is absolutely one of the best ways that people can learn, how to decode words.
Shout out to Cesar.
Yeah. Aerolith.com, is it? Or I think it's or aerolith.org. AEROLITH.org. Wonderful site. You can learn all sorts of words from that. But the other thing is, you don't want to go whole hog into it as if your life depended on it. This is really important. What you want to do is set, 20, 30 minutes a day, maybe, and you do that on Aerolith or any other way you want to do it. After a year of doing that, just 20, 30 minutes a day, suddenly you're going to realize that you've learned. You're going to look back and realize you know all these extra words. Then at that point, maybe you're motivated
I'm going to interrupt
spend
you, Joe,
a little more.
because my daughter, whom I love dearly, just walked over and said, "I need money."
Yeah, Joe, that is absolutely wonderful advice, and I think that anybody who wants to get better at Scrabble is going to do so based on that. I passed you the mic back because I wanted you to say the words to me on camera.
You need to learn the words, Josh.
But let me say something too. It's the fact that people like you are here, and all these other wonderful people between the ages of 12 and 30. No disrespect to anyone over 30, maybe 40 at this point since the book came out 15 years ago. But another gratifying thing about having written this book is that it brought in this wonderful, dynamic, engaged, interesting group of competitive, smart people. Like Will Anderson, our national champion, and like previous national champions, like Conrad Bassett-Bouchard.
Absolutely.
Like Matthew Tunnicliffe, who's another national champion. And even though I kind of suck at this game at this point, I know, I'm being modest. I do kind of suck though. I take a great deal of pride in seeing these young people rise up and make this community more fun, more engaging, more competitive, more exciting, more dynamic.
Absolutely.
That's a thrill for me too.
That's one of the questions that I was going to ask Joe is what does Division I look like now compared to when you started with all these kids?
I would say, in terms of skill level or it's kids? Because, in 1980, when I 2 years into studying Scrabble and I won the 1980 national championship, I think if you compare any of the top 50 players in Division I, plop them down in 1980, and they would have been first, second, or third. Any of the top 50. I mean, the skill level has astronomically just increased, and it's been so wonderful to watch.
I mean, Joe learned the dictionary by reading the dictionary, and now there are effective study aids that allow you to spend as much time as you want.
Yeah, although I beg to differ.
You did. I know you codified the dictionary. You didn't just read the book.
Yes.
You broke it down, you broke it down,
alphagrams.
But you did it on paper as opposed to sitting down in front of a computer.
Yes,
and
we didn't have them then.
Right.
Well, gentlemen, on this celebratory night where we have a new national champion, I just can't imagine being happier with who I'm with right now, who I'm talking to, and I don't know. It's just all love up here. It's all love out in the community, and let's go celebrate. Thank you so much for the time.
My pleasure, Josh. Thanks.
All right, guys. Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Good job.